Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Hey You. A dark basement filled with a suffocating stench and less than a healthy percentage of oxygen content, it was the type of shady place every parent warned their children about. A place you should never visit after dark. Unfortunately, Kazuya found himself in this devious place, sitting on a rusty steel chair, hands cuffed behind him. A blond man in a shiny suit sneered down at him and raised a revolver in his hand. The cold barrel touched his forehead. A wave of chill passed over him as a droplet of sweat dripped down his cheeks, falling onto his messy white shirt. Kazuya, blame your hardest grandfather for prioritizing his job over your life, the Yakuza-like man said, his tone colder than Kazuya's terror, but his eyes carried a faint look of pity. The sin for your death will be on his soul. He shifted the blame of murdering an innocent soul on someone else. Instead of crying or begging for mercy, Kazuya simply sighed. Almost half a day has passed since they brought him here, yet nobody came to his rescue. Giants danced in his stomach, requesting food maniacally. He wasn't going to cry and avert his eyes from reality. This was the end. There was no use pretending otherwise. He was fortunate to survive a similar crisis 2 times. First time with a broken right arm and second time with a bullet hole in his left thigh. He almost lost his little brother because of a misfire between the Yakuza and the police. Both times, the police arrived to negotiate in less than an hour. This time the stakes were too high. Between a university freeloader and a group of EX-class terrorists, a hero of justice like his grandfather would choose the latter. Fucking Gramps, Kazuya cursed under his breath. Kill me, man. He'll hunt you down sooner or later. His grandfather had spoiled him rotten ever since his parents died. The old man gave him a private chef for his daily meals, a maid for his daily needs, a seat in a prestigious school, and most importantly, a home to live in. He was extremely grateful but also resentful. Love was irrational, hatred even more. His life became a terrible joke because of his grandfather's job. He wanted to leave the city, even the fucking country. But his only relative became emotional and possessive, refusing to let Kazuya step out of his protection. He merely wanted to live without constant aggression. Unfortunately, he won't get that peace in this life. The terrorist looked shaken at the mention of Kazuya's grandfather. No, he doesn't care about you. Any last words before we put you out of misery? Last words, huh? Kazuya smiled at the men standing behind the blondie. The chances of making it out alive were almost non-existent. But he wanted to punch this asshole so badly. If he couldn't live, then his enemies shouldn't either. That's how he saw things. No, then. I have a few. Kazuya cut off the blonde man with a friendly smile. Leave a letter for Gramps in my stead. Ask him to transfer all my inheritance to my friend Ryosuke. Ryosuke usually declined Kazuya's attempt to help him. Could Ryosuke refuse the last wish of a dead friend? Definitely not. With some money, Ryosuke could be free from his part-time jobs and live a decent life. And finish the Akame ga Kill manga for me. I haven't read the last few chapters. I heard they were kinda mediocre compared to the rest of the series. I still want to finish it. They kidnapped him near the climax of that heart-wrenching manga. What a tragic timing. The hooligan with a revolver was dumbstruck. Kazuya wasn't lying, though. He really wanted to finish that story and wallow in the following hollowness for a day or two. Oh wait. Send a letter to Yumi-sensei as well. Tell her I loved her to death. If she needs money, she can slap my grandfather. Yumi was closest to him after his grandfather and his stupid friend. After a year of pursuing his hot teacher, she agreed to date him. He would no longer get to enjoy late private lectures. His life wasn't that bad, per se. His teacher-cum-girlfriend balanced his daily life with a super-possessive, justice-hungry grandfather. One more thing. Fuck you and your comrades for kidnapping me now. Couldn't you have planned 3 more months? My grandfather might have died in an elaborate scheme, accident. You dickheads would have assassinated that stupid president. Jesus Christ, you all are impatient like fucking kindergartners. He took a deep breath after his outburst. It felt like a stone was lifted off of his chest. There is no better stress relief than yelling. Kazuya's words struck some nerves in his kidnapper as his handsome face turned crimson. You little cunt. Terrorist San pressed the barrel deeper into his forehead. Staring down at his death certainly gave him some regret. His only trouble with death was, does the afterlife exist? If not, where will he go after death? Will he simply stop existing? As he fell into a loop of thoughts, the blond man squeezed the trigger. Bang. A red sheen filled his vision. A searing pain exploded in his head, making him cry out in agony. His eyes fluttered closed, and his head slumped, the burning sensation gradually waning. Silence fell in the aftermath of his death. Hold on, why can I think? His consciousness was intact after the gunshot. Did his brain survive the bullet from that range? Unlikely, considering the pitch black surrounding him. He was hovering in nowhere, devoid of every sensation, not even the pain inflicted by the bullet. Something was wrong, he could feel it in his bones. Character, Kazuya Ishihara, created. An oh-so-familiar floating window emerged in the sea of darkness. Character? Is this system? That shitty reincarnation trope of empowering a protagonist to the divine levels for no reason. He wasn't fond of systems, as they forced unreasonable tasks on their host. Let's not forget the fact that most systems were part of some end-level boss's scheme, or given by some alternate version of the main characters. Amidst his confusion, the sensation of his body returned. He felt lurching up and down, the exaggerated motion of a horse's gait all too familiar. He had been riding horses since he was a child, but hadn't straddled one since he graduated from high school. As he blinked away the last vestiges of sleep, he saw a panorama of jagged peaks, craggy summits, and snow-covered ridgelines. The stars were absent in the ink-black sky, only a half-moon fighting a losing battle against the darkness. Was the moon always this close? Hey, you. You're finally awake. A/N, huge props for sticking around to the end of this chapter. This FIC is just another thought I had after reading Bleach manga. That said, come back for the next chapter. Chapter 2, Hueco Mundo. Following events happened prior to Kazuya's awakening. Hollows thrived on reishi, the mystical substance that wove itself into the very soul of every being. The high concentration of reishi in Hueco Mundo allowed even the weakest hollows to convert the ambient energy into their ryoryoku. Hollows dwelling in Hueco Mundo could survive without consuming souls, unlike their ravenous counterparts that haunted the living world. However, there were those whose insatiable hunger could not be sated by mere reishi or human souls. Compelled by a gnawing void, these hollows resorted to cannibalism, feasting on their own kind. This grisly act of predation spurred their evolution into a new and terrifying breed, the Minos. The Jillians and Ajuchas existed in a perpetual state of predation, each driven by the desire for evolution. Aloof and enigmatic, the Vasto Lord surveyed the lesser beings from their lofty perch, seldom finding a soul worthy of increasing their immense power. This relentless cycle of devouring and being devoured was the unspoken law that governed Hueco Mundo, where the weak were inevitably consumed by the strong. The weak become a part of the strong. Among the countless hollows, one was named Emily Apache. She knew nothing about the origin of her name, but she certainly had a bit of attachment to it. In the hierarchy of hollows, Apache was no weakling, she had triumphed in many battles. Yet it was the sting of her losses that etched deeper grooves into her soul. Over time, Apache developed a cunning strategy for survival, avoiding formidable foes with her lithe, deer-like form. When fleeing was impossible, she channeled spiritual energy into her horns, unleashing devastating torrents of Siro. As an Ajuchas, she possessed immense power, but she chose to subsist on the ambient reishi rather than devouring others. Today has been an easygoing day for the peace-loving deer. She gracefully traversed the vast, moonlit desert, her hoofs crunching softly upon the pristine white sands. The pale moon hung low in the sky, casting a ghostly light upon the barren expanse. Abruptly, she halted, her heart pounding in her chest as she caught sight of two cerulean legs protruding from a nearby dune, as if their owner had been entombed alive. With her eyes narrowed to mere slits, Apache scanned the desolate horizon, her senses on high alert as she sought to detect the sinister hollows responsible for this trap. I'm no fool. As an Ajuchas, her keen senses could vaguely pick up hollows' presences, even those unseen by her eyes. The result, however, left her stunned. What? There's no one here. Her curiosity piqued, she twisted her elegant neck to survey the surroundings once more before returning her gaze to the slender legs, which seemed too delicate to belong to a hollow. It's none of my damned business, she muttered, turning away and storming off. Yet a minute later, she found herself inexplicably drawn back to the mysterious legs, which remained motionless and unchanged. What on earth is their problem? Unable to quell her curiosity any longer, Apache clamped her teeth into the blue cloth wrapping the leg and yanked its owner free from the sands, finally getting a good look at the stranger. To her amazement, this was a hollow unlike any she had encountered before. Every aspect of his appearance, from his tattered clothes to his disheveled, silvery hair, whispered of humanity. His mask, adorned with twisted horns and wicked teeth, signified his true nature as a hollow. And she couldn't help but notice the striking black wings upon his back. A male. Apache's experiences with male hollows in Hueco Mundo had been nothing short of disastrous, as they had all sought to eat her in a literal sense. However, this one seemed different. His serene and refined features exuded no aggression, and his weak reatsa gave her pause, making her question whether to kill and consume him. He's unconscious, and his legs. Her eyes widened in shock. What a terrible fate to suffer. Two translucent holes marred his thighs, reminiscent of a hollow symbolic heart. While such holes typically caused no interference in daily life, the gaping voids in his legs seemed destined to have dire consequences, as there was scarcely any flesh left to support him. A distant howl sent shivers down Apache's spine, her body tensing with fear. A formidable predator, an Ajuchas who preyed on weaker Ajuchas like her, was nearby. I have to go. Casting a fleeting glance at the unconscious man, she bit his shirt and tossed him into the air. As he landed on her back, she dashed across the moonlit sands. I'll use him as bait, she rationalized, attempting to justify the unexpected surge of compassion that swelled within her for the stranger. In her mind, she reasoned that he would surely perish without assistance in this unforgiving realm. Hey, you. You're finally awake. Kazuya might have mistaken everything for Skyrim opening if the voice speaking to him didn't have a feminine touch. Well, being a dragonborn would have been a fine fate. Kazuya adjusted himself into a more comfortable position on his unexpected mount, a deer-like creature adorned with brown fur on its back and gray skin on its front. 2 striking white antlers crowned its head. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized there was no rider directing the creature, only himself. Apache turned her head, catching a glimpse of Kazuya in her peripheral vision. Are you a Vasto Lord? She inquired in a slow, husky tone, noting that his size matched the rumored dimensions of the powerful hollows. Your Ryatsu doesn't line up with that. Vasto Lord. Kazuya furrowed his brow, trying to remember where he had heard the term. It was a familiar phrase, one that lingered on the edge of his memory, but the details remained frustratingly elusive. He strained to dredge it up from the depths of his recollection. Ugh, where did I hear that? At the sound of his whispered question, Apache stopped in her tracks, her ears nearly melting from the pleasant timbre of his voice. His voice is so nice, what am I doing? Snapping out of her reverie, she shook her head vigorously, her ears flapping against her face. Do you not know Vasto Lord? Is this your first day in Hueco Mundo? That can't be right. Minos aren't born with small humanoid forms like yours. As Apache explained the nature of hollows and their various forms, she wondered if, by some miracle, she had misread the man's Ryatsu. After all, Kazuya was significantly smaller than a typical Jillian and lacked the wildness of an Ajuchas. Behind his mask, Kazuya's eyes narrowed in thought. The mention of Hueco Mundo and Minos swept away the fog obscuring his memories, and he gazed around in disbelief. The stark white landscape, with rolling dunes punctuated by barren trees and enormous boulders, seemed surreal yet eerily familiar. The sand appeared lifeless, and the air was still and clear as if made of glass. It was as if he had stepped into a vivid world that mirrored his own reality. In a sudden moment of clarity, he realized that this place perfectly matched the world from a specific anime. Ah. Kazuya barely managed to suppress the urge to scream at the top of his lungs, as his current situation demanded an extreme reaction. Somehow, he had been transported to the world of Shinigami, Hollows, and Quincy, the world of Bleach. It had taken a bullet to his head, but he was finally free from his grandfather's grasp. Is this my reward for putting up with all the bullshit? He drew in a deep breath, filling his lungs with the cold, dusty air that permeated Hueco Mundo. This was neither a dream nor a fabrication of his dying mind. As the reality of his situation settled in, he let out a long sigh. Dear, may I ask your name? Politeness was necessary when one didn't know what the fuck was happening. A little respect went a long way in building trust and preventing unnecessary conflicts. The owner of the voice considered his request for a few seconds. Apache. Chapter 3, Character System. Apache. After some recollection, Kazuya recognized the name. She was one of the trace bestias, Tyr Halibel's fraction. The tanned Espada with golden hair, easily one of his most favorite female characters ever, led Apache and her 2 friends. This is rather bizarre. Somehow, he found himself in a timeline preceding the moment when Apache encountered Tyr Halibel and transformed into an Arrancar under Aizen. A timeline where the cunning Aizen had not yet seized control of Las Noches. Maybe he already did. He couldn't be entirely sure about the convoluted chronology of Bleach. What about yours? Don't expect to take mine without giving yours. Apache snapped at his silence. Cat got your tongue or what? Perhaps it was Kazuya's even temper and obliviousness to Hueco Mundo that put her at ease. She felt no danger, allowing her true character to shine through. While polite on the surface, she was a hollow with a fiery demeanor. Kazuya, he answered, his fingers brushing the skeletal mask that concealed most of his face. This prompted him to observe the other changes in his body. He was wearing the same clothes during his death, a white shirt and jeans, both of which were torn in embarrassing spots, showing his pale white skin. One of those holes exposed the gaping hole in his thighs. 2 holes, to be precise. I think I remember this. Every hollow's hole, at least in higher evolutions, symbolized an aspect, what a hollow lacked in most cases before their death or the cause of their death. He remembered that much from the material. For example, a hollow hole near the stomach signified a craving for strength, whereas one in the eye meant blindness to certain things. What is mine supposed to mean? He gently punched his thigh, then tried moving his legs. He could use his legs just fine. Terrified of your holes? Apache asked. We are hollows. Why tire out your legs walking when we can fly instead? Haha, indeed. He chuckled at her indirect attempt to comfort him. So, Apache, where are we headed? How would I know, she retorted. Someplace I don't have to constantly run away from those damning incarnations of gluttony. As if by instinct, Kazuya tenderly stroked her crest, his fingers trailing through the velvety fur that extended down her head. It was a habit he had acquired while horse riding as a gesture of affection for his steed. Watch where you touch. I am not your pet. Despite her irate tone, she didn't order him to dismount. He glanced at his legs and smiled, touched by her subtle kindness. Even in a perilous world, she extended her compassion to a stranger. Perhaps she was relieved to discover someone reasonable in Hueco Mundo, a companion who wouldn't betray her and transform her into food. And they say hollows are evil. He would have considered seducing her if she was in her Arankar form. He had always harbored a fondness for tomboys. Regrettably, she wouldn't attain her human form anytime soon. A shame. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that pop-up window. Character system, wasn't it? As if responding to his curiosity, a colossal gray box materialized, obstructing his vision. Character system. He skimmed past the status and focused on the three-dimensional model to the side, which displayed his current appearance as if he were a character in a video game. His clothing alone served as ample evidence that the model represented him. Disregarding his newly elongated silver hair and pallid white skin, his gaze fixated on the pair of black, feathery wings. He reached towards his back and grasped the soft bones protruding from his shoulder blades. He gently rolled his shoulder blades, sensing the muscles of his wings stretch and awaken. The wings, stirring from a profound slumber, appeared delicate and shadowy, as though they possessed a life of their own. I have wings. He widened his eyes with anticipation and took a deep breath. His wings fluttered almost hypnotically and then, with an inner strength that he never knew he had, he began to vigorously flap them up and down. The wind generated by his efforts captured Apache's attention. So, can you fly? Kazuya ceased his winged antics and patted her back. I don't know. He returned his gaze to the status and discovered that his half-mask bore a striking resemblance to a demonic skull. Its oversized holes revealed his striking blue eyes, and a menacing set of teeth aligned with the mask where it overlapped his lips. Even the twisted horns appeared as though they belonged to a demon. Am I some kind of demon? General information. Name, Kazuya Ishihara. Gender, male. Race, Hollow, Vasto Lord. Ryoryoku level, Great level, Captain class. Alignment, Neutral evil. Affiliation, none. Racial abilities. Zero, Ryoryoku offensive technique. Mastery level, yet to learn. Sonido, movement technique. Mastery level, yet to learn. Garganta, limited spatial distortion technique. Mastery level, yet to learn. Innate abilities. Silvery voice, your voice can influence people's state of mind. The ability works best in persuading or seducing someone. Unnamed/undiscovered, manifestation of your hollow heart. Crumbling heart, hollow living beings classified as hollow receive nourishment and enhancements. Regeneration, your wounds regenerate automatically. The time required depends on the severity of wounds. Acquired abilities. Seduction, the ability to seduce those of the opposite gender. Mastery level, basic. Riding, the ability to ride a mount. Mastery level, intermediate. Arithmetic, the ability to process arithmetic problems. Mastery level, intermediate. Equipment. Fine cotton shirt. Denim jeans. Did I lose some memories? This certainly wasn't the status of a hollow who had just been born. A Vasto Lord with Ryoryoku rivaling a captain class, such power placed him near the apex of Hueco Mundo's hierarchy. In the grand scheme of things, however, he remained little more than high-class fodder. He simply couldn't measure up to endgame villains like the Quincy Sternritters. Neutral evil. It makes sense. He had always sought freedom, regardless of whether it violated laws. Not to mention the disdain he harbored for his grandfather, who risked his life for the greater good of society. Indeed, he never quite fit the mold of a lawful individual. Next came the racial abilities, a set of unlearned skills inherent to all Vasto Lord. Nothing extraordinary there. The truly exceptional aspects lay within his list of innate abilities. People had always complimented his voice, which also granted him an easier time with women. He couldn't fathom that this turned out to be one of his innate abilities. Crumbling heart. Despite its menacing name, it appeared to be a team-oriented ability that offered no tangible benefits to him personally. It could prove useful should he find trustworthy hollow allies. Scratch that, he would either seduce hollow women into trusting him or subdue them through the natural law of hollows. Unknown hollow heart. He relegated the unknown aspect to the back of his mind and perused the remainder of his status. His skills were hardly extraordinary. In fact, they wouldn't be considered overpowered in a world where a Quincy could bring his imagination to life and another could glimpse the future and manipulate it at will. This can't be it. There have to be other functions. A thunderous roar snatched away his attention before he could embark on another exploration of his system. Apache trembled, recognizing the owner of the roar. It's back. Arg, we're dead. So dead. A few days prior, she had encountered the giant Ajuchas. Her sonido and natural agility had enabled her to escape its ravenous maw. However, her current Ryuryoku wasn't sufficient to use her rudimentary level sonido for more than 30 seconds, not enough time to evade the Ajuchas hellbent on consuming her. An enemy? This is troublesome. He had yet to master basic hollow techniques, such as controlling his Ryuryoku, or spiritual power. While he could rival an average captain-class Shinigami in terms of Ryuryoku quantity, he possessed no experience in controlling it. You bet it is. Apache kicked the ground, accelerating her pace. Learn to fly, damn it. I can't carry you everywhere like a slave. Their predator appeared atop the hill behind them, a colossal snake-like beast with 8 arms and the lower body of a caterpillar. The skeletal mask on its head and the bone-like armor on its shoulders detracted somewhat from its fearsome appearance. The monster seemed right at home amidst the desolate, agony-filled landscape of Hueco Mundo. The Ajuchas leaped down the hill and pursued them with its numerous writhing legs, kicking up a sandstorm in its wake. There is only one fate awaiting you, little dear. Cease your resistance and become a part of a greater Ajuchas like me. Kazuya remained oddly unfazed by the situation, as if his mind refused to acknowledge the massive beast as a threat. He patted Apache's back. Buy me some time. I'll kill him. Chapter 4, Annihilation. For those wondering about MC's appearance, he looks like Merlin from Fate with some muscles. Oh, and the new cover is sexy. Apache could feel the confidence seeping from his voice like a warm, invigorating elixir, expelling the fear and doubts that had been ricocheting in her mind. She found herself unable to question the source of his conviction, as though she had faith in him. A hollow, having faith. She scoffed, a touch of incredulity coloring her thoughts. Trust me. Then, like a gentle breeze, his pleasant whisper caressed her ears, washing away her skepticism. She was akin to a desperate moth, drawn irresistibly towards a blazing inferno. Apache groaned at the ludicrous predicament she found herself in. Her choices had been whittled down to 2, perishing inside a hollow's stomach or placing trust in the men who exuded unwavering confidence in his abilities. Don't let me die. Channeling her Ryuryoku into her legs, a thunderous boom reverberated behind her. Though her sonido skills were unremarkable, the sudden acceleration caught Kazuya off guard. The wind slapped against his face, a sensation that would have sent his old body careening through the air. In his current state, however, the wind felt invigorating, reminiscent of riding his Suzuki. I love this world. Seizing the opportunity, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the energy coursing within him. Controlling Ryuryoku was an innate instinct for every hollow, and he deftly guided the flow of energy with his thoughts. Easier than I thought. Suddenly, Apache's knees buckled as she was subjected to his bone-chilling Ryatsu. Her stumble sent them crashing down, and Kazuya's clothes became even more tattered after tumbling across the ghostly white sand. Picking himself up and dusting off his clothes, he appeared unscathed after the devastating crash. His hollow holes posed no hindrance to his movements, serving solely as ornamental symbols. The sand in Hueco Mundo was peculiar, its grains bonded more tightly than those on a beach, as if an invisible energy held them together. Phew. I'm not a cripple. Meanwhile, awestruck and petrified, Apache gaped at the brilliant blue Ryatsu emanating from Kazuya, her body rendered immobile. The concentration of his Ryatsu surpassed that of an Ajuchas class, hinting at a power beyond. As if. Haha, I didn't think there would be another one with you, laughed the colossal Ajuchas, oblivious to Kazuya's Ryatsu as if his senses had been severely dulled. In truth, the snake-like hollow was teetering on the brink of regression. I'll eat you, first, then savor the female there. Kazuya pivoted toward the ravenous Ajuchas and focused his Ryuryoku into his hand. A dense sphere of azure energy materialized, its very existence warping the air around it. Suddenly, an icy shiver raced down the Ajuchas' spine, electrifying his nerves. His heart hammered wildly as he swiveled around, his eyes wide with panic and dread, desperately seeking an escape from the spine-chilling presence lurking behind him. Zero. At Kazuya's command, the sphere of energy launched forward, expanding into a thick beam of light. The Zero ray obliterated the hollow's mask and head before tearing a gaping hole through the mountain in the distance. Kazuya's first kill left him reeling, but for entirely different reasons. Holy cow, I'm strong. Racial ability, Zero learned. Current master level, basic. The sheer destruction caused by his rudimentary Siro mastery left him in awe. He could barely fathom the might of a fully mastered Siro. Shaking his head, he approached Apache, who remained in a state of shock, understandably so. The ajuchas that had nearly ended her life, he eradicated him with a single Siro attack. As she gazed into his eyes, it seemed as though she was attempting to discern his true intentions. Ha! He was a Vasto Lord Hollow, a being that most, if not all, hollows in Hueco Mundo feared. While not as numerous as Jillians and ordinary hollows, ajuchas could be found throughout Hueco Mundo, particularly in Las Noches. Is he going to eat me? She swallowed hard and unsteadily got to her feet. Being devoured by him seemed more tolerable than meeting her end at the hands of the giant ajuchas, but she refused to go down without a fight. I won't die easily. Oblivious to her self-inflicted dilemma, he jumped onto her and stroked her back. I told you to trust me, and I think I'm a Vasto Lord. No shit. She whispered, suddenly aware of the weight on her back. Huh. What's the meaning of this? Aren't you going to? She stopped herself, not wanting to give him any ideas. What if he doesn't know that hollows become stronger by eating? She found it highly possible, as he wasn't aware of his own power as a Vasto Lord until now. Perhaps he lost his memories during a fight and ended up getting buried where she found him. She could speculate her entire life about his past and still wouldn't find the exact reason for his moments of ignorance. Stop murmuring things. We gotta move. Apache's tail slapped his back in protest, the only act of defiance she could muster in her current position. You can walk and fly. Get off my back. He leaned down and caressed her ears. I'll protect you from hollows. You'll let me ride you. A fair deal, right? Hueco Mundo seemed dreadfully dull without much variation in the environment. He needed her in his life, or he might just succumb to boredom. His soothing voice momentarily left her speechless. Fair deal, my foot. I'm not accepting it because I'm grateful to you for saving me. Her flustered voice contradicted her feigned annoyance. Unable to handle the embarrassment, she strutted along obediently and quickened her pace. Kazuya rolled his eyes. Her behavior strongly resembled that of Atsundara, with the way she masked her gratitude beneath a facade of irritation. To be honest, he found the trait irritating. Seeing people being dishonest with their feelings, hiding their true emotions behind a veil of stubbornness, could be incredibly frustrating at times. Do you want to eat him? He asked. You can if you feel like it. Vasto Lord, like him, didn't need to eat to evolve, and he didn't use enough Riryoku to feel hungry. Not that he was interested in eating a giant blob of unsavory raw flesh. The thought alone repulsed him. My only evolution from here is Arankar. To achieve this, he would have to find a way to remove his mask. He recalled that Apache and her friends hadn't been Vasto Lord when they met Aizen, they had become Arankar with the help of Hogyoku, which proved that the transformation was possible for any hollow. How am I supposed to do it? Just rip off my mask. The mere thought of tearing away his mask filled him with an instinctual, primal fear, akin to the terror a mortal being might feel when faced with the cold embrace of death. Interesting. No wonder Aizen had needed the Hogyoku to blur the line between hollow and Shinigami in order to create Arankar. Overcoming this innate fear would demand an extraordinary amount of willpower and conviction, qualities that not every hollow possessed. Many would falter, either dying in the process or succumbing to their primitive instincts. I'll need more information before trying it. As Kazuya was lost in thought, Apache snuck a furtive glance at the fallen hollow. She swallowed hard, her hunger gnawing at her insides after using up her Riryoku. As an ajuchas, she needed to consume others to maintain her individuality and rank, or else she would regress into her Jillian form, never to rise above Minos Grande again. For many, such a fate was considered worse than death. I won't say thank you because you provided me food, she declared with a huff. Kazuya gently patted her back and offered a warm smile. It's difficult for you to be honest with your words, isn't it? Arg. I'm completely honest. In the midst of his amusing banter, Kazuya felt a sudden, sharp prickling sensation on his back. He slowly turned to look over his shoulder, his eyes narrowing behind his mask as he scanned the horizon. Atop a distant hill, a white figure stood, appearing hazy even to his enhanced vision. However, where his eyes failed him, his knowledge of the Bleach universe came to his aid, helping him identify the mysterious hollow. Tyr Halibel. Chapter 5, Goals. A/N, Trade Offer. I receive top 30 ranking at the end of next week. You receive bonus chapters, depending on rank. Kazuya's eyes narrowed, taking on the intensity of a predator stalking its prey. The wheels in his mind turned with an audible creak as he tried to recall all the details of Bleach. He was having difficulty remembering certain things, but there was one image that stuck in his head, a tanned woman with hair the color of shimmering gold, her seductive curves hugged by a white skin-tight jacket, and her ever-so-composed gaze holding an air of authority. The future numero trace of Espada, Tyr Halibel. She should still be a Vasto Lord like me. Unlike other hollows, Halibel kept most of her humanity in this form. She, who didn't mind sacrificing her life for a fraction, her aspect of death was fittingly sacrifice. Hot, strong, and extremely devoted to her closed ones. Yep, just my type of woman. He never hesitated when it came to women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone after his teacher instead of his fellow students. Was his new race going to stop his vile seductions? Nope. His new race merely elevated his goal. Now he could live without the restraints of conventional morals. He didn't mind meddling with the plot either. The timeline already veered off course as soon as he interacted with this tomboyish tsundere deer serving as his mount. He wasn't going to live in fear because of things beyond his control. After all, he was a... What was that? The word representing something crucial teased the tip of his tongue, only to vanish like a fleeting shadow. He scratched his head, furrowing his brow as he tried to summon the lost thought. It never returned. Halibel also disappeared from the hill while he was confused. Fuck. System, tell me about your functions. An awkward silence answered his inquiry. He asked the same question several times, only to receive a cold shoulder from his system. A system without sentience. Am I in the wrong genre? He sighed and turned his attention to Apache. She quietly nibbled at the hollow, like a delicate mouse picking at a giant wheel of cheese. At her pace, it would take weeks to finish the towering beast. Fortunately, she had her fill in a few minutes, restoring her Riryoku to nearly full. Kazuya patted her back gently and directed her toward Halibel's location. Don't think I'll let you ride me everywhere, Apache grumbled with reluctance, yet still obeyed his command. This is maddening. Listen here, you little deer. You can ride me when you become an Arrancar. Arrancar. Apache shook her head. I don't know what an Arrancar is, but sure. I'll ride you once I become Arrancar. That's a promise then. There was nothing ostensibly alarming about his proposition, yet Apache felt like a mouse that had willingly walked into a mousetrap. The unabashed happiness in his voice sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her to wonder what she had just agreed to. After nearly an hour of searching, he didn't find any trace of Halibel, as if she had retreated into her base after she saw him annihilate the Ajuchas. She may have mistaken him for another bloodthirsty monster. As a lover of peace and a hater of sacrifice, she went out of her way to avoid conflict with him. You know what, Apache? I'm gonna practice flying. It would be a colossal waste not to utilize his wings. He stood on Apache's back and leaped into the air. She howled behind him as he spread his wings like an eagle preparing for flight. His feet brushed the sand before his wings powerfully flapped, thrusting the air downwards. A swirling cloud of white sand enveloped Apache. She coughed a few times before forcefully expelling the sand with her Ryatsu. Damn, get away from me. Kazuya nearly tumbled out of the sky with the sudden shift but managed to stay afloat with nimble flaps of his wings. He felt like he was learning the delicate art of balance all over again. As he practiced, the movement of his wings became more familiar. In just an hour, he was soaring through Hueco Mundo's skies, while Apache gazed up at him with envy. You can't fly. Apache shook her head at his question. I can create footholds under my feet with my Ryatsu. It's not the same as flying, and boy, does it use a lot of Riryoku. The dense concentration of Reishi in Hueco Mundo made it more difficult to create footholds in the air. While any hollow could fly in the world of living due to its low concentration of Reishi, Apache's conservative approach to life ruled out flying because of its expensive energy cost. Creating footholds. Kazuya mumbled, his wings continuing their steady rhythm. He manifested his Ryatsu and focused it beneath his feet, instantly feeling a stable platform materialize. Like this. You improve fast, Apache granted him a rare compliment. I don't find it draining, though. If she had fingers, she would be flipping the middle ones at his face. Kazuya chuckled. With nothing else to do, he began training his racial abilities. As a creature of instincts, he possessed a basic understanding of each one. Mastering his racial abilities was simply a matter of investing time and effort. While frolicking with Apache, he stumbled upon another hollow, which he rapidly dispatched with a powerful Siro. He felt grateful for his reincarnation as a Vasto Lord. Random hollows and Ajuchas posed no threat to him. At present, his most significant concern was the hollow reigning over the land of Las Noches as its king. His arsenal lacked the means to counter that skeleton guy's decay ability. It was wiser not to provoke him. That reminds me of Ulquiorra. Wasn't he a natural Arrancar? He saw some hope in fulfilling the seemingly life-threatening task. Ulquiorra transformed into an Arrancar by accidentally breaking his mask. There were more circumstances at play for sure. Are Espadas a thing yet? He remembered Aizen crafting his own Hogyoku to experiment with hollows and create Arrancars. However, he was clueless about the current state of Espada as an organization. Forget about Espada. I should make some personal goals. Shaking his head, he pondered some personal goals. After all, everyone needed to strive for something to keep life interesting. His objectives were straightforward, such as traveling across Hueco Mundo to find Tyr Halibel, honing his Vasto Lord's power to its limits, and becoming an Arrancar. He also wanted Apache to become an Arrancar, just so he could fuck around with someone. Seducing her would take nearly zero effort. Heaving a sigh, he let his gaze wander. Let's take it slow. One day at a time. He had only just been born. As a hollow, he possessed all the time in the world to experiment with new ideas. It's always night in Hueco Mundo, don't you know? Apache snickered. You silly goose. You can read 15 more chapters at mypat.rayon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 6, Conviction. In Hueco Mundo, the concept of day and night, entertainment, and laws were as absent as cheerful colors in a graveyard, as if its creator sculpted it with a satirical nod to hell. Weary of the desolate ambience, Kazuya sought refuge in a natural cave tucked within a mountain. Ah! He groaned in frustration. Kubo, you bastard. This is so hard. Apache looked at him oddly. Kubo? Who is Kubo? I don't know, he said with a sigh. I'm a little frustrated. Why? I'll tell you later. Let's rest for now. Apache agreed with the sentiment and laid flat on the ground. Her position revealed the see-through hollow hole in her stomach. Discerning the symbolic meaning behind Apache's hollow hole was ridiculously simple. She was fed up with being pursued. Thus, she craved the strength to survive. He oversimplified her present desire, as he had no means of delving into her past life. Good night. Kazuya folded his wings to make them as small as possible and rested his head on Apache, careful to avoid her hollow hole in case it caused her discomfort. Irritated by his wings, he turned to his side. Where do you think you're sleeping? We had a deal, remember? Let's add something else to it. I'll use you as a pillow. You can do the same when you become an Arrancar. In her Arrancar form, she wasn't very tall, while he was nearly 6 feet 3 inches, possibly taller after transforming into a hollow. He could handle her with ease. Fine. Apache huffed and rested her head on the ground. He was the most insolent man she had ever met, not that she had any chance to deeply know anyone beside him. Ignorant guy. Wake me up if anyone tries to attack. Don't fight on your own. And he was also the most considerate one. Kazuya touched his mask, and dread consumed him. He hesitated in tearing off his mask, as a wrong step could spell his death. I'll find some hollows to experiment with, preferably Ajuchas. Apache glanced at him through her peripheral vision. His quiet reflection made her uneasy. You keep mentioning Arrancar this, Arrancar that. What is an Arrancar? A hollow whose essence is closer to a Shinigami. We supposedly get this power from taking off our mask. Are you crazy? Apache retorted. The mask is a part of our soul. Take off the mask and we'll lose the power to control Riryoku. We might even die or reform into a Jillian. Once an Ajuchas regressed, they could never regain their form. They would forever be stuck wandering the Hueco Mundo as a giant, mindless Jillian. No Ajuchas wanted to suffer from such fate, thus driving them to devour other hollows. Kazuya reached out and playfully tugged the unicorn-like horn protruding from her forehead. Have faith in your determination to defy the norms. Well, who am I preaching to, anyway? You'd have been toast if I hadn't stepped up back there. She wanted to say something but hesitated. There is no point. Arrancar or not, we are just biding time. This is Hueco Mundo, damn it. Don't make me say the obvious. They were going to die one day. She had realized the truth after witnessing the cycle of hollows consuming the weaker ones. She wanted to die peacefully, if possible. Kazuya didn't expect his teasing to elicit such a dramatic reaction from her. She was getting emotional over her eventual death. What obvious? That we're just prolonging our doom by surviving. That some hollow will come that we can't defeat and devour us whole. Apache nodded vigorously. We can never be the strongest. You're underestimating the power of a Vasto Lord Arrancar, he rebuked in an intense voice. One more thing. After dying in the world of living, shouldn't we, hollows, make the most out of life here? Are you ready to throw down the towel and let some disgusting worm tear you limb from limb and savor your juicy legs? You will let it happen without retaliating. He had felt weak in his entire life. Never ever was he going to experience the same fate. Gnashing her teeth loudly, she threw a furious glare his way. Hell no. I want to live in peace. Then say it with me. I'll kick every ass in Hueco Mundo and become the strongest Arrancar. Why are you making me say embarrassing things? Say it. His whisper brushed by her ears, making her groan. I'll kick every ass and become the strongest Arrancar. She doubted herself until she said it out aloud. His conviction forced her to believe that she, a hollow who barely held enough Ryatsu to be in a jutsus, could become the strongest Arrancar. She felt refreshed, so much so that she repeated in a cheery voice, "I'll become the strongest Arrancar." Kazuya smiled at her brimming confidence. "We're off to such a fantastic start, young lady." After a dreamless sleep, Kazuya absent-mindedly browsed through the status shown by his system. General information. Name, Kazuya Ishihara. Gender, male. Race, Hollow, Vasto Lord. Ryoryoku level, Great level, Captain class. Alignment, Neutral evil. Affiliation, none. Racial abilities. Zero, Ryoryoku offensive technique. Mastery level, intermediate. Sonido, movement technique. Mastery level, basic. Garganta, limited spatial distortion technique. Mastery level, yet to learn. He had already grasped all the basic Vasto Lord abilities except for Garganta. Garganta was useful for crossing over to the world of living and Siriidii. He left its mastery for later, focusing on enhancing the combat abilities first. The world of living. The faces of his ex-girlfriend and friend surfaced in his mind. He had come from a different universe, otherwise, he wouldn't possess any meta-knowledge of this universe. That much was clear to him. They must have buried me, if Terrorist-san was kind enough to leave my body intact. As much as he missed their presences, he preferred his new life. Sure, it was boring at a glance, but he had the freedom to go anywhere. While cheering himself up like a fool, he spotted an intriguing detail in the system interface. Every row, except his equipment and abilities, had a pencil icon at the end. He tapped the symbol next to the gender out of curiosity. Options available for gender, stat. 1. Male. 2. Female. 3. Futa. The list went on forever, showing absurd names as gender. Helicopter. How is that a gender? Kazuya regretted experimenting on gender stat. At least he discovered one crucial element from this mishap: he could customize his status to some degree. The system referred to itself as character system for this very reason. His eyes wandered to the race icon, which sported the same pencil icon. Will it work? He gulped down his saliva. Every race in Bleach had unique abilities. Shinigami had Zampakuto, which could unlock Shirkai and Bankai stages. Hollow had Zero, Sonido, then Arrancar had their own versions of Zampakuto to release different forms. Quincy with their own set of abilities, like Blood Vene and other busted techniques. Then there were Fullbringers born from extremely rare circumstances. The versatility of every race, he'd love to possess that power. Only one person in the Bleach universe will come to have blood from each major race, Ichigo Kurosaki, the protagonist. The godly hybrid of Shinigami, Quincy, Hollow, and Fullbringer. Even that level of power failed against the almighty Yawatch. It just went to show how terrifying the father of Quincy truly was. With glazed eyes, he reached for the edit button positioned after the race option while bracing for disappointment. Options available for race. Soul. Human. The two options startled him. The second option seemed utterly unnecessary. He didn't want to become powerless again. Can you show things in more detail? Defying his expectations, a long list of options appeared before him. You can read 20 more chapters at mypat.rayon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 7, My Aspect of Death. A/N, currently hovering between the rank 10 and 11. If maintain the top 10 until Sunday reset, I'll publish 3 bonus chapters. Loading, Evolution Database, Function. Soul, the purest form of a being. Current path of evolution, hollows are souls who materialize their inner heart through the corruption of sins. They lose their minds to raw instincts and animalistic desires. They have existed since the primordial times. Soul, base form, base hollow, materialization of inner heart and domination by raw instincts, achieved, Jillian, fusion with souls of similar affinity, achieved, Vajutchas, formation of a new consciousness capable of dominating raw instincts, achieved, Vasto Lord, partial harmony of raw instincts with consciousness, achieved. Potential evolutions in this path, Arrancar. Alternative path of soul evolution, Shinigami souls who manifest their inner heart by external means. Soul, base form, Human, a soul residing in a vessel of Kishi to interact with the world of living. Potential path of human evolution, Quincy. Human, base, achieved, Quincy. Alternate potential path of human evolution, Fullbringer. Asterisk evolution database will be constantly updated with your knowledge. The wealth of information overwhelmed Kazuya. As he sifted through the options, he noticed an asterisk at the end, accompanied by an explanation for the numerous question marks scattered throughout the list. It became clear that the status only reflected what he knew or remembered. Any gaps in his knowledge or memory resulted in the mysterious question marks. When did I achieve a Jutsu's class? The achieved marks whispered the possibility that he began as a humble hollow, with those memories vanishing like a mirage or being cast aside like broken toys when he transformed into a Vasto Lord. They don't matter now. He narrowed his eyes at the tick mark available in front of every potential evolution path. He could regress to a previous evolution and even try out the Quincy path. It was a convoluted approach compared to his desired ability to switch races at will. Well, he wasn't going to complain about a power with plenty of potential down the line. This also implied, I can become a Shinigami. His face beamed with excitement. Most of the Bleach story took place in the Soul Society, and most of the intriguing characters lived there. Compared to the intriguing events of the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo felt stupidly plain. I want to meet Mama Anohana and Yorichi and Rukia. Pushing personal desires aside, he knew remaining a Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo would attract Aizen's predatory gaze. Rather than biding his time, he felt compelled to journey to the Soul Society, where he could enhance his strength by wielding a Zampakuto. He acted passively his whole life, letting others decide his fate. What did he receive in exchange? A life of mental anguish and a lead bullet through his head. Now, he had knowledge of the future, the power to switch races, and a ridiculously useful system. He possessed all the necessary tools to become strong and live on his own terms. How pathetic would it be if he became a doll dancing on Aizen's palm? It won't happen. Fury surged within him at the thought of being manipulated like a pawn. After all, he had no control over his previous life. No freedom to decide his future or even the freedom to leave home outside of curfew hours. He despised such a life with passion. His eyes behind the mask suddenly widened as an epiphany dawned on him. He vied for control all his life. A rebel who always wished to resist his grandfather's control. That control slowly slipped away, and he had to live under oppression. That was his life's biggest regret. Aspect of death realized. Innate ability, aspect of death, oppression unlocked. Laughter erupted from him, as if insanity had taken hold of him. The cave reverberated with his maniacal cackles. Death by oppression. Ah, this is perfect. I love it. Apache wondered if the brutal nature of Hueco Mundo had shattered his sanity in a day. Oh oi, don't lose it. You can fight it. Push down your instincts. He turned to Apache with a feral grin, his terrorizing aura emphasized by his menacingly glowing eyes. What do you mean? I am a perfectly sane human being. Yes, I am. Apache couldn't help but miss his gentle, considerate voice. This rowdy Kazuya sucks. Kazuya didn't step outside the cave for the next several hours. He wasn't looking to achieve hikikomori status in Hueco Mundo. To truly grasp the concept of Arancars, he had to get acquainted with the basics of being a hollow. He opted for closed-door cultivation to hone his Vasto Lord strength and unlock the full potential of his new innate ability. The evolution database provided the basic knowledge, while his own mind filled the gaps. Firstly, hollows weren't the mindless soul eaters the Soul Society portrayed them as. In fact, Bleach showed they were quite different. The more he learned, the more intriguing complexities arose, complicating his intended path. Questions swirled in his mind. Why did a hollow have a mask? Why did they consume others to fill the void in their souls? What was the nature of the void that expanded with their craving for souls? Why did most hollows become more human-like after reaching the Jutsu's class? And most importantly, what exactly was this inner heart that triggered the creation of a hollow? Most importantly, what exactly was the inner heart that triggered a hollow's creation? He had numerous theories, but none could be confirmed. Eventually, he abandoned the pursuit of the inner heart's true purpose and shifted his focus to hollow evolutions. Every evolution after Jillian placed great emphasis on suppressing raw instincts. The raw instincts that turned them into hyenas for souls instead of flesh. Each evolution beyond Jillian emphasized suppressing primal instincts, which had driven them to become ravenous soul seekers. Arancars, for the most part, resembled Shinigami. He closed his eyes, his mind swirling with countless theories. After several minutes of contemplation, he opened his eyes, now gleaming with newfound understanding. He felt like a hermit who had achieved enlightenment. I see. Minos don't eat others to become strong and evolve. The primary goal is strengthening their consciousness, which suppresses their raw instincts. Failure to do so would result in regression to Jillian class. The theory made too much sense to be false or delusional. Then Arancars. His lips curved into a smirk as he realized the true intent of tearing the mask for Arancarization. Aizen was right about separating boundaries between a hollow and Shinigami to create an Arancar. But there was more to the process, otherwise, there wouldn't be natural Arancars like Ulquiorra Cypher and Coyote Stark. Let's test my theory and my new ability. Turning to his drowsy companion, he patted her mask. Come with me. Where are we going? To cause some chaos, my little friend. Let us toy with the destiny of some hapless souls. Apache looked at him as if he had lost his mind. His first day in Hueco Mundo may have broken him. Chapter 8, Oppression. So about the criticism with Kazuya's race-switching ability. He won't be staying hollow only. The whole idea of the story was for a chaotic protagonist to mess around with every faction. He will also invade Wandenreich at some point. But rest assured he will stay hollow a majority of the time since it will be his most powerful form. How would anyone imagine the ability of oppression? The power to overwhelm someone to the point they have no chance to fight back. The power to crush someone under sheer pressure like a bug. The manifestation of Kazuya's aspect of death worked similarly, yet worlds apart from those concepts. It was truly a breathtaking ability. He went out in search of a foe to test its effectiveness. Lo and behold, he found 4 massive hollows hibernating in an underground cave. They were Minos Grande. Unlike Ajuchas and Vasto Lord, a Minos Grande surpassed the height of an average house in Japan. Each cloaked in black, wearing a mask with an extending nose bearing 3 holes. Despite their giant size, they were considered foot soldiers in Las Noches, as they were below Ajuchas in strength and raw power, and were more commonly known as Jillian. All the Jillians screeched as they sensed the intruders. Apache nudged him with her horn. There is no point in fighting her. Let's go. She could take on 3 or 4 Jillians on her own, but their combined Siro would absolutely wreck her. She was also afraid of attracting some stronger hollow by the fight. Kazuya merely smiled and stretched his hand towards the Jillians. Oppress atmospheric air. A blue Ryatsu surrounded the intimidating giant hollows, and the wind howled like a wolf. Atmospheric air was everywhere, just like Reishi in Hueco Mundo. In a wide open world, the air alone weighed over hundreds of thousands of pounds. Typically, the internal body pressure cancelled the atmospheric air while body tissues absorbed the rest of the net force. The oppression overturned that perfect balance in favor of pure destruction. A Jillian's body structure was incomparably more resilient than human, but could it survive nearly a ton of pressure from all sides? The answer revealed itself in the form of cracking bones. Flesh ruptured and blood spurted. In an expected turn of events, the 4 Jillians, towering over 4 stories, crumbled in balls of grotesque flesh. Amazing. The sheer force of his innate ability left him astonished. Aspect of death, oppression crushes all by infallible authority. With the power of oppression, you can heighten any aspect of a physical body, be it your surroundings or a part of your enemy's body. Ryuryoku's consumption will be increased depending on the resistance faced and your comprehension of the aspect. A fitting ability for the man who always lived under the constant oppression of his grandfather, albeit a mental one. He could amplify one aspect of his surroundings as long as it existed physically. He could technically raise anyone's heartbeat and destroy their heart. An instant death that would require immense Ryuryoku varying from individual to individual. The ability, however, wasn't perfect. Its energy consumption was its biggest drawback, followed by its conditions. Just one use against Jillians drained his Ryuryoku by nearly a quarter. The efficiency would be even worse if he tried to control stronger hollows. The ability wouldn't work if his opponent repelled his Ryatsu with a greater concentration of Ryuryoku. I need to expand my knowledge if I want to fully harness this ability. He regretted skipping physics classes and having some juicy time with his math professor, who happened to be his girlfriend. Apache stared at Jillians in horror, an icy shiver clinging to her spine. The incomprehensible power left her in awe and terror. The random hollow she found was a terrifying slaughter machine. What did you do? Apache whispered, shock refusing to leave her face. Is this the true ability of a Vasto Lord? He tilted his head and smiled innocently. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. And no, not every Vasto Lord should have something so terrifying. You little rascal. Apache never wanted to skewer someone with her horns until now. His innocent ridicule truly pissed her off. I will, she paused, her eyes darting toward the distant hills, a primal terror overtaking her. Kazuya chuckled. You sensed it too? Apache slowly nodded at his question. My senses are vastly superior to other Ajuchas. Her senses may have developed from her cowardly way of life, but she took pride in her achievement. Survival in Hueco Mundo depended on several things. Faster, stronger, and smarter, she had 2 things better than her counterparts. Commendable. The youth, who only thought about his self-interests, grinned ear to ear. They came at the right time. Apache, why don't you hide in some corner and let me deal with them? The newcomers didn't bother hiding their Ryatsu, which surpassed Apache's Ryatsu by a small margin. Apache didn't obey his order, standing rooted to her position. The hell do you think you're talking to? I'm not some weenie coward. Watch my Siro rip them to shreds. Her Ryuryoku fully recovered after eating the hollow, she could destroy weaker hollows with her Zero Rays, even if she was no match for a male Ajuchas. You are finally showing some backbone, Kazuya whispered and gently rubbed her hollow mask. I love it when you show such determination. Grrrr, don't treat me like a pet. The enemies showed up soon. A humanoid lizard-like hollow standing over 2 meters, a gargantuan monkey-like hollow with a white mask, and another one in the form of a giant crow towering over his companions. 3 Ajuchas with hostile intentions appeared before him. It was only natural for him to treat them like dolls in a dollhouse. A white puny goat and a deer, the monkey said in a sharp voice. They match the image of 2 hollows killing my subordinates around this place. Let's crush them and go back to Lord Baragan. The crow nodded at the words of his fellow indirect subordinates of the undisputed king of Hueco Mundo. They had let out their hollow subordinates to evolve in the wild, only to be killed by newcomers. A pay-size response, a crispy beam of Zero Ray that scorched the monkey's fur around his chest, leaving a bloody mess. You pathetic monkey, I am a reindeer. Kazuya also has wings. He is no goat. Open your damn eyes before spitting bullshit. Goddamn. Kazuya beamed a smile at the furious hollows while patting Apache's head. That's not a friendly way to approach our guests, now is that? Hey you 3, why don't we sit down in my cave and chat about your life troubles? I'm an A-grade listener. A professional therapist. The heck are you saying? Apache retorted. They are mad now. You dare to mock me, a retainer of Lord Baragan's court. You will pay for this. Death to the sinner. The hollows roared with rage and charged at him. He vanished in a blink of an eye, leaving a sonic boom. He reappeared moments later several meters away with his Sonido technique. He left the hollows in the dust with his speed. No need to be so mad. Geez. He raised his hand from Apache's head and released the full pressure of his Vasto Lorde-Class Ryatsu. You guys should die, but that's not what I want. You'll be part of something great. Be happy that you died for a great cause. The hollows felt as if the sky collapsed as their very souls shivered in terror. His Ryatsu was ripping their souls. A Vasto Lord. Curse our luck. What is a Vasto Lord doing here? Fuck. The realization came far too late, their deaths were written in stone the moment they approached him with malicious intent. Apache, who was behind Kazuya, merely felt a fraction of his oppressive Ryatsu. Even that left her shaken to her core. Vasto Lord are crazy strong. How great would it be to have such power? She could say goodbye to her run and hide life and live the way Kazuya mentioned without fearing the inevitable end. A desire not so different from envy flooded her chest. Alas, she was one of those Ajuchas class who barely received any strength increase even after consuming an Ajuchas class hollow. To put it simply, she lacked the potential to become a Vasto Lord. Backing down on a promise irked her. She gritted her teeth. Screw Vasto Lord. I'm becoming the strongest Arankar. Her quest to reach new heights had just started. You can read 20 more chapters at mypat.rayon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 9, Nightmares. A/N, the character pics will be in paragraph comments. Sometime earlier. A gray snake with a white underbelly slithered across the white dunes of Hueco Mundo. The 3 pink dots on either side of her head and the 3 pearls hanging from her white oyster-like mask all but confirmed her gender. Walking by this snake was a fierce lioness with pieces of white armor on her 4 legs. What set this lioness apart was a golden mask and a golden mane extending beyond it. Both Ajuchas females followed the lead of a golden-haired woman relatively small compared to her companions. A light blue layer of skin-tight suit covered her from neck to bottom, nearly merging with her healthy olive skin. A white, bone-like armor covered most of her body, with gills on her limbs and ribs. Sharp protrusions rose from her shoulders like pauldrons to an armor. A long tail extended from the back of her head, the tail had a shark-like fin in the middle and 2 joint fins at its end. A giant white broadsword, like an elongated shark fang, was fused with her arm. She was a powerful Vasto Lord. Era, Mila Rose, walk in front of us. We might lose sight of you in this darkness. Gah, this snake bitch. Why is she so damn tall? The snake and the lioness yelled at each other. The snake reared up, her white scales shimmering in the dark, and hissed a warning. The lioness crouched low, eyes blazing, and roared her challenge. They faced each other like they were arch-rivals. Halibel shook her head. Sitting in a cave wasn't the most exciting thing in the world, so Halibel and her 2 comrades went for strolls in the white ashes desert enveloping Hueco Mundo. Sometimes she stumbled upon ruins from the ancient era inhabited by hollows. Sometimes she found empty chambers. Sometimes she met people they could trust. The sense of a discovery on the horizon kept Halibel pushing every day. Today too, they came out for a stroll, but her companions wouldn't stop fighting. Cyan Sung Sun, the snake hollow, turned to her leader. Halibel had a habit of calmly observing the situation and then speaking her mind. Halibel's sudden grim look spoke of hidden dangers. Halibel-sama. Hearing Sung-sun's serious voice, Francesca Mila Rose lowered her growl. Ha! Halibel-sama, what is the matter? I sense a strong Ryatsu. Halibel stopped in her path and blocked her comrades with her sword-like arm. Her golden brows knitted in a concerned frown. A battle, perhaps. It doesn't concern us, said the lioness. Leave it be, no. Mila Rose's tone embodied her matter-of-course indifference to other lives. Halibel had brought her and Sung-sun together to protect each other from other hollows, even if Halibel did most of the heavy work. Intervening in others' battles didn't sit well with Mila Rose. We'll observe from a distance, Halibel addressed Mila Rose. Follow me. The cool and composed Vasto Lord made a quick decision and sprinted ahead without her comrade's response. Sung-sun hissed. Halibel-sama has more compassion for lives than both of us. It's about time we accept it. Halibel always forgave the hollows who tried to attack them, even admitting that she despised killing. She still killed the most pesky one every once in a while to let Sung-sun and Mila Rose maintain their current Ajuch's status. But she didn't help them devour hollows to evolve further. Sung-sun and Mila Rose respected Halibel since she had the power to act on her whims. She had the power to roam Hueco Mundo with confidence. Well, except for King Baragan's court. Mila Rose scratched the ground with her paw and leaped a great distance. Don't talk to me like I'm ignorant. I know Halibel-sama's contempt for sacrificing others. But you are impulsive, like a child. Sung-sun giggled. Halibel-sama, wait for us. I'll kill ya, bitch. A fierce lioness chased a snake through the white desert. Halibel soon found the source of the extremely thick Ryatsu, a hollow, roughly the same height as hers, facing a giant Ajuch's. His Ryatsu was stronger than her, not by much. Still it was rare for her to meet a strong hollow outside the boundaries of Las Noches. Halibel glanced at her frozen comrades, who were gripped by primal fear. They showed a similar reaction when she saved them from hollows trying to devour her. Another vast lord. He was the second Vasto Lord Halibel encountered in Hueco Mundo, the first being the ever-so-annoying ruler of Hueco Mundo when she became a Vasto Lord a few years ago. He was considerably stronger, which remained true even today. Halibel-sama. Sung-sun paused with a gulp, the hollow's Ryatsu making her shiver despite their great distance. We should go before he notices us. Mila Rose shook her head and stomped the ground. Arg, another man. He is gonna come after us. Let's ambush him while he is fighting the other hollow. Mila Rose regained her violent bearing once she dealt with her fears. Her suggestion contrasted Sung-sun's peaceful approach. Era. Sung-sun hissed. That hollow has long hair and their face is concealed by a mask. How do you know their gender? Mila Rose stopped momentarily, then scratched her head with her paw. I don't know. I just had a feeling. Gah, look at his figure. If that's not a man, I don't know who is. Sung-sun blinked her eyes. Mila Rose might be onto something, as a hollow's instincts were like a beast. Halibel-sama, I'd advise against engaging in a fight. We might draw more enemies to us. She took on a composed and serious demeanor, contrary to her playful interactions with Mila Rose. Halibel nodded and continued observing the battle. She wasn't at all surprised when the unknown Vasto Lord one-shot the Ajuch's with a Zero Ray. What? He killed an Ajuch's in one attack. Mila Rose, however, didn't take his prowess lightly. She had seen Halibel cut down Ajuch's like nothing. Fighting another hollow on the same level as Halibel gave her quite the fright. I told you, Mila Rose, Sung-sun whispered. We can't fight him willy-nilly. Let us leave before he senses us. Sung-sun nudged Mila Rose's mane with her head before slithering away. Mila Rose listened to Sung-sun's request this time and followed after her. Meanwhile, Halibel watched Kazuya stretch his hand to his companion. Halibel had a few encounters with Apache, but Halibel never contacted her. From Halibel's distant observations, Apache minded her own business and never went out of her way to attack others. This led to Halibel marking Apache as a friend of sorts. I'm relieved she found someone reliable. Halibel gave another glance at Kazuya, who had his back turned against her, showing off his wings. Being Apache's companion meant he wasn't like other hollows in Hueco Mundo, devouring others wasn't his goal. Besides, devouring other souls wasn't optimal at their current level, as Gillen's souls provided little to no improvements to their strength. Sharpening their innate abilities and gathering comrades was more than enough to survive in Hueco Mundo. She craved more strength, but she never wanted it at the cost of other hollows. The male Vasto Lord suddenly turned in her direction. Despite their distance, she could feel his eyes inspecting her from top to bottom. Halibel retracted her gaze from eyes with bottomless depths and shook her head. There is no point in staying here. XXX. Hollows didn't dream. Their mind merely cycled through the memories of their soul, their most dominant soul, to be precise. The fabricated phantasms could also be called an artificial dream. In her false dreams, Halibel regularly bore witness to a blurry white room where metal screeched and sparked, blinding lights flickering everywhere. Figures with white heads incited panic in their hypnotizing whispers. Then an innocent cry rumbled through, shattering the reality itself until a void remained. Waves and waves of an infant's sobs chipped away at Halibel's soul, carving out her innards and crushing her heart. A pair of white eyes welled up with moisture and oozed a trail of crimson tears until the chilling red painted her vision. Halibel could instinctively feel the suffering behind each tear. Halibel opened her eyes on a slope, with her hand on her left knee and her right knee folded. She showed no signs of discomfort, as though she forgot every experience inside her false dream. That was precisely the case. Her oozing sympathy and regret had receded back into her soul after she woke up. She could never truly recall the experience of her past life, the experience she once had as a mother. Halibel suddenly raised her head. Shrill screams echoed through the dreadful vistas of Hueco Mundo. It echoed as though it came from far away, bouncing off of the nearby hills. Grains of ash-white sands moved in waves as Mila rose and Sung Sun woke up from their brief slumber. "Sung bitch, did you hear that?" "Era, don't be vulgar." "And yes, I did. Someone probably ticked off a pack of Minos Grande. Could it be that male hollow?" Mila Rose's mind immediately went to the terrifying hollow they encountered. Should we leave? Why would he disturb Minos Grande? The world doesn't revolve around him. Sung Sun squinted her eyes. Why do you keep bringing him up? Did you, by any chance, get a crush on him? Mila Rose was always a worshipper of strength, her past playing a big role to make her envy the strong. It wouldn't be far-fetched to think Mila Rose would get feelings for a much stronger hollow. Stop talking gibberish. Mila Rose turned her head with a harumph. I just thought he would be linked to this incident. He seemed like the troublesome type. You certainly know him more than us. Halibel closed her eyes. Her companions hearing the hulls revealed a glaring detail, the conflict was closer this time around. She also sensed Apache's Ryatsu flaring up alongside her winged companion's Ryatsu. They can take care of each other. She ignored the hulls and hung her head for another session of light sleep, as if her subconscious yearned to relive the nightmare again and again. XXX. Just a few minutes later, Halibel got up with a jolt. A spine-chilling wail reverberated as an intense Ryatsu declared its position, rising with each moment. The pressure was so thick it nearly choked her Ajucha's comrades. Then the pressure disappeared entirely, leaving her party in a state of confusion. Halibel glanced at her friends. Head back to the base. I'll go check it out. Before Sung Sun and Mila said a word, Halibel leaped into the air and dashed. A boom resounded as Halibel reappeared several feet away. A series of successive sonic bursts rumbled as she made a quick dash for the origin of excruciating howls. Another shriek came and died before she reached her destination. What she saw left her petrified. A giant bird-like hollow screeched as he tried to cover his face with his wings. Dark Ryatsu overflowed from his entire being and pushed the ash sand around him. His Ryatsu surpassed the limits of an Ajucha's, faintly touching upon the realm of Vasto Lord. His Ryatsu rampaged more before slowly receding into his soul. Vasto Lord. Ajucha's. Jillian. His Ryatsu sank rapidly then disappeared entirely. The hollow collapsed to his knees and a gust of wind scattered his husk of a body into ashes. A/N, since most of their backstories are unknown, I have taken the liberty to change some things. One of them is Halibel being a mother who died during childbirth, essentially going through childbirth despite knowing the risks to her own life. The story meshes too well with her aspect of death sacrifice and her hollow hole positioned in her womb. You can read 20 more chapters at mypat.rayon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 10, A Proposal. Bonus Chapter 1 of 3. Kazuya's experiment unfolded as anticipated. The three Ajucha's transformation into Arrancar culminated in disaster and their demise, a disheartening yet logical outcome. Expecting unnamed NPCs to subdue their primal instincts and then seal them into a weapon was just begging for disappointment. What he hadn't foreseen was Halibel's arrival, her attention piqued by the explosive surge in Ryatsu. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed by her current formidable appearance. A Vasto Lord. Her Ryatsu is weaker than me. It seemed she had achieved her Vasto Lord rank not long ago. Otherwise, her Ryatsu would surpass his by a big margin. Putting on his most charming grin, he threw out a friendly wave. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Pardon me for disturbing your rest. In the presence of a withering hollow, his formal greeting looked sinister. His melodious voice, like a choir of angelic bells, didn't help his case either. His presence screamed red flags, but Halibel, caught in Ajucha's deaths, failed to recognize any. What happened to these hollows? They attacked us out of nowhere. When they couldn't beat me, they started tearing their masks. He rubbed the back of his head with a feigned, helpless smile. The rest is history. Why would a hollow tear their mask? Halibel wasn't swayed by his sweet voice and posed a valid question. She turned to Apache, who seemed on edge. Is that what happened? Her distrust in Kazuya and trust in Apache couldn't be more obvious. She'd rather believe Apache, whom she had observed for some time, than believing a complete stranger. Faced with Halibel's question, Apache found herself stuck between a rock and a hard place. Kazuya lied to Halibel without so much of a flinch, as he was responsible for cracking the 3 Ajuchas masks with his fists. He did it without a change in his expression, as if all the pleading those Ajuchas meant nothing to him. He was ruthless and vicious like a devil, resembling the hollows who wanted to devour her. Her first impression of him couldn't have been farther from his true face. She also understood the essence of his experiments, using others like a fodder to test the success of Arancarization. Are you willing to do anything for power? Stealing a glance at him, she noticed his neutral lips but gleaming eyes, urging her to act. He wanted her to take a stance, either lie for him or betray him and side with Halibel. The decision might dictate her life from here on out. This jerk. She gritted her teeth, frustrated at his obvious attempt to back her into a corner. Yes. They lost their minds to find a Vasto Lord nearly as powerful as their master, King Baragan. Reading Halibel's intention was much easier than predicting the intricate schemes brewing inside behind his sinister mind. In spite of it all, she refused to betray him. He had saved her life and helped her in recovering her Ryoryoku. While she wouldn't say it out loud, the past day had been the most fun she had in her lonely life. Getting Apache's confirmation, Halibel didn't push the matter any further and regarded Kazuya with a composed gaze. King Baragan sees all Vasto Lord as a threat to his authority. He will come after us, eventually to recruit us into his Espada ranks. You two should keep moving, stay away from Baragan's lackeys. Baragan saw all of Hueco Mundo as his playground, everyone a piece for him to use and discard. The Espada under him was just more tools to do his bidding. Halibel, on the other hand, loathed the very thought of sacrificing anyone. Two powerful people with contrasting beliefs were bound to clash, even if she harbored no intentions of challenging his authority. Why should we trust your words? Apache questioned Halibel's goodwill with sharp eyes. Fuck this King Baragan. Kazuya will slap his head off. Cough. Cough. Kazuya tried not to laugh but ended up coughing. He cleared his throat and rubbed her head. Excuse me, Apache. I'm a day-old Vasto Lord and King Baragan has been in power for centuries. His army alone can drown me in their spit. By me, I mean us. We live and die together now, Apache. Apache's eyes widened at the thought of an army of Jillian, Ajuchas, and Vasto Lords. Her vivid imagination set her head spinning. You're right. You're so hot-headed. The quote, think before act, is to teach impulsive hollows like you. He sighed and smiled at Halibel. King Baragan will blame me for his subordinates' deaths. I don't think I can fight him and his loonies by my lonesome. What should I do? How do I protect Apache now? His aspect of death simply wasn't efficient enough to fight Baragan at this stage. Besides, he needed an excuse to invade Halibel's group and slowly bring them to his side. Did he actually take King Baragan as a threat, though? Absolutely not. He always had the option of jumping to the living world and changing his race to human or going to soul society as a normal soul and hiding among weak souls like a little bitch. The vast amount of choices didn't leave threats in Hueco Mundo. Except for Aizen, who was fated to take over Hueco Mundo. Fuck Aizen. Apache's throat produced a low, guttural growl reminiscent of an agitated canine. This manipulative bastard. He is acting helpless now. Halibel's aqua-green eyes widened ever so slightly, her gaze fixated on Kazuya. A kaleidoscope of emotions danced within her eyes, each one fleeting and impossible to decipher. She hesitated, then inquired in a soft voice, did you say you're 1 day old? Kazuya was momentarily perplexed by Halibel's unexpected question. He glanced at Apache for reassurance before refocusing on Halibel. I am. You can ask Apache. Apache nodded in his support, confirming his lifespan. I found him half buried like a day ago. He didn't even know how to control his Ryatsu or that he is a freaking Vasto Lord. As Apache confirmed Kazuya's statement, Halibel's eyes took on a soft glow. You can come with me. His hand flew to cover his gaping jaw. Halibel's open offer dictated two choices, agree or disagree. Yet the spark of hope in her eyes desperately pleaded for him to agree. Even the always calm Kazuya felt a shiver. Halibel's behavior wasn't natural, not by a long shot. She looked way too eager to invite him as if it wasn't their first time meeting. Something was extremely wrong, an unease gnawed at his mind. Yet he couldn't point out the reason for this feeling. She changed after I said I'm 1 day old. That's extremely sus. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and smiled. The more the merrier, they say. Us weak ones gotta stick together. Apache nearly choked on his ridiculous claim. You and weak, Tui. If you're weak, then everyone in Hueco Mundo is an ant. Little Apache learned to be sarcastic. What a terrifying development. All thanks to you, rascal. All thanks to you. He chuckled and saw Halibel staring at him. I am Kazuya, by the way. This is Apache. What about you? Dear Halibel. That's a unique name if I ever saw one. Mind if I call you Halibel? Halibel shook her head. Follow me. Kazuya and Apache followed Halibel to her base, their footsteps silent like shadows on the moonlit ground. As expected, two Ajuchas were sitting in the cave, staring at him. The snake's slitted eyes flickered with curiosity and amusement, while the lioness growled, openly expressing her hostility. Her reaction was as if Kazuya was the malevolent being that killed her loved ones. Cyan Sung-sun giggled. Oh no, Halibel-sama brought a man home. That's all you have to say. Mila Rose roared at her friend for being too nonchalant. They recently alluded to Kazuya being a bad guy who would attack them on sight. Now he and his companion stood before them as Halibel's guests. Why aren't you asking anything about him? The snake ignored Mila Rose's yells and waved her tail at Kazuya and Apache. Hello there, newcomers. Apache pointed at Sung-sun then Mila Rose with her feet. Hey, it's Halibel's full squad. I'm Apache. Sung-sun's tongue darted out of her mouth for a fleeting second. I'm Cyan Sung-sun. This ill-tempered puppy is Francesca Mila Rose. They got first and last names. Apache whispered to Kazuya. We're the only ones without it. Sorry, it's just you. Kazuya smiled at Sung-sun. I'm Kazuya Ishihara. Sung-sun nodded, eyes crinkling as though she was pleased. Your voice is soothing. You'll be an excellent singer or storyteller. I don't have memories to derive any story from, he said with a sigh, fully taking the role of an adolescent. He could feel an oppressive air settling in the cave, so he laughed. I have a few amusing tales about Apache. Would you be interested? I'd love to hear them. Don't sell me out. Apache cut in with a fiery retort. Wait, I don't have any embarrassing moments. Do I? He crossed his arms and grinned. You just made one. Sung-sun laughed. You fell for it. Halibel watched over the three with a stern look. Kazuya and Apache meshed well with Sung-sun. Then again, Sung-sun was cunning enough to act friendly to anyone regardless of their personality. Meanwhile, Mila Rose blinked her eyes as the rest of the party interacted like they were old acquaintances. The new members adapted to their group like they belonged there, while she felt like a complete outcast as if she was a fish out of water. She despised this feeling. Kazuya glanced at Mila Rose, clearly understanding the reason for her silence. He disturbed their group dynamic with his presence. If I make you anxious, should I leave? Mila Rose stared at him in barely concealed surprise. The one who hadn't forgotten her was also the source of her chaotic emotions. His polite apology certainly caught her by surprise, its effect further enhanced by his soft voice. Mila Rose released a tame roar before looking away. I'm not berating Halibel-sama's decision. She won't do anything that will harm us. Kazuya responded with a nod and a soft smile. Mila Rose seemed like another Tsundere Hollow, but with more ferocity than Apache. I legit forgot she existed, Sung-sun whispered. Geez, Mila Rose. Be more refined. Let's start with a simple introduction. Introduction. Mila Rose stuttered for a second and sat down like an obedient puppy. I'm Francesca Mila Rose. My hobbies are tearing hollows and kicking heads around. I also like sharpening my claws. Her introduction left everyone speechless. Mila Rose's gaze drifted from face to face as she wondered about the effectiveness of her introduction. He clapped with an innocent smile, breaking the silence. That was wonderful. You can read 20 more chapters at mypat.rayon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 11, Training. Bonus Chapter 2/3. Gonna post the last one tomorrow. Kazuya spent some time chatting with his party. Halibel then motioned for them to follow her. They soon stepped out of the cramped cave, which had been narrow to fit everyone without it feeling cramped. He preferred it this way as it also helped Mila Rose and Sung-sun slowly become used to his and Apache's presence. Halibel turned around to leave. I'll inform you when we leave. Until then. He reached out and grabbed her hand. I have a request. Can you help me with my training? Training? Halibel readily asked. What type of training? What skills do I need in Hueco Mundo? Halibel's eyes turned soft. Fight, right now. I'll ask you later. He had to address Apache's concerns first. As soon as Halibel left, Apache glared at him for obvious reasons. He had put her into a dilemma and made her lie. Now was the time to reward her. You forced, gah. Apache nearly choked when Kazuya hugged her neck, squeezing the deer for her dear life. Thanks for having my back. Not expecting words of gratitude, Apache stood there like an idiot until he drew back from her. Did you rip their masks to transform them into Arankar? I did, and the results were just as I expected. Also, don't feel bad for them. They came to kill us, remember? All three hollows ended up burning their souls, temporarily showing Ryatsu of Vasto Lorde-Class. He had a sudden idea. The unnamed NPCs couldn't endure the demanding process of Arankarization, but Apache was a different breed. She was a named character with her own role to play in the massive war caused by Aizen. The chances of Apache succeeding were enormous. Apache shivered as his intent locked on her. What are you thinking now? I feel hungry. Can I grill your leg? No. He decided to ditch the risky idea. The 1% chance of Apache dying or being inflicted with amnesia like Neliel was simply unacceptable. I'm getting way too obsessed with this Arankar shit. He shook his head and decided to relax for the day. Sometime later, Kazuya strolled across the rocky terrain of Hueco Mundo until he came face to face with Halibel. On the cliff in the distance were Mila Rose, Sung Sun, and Apache, their shadows falling long and dark in the twilight sky. All three Ajuchas watched, fascinated, as the two Vasto Lords silently sized each other up. Halibel made eye contact with him. Before we start, let me ask you something. Why do you want to become strong? Why do you want to fight? Everyone needed a reason to seek strength, whether it was for survival, a sense of accomplishment, or simply to tyrannize the weak. Halibel was determined to have strength for a meaningful purpose, to avoid meaningless fights. She wanted to become strong in body and spirit, gaining her control over her own animalistic desires. She had another dream, one that couldn't be fulfilled in the near future. Kazuya smiled at her question. For my survival and to protect Apache. That's all I have on my mind right now. He wasn't obsessed with fighting, neither did he need to become powerful to kill mindlessly. His only wish was a life free from control. This training was a necessary step in assuring his freedom and survival. Halibel gave him a cursory nod, finding his reason appropriate for a hollow of his age. I'll test you first. I'll perform really bad. He gave an elegant bow, showing manners rooted in him by his grandfather. Please take care of me. He never got into any brawl. His closest experience to a fight was during the self-defense lessons. This would be his first rodeo. Saying he wasn't a little nervous would be a lie. It's fine. Halibel gave a single, sharp nod and her powerful Ryatsu shot out, wrapping around him with an invisible grip. It was sharper than a blade, giving him a sense of danger. In an instant she was gone, replaced by a silver flash and the distant hum of her sonido. Then she was in front of him, her sword arm howling through the air. His skin broke out in cold sweat and his heart raced in his chest. In a split second, he shifted his body weight and used the technique of sonido. His body disappeared with a loud swoosh followed by a giant cloud of sand as her sword missed its mark and slammed into the ground, sending sand cascading outward in concentric circles. The attack could have sliced him in half, the realization made him gulp. This isn't training, Halibel. You're straight up trying to kill me. It will only scratch your thick bones, Halibel said in a neutral tone. Physical injuries without Ryatsu heal faster in Hueco Mundo's rich reishi. He glanced at the aftermath of her attack. Yeah, right. I totally believe you. Can we do it without inflicting injuries? He wasn't ready to test his regeneration skill so soon. Especially not by getting his body crushed by her sword. Halibel shook her head. You have to teach your body, or else, it'll not be ready when the moment comes. While the fear of death was necessary to push him to his limits, the fear could work against him in dangerous situations. He might abandon those he wished to protect. Halibel-sama, he is inexperienced. Sung Sun shouted. You should start with basic things like when to defend and when to attack. Sung Sun gave Halibel directions to help Kazuya with Halibel's inflexible demeanor. A Vasto Lord who can't fight properly. It's quite an adorable sight. Even I can knock him out, Mila Rose spoke but no one paid her any attention. Fuckers. Ha 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 ha. Apache wasn't so considerate. Throwing her head around, she let out a carefree giggle. His face is so hilarious. Her laughter was loud enough to reach him, prompting him to glare at her in return. I'll take care of her later. And no, I was kidding. Apache shivered and settled down. Sung Sun and Mila Rose chuckled at her timid response. Halibel frowned. Gaining experience through battles is the best training for you. Kazuya knew the importance of her advice. He could brute force weaker hollows with his Ryatsu only, The same method wouldn't work with another Vasto Lord or stronger opponents. A novice like him needed to invest both time and effort to get better. If he lost against another Vasto Lord, it would be due to his lacking skills. Skill issue, fuck. He clapped his cheeks and clenched his fists. No pain, no gain. Come. Let's start. Halibel pounced at him without hesitation. The sound of rending air reached his ears, her sword arm once again came crashing down on him. She was fast, but he was also a Vasto Lord, both in body and senses. Stepping to the side of her attack, he saw her vulnerable after her wide attack. Found an opening. He raised his leg to kick her undefended side. Goosebumps suddenly crawled on his skin, signaling danger. Another strike was coming. A frontal kick to his midsection at tremendous speed. Half. He leaped in the air without another thought. Swish. Halibel's kick rent the air, he dodged a fatal kick to his chest and landed on a boulder. Pure adrenaline pumped through him, a surge of energy rolling through him in waves. The training had barely started, but he was feeling its rush. Halibel reached him instantaneously with Sonido and swung her arm with brute force. He barely ducked to dodge. Yet, her arm changed its course and took his knees out from under him. Next thing he knew, he was kissing the ashen sand. Keep your eyes open and sharp, Halibel said calmly as she kneeled before him and ruffled his hair. Don't expect your enemy to fight with honor, the survivor is the winner. It's the unwritten law of Hueco Mundo. Kazuya pushed himself up and spat the sand out. Despite the ridiculous impact, the pain was non-existent. He looked up at Halibel. Her soft gaze lacked any arrogance or negative emotions, for that matter. She looked like a teacher fully committed to coaching him to the very end. No, he felt like her gaze was more akin to a mother teaching a newborn. She radiated that type of aura. You're gonna drive me nuts. Halibel almost felt compelled to leave him alone and happy. She firmly shook her head, resisting her impulses. I can't stop. I lack the strength to protect him from Baragan. We both have to grow. Clenching her fists, she told him to have a brief rest before continuing the training. She didn't use lethal force afterwards, and he could mostly keep up with her flurry of attacks. He continued trading blows with her, adapting his body to her movements and expanding his combat knowledge. You can read 20 more chapters at mypat.rayon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 12, Changes. Bonus Chapter 3/3. Huge shout out to everyone who got the FIC to top 11. I will go back to posting like 4 to 5 chapters a week from now. No need to kill myself in my basement while writing. 3. The open court of Las Noches was under the roof as its ruler had claimed all the land under Hueco Mundo's sky as his domain. To earn his title, he had bested every Vasto Lord of his era. Those who sought to defeat him died, and those who feared him became his war assets, namely the Espada. He currently sat upon his throne with a regal air, draped in an ethereal, navy blue robe. A crown of gold adorned his skull head. He was a hollow very reminiscent of a lich, the pinnacle of undead as known by many. His throne was upon a pedestal, and his follower subjects kneeled on either side of the red carpet. Everyone in his court belonged to the Ajuch's tier or above. The hollow lady serving him drinks from behind was a Vasto Lord. A powerful Vasto Lord who chose to submit her entire being to him once he beat her. King Baragan, the God King of Hueco Mundo, the ruler of Las Noches. He was no mere hollow. Achieving the realm of Vasto Lord and then breaking his mask, he had become the most fearsome being within Hueco Mundo. Bearing the aspect of death, senescence, he could decay and age any life around him at will. He lacked nothing in Hueco Mundo. He had everything. Nothing in Hueco Mundo interested him anymore. The monotony of such a life left him bored enough that he pondered over dividing his army into 2 factions and starting a war between them. It was at that moment a muscular Ajuchas ran up the red carpet. My lord, 2 wandering Vasto Lord are killing our comrades. 2 Vasto Lord, whispered Baragan before holding out a hand. Summon them to the court. Wait, send Espada to fetch them. Baragab Luzenbaron considered every Vasto Lord beneath him except for the primordial hollow. But 2 Vasto Lord would prove to be a headache for his subordinates. Thus, he sent troops from the strongest army under him. The army that rarely got chance to show their strength. The Espada. Yes, my lord. It shall be done. Keeping track of time was impossible in Hueco Mundo. Kazuya felt like it had been a month since he became a hollow. In that unknown period of time, quite a few changes happened. Most noticeable one was in the hollows of his party, mainly Apache, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun. Their Riryoku level steadily grew. Apache's growth was the most impressive of them all. Her Ryatsu had become thicker and denser, reaching the levels of the first Ajuchas Kazuya killed. All thanks to his generosity to provide her with a steady stream of jillions and occasionally ajuchas. His innate ability, Crumbling Heart, could also be held responsible for their growth. The second change was in Kazuya himself. Day by day, his mind and muscles became more attuned to battles. Halibel also gave immense help with honing his natural abilities. With every battle fought, he became an increasingly tougher opponent for Halibel. She also grew stronger after sparring with someone who could go toe-to-toe with her. She could go all out against him, letting her experiment with new techniques and styles. It was a win-win situation for both of them. Last one was a lack of response from Baragan after he killed 3 ajuchas in Baragan's service. He was even ready for a visit from Baragan himself, yet nothing of sorts happened. It made him question if Aizen already transformed Baragan into an Arrancar with the Hogyoku. In a conundrum, he sought counsel from the wisest of his companions, Sung-sun. He asked solemnly while she studied him with her beady eyes. Then suddenly, she threw her head back and released a cheery laugh. The earrings dangling from her ears swayed in rhythm with her joyous outburst. You're naive to think King Baragan can wipe every one of his subordinates' asses. I overestimated him, huh? He overrated the structure within the current Las Noches. Baragan never left his court, and his most loyal subordinates rarely left his side. Naturally, there would be a massive delay in recognizing the missing ajuchas and more delay in investigating their cause of death. Yep, Hueco Mundo is huge, and hollows die every day in every corner of its land. He can't account for every ajuchas under him. They might have eaten each other for all he knows. Sung-sun coiled her tail around his waist and caressed his neck with the tip of her tail. All I'm saying is, relax. King Baragan won't know how and where his subordinates died. He shrugged. Got it. Sung-sun's tongue flicked in and out as she stared at him. You look disappointed. I expected Baragan to send some competent stepping stones for me to test my strength. Talk about confidence. Sung-sun giggled. What if Baragan didn't send anyone and came himself? What would you do? I'd run the fuck away, with all of you, of course. She couldn't help but laugh at his adorable response. Keep that mentality, and you'd live a long life in Hueco Mundo. I mean every word I said. Listen, today's defeat can be converted into a victory tomorrow. Today's death can only be converted into sorrow and tears. Sung-sun had thought a long time to string together a wise quote to stop her group from taking a wrong step. She wanted everyone to live, for a long time. He shook his head. I'd take a fun life over a long life any day of the week. On paper, his previous life was great, if not perfect. Did he enjoy it? Not much. That's. I can't help but agree with you, Sung-sun admitted with a sigh. But we, hollows, are confined to our fate. There isn't much we can do in the way of having fun. Why not go for long lives? He gently extended his hand and touched the snake's head. The cold, scaly texture of the seashell mask fused to her head made him flinch. Her eyes showed confusion as they glanced this way and that, blinking softly in the dim light. I'll teach you how to have fun. It's my promise, okay? You treating me like a child might be the most absurd thing that ever happened to me. He chuckled and drew back his hand. I'll do it again if you look depressed. She had massively helped him in adapting to Halibel's training. She was the reason Halibel didn't go full hardcore from the start and took strides in guiding him through different levels of skills. Note to self, don't look depressed in front of Kazuya. Won't work, madam. I tend to bring out the worst in people around me. Just look at Apache. The mention of Apache made Sung-sun giggle. Over the past few weeks, Sung-sun and Kazuya made Apache's life lively by constantly teasing her and making pranks on her. Hearing distinct footsteps, he looked over his shoulder. Speak of the devil. Apache entered the cave, glaring at him with fire in her eyes. What are you two plotting now? I take the fifth on that. Me too. Fuck you, Sung-sun, Apache muttered under her breath and strode out of the cave. Sung-sun shook her head. She got angry, or jealous. She'll be back to her flame-spitting form by tomorrow. He nudged Sung-sun before leaving the cave. He spotted Halibel sitting alone on a hill and joined her. Here for a breather. You can read 20 more chapters at mypat.rayon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 13, Unforeseen. Halibel's gaze drifted up, her brow furrowed in contemplation as she studied the pale, round orb of the moon. She shook her head gently. I was reflecting on your growth, and thinking about new things to teach you. She was really invested in her role as his mentor, to the point of obsession. This very obsession pushed him to delay his plan of seducing her, that and the fact both of them had yet to become an Arrancar. He felt weirdly turned off by the notion of having sex in his current body, even if both of them looked mostly humanoid. Guess I am not into monster sex. It wasn't a bad thing per se, as even Halibel, the closest to having a humanoid form, had most of her body covered in hollow fragments. He rested his head on Halibel's thighs, looking utterly comfortable in his action. The white shell covering her legs was cool and soft to touch. "I'll be here while you wreck your brain for ideas." He had been on the receiving end of some lap pillows after she wrecked him in training. She also loved showering him in care after beating the hell out of him. Kazuya closed his eyes, trying to maintain a steady breath as if he was sleeping. Halibel let out a soft sigh, and her fingers glided through his disheveled, white hair with a light touch. He sneakily opened his right eye and saw a tender look in her eyes. It was all the confirmation he needed. I was right about her. In the month they spent together, he noticed many abnormalities, the way she always came up with things to teach him, the way her protective nature materialized every time he faced a hollow, the way her eyes softened when she looked at him, and the way she never let him out of her sight for a long time. All the signs pointed to Halibel loving him, like a sister loved her brother, or a mother loved her child. Familial love. That was why Halibel's demeanor shifted when he mentioned his age as a hollow. A young one like him would be the perfect person to pamper and spoil. She subconsciously chose him as the target of her nurturing. It all made sense when taking her hollow hole's placement into consideration. Her hollow hole is where her womb should be. Halibel's death was most likely related to a child. Her instincts unconsciously sought a replacement for her missing child, and then she found him. Family zoned by a hollow. The situation was so absurd that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was truly one of the experiences of all time. What am I supposed to do now? Call her mommy? Shark mommy? He shook his head. There were more important tasks to fulfill than romancing Halibel, such as increasing his strength and starting the evolution chain of his other races. Baragan will come after us, eventually. Baragan was a slave to his arrogance, expecting everyone in Hueco Mundo to view him as God King. He wouldn't allow two Vasto Lord to roam around unshackled, which would be akin to challenging his authority. Kazuya was bound to stick out on Baragan's radar at some point. He needed strength if he hoped to survive Baragan's wrath. After all, no short-term training could help him defeat Baragan and his army. The only other choice I have is Shinigami Academy, the den of hypnotized souls and its secret ruler Aizen. It'll be fun stirring the assholes there. Aizen would be everywhere until he gets sit down by his own creation. Leaving also meant saying farewell to Halibel, Apache, Sung Sun, and Mila Rose. A temporary farewell, but a farewell, nevertheless. He had gotten too used to teaming up with Sung Sun, the two of them trying to tease Apache into a miserable state. Mila Rose still hadn't opened up to him, holding a grudge against him for destroying their group dynamic. Yet he had a strange fondness for her grumpy whinings, more than he did for any of the anonymous hollows they encountered in Hueco Mundo. I wish I could take them away from this hellhole. But his dream couldn't come true. Not with the Soul Reapers harboring deep prejudice for every hollow. They saw hollow as lost souls to be purified in the afterlife. He couldn't blame them either, as most hollows live to devour the souls of innocents. Let's delay it until I help them get strong enough to survive. You, what do we have here? Mila Rose strode up to them in a haughty demeanor. Seeing that Kazuya was asleep, she heaved a sigh of relief. Halibel-sama, you're pampering him too much. Halibel looked at Mila Rose and back at Kazuya before drawing her hand back. Rose is right, but I can't resist it. It was like her instinct to spoil Kazuya, like a Jillian's instinct was to devour other hollows, or a bird's instinct was to soar into the sky with its wings. It's fine. She smiled gently. Kazuya needs to rest, or his training will bear no fruit. She justified her instincts, wholeheartedly believing her behavior of spoiling Kazuya was the right way. Oh. Mila Rose's head drooped and her body sagged as she lowered herself to the ground. Halibel's matter-of-fact response was like a gust of wind, blowing away her courage. After a few minutes of pretending, Kazuya stirred and got to his feet. He gave Mila Rose a surprised look. When did you arrive? Been here before you were born. Mila Rose whispered. Halibel-sama saved me before all of you. His presence had become a negative influence in Mila Rose's life. She was unable to voice her discontent because of her unwavering loyalty to Halibel. I have to address her before it's too late. He stretched his arm and beckoned Mila Rose. Come with me. We need to talk. Halibel sharply narrowed her eyes, realizing his intentions. Don't push her too much. Being the quiet, observant leader, she understood Mila Rose's problem with Kazuya. She looked forward to Kazuya's way of handling Mila Rose. From her observations, Kazuya wasn't rash, but he also wasn't kind toward strangers. While she spared those who obstructed her path, he mercilessly killed them and fed them to Apache, and sometimes Mila Rose, and Sung Sun. It'll be an excellent lesson for him, thought Halibel, like a mother watching her child's growth. I expect him to get to her, eventually. He was too stubborn to admit defeat. Mila Rose gritted her teeth. The way Halibel worded things, it seemed as if she was the problem here. She didn't like this feeling. Not one bit. Even so, she followed Kazuya like a pup, each step taking them further away from Halibel. When he was sure they were beyond Halibel's sight, he stopped and turned to face her. Francesca Mila Rose, are you a coward? You can read 20 more chapters at mypat.rayon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 14, Cure for Prejudice. Francesca Mila Rose, are you a coward? Kazuya's voice was soothing, yet his words were rage-inducing. Coward. Mila Rose roared fiercely, faint yellow Ryatsu flickering around her. The lioness' strongest show of Ryatsu couldn't intimidate him in the slightest. Who are you calling a coward? I have been chewing hollows for longer than you. Weird thing to be proud of. He shrugged. Well, chewing bones doesn't stop you from being a coward. Only a coward would keep their thoughts contained for that long, he said slowly, his eyes piercing into her soul. You have a problem with me, don't you? Say it to my face if you aren't a coward. Mila Rose scowled. I don't have a problem with you. You are the problem looming over us. You don't have to repeat what I just said. I want to know your reasoning for labeling me the problem. Every phenomenon in this universe has a reason. Your hatred should have one too. It's because, Mila Rose paused and looked around. After making sure nobody was eavesdropping, she glared at him, eyes glowing menacingly. Halibel-sama is putting so much effort into training you. She will make you strong, stronger than herself. And you will betray us, she growled. All male hollows are scum. You'll kill Halibel-sama, me, and Sung-sun, and eat us. I have seen that happen so many times. Men are disloyal, backstabbing pieces of shit. The pack she belonged to was torn apart because of a man's megalomaniacal tendencies and the resulting internal strife. She would have been a casualty if not for Halibel's timely rescue. In her eyes, Kazuya had all the markings of the men who caused her former pack to go up in ashes, even though their personalities were worlds apart from each other. She didn't have an ounce of trust in him. Kazuya expected some intricate reasoning behind her hatred. However, what he heard left him baffled. Mila Rose seems like one of those women who develop a profound detestation for all men after suffering one heartbreak. Perhaps this was her condition before she passed away and her soul became the dominant one in Ajuchas. Gosh, you're so strange. My image in your mind is that of an ambitious man who would destroy everything to gain strength. Right. He was a bit twisted, but he wasn't a psychopath without empathy. Mila Rose's image couldn't be further from the truth. After all, he adored all four of his hollow friends. Mila Rose nodded unconsciously, wondering how he read her mind so precisely. Yeah. Taking a deep breath, he looked her squarely in the eyes. Tell me one thing I did to deserve this assessment. Go on. Take as much time as you need. He crossed his arms, tapping his left feet as if showing he was waiting. That's easy, Mila Rose paused, finding herself at a loss of words. After all, she couldn't find anything tangible to fire back at him, no matter how much she thought. He had been quietly supportive like Halibel. None of his actions so far resembled the evil men in her mind, causing her fantasy to crumble like a poorly constructed house of cards. I was wrong. A tide of embarrassment swept over her upon recognizing her error. The confrontation brought about an end to her clouded perspective, which was obscured by the haze of bygone tragedy. She averted her gaze from his solemn eyes, looking remorseful for her immature judgment. I'm sorry. She was quick to apologize as well, playing into her headstrong and quick to take action archetype in his head. Mila Rose. He raised his hand, index finger extended, sky blue Ryatsu enveloping his hand. Just when she thought he'd slap her as a punishment, he surprised her with a lightning-fast flick on her chin. The attack wasn't vicious as Mila Rose expected. It still made her wince. That was your punishment. We're even now, he said, his voice low and calming. He reached up and stroked her mane. I know there are terrible people out there, but their gender doesn't define who they are. There are just as many evil bitches out there as there are wicked men. His face was a mask of compassion and understanding as he brought her astray from the path of sexism. She nodded, listening to him as if his words were the profound truth of the world. He smirked. But then again, I don't care what you think about others. They can burn in hell for all I care. He let his fingers linger, massaging her mane before trailing down to her ears in a gentle caress. Stepping back, he smiled at her with a look of contentment. He cured her deep sexism with little effort. The achievement was worthy of celebration on its own. My voice is so unfair against these naive girls. He couldn't wait for the day his hollow friends achieved the Arankar stage and became humanoid. The day he would finalize his plans to take them. Is this considered grooming? Who cares? Mila Rose veered over and hit his leg with her head. I'll keep an eye on you. You're going to stalk me. It's creepy. You wish. I will do it to make sure Halibel-sama is safe from you. Funny you say that. I'm worried Halibel might do something to me before I do anything to her. Mila Rose recalled Halibel's extreme ways to train him. Halibel's interest in him bordered the lines of obsession. She felt like the chances of his words being true were higher than Halibel suffering at his hands. It was another aspect she had missed in her one-sided hate for Kazuya. Then I will make sure to keep you safe from Halibel-sama. Oh. I'm melting from your consideration. Why do you have to act so annoying? Because it pleases me. Does it? Suddenly, a hollow emanating a dangerous Ryatsu entered his perception. Mila Rose involuntarily shuddered, the terror of a powerful Vasto Lord coursing through her. We have a guest, he whispered, eyeing rapidly flying towards them in a blur. A powerful one. The hollow landed on a mountain before him and their appearance became clearer. His mouth hung open in surprise. The hollow was a striking sight in the darkness, a young woman with short, curly purple twin tails and eyes of the same color. Her frilly dress clung to her body, its large puffy sleeves cutting off just above her shoulders, and two short wings extended from her back. The wings were a part of her dress. She had paired her outfit with opera gloves, knee-high boots, and leg warmers connected to garters at her thighs. A light purple teardrop marking painted onto each of her cheeks, violet lipstick, and black fingernails completed her voluminous goth Lolita look. She was quite literally the embodiment of gothic Lolita in Japanese fashion. A/N, check paragraph comment. Kazuya's brows twitched. Fuck me. Baragan sent an Arankar after us. She was what Kazuya strived to be, an Arankar. The remnant of her hollow form was a spiked hairpin. He wondered about his own Arankar form. How would he look and what shape will his Zampakuto take? The woman's eyes widened before she nodded to herself. Knowing about Arankars won't change your fate. Number 5 Espada, Sirachi Sanderwichi is here to collect you and your friend Vasto Lord. A smirk stretched across her face as she reached behind her and pulled out a long whip with a large metal disc attached to it. Her look of haughtiness was almost intimidating, as she casually swung the whip, its tip slicing through the air with a sharp crack. Bring the other Vasto Lord, boy, she said in a mocking tone. Or not, it doesn't matter to me. I enjoy watching pathetic losers try to resist me. That always gives me an excuse to teach them a lesson with my whip. Ahahaha. Baragan just had to send a sadistic one to fetch him. A/N, force Espada waifu into submission. Sirachi never had a significant role in the story, literally a stepping stone to introduce the real Espada. That won't be the case here. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 15, A Real Challenge, A/N, just a note to clear some stuff. Baragan canonically is a natural Arankar. And Sale, Sirachi, Dordoni, and Gantenbane were natural Arankar under Baragan, from Bleach novel. Bleach wiki mods for some reason don't take novel material and lore as canon /__/. Sirachi Sanderwichi, current number 5 Espada, under the reign of Baragan Luzenberb. While not yet empowered by Aizen Sōsuke, her natural prowess as an Arankar made her a force to be reckoned with. Her Zampakuto, Galandrina, was a sight to behold. It was a whip in her hand, a giant golden disc-like blade attached to the end. A formidable Zampakuto that covered both melee and long range. Kazuya never thought his first real opponent would be a woman, much less one with the attitude of a pissed-off alley cat. He saw Mila Rose trembling with fear and flicked her mask. Kitten, get off your ass and go to Halibel. Tell her not to interfere with the battle. After honing his racial abilities and aspect of death for a month in a training montage worthy of a shounen anime, he felt ready to take on a foe of Sirachi's caliber. General information. Name, Kazuya Ishihara. Gender, male. Race, Hollow, Vasto Lord. Ryoryoku level, Great level, Captain class. Alignment, Neutral evil. Affiliation, none. Racial abilities. Siro, Ryoryoku offensive technique. Mastery level, high. Sonido, movement technique. Mastery level, high. Garganta, limited spatial distortion technique. Mastery level, basic. Innate abilities. Silvery voice, your voice can influence people's state of mind. The ability works best in persuading or seducing someone. Oppression, aspect of death, the materialization of your hollow heart. Crumbling heart, hollow living beings classified as hollow receive nourishment and enhancements. Regeneration, your wounds regenerate automatically. The time required depends on the severity of the wounds. Acquired abilities. Seduction, the ability to seduce those of the opposite gender. Mastery level, intermediate. Riding, the ability to ride a mount. Mastery level, intermediate. Arithmetic, the ability to process arithmetic problems. Mastery level, intermediate. Provocation, the ability to anger people with your tongue. Mastery level, basic. Equipment. His status reinforced his confidence. Mila Rose didn't share his positive outlook of the situation. You'll go up against her alone. She'll tear you apart. It'll be an honorable death then, he said with a warm smile that crinkled his eyes behind his mask. He reached out and gently patted her head before straightening up to his full height. Hurry before she targets you. No friggin' way. I don't abandon my people. I'll stay and fight. Aw. It's so nice of you to finally acknowledge me as your own. But you're dishonoring me now. I said I want a solo fight with her. Mila Rose stared at him for a long second before she turned around and made a run for Halibel, clearly not buying into his solo fight request. Srirachi glanced at Mila Rose, but he stepped in to hide the lioness from her view. Hollow lady, you have the most punchable face I have seen on a woman. Care to share your secret? Srirachi's face twisted. You lowly lifeform. I'll add 5 whips to treat your insolence. She had an unshakable belief in her strength, so much so that she didn't take Kazuya as an actual threat. Well, Kazuya suppressing his Ryatsu also contributed to her inflated ego. He wasn't about to expose the full extent of his power level to every Tom, Dick, and Harry Hollow. He had to be deliberate about attracting unwanted attention from some mega-powerful Hollow of this era. He observed the battlefield. Srirachi was seething, but not making any move. I'll go first. Kazuya wasted no time and activated his Sonido skill in a heartbeat. With a resounding boom, he bridged the gap between them with electrifying speed and unleashed a devastating kick to Srirachi's midsection. The sheer force of the blow propelled her like a comet through the mountainside. A cacophony of crumbling rock and shattering earth erupted as dust and debris rained down. The air was thick with the haze of destruction, a testament to the raw power that had just been unleashed. She is so hard, he muttered, feeling like he kicked a wall of iron. Aaron cars and their bullshit defense. Definitely not envious. As the dust swirled and danced in the aftermath of the impact, Srirachi's massive disc emerged from the haze. The lethal weapon tore through the air, honing in on Kazuya's skull with a furious velocity. It was a blazingly fast attack, yet it paled in comparison to the ferocious onslaught that Halibel had unleashed during their training sessions. With a deft twist of his body, Kazuya evaded the golden disc by a hair's breadth, narrowly escaping the jaws of death. As he darted away, her Zampakuto found a new target in the unsuspecting hillside mere feet from his previous position. The disc collided with the earth, carving a path of destruction as it plowed through the dirt, pulverizing stones and scattering them in its wake. Sod burst forth in every direction, a torrent of shrapnel born from the ferocity of Srirachi's relentless assault. The landscape trembled, changed by the brutal dance of battle. This is her sealed state. He could only imagine the destruction Srirachi could cause in her Resurrection state, the technique which allowed Aaron cars to access all of their hollow powers. Srirachi emerged from the dissipating dust cloud, holding her whip as the disc spun endlessly. Do you not know that he arrow hardens an Arrancar's skin? Give it your all if you want to hurt me physically. As an Ajucha's Arrancar, her base Ryatsu was some levels below a Vasto Lord. Her he arrow still allowed her to defend his physical attack. I do love a woman who can take punishment. Hey, how about you and I? What do hollows say when they want to court a woman? Care to show me the ropes as the older, more experienced one? Srirachi's face turned red. The hell is wrong with you? I'd never court an asshole like you. Bummer. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 16, A Real Challenge, 2. Srirachi pounced at Kazuya like a ravenous predator. With a swift and ferocious swing of her whip, she commanded the golden disc to swivel towards him, the spinning blade hungry to cleave him in half. Yet Kazuya vaulted over the lethal whirlwind of steel, evading its deadly embrace. In a blink, he employed his Sonido skill once more, flashing away to another mountain in the distance. His Sonido was extremely polished, so much so that Srirachi was having a hard time catching him with her Zampakuto. This speed enhancement ability, however, had a steep cost in Ryuryoku. As a gifted Vasto Lord, he had all the Ryuryoku in the world to run circles around the Goth Arrancar for a day or two. He wasn't looking to just run, though. He wanted to defeat her with his own hands. To prove that Halibel's training bore a fruit sweeter than honey. Srirachi, hot on his heels, swung her whip in an enormous arc. He leaped over the trajectory and dodged the follow-up attacks like a specter. Well, enough running around. Srirachi made a twisted face. I should be saying that. Stop and face your punishment, hooligan. His flashy maneuvers gave her whip a hard time. Kazuya flashed a wicked smile and his knuckles sparked with a gentle blue light. You asked for it, woman. Don't cry now. What is that? Surachi asked, narrowing her eyes. It looks like Ryatsu, but it's more than that. Is that your special ability? All hollows had a guaranteed chance of developing a special ability once they became Arrancar. An ability based upon their soul. They could use their ability at the Vasto Lord stage, albeit to a limited degree. However, Arrancars could fully unleash their ability in their Resurrection state. Maybe. Cocky, eh? I'll obliterate all your resistance and tame you, before gifting you to our leader. She had cut down countless of her kind to reach her current position in Baragan's army. She could tell the battle would take too long in her current form. She chose to use her trump card. Rip off. Galandrina. Surachi erupted with a blast of pink Ryatsu. Her Resurrection form materialized, changing her into an immense white swallow-like figure. A large beak-like headpiece covered her forehead, a long feathery growing mane growing from it. She also grew 2 pairs of wings, one composed of 5 slender metallic discs on each side and the other with normal feathers. She went from a normal-looking woman to a wing predator at a moment's notice. A/N, yeah, it's a nightmare to describe her release form. Check the paragraph comment. Grinning, she flashed her enormous yet thin claw. Are you ready to be sliced apart, pitiful guy? This form just eased my guilty conscience about beating a beautiful woman. Just as Surachi lunged at him, a figure flickered in her path, interrupting the battle before it started. An imposing figure, stood tall and well-built with an air of sinister playfulness. His black hair styled to resemble 2 demonic horns and the remnants of his hollow mask were a stark white plate adorning his forehead. A/N, check para comment. Dun dana dana dat dat ta. The intruder pointed at Surachi with a dramatic pose. Hey, old friend. Fancy running into you here, in the middle of nowhere. He lied as naturally as a chameleon changing colors. He had been stalking Surachi ever since she left their base. Neither Kazuya nor Surachi looked all too happy about the new guest. He was, after all, another one of Espada. An Arrancar even stronger than Surachi. She growled at her co-worker, like a beast prepared to devour another. Fuck off, Dordoni. I told you to stay behind. She had vehemently refused to accept help from another Espada to experience a stimulus to her inner heart. She believed she could crush Halibel and Kazuya single-handedly and deliver them to Las Noches on her own. Using the released form against a young fawn is unbefitting of our status. Dordoni Alessandro del Sacaccio crossed his arms with a somewhat solemn expression. There was no reason for him to obey Surachi, who was below him in both Espada rankings and power. We came here to escort this Niño to our king, not kill him. The young fawn in question was undoubtedly the Vasto Lord rearing to throw down with Surachi. Kazuya put out his innate ability and sighed. Surachi is right, Niño. Stay out of her business. Let me kick her ass. Dordoni's eyes widened. You said Niño as one should. Incredible, Niño. Move or I'll have to kill you both. Kazuya's eyes glowed with the ferocity of a beast. He despised 2 types of people the most, those who butted in others' business for no reason and those who projected their beliefs upon others, expecting them to do what's right in their eyes. Dordoni belonged to the former category, albeit to a less annoying degree. The unfazed Arrancar laughed. Go ahead then, Niño. Have your wish. I'll not save you if she kills you. Dordoni didn't wait for an answer and flickered to a hill in the distance with his sonido, taking the role of an observer over a participant. Surachi would answer to Baragan should any Vasto Lord die here. It wouldn't be his responsibility. A win-win for him since he despised meeting Baragan. Nobody is killing my people, a cold voice echoed as Halibel appeared in front of Kazuya, as his guardian. Her Ryatsu swelled to the very limits of a Vasto Lord, as if provoking Surachi to lay her hands on Kazuya. I dare. You. Surachi's rage simmered and swelled like a tempest. Consumed by fury, she roared and launched all 10 blade wings at Halibel. The spiritual particles vibrated at extreme speeds around the edges of her blade wings, enough to bisect a Vasto Lord in half with ease. Kazuya felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Move. Halibel, steeling herself for the onslaught, straightened her sword arm, ready to deflect the blades head-on. Her intention was driven not by pride, but by the fierce determination to protect Kazuya from harm. Without another thought, Kazuya seized Halibel and employed his sonido skill to whisk them out of the path of Surachi's ferocious assault. Are you stupid? He admonished, pushing her shoulder. You almost died. What are you even thinking? He noticed her momentary distraction, her gaze lingering not on his face, but on his arm. Drip. 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 The chilling sound drew his attention, and he flinched. Blood flowed in crimson waves, staining the pristine white sands of Hueco Mundo like paint on an artist's canvas. Halibel came out unscathed from their encounter with Sorochi's Resurrection form, but he wasn't so lucky. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 17, Pain. The stark reality of Kazuya's injury hit him like a tidal wave. His left arm had been cleanly severed from the shoulder when he grabbed Halibel. An excruciating pain coursed through him, igniting every nerve and searing his consciousness. Though he was a soul, a hollow, his pain was as vivid and overwhelming as the most acute sensations in his life. Ack! Kazuya bit down on his tongue, suppressing the scream that threatened to escape his lips. His rigorous training with Halibel had instilled in him the importance of restraint and self-control. He had already possessed a strong sense of discipline before entering this world, but now it was being put to the ultimate test. Fuck. Halibel showed a horrified look. Kazuya, this. Kazuya. Halibel wasn't the only one terrified as 3 anxious voices called out from behind Kazuya. Apache, Sung-sun, and even Mila Rose raced towards him, their faces etched with worry. Apache's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking, while Sung-sun maintained her composure despite the gravity of the situation. Each of them felt the weight of Kazuya's injury and the potential consequences that lay ahead. She is too powerful. Let's make a run for it. Apache, unwilling to lose anyone, suggested the best strategy she could think of, running away from the threat. We can't win against her. It will be hard. Cyan Sung-sun shook her head, her expression grave. She is faster than us. Way too fast. Kazuya, remember what I told you. You can accomplish anything as long as you're alive. You can do nothing if you're dead. Sung-sun could discern that the Arankar, Sorochi, initially wanted Kazuya alive, but his relentless provocation had altered the dynamic. Now, the stakes were higher, and their survival hung in the balance. Does it hurt, Nino? Dordoni asked with a grin. Does it hurt enough to make you give up? Just know that your friends will be slaughtered if you throw the towel. Dordoni could see the terror in Sung-sun's and Apache's eyes, but their determination to stand by their friend was unwavering. They were willing to face their trembling hearts to support those they cared about. The kind of friends who make sacrifices for others. Nino is fortunate. He had once been like them, until the war had claimed the lives of everyone he cared about. Now, he had no one worth sacrificing his life for. The memories of his past life, filled with camaraderie and selflessness, seemed like a distant dream as he stood there, detached from the bonds that once held him together. Forged in flames of war, Dordoni was reborn as a demon. No way, geez. Kazuya closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath as he felt the agonizing pain running through his body. Despite it all, he opened his eyes again and forced a smile. Girls, 'tis but a scratch. I can regen it easily. Scratch. Your arm's off. Apache was losing her mind over their safety. You make me mad. Halibel glared at the espadas. Despite frantically rummaging through her mind, she could find no way out of the dire situation she was in. She closed her eyes before opening them again with renewed determination. There is one way they can escape safely. Her most despised act, sacrifice. Don't even think about that, Halibel. Kazuya shut down her idea as if he could read her mind. His eyes blazed with defiance and rage. This is my fight. Stay out of it. Halibel stood there, shocked out of her mind. He turned his back on her and walked to his previous spot, even as the pain was killing him from inside. Sorochi hovered above him, a condescending smirk etched across her face as she reveled in his pain. She cast a fleeting glance at the severed arm twitching on the ground between them, daring him to make a move. Can't take the pain now, big boy. I'll do you a favor then. Take your arm and heal yourself. Her intentions were clear, she sought to thoroughly humiliate him and crush his resilient spirit. Her haughty demeanor and mocking tone were yet another demonstration of her arrogance, a reflection of her belief in her own superiority. Kazuya picked up his severed arm and brought it close to his shoulder. The residual Ryoryoku within the limb sought him instinctively. As the two sources of power connected, the detached limb was yanked into its rightful position, seamlessly reattaching itself. His regeneration skill could heal small wounds within seconds and technically recreate limbs from scratch, even if the arm had been lost. The process could have taken days or even weeks, he was unsure about the regeneration time of an entire arm. As the sensation returned to his left arm and fingers, Kazuya allowed himself a moment of relief. Phew. I thought I lost an arm. Ability, pain resistance acquired. Current master level, basic. His experience crystallized into a great skill for prolonged battles. Ready to fight now. He flexed his left arm and covered his knuckles with his aspect of death. Let's continue our dance. I'll wipe that cheekiness from your mug. Sorochi flapped both pairs of wings and charged at Kazuya. The blade wings approached from both sides, poised to slice him into pieces. Kazuya proved to be one step ahead again, outsmarting her with his sonido. In the blink of an eye, he teleported above her, evading the deadly bladed wings that whistled through the air where he had just stood moments before. I am only using 2 wings. It's unfair of you to use 4. He reached out and traced the middle of her bladed wings, his hands meeting in the center. His Ryatsu left a hazy blue glow on her wings. Get off my back, she growled, attempting to grab him with her long tail. But once again, he evaded her grasp with his quick reflexes. She turned and glared at him, only to feel her wings grow heavier and heavier with each breath until she couldn't control them. Her smaller feathery wings couldn't keep her afloat, either. Srirachi descended, struggling to maintain her balance and grace. In a hurry, she solidified Ryatsu beneath her feet to keep herself in the air. What did you do? Oh, come on now. You can't honestly be that oblivious, he chuckled. All right, I'll break it down for you in terms a toddler could comprehend. I increased the weight of your metallic wings. Since her wings weren't directly protected by her Ryatsu, he could easily increase their weight with a little amount of Ryoryoku, taking away one of her strongest defensive weapons with ease. The simple structure of the wings made it even easier to manipulate. Srirachi attempted to infuse her wings with Ryoryoku, hoping to eradicate his aspect of death, but to no avail. He had irreversibly altered their properties. I really like them, but I have no choice now. All right then. She gave a nonchalant shrug, and the once formidable bladed wings plummeted to the ground, their metallic clangs echoing in the air. The colossal white claws slipped from her grasp. What remained were 2 elongated bones, a skeletal reminder of her former wings, a pair of lighter wings, and a dangerous, whip-like tail that seemed to harbor a life of its own. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 18, End of Despair. Bonus chapter cause you guys keep voting me to top 20. No chappy tomorrow though. Kazuya observed Srirachi with a look of admiration. By altering her physical form without deactivating her resurrection, Srirachi had permanently damaged her Zampakuto. She could never wield her bladed wings and claws again, and more crucially, she would never assume her previous human form again. The lengths she will go to defeat him were both shocking and admirable. Her unwavering pride as an Espada refused to let her back down, regardless of the challenge. Srirachi, no matter how much of a bitch you are, he said. I can't help but admire you. I don't need your pity or respect, Srirachi spat as she lowered her gaze, her wild silver mane casting a shadow over her sweat-drenched face. I'm a soldier. A warrior. I'll defeat you and drag you to Baragan, even if it kills me. Srirachi's life had always been a whirlwind of stolen moments and borrowed time. She had once roamed the desolate landscapes of Hueco Mundo, an aimless Ajuchas who tore her mask off in a futile attempt to escape her despair. But she survived, even evolving further into an Arrancar. It was the biggest mistake of her life as Baragan learned of her power and forced her into submission as one of his Espada. She was shackled to his cruel reign, a puppet dancing to his every whim. The alternative was becoming a husk of a soul within a madman's lab. I'll liberate you from Baragan's oppression, Kazuya said, his voice tinged with both empathy and conviction. With death. As much as he sympathized with her helplessness, they stood on opposite ends of roads as enemies. He couldn't afford to show her any mercy. Srirachi's laughter rang out, harsh and defiant, as she turned to Dordoni. Dordoni, handle the other Vasto Lord over there. I won't have much energy left after dealing with this guy. That one is also strong. It was rare for her to put down her pride and seek assistance, even from fellow soldiers under the same ruler. Yet today, she made an exception, believing that her battle with Kazuya could very well be her last. She was determined to fulfill her duty as an Espada to the bitter end, just to avoid the same fate as the other Baragan subordinates who failed him. Dordoni nodded at her request. I can do that, Srirachi. I'll focus my Ryoryoku into one attack. Srirachi didn't stop a second to despair. She still had hope in wrecking Kazuya, the menacing tail looming behind her could finally use the Ryoryoku she had previously channeled to maintain control over her wings. Her standing tail had projected an enormous pink fan at its end. A sharp fan of Ryatsu that could slice through physical matters with ease. I won't hold back either then. Kazuya closed his eyes, feeling every fiber of reishi making up his hollow body. Channeling his aspect of death, he slipped wisps of his Ryatsu within his reishi, causing it to integrate and intermingle with his body. A technique he had refined endlessly in the past month to raise the density of his muscles, leading to more explosive power and durability at the cost of lowered mobility. Could he outmatch an Ajucha's Arrancar in terms of durability? Probably not. But he felt like honoring Srirachi for once and taking her head on. It was a rare chance to engage in a bloody fight with an Espada. A pissed-off, slightly depressed Espada, but an Espada nevertheless. Srirachi grinned at his resolve. Come. I'll show you the despair of being a weak worm in Hueco Mundo. the despair of groveling at the feet of those stronger than you. The two charged at each other. Surachi touched the ground as her tail extended at him, the massive fan swinging down at him. He kicked the fan away and charged at Surachi, his wings aiding his mobility greatly. Surachi leaped back, narrowly avoiding Kazuya's fist, and retaliated by swatting him with the flat side of her fan. He barely raised his arms to block the impact. Yet he was sent careening through the air, his body momentarily stunned by the blow. Surachi rubbed her sweaty face with the back of her hand and breathed heavily. Blast you. You think I'll fight you with honor now? After all the bullshit you pulled. She had felt death when Kazuya's fist nearly grazed her. Her he arrow, once thought to be impenetrable, now seemed vulnerable against his crushing power of oppression. She saw the same fear mirrored in his eyes. He, too, would not survive many a direct hit from her lethal tail. Whoever landed a clean hit would emerge victorious. Ahaha, karma is a bitch. Kazuya chuckled as he dusted his shirt. Not a bigger bitch than you. With those final words, the two warriors charged towards one another, their speed and power intensified by the knowledge that everything rested on this final exchange. The ground rumbled beneath their feet as they collided, a dazzling explosion of Ryatsu erupting around them. They were in Kazuya's most comfortable fighting spot, closed range. He had trained his fighting skills with Halibel, another melee fighter. Even with reduced speed, he could avoid her attacks by his intuition. Surachi was a little exhausted after casting her Resurrection form, a problem every natural Arrancar had to deal with due to their unstable powers. Her exhaustion was further intensified by the burden that came with permanently damaging her Zampakuto. She grew slower with each exchange, the battle showing its effect on her. Sidestepping her fan, Kazuya lunged into her zone and smashed his fist in her belly. The enhanced fist instantly broke through her he arrow and sent her a few steps back. She collapsed to her knees, blood spewing from her mouth. Cough. 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 You bastard. She wiped the crimson stains with her white dress and glared at him. While she was worse for wear, he looked energetic, as if he hadn't been battling her all this time. You are disgusting. But I love you, sweetheart. Gritting her teeth, Surachi poured the last of her Riryoku to seal her wound. She had sacrificed the high-level regeneration one would need to heal internal wounds, but she could still close those wounds so they won't impact her performance. She forced herself back to her feet, her fan morphing into a long spear. With its extended reach and increased difficulty to evade, the weapon demanded more precision than ever before. Just give up, Surachi. You are in no condition to use that. The way she looked, it was hard to say she could bring out its full power. Shut up. Growling like a cornered beast, she lunged at him once more. Though her physical reserves were all but depleted, her indomitable spirit refused to yield. Armed with nothing more than a spear and a weary body, she clung to the desperate hope that somehow, she would breach his defenses and deliver a decisive strike. Kazuya parried her spear strikes with precision, each deflection seemingly effortless. Despite appearing unscathed, he struggled internally, enhancing his body with oppression raised his fatigue like no tomorrow. Dordoni is eyeing me. I have to end this fast. Dordoni remained an unpredictable variable, his intentions a mystery to Kazuya. Evading a barrage of spear thrusts, Kazuya utilized Sonido to maneuver behind Surachi. He tightened his fist and struck. His heavy fist split open the back of her head. Surachi couldn't react in time, and crumpled to her knees before collapsing onto the white sands. Blood seeped from her wound, staining her silver mane and the pristine sands with its deep crimson hue. Farewell, my first opponent. You will not be missed. A hint of sadness washed over Kazuya as he gazed at the fallen Surachi. In different circumstances, she might have become a cherished friend or even a passionate lover. Not in this timeline. It was an anticlimactic yet fitting end for the prideful Surachi. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 19, Broken. Dordoni had been somewhat skeptical of Kazuya's abilities as a Vasto Lord until he witnessed the power that made Surachi's bladed wings useless. His amusement turned to shock at that very moment. He couldn't tell what was the energy enveloping Kazuya's arms, pushing Surachi away and changing the tide of the battle. I've never seen anything like this. Nino's ability is on the level of an aspect of death. In the struggling youth, Dordoni saw potential. A talent who could challenge the current #1 Espada, a potential threat to King Baragan's eternal reign over Hueco Mundo. As an Espada, he should intervene in the fight and slay Kazuya before he could even come close to becoming a menace to his lord. To eliminate the threat in its infancy. Yet Dordoni couldn't help but imagine a world without King Baragan in Las Noches. A beautiful world where hollows weren't forced into submission by a heartless tyrant. Like all good things, this beautiful reality would require sacrifices to come to fruition. In order to bring down Baragan, Kazuya would have to become a demon himself. Dordoni sighed. I'm asking too much from Nino. Should I kill his companions to make him loathe Baragan? While Dordoni pondered making a real enemy out of Kazuya, Surachi's battle ended with her defeat. Surachi is still alive, Nino. What are you doing by sparing her? Dordoni shook his head, a disappointed sigh leaving his lips. Nino, you are not the demon Hueco Mundo needs. To give me hope, I must destroy you. Maybe you'll show your true potential if I push you. Halibel forgot to blink as the intense battle unfolded before her, her eyes shimmering with a blend of pride and concern for Kazuya. She marveled at how far he had come in such a short time, absorbing her teachings and growing as a warrior. Yet, the ferocity of the battle made her heart race with worry. The maternal instinct within her yearned to intervene, to crush Surachi and shield him from harm. No, it's his fight. I can't intervene. She gritted her teeth, her heart pounding in her chest as she reminded herself that this was Kazuya's battle to fight, not hers. It was essential for him to face this challenge on his own, to grow and test his limits. As anticipated, he bested Surachi, delivering a decisive blow to her head. Yet, he bore no look of satisfaction. That's war. No warrior truly wins. She was truly pleased to see Kazuya feeling no satisfaction with the battle. Feeling a sudden chill in the air, she turned to Dordoni, who glared at Kazuya with killing intent in his eyes. The moment she noticed the murderous glare, she knew she had to act and protect Kazuya. Do not think about it. Halibel launched herself towards Dordoni, her powerful legs propelling her with incredible speed. Her eyes narrowed, focused entirely on her target, the number 3 Espada who dared threaten her precious. Golden Ryatsu enveloped her. She wouldn't allow anyone to sneak attack Kazuya, no matter how strong they were. Dordoni turned his attention towards her, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. He hadn't expected her to engage him directly, but he quickly adjusted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Well, well. I didn't think you would be so quick. This is better for me. I'll end the 2 Vasto Lord than the Ajuchas over there. Easy peasy. Kazuya turned around to Dordoni. 1 versus 5. Do you like those odds? Like? I love them. Dordoni clutched the katana hanging by his waist. Whirl. As he unsheathed the Zampakuto, a storm rose with him in the center and blew Halibel away. He was the eye of the storm. The Baron of Wind. Giralda. His Zampakuto transformed into a pair of large, wind-based, bladed turbines attached to his wrists and legs. 2 giant, curved horns protruded from his shoulders. 2 cyclones jut out from the exhaust spores on his legs, granting him the ability to fly. Another 2 cyclones poured from the armor on his wrists, each ending with a large bird head. His resurrection form was unshackled. Kazuya exhaled and tightened his fist. Dordoni's spiritual pressure was a cut above Surachi's level. As you wish, man. I'll send you to Surachi in the second afterlife. Kazuya, step back, Halibel said, regaining her footing and glancing in his direction. Take everyone and leave. I'll take care of him. Her determination to make the ultimate sacrifice only intensified upon witnessing Kazuya's growth. She also believed Kazuya wouldn't have enough strength in him to fight Dordoni after his grueling battle with Surachi. Go. She roared at Kazuya and hurled herself back at Dordoni, only to be repelled once more. His wind attacks were lethal to her close combat style, preventing her from getting near him. She attempted to slice through the cyclones with her sword, but they regenerated rapidly. Soon, she was overpowered. The wind sliced into her armor, shattering it in places, but she persisted in her ferocious assault. Her relentless aggression was like a cornered lioness, desperate to protect her cub. Woman, are you foolish? Dordoni taunted. You can't defeat the weakest Espada with your power. Stop wasting my time. Kazuya caught Halibel midair and landed near Apache. You can't defeat him with brute strength. I'm an exception with my ability. Halibel audibly gritted her teeth and shoved him away, rising to her feet. I don't need to defeat him. I just need to buy time for you. Just go away. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't be so self-centered, Halibel. Who said you could sacrifice yourself? All I'm saying is, shut up and fight him with me. End this lover's quarrel, or I'll end you both, Dordoni cackled like a madman, reveling in his role as the villain. I'm itching for a battle here, you know. You madman. Mila Rose roared at Dordoni, fully aware of the power the Arankar wielded and the risk she was taking in provoking him. Why are you doing this? Leave us alone. You ask for my reason. Dordoni chuckled, his voice dripping with malevolence. We came here to do a job in peace, but your friend here is too arrogant and hot-headed. Every ounce of pain I'm about to inflict, just remember he brought it upon himself. You. In Hueco Mundo, the king, the emperor, the god is the one with the mightiest fist. If you find this system unfair by any stretch, grow your fangs and tear it apart. Until then, you are bound to Lord Baragan beneath Hueco Mundo's sky. Mila Rose glared at Dordoni before she shifted her gaze to Kazuya. Just like Halibel, she assumed that Kazuya wasn't in any shape to fight a foe of Dordoni's level. And Halibel couldn't even close the gap between them. It's my turn to protect them and him. They hadn't been on the best of terms these past days. In fact, she had barely started to know him without her previous bias. How could she do that if he or Halibel died here today? Kill Dordoni and protect him from Baragan, both goals aligned with each other. Fangs. I'll grow my fangs and rip you limb to limb. With a shaking roar, she smashed her head against Kazuya's steel-like knee. Crack. 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 Mila Rose's golden mask fractured, and a burst of golden light enveloped her. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 20, Arrancarization. No one could prevent Mila Rose from shattering her hollow mask. The sudden act caught both Halibel and Kazuya off guard. As Mila Rose's Ryatsu surged, it resembled the energy of the unnamed Ajuchas who had perished midway through their Arrancar transformations. Yet, amid the chaos and uncertainty, Kazuya stood there, observing Mila Rose with a look of fascination etched on his face. He could sense a heartbeat, distinct from his own, resonating within him. It was as if their hearts had become one, united by his mysterious innate ability, the crumbling heart, hollow. Mila Rose's rampaging Ryatsu suggested she was losing control over her instincts, her desires and instincts teetering on the brink of overpowering her. Halibel's eyes remained locked on Mila Rose, unblinking. What has she done? Mila Rose. Sung Sun quietly regarded Mila Rose. She understood the significance of what was happening to her friend, for Kazuya had often enlightened them about the intricate process and advantages of becoming an Arrancar weeks ago. It only made her more concerned for Mila Rose. You've got to pull through, kitten, Sung Sun whispered. Although she and Mila Rose fought and teased each other all the time, she cherished Mila Rose's friendship more than anyone in the world. Mila Rose was there as Halibel's oldest companion. Halibel might lose herself if anything happened to Mila Rose. Apache nudged Sung Sun with her horn. Trust me, she will. Rose is too stubborn to die like this. While she wasn't best buddies with Mila Rose, she could see how much Mila Rose meant to Halibel and Sung Sun. It was enough for her to pray for Mila Rose's success. Haha, I know. Laughter tinged with worry escaped them as they watched Mila Rose's struggle, their hearts pounding with anxiety. Kazuya, on the other hand, focused on the sensation of the other heart within his chest. Mila Rose, take control, break the barriers, and seal your power within a vessel. Prove to me you aren't a cowardly kitten but a smart and ferocious lion. Show me your prided fangs. His advice ignited a defiant spark within her. Who are you calling a cowardly kitten? As the golden light dissipated, it unveiled a striking humanoid figure. A tall, dark-skinned woman wielding a massive black broadsword, her imposing presence resembling an Amazonian warrior. Remnants of her hollow form were visible in her golden mane, the bone claws that supported her ample bosom, the armored thong she wore, and the armor adorning her neck, as well as her gloves and knee-length boots. Mila Rose's resurrection form was something else. Apache and Sung Sun let out a roar of cheer and admiration. The Arrancar transformation worked just as Kazuya described, perhaps more mysterious than his stories. I don't want to be left behind, Apache whispered as she gritted her teeth. I will. Sung Sun wrapped her tail around Apache's feet. Slow it down. Now isn't our time. Apache begrudgingly nodded and fired a small ball of Riryoku at Mila Rose. It didn't hurt Mila Rose, but drew her attention. Mila Rose, kick his ass. She placed her hope in Mila Rose, knowing an opponent like Dordoni could suppress her with his Ryatsu alone. They were different levels of existence, one she couldn't fight without being a Vasto Lord or tearing her mask. Mila Rose nodded solemnly and shifted her gaze to Kazuya. Thanks for your help. His taunt and, more crucially, his Riryoku had helped when she needed it. Without him, she would have succumbed to her instincts. Without him, she would have never sealed her hollow powers in a blade. Kazuya whistled, admiring Mila Rose's alluring curves, especially her lovely bosom. People awaken their true inner powers when they want to protect something. A fierce desire to protect. He quoted Yorichi's words, which were yet to be said in this timeline. The will to protect and power of friendship existed even in the world of Bleach. Mila Rose was a living testament to the legendary power of friendship. Protect. Mila Rose whispered and looked around her, scratching her wavy black hair. Ah, fine. I'll protect everyone because I'm the strongest among us. Kazuya let her bask in the misunderstanding for the time being. What a good kitten. I'm no kitten. I'm a lion. Mila Rose made a vicious face, showcasing her lion-like fangs. She gripped her sword in a fighting stance. I'll destroy you with my sword, Dordoni. Cyclones surged with even more intensity as Dordoni approached Mila Rose. Break time's over then. Prepare to die. The bird-headed cyclones threatened to engulf Mila Rose. She swung her broadsword with barbarian might, dissipating the wind with its sheer force. Get lost with the wind. Dordoni's armor pores recreated the cyclones. I can keep doing this forever. I am the Storm Baron. Mila Rose planted her feet on the ground and launched herself at Dordoni with a sonic boom. Being an Arrancar, she could proficiently make use of the Sonido ability. Sung-san and Apache, unable to venture near the ferocious clash, unleashed their Siro rays from a safe distance. Dordoni cut down the Siro with fierce wind blades with ease. Their Siro wasn't harming Dordoni, but it greatly annoyed him and took away his focus. Kazuya found it hard to believe that the Trace Besties faced one of the top Espada, in this timeline, as their first team battle. Espada's future should be a little different now. He sighed and placed a hand on Halibel's shoulder. Isn't her form beautiful? Beautiful and powerful. From a weak Ajuchas to fighting on an equal level with an Espada, Mila Rose's growth was astonishing, and all it took was determination and some help from his skill. Halibel traced her mask. I'm ready to fracture mine if Dordoni overpowers Rose. He shook his head. I already told you, Halibel. No more sacrifices. I still have a trump card to beat him. He was lying without blinking an eye. He could easily take down Dordoni if his Ryatsu tank was full. Unfortunately, the fight with Surachi took a great toll on his spiritual power reserves. As much as he wanted to see Halibel's Arrancar form, he didn't feel like taking a gamble with her life. I learned a lot. It was worth it. He cast a glance towards Surachi, who still lay there without any movement. Despite her seemingly dead state, he could feel fluctuations of her Ryatsu now. Damn, she survived. He had truly overestimated his attack power and underestimated Surachi's Hiero. The attack that was meant to kill her only knocked her out. Her head wound had nearly closed. An Arrancar's vitality was a force to be reckoned with, only beheading or destroying their heart guaranteed their demise. Surachi's fingers dug into the sand as she lifted her head, her eyes shaking in fear. Finish me. Halibel, watch over them for me. I'll be back in a minute. A/N, I hope that was a satisfying transformation. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 21, Gift of Freedom. Kazuya walked over to Surachi and squatted before her. As the victor, I have the right to decide your fate. What if I don't want to play along with your death fetish? Surachi's face turned horrified as despair took over. I'm begging you, please kill me and mutilate my corpse. I don't want to end up in his research facility. Trembling with fear and frailty, Surachi pleaded for him to extinguish her suffering. She had abandoned all hope of escaping this place after failing her mission and damaging her Zampakuto. Baragan would hunt her down if she left this place alive. If she was found dead with an intact corpse, Sailaporo would do inhumane experiments on her. Kazuya reached out and compassionately caressed her head. I won't kill you. But I'll give you a choice. The thing is, I want to take down Baragan for trying to rob my freedom. I know you hold no love for him, either. Will you help me in overthrowing him? Defeating Baragan with his current strength was nothing more than a pipe dream. But he had to start somewhere if he wanted to destroy the tyrant who planned to seize his freedom in Hueco Mundo. No one who wished to shackle his freedom would go unharmed. Surachi's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly not expecting him to offer her a choice between life and inevitable death. She weighed her options, return to Las Noches and get thrown into Sailaporo's laboratory for her failure or join Kazuya in destroying the tyrant who forced her into submission. The choice would be obvious for anyone with common sense. I will blast Baragan and his lunatic cult. Help me. Kazuya stared into her eyes as if he was looking into her soul. Surachi didn't flinch from his stern gaze, instead showing a resolute look. Welcome to the club, Miss Goth. He smiled. Now, hold tight. I'ma get you to a safe place. Hoisting his fifth ally in Hueco Mundo like a wounded princess, he soared through the sky, his wings carrying them towards his cave. Goodness, you're quite heavy in this form. Her wings and tail contributed a surprising amount of weight to her curvy form. I have armor concealed beneath my undergarments. It makes no sense for a woman to wear armor there. Surachi's delicate fingers clasped his neck, her violet lips curving into a sly smile. You don't understand the brutality of hollows. They will resort to any measure to win. Injuring your opponent's genitalia is a very effective tactic. You were too quick or I'd have definitely smashed your junk. Kazuya couldn't help but shudder. He had almost lost his penis in his previous life. The fact that hollows saw no shame in resorting to such a brutal measure worried him. You all are a bunch of animals. All hollows are. He talked and laughed like friends as if they weren't fighting to murder each other a couple of minutes ago. As they entered the cave, he carefully propped her against the jagged walls. Focus on recovering. I'll deal with Dordoni. Don't linger here. Her voice, barely more than a whisper, carried a note of urgency. Baragan will discover. Her words trailed off as she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Kazuya left Surachi to recuperate and joined Halibel, who stared intently at the fierce battle unfolding before them. Dordoni dispersed his bird-headed tornadoes and hurled a behemoth version of it. The tornado rushed at Mila Rose, its maw open wide as if it yearned to consume her whole. Not today, bastard, Mila Rose retorted, her voice resonating with steely determination. Grasping her broadsword with a white-knuckled grip, she carved a colossal arc through the air, her golden mane thrashing wildly. The sheer power of her assault cleaved the cyclone, dispersing it. Mila Rose descended to the ground, her labored breaths displaying her exhaustion. Cuts marred her toned form, yet Dordoni appeared considerably more battered. The hollow plate adorning his forehead lay half-shattered, blood streaking his visage like crimson tears. One of his shoulder spikes had snapped clean off at its base. Were it not for the augmentation of his He-Arrow by his Resurrection ability, he would have met his demise. His defense was absurd. With her sword lowered, Mila Rose extended her palm, summoning a pulsating orb of orange energy. Without hesitation, she propelled Siro forth with a powerful punch. Take my Siro, bitch. The cataclysmic orange beam surged towards Dordoni, who countered with a series of deft hand gestures, ultimately forming a pentagon with his fingers. A sanguine Siro erupted from within the pentagon, colliding with Mila Rose's Siro. The violent impact catapulted Dordoni through the air, but he recovered with the help of his tornado. As he deflected yet another Siro from Mila Rose, his Ryatsu had significantly diminished from the time he first released. Kazuya hadn't expected Mila Rose to bring Dordoni down to this level. Then again, this Dordoni had yet to gain any power from Aizen's Hogyoku. Halibel, what else did I miss? Halibel recounted the action to Kazuya. Dordoni's He-Arrow was indeed impressive, but he couldn't disregard the full-powered Siro unleashed by strong Ajuchas such as Apache and Sung Sun. Forced to rely on his tornadoes to counter, Mila Rose seized the chance to deliver her own Siro blast. A mere month prior, the trio would have posed no threat to Dordoni. However, Kazuya's innate ability, Crumbling Heart, elevated their prowess to the peak of Ajuchas. As an Ajucha's Arrancar, Dordoni found it nigh impossible to inflict damage upon a strength-centric Arrancar like Mila Rose. Great teamwork, he murmured. Where are they? Halibel cast a worried glance in the opposite direction. He spotted the deer and snake sprawled on the sidelines, apparently unharmed. Out of energy, I assume. Halibel nodded. They did their part. By the way, are you upset about my decision concerning Surachi? Halibel's eyes shimmered with emotions before she gestured with her sword arm at Dordoni. We'll discuss the Espada after we deal with him. I also have things to talk about, he whispered, coming up with ways to explain his journey to the Soul Society. Fuck. Instead of overthinking everything, he swung his wings and approached Dordoni. A small smirk made its way to Dordoni's face. Niño, you have finally arrived. Kazuya disregarded Dordoni and glanced over his shoulder at Mila Rose. Thanks for wearing him down, kitten. I'll take over from here. Stop calling me kitten. Skull face. Skull face. Is that supposed to be an insult? Mila Rose shrugged and flew toward Halibel. After some talking, Mila Rose threw Sung Sun and Apache on her shoulders and carried them to their base. Halibel, alone, intently watched Kazuya prepare to fight another Arrancar. Her hands itched to stop the fight, but she couldn't go against Kazuya's wishes. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 22, Responsibility. Kazuya flexed his arms. The strengthening of his muscles by oppression was still present and would remain until he used oppression again to lower the density of his muscles. He looked at Dordoni. How will Baragan respond when he gets today's report? Depending on his mood. In the best-case scenario, he sends more Espada. In the worst-case scenario, he sends more Espada. Huh. What's the difference in the best and worst scenarios then? The orders he gives to Espadas. Dordoni grinned. You wouldn't want to know the worst orders. I won't ask then. Let's start. I was about to say the same, Niño. Kazuya charged recklessly. Dordoni roared like a ferocious beast, and his Ryatsu swelled to nearly its peak. More tornadoes emerged from his armor pieces, bird heads attached to their ends. Dordoni launched kicks and punches from a distance. The bird-headed wind creatures mimicked his movements and struck Kazuya. The assault flung Kazuya towards the ground. Using his wings, he steadied himself and assessed his chest. Apart from superficial cuts, he had sustained no significant injuries. This method is brilliant for improving my defense. Dordoni widened his eyes. Even an Arrancar's he arrow is cut upon contact with my razor-sharp wind. What kind of technique are you using to protect your body, Niño? Why are your clothes unharmed? My clothes are special. His shirt and jeans had remained the same since he arrived in this world, apart from being stained with his blood. He had used Ryatsu to clean the shirt time and time again, but its durability couldn't be denied. I see, Niño. Following their strange exchange, the two resumed exchanging blows. Unable to penetrate the multitude of cyclones, Kazuya opted to launch Zero rays from a distance. Battered and bruised, Dordoni persistently countered Kazuya's every attack, his wind cyclones playing a big part in keeping Kazuya away from melee range and stopping the Zero rays. However, he couldn't keep it up indefinitely. Eventually, his ability depleted his Ryuryoku, and his Resurrection deactivated. Although Dordoni had gained a substantial amount of Ryuryoku after becoming an Arrancar, he couldn't match Kazuya's absurd efficiency and monstrous rate of Ryuryoku recovery. His endurance was unmatched among the Vasto Lorde-Class, the main reason for his rapid improvement in the last month. Kazuya smirked. We're on an even field now. Dordoni held his katana with a purple hilt and drew a cross in the air. Not even close, Niño. Your spatial awareness is subpar. You can hardly distinguish between a feint and a genuine attack. And you're pathetic at concealing your intent. In short, Niño, you are solely lacking in experience compared to a veteran espada such as I. Kazuya's lips lifted in amusement. Apologies for being so young. I wouldn't choose to be a 1-month-old Vasto Lord if I had the option. 1 month. Niño is only 1 month old. That's impossible. It takes decades to go from a Jillian to an Ajuchas, unless you're one of those. Natural-born Vasto Lord. Indeed, I am one of those anomalies. No fucking wonder you could beat the crap out of Surachi. She never stood a chance against someone of your potential. With a chuckle, Kazuya unleashed a sonic boom, instantly appearing in front of Dordoni. The playful Arrancar didn't hesitate to slash at Kazuya's neck with his chipped katana. Kazuya reached out, seizing the blade with his bare hands. The metal bit into his palm but couldn't sever it entirely. Blood oozed down like a crimson waterfall. His regeneration tried to heal his wound, but the katana stuck in his palm made it impossible to do so. He had the blessing of the pain-resistant skill, otherwise, the pain would force him into a pitiful state. Niño, Kazuya called Dordoni with a wicked grin as a blue Ryatsu surged from his wounded hand. Say goodbye to your Zampakuto. Before Dordoni snatched away his Zampakuto, Kazuya activated his aspect of death. An Arrancar's Zampakuto embodied their hollow powers from before they became an Arrancar. It also sealed away their hollow attribute, allowing them to attain human-like emotions. One could argue that an Arrancar's Zampakuto held equal or perhaps more importance for a hollow than it did for a Shinigami. Despite Zampakuto's extraordinary capabilities, the katana clutched in Kazuya's hand was a physical object. With the power of oppression, he could manipulate any physical matter, as long as he understood its nature or brute force it with immense Ryuryoku. As Kazuya tightened his grip on the katana, the entire blade cracked before snapping in two. Dordoni stood frozen, clutching the hilt. After a tense moment of silence, he lowered his head. I should have been more cautious after I saw you fooling Surachi. Dordoni fell victim to his own veteran experience. A true warrior would cut down their enemy without hesitation. That very impulse led to the demise of his Zampakuto. I have been outsmarted, your ability, your Ryatsu can alter physical properties of anything it touches. Yeah. I made your Zampakuto extremely brittle. Despite his defeat, Dordoni threw his head back and laughed heartily. Well played, Niño. You might give the old king some trouble. I certainly hope you do. Well, you have to conquer me before you go anywhere. As long as I breathe and my body can move, I'll continue to fight. That's what a soldier does, Niño. Refusing to grant Kazuya a simple win, Dordoni lunged forward, showing his sharp combat abilities with an intense barrage of punches and kicks. Unyielding, Kazuya expertly parried each of Dordoni's strikes, ensuring that none found their mark on his body. After what seemed like minutes, Kazuya found an opening and struck Dordoni's face, propelling him toward the ground. He caught up to Dordoni using Sonido and unleashed a powerful kick that sent him crashing into a nearby mountain. Blood splattered from Dordoni's mouth as he gasped for breath. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 23, Sacrifice. A/N, no chappies until Sunday. I'm a touch some grass. In a blur of motion, Kazuya materialized beside the battered Dordoni, his fingers clutching the defeated warrior's hair with a firm grip. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. That was one hell of a battle, he said, his voice carrying a hint of admiration. Please don't try to take anyone's freedom in the next life. It's the worst thing you can do to a person, well, besides some messed up stuff like making them watch Boku no Pico or 1,000 episodes of One Piece. With a weak, raspy chuckle, blood flecked Dordoni's lips as he coughed. You've bested me, Nino. But beware. Baragan approaches. Devour me, Nino. Inherit my Ryuryoku and become stronger. Kazuya's gaze bore into Dordoni, his thoughts racing. Although he had lived in Hueco Mundo for a month, he had never consumed Hollow's flesh aka soul. The sheer magnitude of Dordoni's reacts tempted him. You goaded me into ending your life, he whispered. What was your endgame, Dordoni? Why were you so desperate to die? Dordoni's killing intent was far from genuine like Surachi. She truly wanted him dead while Dordoni pretended to have malicious intent for him. He could have taken Mila Rose and Apache hostages if he was so eager to kill him. He was as honorable and chivalrous as a princess's ideal knight in shining armor. Sacrifice nurtures. Dordoni squeezed out and reached for something in the distance. Don't let it be in vain. Kill Baragan or he will kill you, become a demon, Nino. Kazuya paused and intently gazed at Dordoni. He recalled Dordoni's role in the story. Dordoni taught Ichigo about the brutality of hollows through twisted choices, then he sacrificed himself to buy time for Ichigo. His aspect of death has to be sacrificed like Halibel. The revelation dawned on Kazuya, but it was too late. Dordoni's Zampakuto was completely broken. Unlike Surachi, his body shattered beyond repair. Even if he survived, he would never regain his former strength, let alone surpass it. Kazuya clenched his fists. That's stupid. I will kill Baragan for my own desires. You don't have to tell me that, let me put you out of your suffering. Using oppression, he accelerated Dordoni's heartbeat. Thump. 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 Dordoni's heart crumbled under the pressure and ceased functioning altogether. Yet, Dordoni's eyes remained open, fear and terror etched into them, even as a brave smile graced his lips. Motherfucker will give me nightmares. Kazuya gently lowered Dordoni's eyelids and heaved a sigh of relief. It's over. For now, whispered Halibel as she silently landed beside him, taking his hand and squeezing it with comforting warmth. Are you tired? A little. Halibel led Kazuya away from Dordoni's lifeless form and had him sit by the entrance of a nearby cave. Baragan will keep hunting us down. I'll be with you, no matter what, we'll fight him together. Kazuya would be over the moon if she didn't utter those words with the tender, motherly look in her eyes. Halibel. She looked at him, her eyes reflecting happiness. She seemed glad that he emerged from the encounter relatively unscathed. He couldn't bring himself to shatter her happiness with his questions. With a sigh, he raised his head to the ever-so-close moon of Hueco Mundo. Thank you for having my back. Halibel could tell that he had something on his mind. She chose not to pursue the matter and followed his gaze, admiring the lonely moon in the sky. You are my family, Kazuya. You, Apache, Mila Rose, Sung-Sun, you all give me hope in this world. That we, hollows, can coexist peacefully without sacrificing each other for selfish gains. She dreamed of making Hueco Mundo a utopia of peace. But her power was severely lacking to achieve even a fraction of her dream. Without everyone, I would have given up hope. I will protect my family, with my life if I must. You are unsalvageable, Halibel. He sighed and used oppression to revert his body back to its original state. Freed from extra dense muscles, he rested his head on her lap. I'll get some sleep. He was too tired to be having an argument. She chuckled and gently stroked his hair. Sleep well. In the silence, she considered his words. He wasn't entirely wrong in calling her unsalvageable. Everything in this world came at a price. Her life was too small of a cost for the safety of her family. After all, protecting someone wasn't just helping them survive. It means giving them a place to belong. Giving them a place where they could feel safe and free. As Kazuya entered his sanctuary, he discovered an astonishing scene. Mila Rose paced around with her breasts bouncing with each step. The dark-skinned beauty stopped abruptly in front of him, placing a hand on her curvaceous hip. Kazuya's eyes traced the captivating details of her body, her rosy-hued nipples, the hollow hole just above her navel, her sculpted abdominal muscles beneath, and the enticing slit between her legs. Her resurrection form gave her a lewd armor, a luxury her normal Arankar form lacked. Apart from the three-section crown on her head and her white necklace, she was practically nude. Kazuya shook his head. Lord, have mercy. Stop staring so rudely, Skull. Mila Rose covered her crotch with one hand and covered her breasts with the other, a disapproving frown creasing her brow. Since you've observed so thoroughly, share your thoughts. This is my normal, unreleased form. Do you find it better than my Ajucha's form? She sought his approval, even though she felt confident in her Arankar form. It enabled her to achieve so much more with significantly less exertion. Her combat prowess had skyrocketed beyond her wildest expectations. It's way better, if you ask me. He took off his shirt and tossed it at her. Don't run around naked. My heart can't handle it. Prior to his hollow transformation, he had an impressive muscular build. His physique had further developed after a month of rigorous training, allowing him to stride confidently in only his jeans. Pervert. Mila Rose grinned and sniffed his shirt, her nose wrinkling. It reeks of blood. Thanks, though. I appreciate it. She donned the shirt, concealing her ample chest. The shirt extended just enough to cover her most intimate area. Despite her statuesque height of 177 centimeters, she appeared small in comparison to him. After all, he towered at an impressive 6 feet 4 inches, 192 centimeters. The difference in their height allowed her to wear his shirt as an impromptu dress, the material draping gracefully over her curves. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a burst of Ryatsu, purging the bloodstains from the fabric with immaculate control of her Riryoku. Her Resurrection didn't give her any special ability. However, becoming an Arankar improved her base strength and Riryoku control. A/N, Shark Mommy will protect her children. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 24, Transform. Apache walked out of her chamber within the cave, a playful glint in her eyes as she prodded Mila Rose's butt with her horn. Stop being so narcissistic, bitch. Ouch. Stop poking my ass, you little slut. Apache walked towards Kazuya and affectionately rubbed her head against his leg. You're safe. Of course. He patted her head tenderly. Someone is unafraid of showing love today. Bastard came to take you and Halibel-sama away from us. He got what he deserved. Apache had no remorse for anyone who came to harm her or anyone close to her. She could be more ruthless than him in some aspects. Well done, Kazuya and Mila Rose, Sung-sun chimed in as she slinked out of her hiding place. I propose we move before Baragan dispatches someone to investigate the missing Espada. Before that. Kazuya turned to Mila Rose. Share your experience, Rose. It'll be helpful since everyone here wants to become an Arankar. Am I right? Hell yeah. I promised you I'll be the strongest Arankar. It doesn't hurt to gain more power in Hueco Mundo, especially after we made enemies with the God King. Apache and Sung-sun exchanged determined glances, their ambitions to attain the Arankar form fueled by their unique yet intertwined desires. Halibel nodded thoughtfully at their hunger for power. It's an excellent method to improve our strength, but we shouldn't be reckless. She was relieved there was a way to become strong without devouring another soul, even if it meant performing a dance with death. Mila Rose smiled, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. I thought you wouldn't ask about that, Kazuya. Well. It was painful from what I remember. I was losing my mind until you pulled me out of it. She pointed at him with a questioning look. How did you do that? I'm not sure, he admitted, giving a helpless shrug. Perhaps our heart-to-heart before the battle helped me reach your soul. He made a vague excuse for his crumbling heart ability. Being hollows and all, they wouldn't understand the concept of a system even if he told them. Oh, that. Mila Rose chuckled sheepishly. It was a weird exchange now that I look back on it. I feel bad for misunderstanding you all this time. I'm sorry for that. Apache stared at Mila Rose, eyes wide in disbelief. Did she just apologize? Is this a side effect of going through the process? Rose grew out of her immature phase, Sung-sun whispered, her eyes shining with emotions. You make me proud, girl. Mila Rose shot a glance at the pair, her eyebrows knitting together, and her fist trembling. She barely held back from smashing her fist on their heads. Good lord. I was in the wrong. Is it that bad to apologize? No. Sung-sun turned her attention to Kazuya. It appears you played a crucial role in unlocking Mila Rose's Arankar form. Is it possible that you possess an ability you're unaware of? Perhaps another advantage of being a natural Vasto Lord. Halibel-sama, what do you think? Halibel's brow creased with a thought. We can't be certain. Just stay by Kazuya if any of you choose to undergo the transformation. She hadn't been able to stop Mila Rose, even though she was present at the scene. There was no way she could intervene if the others chose to shatter their masks. Besides, Mila Rose's success would drive them to undergo the process sooner rather than later. She couldn't stop them from walking the dangerous path since she herself wished to walk upon it and rise to the ranks of Arankar. I'll be next, Apache declared, her eyes filled with determination. Should I do it now? Kazuya cupped Apache's dear head, gently rubbing her ears with his thumb. Wait for some time. Okay. Apache agreed, her voice a mixture of anticipation and understanding. Don't delay it for too long. I need to become strong. It hurts to watch everyone fight without feeling like useless trash. Sung-sun rested her head on his shoulder. I agree with her sentiment. I do not want to stand by when Baragan sends more of them after us. Kazuya smiled, sensing their determination ignited by Mila Rose's transformation. Don't worry. I won't keep you waiting for long. He turned to Halibel and cleared his throat. I have something important to say. I do have an ability that none of you know, apart from the ability Sung-sun mentioned. It was the perfect moment to reveal one of his crucial secrets. His hollow companions had earned his trust. Kazuya summoned the system menu and opened the race editor. Before their eyes, he selected his desired race. A hole materialized in the center of his chest, an eerie abyss reminiscent of a hollow's hole. From the depths of this void, azure liquid cascaded before the said liquid caught fire. Molten blue flames roared to life, a blue fiery tempest encasing him. A round, glassy cocoon spun itself around him. Moments passed as the flames underwent a mesmerizing transformation, shifting into a lighter shade of violet. All four women held their breaths, the anticipation tightening their chests, as they wondered what kind of metamorphosis Kazuya was undergoing and what the outcome would be. The cocoon cracked, sending shards of glassy fragments into the air. The flames retreated into his chest as if they were a living entity, a sentient force returning to its origin. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 25, Argument. Kazuya emerged, seemingly unchanged, except for the absence of his hollow mask and his black wings. He had shed all traces of his hollow-esque features. The most significant change eluded their vision, but the spiritually adept hollows sensed it with ease. How? Halibel asked, her eyes trembling in shock. You didn't do it like Mila Rose, you don't feel like a hollow anymore. You feel like a human. Mila Rose exclaimed, her voice dripping with incredulity. What the fuck? Why are you so handsome? Sung-sun stared at him with her sharp, beady eyes, a predatory gleam dancing within them. What the fuck indeed? To be frank, anyone could imagine a charming face concealed behind Kazuya's mask. Though, he is a little older than I expected. Come on. Spill the beans. Why the hell can you do this? As per her usual antics, Apache poked his leg, but this time, her horn pierced through his thigh like a hot knife through butter. Blood gushed out in a crimson torrent, staining her once pristine white horn in its color. Kazuya gripped her horn and pushed her back with a grunt. Geez, don't go poking around me in this form. I am weak as fuck. Miraculously, the wound closed before their eyes, as if time itself had reversed the injury, and the pain dissipated. Sweet. I carried over regeneration in this form, he thought, feeling happy for the unexpected boon. Kazuya felt the urge to examine his current status, but the hollow lady's growing impatience demanded his attention. Halibel's eyes practically pleaded for him to unravel the enigma, while Mila Rose, Apache, and Sung-sun appeared shaken by the power of his transformation. Halibel approached him and observed his body from behind, her gaze lingering on the places where scars had once marred his skin, now faded after he switched his race. A hollow turning human, impossible. It was well known that dead souls turned into hollows. A hollow assuming a human-like form after Arrancar transformation was nothing compared to a hollow reverting to being human. It defied the norms on so many different levels. The proof is before your eyes. Since when? From some time ago, actually. And I didn't want to use it. Right now, we don't have a choice. He scanned their surprised faces and folded his arms over his chest. We're relocating to the human world. Halibel considered his words, her eyes thoughtful as she looked to the others for their opinions. Hueco Mundo isn't safe anymore, but the living world is fraught with dangers as well. Shinigami are guarding the world from hollows like us. Halibel made a valid point. Shinigami possessed equipment capable of sensing hollows in an area. I don't think it's a good idea either, Apache said, her voice heavy with concern. She had been in Hueco Mundo all her life. The thought of leaving this realm for enemy territory didn't sit well with her. Like Halibel said, the human world is being guarded by Shinigami. They will purge us to the afterlife with their Zampakuto. Between hollows and Shinigami, Apache would rather fight her own kind, the kind she was more familiar with. Shinigami and their Zampakuto's strange abilities terrified her to the bone. Mila Rose clenched her broadsword. I don't want to run away like a cowardly bitch. I'll stand and fight. The Arrancar form gave her immense confidence in her strength. Her confidence was reasonable, considering she almost brought down one of the top Espada right after her transformation. Kazuya intently listened to their reasons and turned his gaze to Sung-sun. Do you have any words of advice for me? Allow me to stay neutral this time. I'll go with the side who wins this argument. He took a deep breath. Sure, there are Shinigami in living world, but it's a safe haven compared to Hueco Mundo. Just think about it. We barely survived facing 2 Espada. What would we do if the rest showed up together with Baragan? We have zero chance to come out alive. Actual zero. He would have stayed in Hueco Mundo if his only concern was himself. No matter how many of Baragan's soldiers appeared, he would have been able to make his escape. However, he wasn't in a position to act selfishly. While Mila Rose and Halibel would valiantly fight Arrancar soldiers, Apache and Sung Sun lacked the strength to be of any real use. If they stayed safe, he could focus on gaining strength in Soul Society and Hueco Mundo respectively. He also had to expand his knowledge to harness more power from his oppression. His counterargument brought forth a wave of silence. That said, I'm open to other options. He gave Mila Rose a long glance. Besides engaging in a head-on fight with Baragan, Mila Rose dodged his gaze. Don't target me. I'm just suggesting the easy methods here. We shouldn't expect much from her musclehead brain. Sung Sun took a vicious jab at Mila Rose's intelligence. Please don't thank me for the compliments. I'm just fulfilling my daily quota of roasting my favorite girl Rose. He chuckled at Sung Sun's light-hearted teasing. Rose, they have all kinds of clothes in the living world. I'll buy you a ton. Mila Rose's eyes gleamed with desire as her heart fluttered for new, shiny clothes. She brandished her Zampakuto and plunged it into the ground with a resounding thud, her hands resting defiantly on its hilt. I agree with Kazuya and Halibel-sama. Let's leave for the living world. That was fast. Apache retorted. This cheapskate switched sides for some clothes. You're only agreeing with him for the sake of clothes. Sung Sun playfully lifted Mila Rose's shirt with her sinuous tail, exposing her most intimate area to the world. This kitten is so easy to read. Mila Rose yanked down her garment and scratched her thick, wavy hair. What the hell, snake? I'm saying this so all of us can survive and become strong away from Baragan's gaze. Kazuya's proposal has logic. I have to side with him. She hid her desire to explore the living world and indulge in experiences she couldn't have as a normal hollow. They were just side benefits of moving to the living world. Sung Sun chuckled, a knowing glint in her eye. Yeah. Apache, only you are against me now. Kazuya squatted down and intimately rubbed her ears. Come on, my tomboy sweetheart. You'll lose affection points for being stubborn. Who even wants your affection points? I never said they were mine. They could be Halibel's too. Apache lowered her head and hit his knee with her hoof. Promise to buy me clothes when I become an Arrancar. Just that. Sure. I'll even get you sexy bikini so we can have our private pool party. His offer came off so nice and genuine that Apache nodded without inquiring a thing about bikinis. Given that I hold the majority of votes, he began, his voice laced with a rare solemnity, I shall take the lead and scout. He paused, his gaze shifting to the deeper part of the cave. Our new guest woke up. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 26, Jealousy. Tap. 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 Footsteps echoed through the cave as their newest ally, Srirachi, emerged from the shadowed depths, her long tail trailing on the ground like a serpent. She couldn't find rest with the chatter swirling around the cave, so she came out to greet her new teammates. Srirachi's eyes widened upon seeing Kazuya's human form. It can't be, Kazuya. How did you become a human? It's one of my abilities. Kazuya's vague response hung in the air as he transformed back into his hollow form. With a deft flick of his wrist, he tore through the fabric of space using his Descorer ability. The black fissure expanded, its gaping maw akin to a ravenous beast, unveiling an infinite, abyssal void. A/N, Gargantat changed to Descorer. Kazuya's face contorted with unease as he gazed into the boundless expanse connecting all realms in this world. What am I looking at? Mila Rose nudged his rib, her voice tinged with apprehension. Are you sure you want to go there? I haven't been there. Me neither. Apache and Sung Sun confessed their ignorance of Gargantat and its hidden dangers. They never had any desire to explore the living world and incur the wrath of Siriidi's Shinigami. Kazuya turned to Halibel, the oldest and wisest among them. Do you have any experience with this? Halibel shook her head, her golden hair softly bouncing to her movement. I can pave the path for you. You won't be harmed that way. He immediately rejected her offer, sensing her willingness to sacrifice herself for his cause. She was a truly admirable mother figure. One he couldn't handle in the current situation. Left with no choice, Kazuya walked over to the lovely goth girl and gently gripped her shoulders. Srirachi didn't appear as beautiful in her current battered condition. Srirachi, help out your friend, will you? Srirachi felt a shiver running up her spine. His sweet, pleasing voice may as well be the whispers of a demon. Fuck, Srirachi cursed under her breath, regretting being curious about their talk in her absence. Where do you want to go? As an Espada, she had been to the living world numerous times. Instead of lying, she decided to help him out. She had to show her worth as an ally, otherwise, he would deem her useless and cast her aside. She couldn't let it happen under any circumstances. Her survival hinged upon him, after all. Unaware of her inner turmoil, he answered, "The living world. To flaunt your new form." Surachi's brow arched, her face etched with skepticism. "Give me some time. I don't have the required Riryoku to reach there." Kazuya closed the garganta and patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Rest as much as you want. Call me when you're ready." Surachi departed to her resting place without wasting another second. Mila Rose suddenly snaked her arm around his shoulder and yanked him into a playful headlock. "Halibel-sama, I'm borrowing him for a moment." Without waiting for any response, Mila Rose dragged Kazuya away from the group, her laughter echoing through the cave. Once Mila Rose left, the others exchanged curious glances, a mixture of bemusement and intrigue playing across their faces. Apache poked Sung-sun with her horn, her eyes narrowing in thought. Where did she take him? What do you think will happen? What do you think? Sung-sun replied, her tone full of teasing. I'll let you guess. She'll probably ask him to fight, Apache guessed, recalling Mila Rose's eagerness for swinging her sword. What do you say? Not out of the question, considering the muscle head rose. However, Sung-sun trailed off, her voice laced with suspense, drawing Halibel's curiosity. Have you not noticed Mila Rose giving him those lingering glances? This private meeting might lead to a deeper, intimate bond between them. Sung-sun partially believed in her words. But she still said her piece to rile up Apache and Halibel, who seemed to be brewing different kinds of relationships with Kazuya. Ridiculous. He wouldn't, Apache paused, her mind flashing back to Kazuya's undisguised admiration for Mila Rose's new form. She gritted her teeth, frustration evident in her eyes. Fuck, good for them, I guess. Sung-sun could tell the underlying meaning of Apache's goodwill. You can't blame him for being drawn to Mila Rose. She is beautiful and loyal beyond words. Sung-sun poured oil on the burning flames of jealousy, anticipating the outcome to be chaotic and entertaining. Apache nodded quietly and stumbled back to her section of the cave. When did Halibel-sama leave? Both of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice Halibel quietly slipping out of the cave to follow Kazuya and Mila Rose. Sung-sun looked at the cave's entrance. This is getting interesting. Apache yearned for sleep after relentlessly unleashing Zero rays upon Dordoni, but the tempest in her heart raged on, plaguing her with restless tossing and turning. Goddamn Kazuya. She grumbled, her voice heavy with frustration. I met you first. I rescued you. Why would you go to her? She felt like a child whose prized toy had been snatched away, but she couldn't lash out at anyone. It wasn't her fault Kazuya stopped giving her much attention. In her mind, Mila Rose and Halibel were to blame. They possessed something she lacked, a quality that ensnared Kazuya and held him captive. A humanoid body closer to Kazuya's own. Apache slammed her head into the soft sand in a fit of exasperation. I can't, fuck, why am I blaming my friends? She caught herself before the darkness of her emotions could drag her down further. Rising from her resting position, she ventured out of the cave, hoping the fresh air would clear her mind. The walk did indeed rejuvenate her, sweeping away the clouds of negativity. As she wandered, a shadow flitted across her path. Raising her head, she saw a horde of Jillians moving in eerie unison, their ghostly glide sending shivers down her spine. Curiously, they didn't regard her as prey, as though something else took precedence over a powerful Ajuchas. Intrigued, she sprinted after them, soon discovering the source of their hunger, a fresh Arankar corpse brimming with Ryatsu. These thieves are stealing Kazuya's game. How dare they? Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward, her Ryatsu surging to its limits, which wasn't much after using everything on Zero. She couldn't overpower the combined Ryatsu of a dozen odd Minos Grande. Get away, now. The Jillians encircled themselves in their own Ryatsu, repelling Apache's razor-sharp energy. One by one, they twisted their necks in her direction, their long noses pointing at her like swords. Ki. 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 Vicious screeches left their mouths as they drifted to Apache, their giant forms towering over her relatively small deer form. Undaunted, Apache charged a small Zero at the tip of her horn. Don't force me to kill you losers. In response, the Jillians opened their maws wide, conjuring a Zero far larger than Apache's. Even so, she refused to back down. She couldn't let these lowly Jillians steal Kazuya's hard-earned prize. This particular corpse, an Arankar, offered the only chance to strengthen Kazuya among all the hollows they had found. She would fight tooth and nail to keep it here. Fine, I'll kill you all. Fueled by passion and recklessness, Apache hurled herself against the dozen Jillians, even though her Ryoryoku barely reached a quarter of its maximum capacity. Chapter 27, Mating. Mila Rose halted a few paces from the cave entrance and locked eyes with Kazuya. Caught off guard by her fierce gaze, Kazuya gasped dramatically. Such aggressiveness. Have you gone into heat after your transformation? Am I going to be pushed down and violated in the Amazonian position? I refuse to be defiled in such a manner. Rolling her eyes, Mila Rose scoffed, Amazonian position what? I swear, I'll violate your ass if you don't stop spitting nonsense. He instinctively placed a protective hand over his rear, shivering. That place is off limits. If you insist on violating my rear, I will fight you to death. It's not a question about my fetish or my affection for you. It's about my honor as a man. Mila Rose laughed at his melodrama and gripped his shoulders. Shove your manliness down the drain. I didn't bring you here to mate or whatever filthy stuff you're cooking in your mind. Besides, what's the point in two hollows mating? We can't make babies as far as I know. She saw no logical reason for hollows to engage in reproductive activities. Ahem, sex is an act of pleasure. I think. He slipped into his naive, innocent personality and assumed a thoughtful look oozing with curiosity. I believe sex feels good. Mila Rose's brow furrowed in confusion. Did you remember some significant memory? If he was as handsome as he looked in his human form, Mila Rose could imagine Kazuya having a beautiful partner when he was a human. He must be recalling some memories of his past life. Humph, I am miles better than anyone he ever had in his life. A dark, envious urge overtook her, compelling her to put down anyone who had been close to Kazuya. Lost in thought, he murmured, why does that matter? I'm a ruthless, bloodthirsty hollow now, just like you. That is true. She playfully punched his chest. Hey, how did you come to learn about mating? How do you know about mating? I was born with the memories, Mila Rose mused, her fingers scratching her chin as she delved into the depths of her mind. Or I overheard it in my hollow tribe. Yes, that must be it. Someone mentioned the legend of a hollow tribe living in the darkest shadows of the abyss. They all belong to the same species and engage in mating rituals, spawning more hollows of their kind, that's how the legend goes. Kazuya's eyes flashed with recognition. Ulquiorra might be born in such a tribe, surrounded by hollows of a singular species. That's how he believed Ulquiorra's story went. You claimed hollows can't bear offspring. But now you speak of a hollow tribe capable of reproducing. What are you trying to say, Rose? Mila Rose widened her eyes. I never thought about it before. Grinning slyly, Kazuya spread his arms wide, beckoning her. Well then, shall we attempt to create some offspring of our own? Absolutely not. Mila Rose shuddered at the thought of having babies. Even if I am capable of it, I am not having a baby. Not ever. He mockingly sneered at her decision. Why not? Mila Rose spread her arms. Look around us. We're barely scraping by here. Our child will only suffer if we bring him into this hellhole of a place. You want a better place for our child? He raised a brow. Let's wait until I kill Baragan. That should make Hueco Mundo more peaceful. He wasn't in any hurry to get into a relationship. After all, he would miss out on the rest of the group if he got too deep in a relationship with Mila Rose and others decided to give up. He had to seduce each and every one of them and open their eyes to the wonderful world of romance and sex. A tough but equally rewarding task. Mila Rose hesitatingly nodded before she widened her eyes. Wait, why am I discussing having babies with you? Fuck, run after me. We have something important to talk about. Without waiting for a response, she leaped gracefully over the hill and sprinted toward the next one. He chuckled and trailed after her, using his sonido to keep up with her shenanigans. Together, they sped across the stark white expanse, covering kilometers in mere minutes before halting near a cliff's edge. She laughed, pure bliss on her face. Tell me. That was fun, wasn't it? Kazuya stared at her, unamused. What do you want to do here? This spot is quite lovely for sitting and relaxing. She settled down on the edge of the cliff, her legs dangling over the side. She patted the space beside her. Join me, Skull. Mila Rose had gone to great lengths to keep this conversation hidden from the others, especially Sung Sun, who would never let her live it down. As skilled as Mila Rose was in combat, she couldn't outwit Sung Sun, Kazuya, or even Apache in a verbal spar. Her only chance of victory lay in a contest of words against the soft-spoken Halibel, which had never happened to this day. Kazuya quietly sat down beside her. She clearly had something on her mind, but instead of addressing it, she whistled, swinging her legs back and forth like a carefree child. La 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 dot. Can you try stating your point before I die of old age? Mila Rose cleared her throat and looked at him, her green eyes reflecting his vicious skull mask. Skull. Yes, I love you if you are thinking about confessing to me. Let us fly to church and put rings on each other. Please be serious for once. It's about my transformation. Mila started slow, her voice husky with emotions, and her heart rate hiking. Everyone's Ryatsu was fluctuating wildly when it happened. But you didn't show a single change. Why was that? His apparent indifference to her life and death struggle made her uncomfortable. Despite their recent conflicts, she had hoped that he would show some concern after they had resolved their misunderstandings. She was willing to risk her life to protect him and Halibel. A minor concern in return was nothing much. Kazuya tilted his head back, his gaze settling on the silvery moon above. I had unwavering faith that you would succeed. Mila Rose had no idea that he had known her long before their first encounter in Hueco Mundo, that he had recognized her potential as an Arrancar from the start. Somehow, she felt her cheeks becoming hot. Where the hell did that trust come from? He chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Can you explain every emotion and thought that courses through your mind? No, right. Some things simply exist without explanation, or for reasons beyond our understanding. Oh. He leaned in, gently cradling her chin in his hand. In an instant, his mask vanished, revealing his human form beneath. The instantaneous transformation happened at his will. After a lengthy first time, he could switch between both races at will without even opening the race editor. Rose. Why yeah. Their close proximity and his sweet, whispery voice clouded her thoughts, causing her to stammer. Instead of questioning me, shouldn't you reward me for helping you? Yeah, you're right. So let me, he whispered, drawing nearer until their lips hovered a hair's breadth apart. Embrace you. Mila Rose closed her eyes, allowing herself to be swept up in the moment's intensity. Their breath mingled as their lips met in a sweet, innocent kiss. A/N, blame them for sitting on a cliff. Chapter 28, Care. Chapter 28, Care. Crackle. A vicious surge in Ryatsu brought the kiss to a premature end. Mila Rose snapped to her senses and pushed his face away from her. What the hell was I doing? She kissed Kazuya, a lewd act she never imagined herself doing with someone else, much less a man. Kazuya didn't dwell on Mila Rose's distress. Instead, he swept his Ryatsu over the area, searching for the terrifying yet familiar presence that had interrupted their moment. He located the source of the familiar Ryatsu, well concealed and undetectable to those not diligently searching. He glanced over his shoulder. Halibel, you can come out. Halibel-sama is here. Halibel emerged from behind a boulder and approached them. She wedged herself between Mila Rose and Kazuya, pushing Mila Rose away from him in the process. You called. She acted like she wasn't eavesdropping and peeping at them from a hidden spot. Her calm and collected manner worked her in her favor this time around. Mila Rose just stared at Halibel, stupefied. Halibel-sama. Despite her resentment toward Halibel's interference, she respected her leader too much to question her suspicious actions. Halibel sighed. I'm sorry, Mila Rose. I had to check up on him. I didn't want you to get into a fight. Kazuya would be stupid to take Halibel's words at a face value. She might be peeping on her son for all he knew. I won't fight Rose. Heck, we were about to enter a new phase in our lovey-dovey relationship. Halibel responded with a shocked look, I see. I wasn't watching you. Oi, Skull. Stop spitting lies. Who the heck wants to? Kazuya leaned behind and winked at Mila Rose. You let me kiss you, that's a fact you can't deny. You are horribly twisting the facts. Mila Rose sprang to her feet and pointed at him with her sword. I didn't stop you because you mentioned something about rewarding you. Yeah, that's it. Think nothing more of it than a reward. She was too embarrassed to admit being attracted to Kazuya, knowing that the menace Sung-sun will rip her apart with teasing. Halibel closed her eyes and giggled, adoring the sight of her children messing around instead of fighting. It was one of the few times she had been so lively. Kazuya, I need a favor from you. Kazuya paused and looked into her eyes. Despite his deep understanding of her character, he could never guess the thoughts coursing through her mind. Sure. Halibel lowered her head, her eyes brimming with seriousness. Can you? All three suddenly spun their heads in one direction. A familiar Ryatsu was flaring up in the distance, as if it was preparing for a fight. Kazuya instantaneously slipped into his hollow form. Standing up and unfolding his wings, he showed a grim look. Apache is in trouble. I'm going ahead. With a burst of sonido, he gained momentum and tore through the air, leaving Mila Rose and Halibel behind as he raced toward the source of the disturbance. Kazuya found himself in the haunting battleground where he silenced Ordoni for eternity. A horde of monstrous Jillians unleashed torrential Ciro rays, painting the desolate landscape in vibrant crimson. A blood-soaked Apache nimbly dodged each lethal beam, her agility and determination evident as she lunged at a towering Minos Grande with every ounce of her strength. Yet the behemoth remained unfazed by her full-powered headbutt. The Minos Grande drew its colossal hands from its shadowy cloak and struck Apache with a resounding impact. She was sent hurtling into a nearby mountain, crumbling rocks cascading around her crumpled form. Exhausted, injured, and drained of Ryuryoku, Apache couldn't even block a Jillian's attack. She struggled to her feet with trembling legs, only to collapse once more. And not yet. Damn it, where are the others? I'm here. Kazuya arrived by her side, cradling her face as he transferred some Ryuryoku to her. Just rest. I'll take care of them. She looked at him, eyes overflowing with emotions. Why you are so late? Kazuya nodded solemnly, his focus shifting to the menacing Jillians. His Ryatsu bore down on them, a crushing force that made them shudder. With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed oppression, reducing the creatures to grotesque chunks of flesh. Did they come for Dordoni's body? I didn't let them touch it. She seemed smug about putting her life in danger for a corpse. I'm glad you're not dead. He leaned his chin on her hollow mask and cleared the blood from her with his Ryatsu. Her tail adorably wiggled even while she refused to look at him. There, you are all clean now. Sung-sun approached the pair as Kazuya finished cleaning Apache, while Halibel and Mila assessed Apache's condition from afar and returned to base. Sung-sun cast a glance at the mangled remains of the Jillians, playfully nudging Kazuya with her tail. Era, am I interrupting your cuddle time? Apache shot Sung-sun a glare. I'm out of Ryuryoku at the moment. Kazuya is helping me clean. I'd also request Kazuya's cleaning services after I become an Arrancar. They will be free for a friend, right? Absolutely free. You can bring another friend if you want. What a sweet gentleman. I'd bring my old friend Rose then. She will appreciate your services. After some light-hearted flirting, Sung-sun left Kazuya alone with Apache. It was for the best, as he needed to address her privately, away from prying eyes. Apache, I care more about you than that corpse over there. I'd be very sad if you became a corpse while protecting a corpse. You know, I can find Arrancar's corpse in Las Noches, but I can't find another Apache. His tender words had the intended effect, prompting Apache to stare at him wordlessly, touched by his sentiment. Oh, of course. There is only one Apache in this world, but there are thousands of Mila Rose. You won't find me anywhere. He chuckled at her budding envy or perhaps jealousy for Mila Rose. He playfully tugged at her ears, making her wince in pain. That's why you should stop risking your life for nonsensical reasons. It's not nonsensical. How is it not? You could have called me, Sung-sun, or even Surachi. Fighting them in your condition was beyond reckless. You could have died if I didn't make it in time. His sharp voice contrasted with his usual gentle, honeyed tone. Apache felt as if time had frozen. She had been waiting for a reward for enduring an impossible battle for him. Yet, here he was, scolding her for her recklessness. For the first time, Apache experienced the biting sting of cold betrayal. Kazuya sighed and gently rubbed her horn. Look, I'm sorry for being so harsh and controlling, but I will do everything I can to protect you and others. He gestured Apache to Dordoni's corpse. You can eat him. Apache understood his reasoning, but it didn't ease her bitter feelings. No, you eat him to increase your Ryuryoku capacity. It'll be beneficial for you. You might break into Vasto Lord if you eat him. His enticing words made her pause and ponder, distracting her mind from his previous scolding. Vasto Lord. Apache whispered. Will I have a body like Halibel as a Vasto Lord? Envy dripped from each and every word as she imagined herself in a similar form as Halibel and most likely Mila Rose. Most likely. Don't hesitate. You risked your life to protect it. It belongs to you now. Apache glanced in Dordoni's direction and shook her head. Your strength is harder to increase than mine. I can eat any random hollow and gain little boost. She was being selfless for once, hoping he could feel her care behind her small sacrifice and stop being so harsh. She just wanted him to be the casual, playful Kazuya. Kazuya grinned. Geez, stop staring at me. I know I'm handsome and you love me, but get a human form before we take things further. Who loves you, Skullhead? Apache grumbled as she lowered her head, her heart pounding in her chest. Leave me alone. Well, eat to your heart's content, my adorable dear. He left Apache alone to enjoy her meal. She might reach Vasto Lord status or at least come close to achieving it. More crucially, it will heal her wounds faster and recover the lost Ryuryoku. A/N, did you guys expect a lemon? LMAO. To be fair, it would feel forced if Mila Rose actually started liking him all of a sudden. Chapter 29, A Bloody Tale. Apache trudged back into the shadowy cave, the weight of stress pressing her down. Her gloominess was well-founded. She had devoured every bit of Dordoni, absorbing his flesh to enhance her Ryuryoku. Yet, despite her efforts, the Vasto Lorde-Class remained a distant dream. A realm far away from her reach. Should I break my mask, she pondered, recalling the surge of power that such a simple act could unleash. But she knew, too, that great strength came with great risk. She was inextricably drawn to the possibility ever since witnessing the awe-inspiring might of Mila Rose. I promised Kazuya to be patient, but I also promised to become the strongest Arrancar. While eager to fulfill her promise, she had no choice but to slow down. Her gaze fell upon Kazuya, who lay nestled against Cyan Sungsun's giant snake form. Sungsun's scaled tail draped over him like a protective shield, yet he seemed to find comfort in its embrace, sleeping soundly beneath it as if it were a makeshift quilt. One could say he was having the time of life surrounded by cuddly pets. How dare he sleep with her after making that deal with me? Did he goad her into a deal? She seethed with jealousy. Sungsun lifted her head and hissed. The deer triumphantly returns after devouring an eagle. Yet one could not see any signs of happiness on the deer's face. Are these the signs of tragedy to come? Apache growled at Sungsun's unnecessary commentary of her actions. Fuck happiness. Kazuya stirred, sitting up and gesturing for Apache to join him. Come here. She complied, sinking down and resting her head on his legs, using his thighs as her cushion. It's my turn to use you. Use my body as much as you want, he murmured, a gentle smile gracing his lips. My dear, what's weighing on your heart? Kazuya could sense the storm raging within her, as well as her desperate yearning for strength to fill the void in her soul. Sungsun's words about the tragedy had not been entirely off the mark. Apache might very well attempt something reckless in her quest for power. Her hollow hole was more than proof of her lust for raw power. Apache gritted her teeth. I am angry at myself. I just want to become strong and kick Baragan's ass with you. But I can't even get close to Espada with my current strength. This makes me so mad. Kazuya listened intently to her impassioned outburst, his fingers gently stroking her head. Almost involuntarily, she leaned into his tender touch, finding comfort in his caress. Then stop dwelling on it, Sungsun advised, her voice cool and collected. Only fools focus solely on surpassing their adversary's strength. Why not try outwitting your opponent instead? Like Kazuya and his plan for the living world. Running away to a faraway place isn't a smart strategy. Then fighting your opponent against stacked odds is smart. Sungsun scoffed. Don't make me laugh, Apache. I want to fight with everyone as much as you. You have to cultivate patience, or you'll end up as someone's food. Apache's teeth clenched in frustration. She had been using the flea and hide technique for years. However, in the present time, she couldn't shake off the urge to gain more strength, as if her hunger had expanded upon consuming Dordoni. Slow it down, ladies, Kazuya interjected, hoping to defuse the escalating tension between Apache and Sungsun. Apache, please. With a resigned sigh, Apache rested her head on his thigh once more. I'm sorry, Sungsun. I shouldn't have acted mean. Friends needn't apologize to one another. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, promise not to die before me. There's nothing more heart-wrenching than losing a friend. A heavy silence settled upon the group as Sungsun's words, tinged with sorrow, hung in the air. No one had anticipated such vulnerability from the typically sharp-tongued and sarcastic Sungsun. Then again, she had been preaching the importance of survival to Kazuya for some time now. He tenderly brushed his fingers across her scales. I promise to keep everyone alive, even our watcher kitten out there. For the last time, stop calling me kitten. Mila Rose's yell made the group laugh. Halibel, who was sitting quietly in a corner, cast a warm gaze at the three. She closed her eyes again, returning to the warm yet cold embrace of her nightmares. Kazuya, I have been curious. How do you think an Ajuchas becomes Vasto Lord? I am not sure, but it has something to do with raising our Riryoku level and subduing our wild instincts. Subduing our wild instincts? Apache whispered. I am not following your words here. And how come you remember so many things despite your amnesia? They're like instinct. Halibel, you remember how you became Vasto Lord? Apache glanced in Halibel's direction. The bronze-skinned Vasto Lord leaned against the cave, recollecting distant memories. I don't remember. Sungsun drew close to his ears. Halibel-sama paused. That means she is lying. He raised a brow. Hey, Halibel. Sungsun said you're lying. Traitor. Sungsun retorted. You sold me out. I trusted you. Never trust a guy with a skull mask, he whispered with a grin. Besides, it's a small price to learn more about our caring leader. You act more like a leader than Halibel, Apache muttered under her breath. Cocky skull demon. Halibel wordlessly gazed at everyone, studying and calculating something with little emotion in her eyes. Kazuya turned to his human form and smiled, feigning innocence and cheerfulness one would expect from a child. Halibel, it's fine if you don't want to share your story. I'll bring it up when I do something to truly earn your trust. Sometimes life leaves you with no choice but to gaslight your crush into revealing the truth. Halibel melted seeing his hurt expression. There was simply no way for her to resist spoiling him. It's nothing special. Are you sure you want to waste time with this? Kazuya's expression brightened. I have nothing else to do until Surachi recovers. May as well listen to your bedtime story. Most Vasto Lord I know became one after consuming endless souls, but I didn't. My evolution happened when I saw mindless violence and bloodshed. Tracing her sword arm on the wall, she revealed the secret nobody knew. A village of normal hollows was desecrated by one cruel Vasto Lord. A demon with 4 sword arms massacred the hollows before my eyes, and I was too weak to stop the demon. I wanted to defeat him even if I had to die fighting him. My irrepressible anger became the fuel of my evolution. Kazuya's mind raced as he felt a flicker of recognition upon hearing Halibel's tale. What are the odds it's Neutra? While other hollows might share similar physical traits, the likelihood of encountering a Vasto Lord with 4 arms was next to impossible. She became Vasto Lord because of sacrifice, he whispered. It seemed as if Halibel's evolution relied heavily on her desire to sacrifice, her aspect of death. One's indulgence in their aspect of death, doing everything to fill one's hollow heart, might be the key to advancing to Vasto Lord from Ajuchas. Did you kill him or not? Halibel shook her head. When I was ready to deliver a decisive blow, it used its rest of energy to flee. I haven't encountered it since. The demon is still out there terrorizing hollows. Apache asked in shock. Kazuya, you better slaughter that asshole. Don't let it flee. I will not fail, madam. I am not the strongest but I can tweak my body to fly faster than a jet. Halibel nodded. That coward preys on weak hollows. He'll be no match for you. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 30, Hatred for Men. As the group settled into a comfortable silence, Kazuya called forth his status. General information. Name, Kazuya Ishihara. Gender, male. Race, human. Ryuryoku level, Great level, Captain class. Alignment, neutral evil. Affiliation, none. Racial abilities. None. Innate abilities. Silvery voice. Crumbling heart, human you can walk unhindered upon any surface. Regeneration. Pain resistance. Acquired abilities. Seduction, the ability to seduce those of the opposite gender. Mastery level, basic. Riding, the ability to ride a mount. Mastery level, intermediate. Arithmetic, the ability to process arithmetic problems. Mastery level, intermediate. Provocation, the ability to anger people with your tongue. Mastery level, basic. His crumbling heart ability had changed along with his race. Instead of providing support to allies, it had transformed into a self-serving skill that was absurdly underwhelming. After all, he could easily create Ryuryoku platforms to fly anywhere. What was the point of this innate ability? Can't have all the good things. Well, Surachi won't recover for a while. Should I train in my human form? He shook off the idea. The only potential evolution for his human race was becoming a Quincy. Normal Quincy's weapons and techniques were nothing extraordinary. Scrift, the greatest ability of the Quincy race, was gate-locked by Yawatch, the father of Quincy's. Blood is the most useful. I'll focus on my hollow powers first. Who knows if I can unlock a form beyond Vasto Lord? He was already so far in his hollow evolution. He might need to train for years to achieve comparable power with human and Shinigami forms. They would merely be side quests compared to the priority of his hollow form. After all, he wasn't confident about achieving Bankai in 10 days, like Ichigo. Fighting a captain class without Bankai would be tough. First priority hollow, second Shinigami, and last Quincy. Leaving his cave, he found Mila Rose perched atop a mountain. She vigilantly scanned the surroundings for any threats encroaching upon them. He soared above her and playfully launched a tiny Ryuryoku orb at her head. "Hello, my sweet kitten." Mila Rose snarled, eliciting a chuckle from him. He zipped away, soon pursued by an irritated Mila Rose. Landing on the ground, he turned to face her. "Wanna train?" Mila Rose's grumpy expression transformed into one of excitement. Casting aside her shirt, she took on the stance of a predator ready to pounce upon its prey. Dordoni's nonsense didn't let me show my full potential. Devour. Leona. Gold Lioness General. Her Resurrection form was unleashed with a torrent of Ryatsu. It was just as eye-catchingly feral and seductive as he remembered. She set her green eyes on him. "Kazuya, I'm coming. Try not to become a flat corpse." Dordoni hadn't provided her with a proper opportunity to display her physical prowess. Kazuya became the ideal contender for her to unleash her full force. He fortified his arms with oppression and released his Riryoku to augment his defenses with Ryatsu. Mila Rose closed the gap in a split second and swung her broadsword. Get wrecked. He tilted his head, narrowly evading the immense arc of her blade, and drove his knee towards her belly. He forced her to face him in a range where her weapon was hard to use. She countered by swiftly raising her knee to intercept his strike, then launched a vicious elbow towards his face. He deftly ducked beneath her assault, snaked an arm between her legs, and hoisted her onto his shoulder with surprising agility. Mila Rose writhed on his shoulders, pounding the hilt of her weapon into his ribs and battering him with her knees. What the heck are you planning? Grimacing through the pain, he found a firm grip on the back of her neck and flung her skyward. She slammed into the ground, sending plumes of white sand exploding in every direction. She was buried a couple of inches under the Hueco Mundo. You bastard. She leaped out, fuming with rage at being tossed about like a sack of potatoes. Why, you're despicable. How can you treat a woman like that? Everything is fair in love and war. I approach every battle as if it's war, and I also love you. So everything I do here is fair. Mila Rose stared at him, stupefied. You love me. When the hell did that happen? Aside from their kiss and some moments, their relationship bordered on the verge of acquaintance and friend, leaning into the latter after their kiss. Suddenly hearing him confess his love shook her mind. He lunged at her with his fist. She blocked his punch with her broadsword and pushed him back. Focus on training first. Don't get distracted. Don't ignore my question, damn it. What the hell did I do to earn your love? I don't know. You being sexy might have something to do with it. So you're just after my body. Mila Rose's face turned dark as though she hated the thought of being lusted after for her body alone. Golden Ryatsu crackled around her as a tidal wave of murderous intent bore down on Kazuya. All men are the same. I thought you were different. In the end, you're like everyone else. He was certainly wrong about curing her hatred for men in one conversation. It would take time to cure her prejudice. Before he could ease the misunderstanding, Mila Rose charged at him with the ferocity of a lioness, slashing at his chest. Her attacks were lethal, aimed to kill. He enveloped his hand in Ryatsu and caught her Zampakuto with his bare hands. Her Ryatsu sliced through his skin like a hot knife through butter, but her blade failed to penetrate his flesh. The sight of his blood poured cold water on her impulsive fury. She retracted her Zampakuto, her gaze fixed on his rapidly healing wound. While she regretted injuring Kazuya, he was of a different mind. Will my hollow mask regenerate if it's broken? He decided to test the theory later. Rose, I didn't mean it that way. Don't try to murder your men over a misunderstanding, dude. What else did you mean by those words? You completely ignored the might part. Your body is just one part of my love equation. I am still trying to figure out the other part. He hadn't completely fallen for her, but he absolutely adored her. Mila Rose sighed, her shoulders sagging. She raked a hand through her hair, hoping her impulsive words hadn't wounded him. Something went off in my head when you said that. I'm sorry. You hurt me. It was emotional damage. Is that so? She let her Zampakuto fall to the ground and encircled his waist with her arms, seemingly attempting to crush him in her embrace. Forgive me or I'll crush you with my bare hoom. Oh oi, stop. It's starting to hurt. He hadn't strengthened his waist with oppression, focusing on his limbs to increase his explosiveness. Mila Rose's hug genuinely squeezed the life out of him. Just say the damn words. Okay. I forgive you. Stop it now. Mila Rose laughed and tightened her grip before hoisting him off the ground and twirling him around. She set him down after a dozen dizzying spins and laid a hand on his shoulder. You brute. She continued laughing. Oh my god. Kazuya, I don't hate whatever we have right now. Let's, defeat Baragan first, then sort the rest of this stuff. I want to focus on training and becoming stronger. I see. She stepped back and placed her hands on her hips, drawing eyes to her abs. What am I saying is that you love me and you can't live without me, but Baragan is a bitch who won't let you sleep peacefully. So, we got to take care of him first. You got nothing. Kazuya chuckled before dodging a broadsword strike. They continued training with an intense, pulse-pounding battle. He found it increasingly difficult to counter her devastating blows. She exhibited far greater brute strength and agility than in her clash with Dordoni. Had she grown stronger within hours, or had she been holding back during her previous battle? It had to be the former, since she was still adapting to her new Arankar form. Was she this strong in the story? I don't believe it. Mila Rose had a blast swinging her sword all over the place. She fought him to her heart's content until her Riryoku couldn't support her release form. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 31, Experiment. Kazuya crossed his arms as his gaze drifted across Mila Rose's naked body. "You're one terrifying exhibitionist kitten." She scoffed and picked up her shirt from the ground before putting it on. "Not more than you. When are you breaking your mask?" She couldn't fathom facing him if he received the same power boost as her upon becoming an Arrancar. However, it didn't matter, as she was determined to hone her skills and grow even stronger. "I wonder the same," said Surachi as she jumped down from the hill. "It's the single biggest power boost you can get as a Vasto Lord." "I did it." She did it. "When we're in need of desperate power, why are you backing out of it?" Having replenished a substantial portion of her Riryoku, Surachi had utilized some of her regained energy to clean herself and eradicate all traces of blood. Her silver mane now glistened with a captivating allure, revealing the meticulous effort she had invested in her appearance. Kazuya couldn't help but observe her once more, a regal mane joint with two droopy wings, and a sleek, dolphin-like tail trailing behind her, all the result of her damaged Zampakuto leaving her in a peculiar half-released, half-Arrancar form. "Wow, you went through all this effort just for me." "I'm so touched," he teased with a playful wink. "Here's a compliment for you, Surachi, our murderous goth chick, you look less fucked up than before." "Well done." His backhanded compliment earned him a glare that could have slain a dragon. "Don't change the topic. Are you perhaps afraid of failure?" The big jerk who beat down two of the strongest Espada is afraid of death. Kazuya shrugged. "I am more afraid of letting everyone down. As much as I trust in their abilities, they can't survive Baragan without me." It was just a sophisticated way of admitting he was afraid of dying mid-process. He was living quite the life in Hueco Mundo. It would be almost tragic if he died like that. Knowing his luck, it might just happen. He wasn't a coward. He was cautious. Mila Rose frowned. "Then don't fail, Skull. Here, I will break it with my sword." Kazuya caught her sword mid-strike and raised a brow. "Surachi, let's leave." "Kazuya, don't back out. Have trust in yourself," Surachi urged as she folded her arms. "The process is easy. Subdue your wildness and seal your powers in the form of an object." It's how Sale described it to Espada. She absolutely had no ulterior motive like witnessing his agonizing screams. Sale. That mad scientist. He is an Espada. Surachi's heart skipped a beat as she realized her mistake in bringing up Sale. She confessed to being a twisted soul, sometimes delighting in the suffering of others. But Sale was an entirely different species of sadist, a deranged lunatic with no qualms about pushing the boundaries of his experiments. The sheer terror he invoked was the sole driving force behind her allegiance to Baragan. Life held no particular value for her, but she would do anything to avoid becoming a specimen in his laboratory of horrors. Anything. "Hey, what's the matter?" Surachi felt a little calm after hearing his soothing voice. Sale is Baragan's court alchemist. Numero uno Espada. How do you know him? Damn. Give me the name of the rest of Espada, their abilities, their strengths, and their weaknesses. Surachi divulged the information without a moment's hesitation. While the Espada were comrades in the loosest sense, their alliance was born solely out of mutual subjugation to Baragan. No true bond of camaraderie united them like genuine soldiers. Kazuya became more and more surprised at the information being fed to him. How could he not? He never expected Espada under Baragan to be as powerful as they would become under Aizen and his Hogyoku. But the reality was completely different. Baragan had 7 Espada serving under him, which got reduced to 5 with Dordoni and Surachi's departure. Number 1 Sailaporo. Number 2 Luppy and Tenor. Number 3 Dordoni. Number 4 Loli. Number 5 Surachi. Number 6 Aranero. Number 7 Gantenbane. Kazuya marveled at the apparent weakness of the current Espada lineup. Aside from Sailaporo and Baragan, he anticipated little difficulty in defeating the remaining Espada. Their rankings weren't based on raw strength or their aspect of death like Aizen's Espada, instead, they were determined by their usefulness and loyalty to Baragan. After battling Dordoni and Surachi, 2 of the strongest Espada, Kazuya had overestimated the might of Baragan's forces. Baragan is the only problematic opponent. Well, let's just have some relaxing time in Japan. The Hollow ladies would appreciate a refreshing change of scenery, particularly Halibel, who harbored no love for bloodshed. Surachi regarded his contemplative expression. What are you thinking now? Surachi, can you use your tail ability? Yeah. What do you want to do? Do it for a second. I want to cut something. Make the spear as small as possible. Surachi lifted her tail and conjured a pink lance at its tip before it shrank into a dagger-like weapon. Kazuya seized her tail and brought the dagger close to his face, sensing the vibrating ryatsu emanating from every edge of the blade. Rose, take this and cut a small part of my mask. Keep it as small as possible. Srirachi's spear was the sharpest and most precise weapon at his disposal. Ugh. Srirachi grimaced as she saw her tail being passed around. Mila Rose gripped her tail hard, enough to make her wince. Be gentle. Mila Rose laughed. Bear with it, woman. Kazuya closed his eyes, demonstrating unwavering trust in Mila Rose. She grasped his chin and carefully guided the dagger along the side of his mask. A tiny fragment of white mask tumbled to the ground. Kazuya flinched as a searing pain pierced his soul. In mere moments, the mask regenerated to its original size, confirming his hypothesis regarding his hollow mask. His regeneration powers had improved after his battle with Srirachi. Amazing, Srirachi murmured, all lacing her voice. I have never seen a hollow regenerate their mask, much less with a speed visible to eyes. Your regenerative power is both astonishing and terrifying. Srirachi's praises reminded Kazuya of the other Arrancar who had similar regeneration powers, Ulquiorra Cipher. Their wings and horns looked different, but they both looked close to a typical demon. Are we related or what? He narrowed his eyes and beckoned Mila Rose. Get back to your Resurrection form and shatter my mask. If I fail to control myself, knock me out cold. I'll recover, eventually. The toughness of a hollow mask depended on their Ryuryoku level. With his great Ryuryoku, it would be hard to shatter his mask without a strong strike. Mila Rose's grin widened, revealing her ferocious lion fangs. I will chop your penis if you go berserk. You won't ever be able to mate. Knowing Kazuya's obsession with the act of mating, she threatened to cut off his most precious organ that allowed him to fulfill his sexual fantasies. The threat worked wonders as Kazuya shuddered visibly. Having experienced an injury close to his little brother, he was having traumatizing flashbacks. Don't even joke about that. Ha ha. Mila Rose stepped closer and held her Zampakuto. How do you want me to strike? Horizontal, vertical or diagonal? Strike the middle of my face. Just don't leave cut marks. Kazuya closed his eyes, only to sense three presences closing in on him. Wait. Mila Rose paused and looked at Halibel and the rest. Skull, they're gonna chew you alive. Halibel crossed her arms on her chest, giving him a sharp look. How many times do I have to say this? Don't be reckless. Apache, on the other, seemed pissed. He tells me to hold off, then he pulls off something like this. Era, I'm sure he is taking the risk to protect us. However. Sung-Sun sharpened her reptilian eyes. At least inform us if you're making a decision of this stature. They seemed pissed at his choice to recklessly start the process behind their backs, their anger showed their care for him. It also reminded him of his previous lover. Yumi was easy to anger but always cared about his well-being. It's not reckless, geez. Listen. Kazuya explained the reasoning behind his impulsive decision. Despite his sweet voice and persuasive skills, it took him a full minute to alleviate Halibel's fears, yet a hint of concern still shone in her eyes. Undeterred by their worries, Kazuya urged Mila Rose to proceed. Devour, Lyona. Unleashing her released state, she swung her Zampakuto with one hand, slicing his mask in two. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 32, Chapter 32-33, A Strange Zampakuto. Kazuya crumpled to his knees, clutching his face in agony. Pain was no stranger to him, having lost an arm before, but this torment surpassed all previous experiences, even exceeding his initial death. Despite his pain-resistant skill, he felt like screaming ceaselessly, and in fact, he was screaming, oblivious to his own cries. Kazuya. Halibel reached out to him, but her words vanished into the chaos surrounding him. Kazuya. His Ryatsu began to surge, trembling the very ground they stood upon. It dwarfed Mila Rose's Ryatsu, despite the fact she could rival a weak Vasto Lord's Ryatsu in her base Arrancar form. A wave of Ryatsu erupted like a deafening sonic boom, hurling everyone beyond his reach. Halibel struggled to her feet, Kazuya now no more than a violet speck in the distance. His Ryatsu had propelled her that far. She raced back towards him, only to falter moments later, clutching her head. Kazuya's Ryatsu permeated the air, bearing down on her soul with suffocating pressure, causing her head to pound. It was as if gravity itself had intensified in the area surrounding him. The Ryatsu was different from anything she had ever felt. It wasn't just powerful or massive. It felt alien. The thick and heavy energy felt like something other than Ryatsu. But Halibel knew it was Ryatsu belonging to Kazuya. Wait for me. I'll be there. Determined and unyielding, Halibel pressed onward, her eyes locked on Kazuya. Halibel-sama. Mila Rose, gripping her broadsword tightly, followed Halibel's lead, with the others a mere step behind, united in their commitment to aid Kazuya as he had once helped Mila Rose with her Arrancar transformation. However, their progress was short-lived, halted after a dozen steps. Kazuya's Ryatsu bore down on them like an oppressive weight, sapping their willpower to the point they felt terrified of taking another step in his direction. Apache let out a strangled cry, her legs trembling under the relentless pressure. What the hell is this? This Ryatsu is too much. This Ryatsu is different from his. Mila Rose, faring better than Apache and Sung-sun, discerned the unique property of the Ryatsu. It's sinister and cold. We can't go further, Sung-sun whispered calmly as she moved back. Let's retreat for now. Apache gave her a death glare. I'm not going anywhere. I'll help him. Sung-sun hissed. Don't you fucking give me that look. I want to help Kazuya as much as you. What the fuck can we do? Apache recoiled, terrorized by Sung-sun's furious eyes. Never before had the snake lost her composure, but the sight of her friend writhing in agony pushed her to the edge. She felt utterly powerless. Reluctantly heeding Sung-sun's words, Apache and Mila Rose withdrew and regrouped with Surachi. She looked terrified of his Ryatsu far more than the three. It's stronger than Baragan. Baragan, having dwelled in Hueco Mundo for an unknown length of time, had amassed Ryoryoku through innumerable battles. He was considered the Hollow with the most potent Ryatsu in Hueco Mundo. Yet, Kazuya, the young Hollow, displayed a Ryatsu that eclipsed even Baragan's. The difference was staggering. Surachi realized that Kazuya's dream of slaying Baragan would become reality. If he survives. Arg. Apache screamed out in frustration and stomped the ground. What the hell do we do? We can't leave him be. What can we do? Cyan Sung-sun murmured, despair in her voice. We have to trust Halibel-sama. Halibel hadn't stopped for a second, even if her pace looked shaky. Sung-sun put her trust in her leader to save the day. Mila Rose flung her Zampakuto aside and tugged at her hair in despair. Though her Ryatsu might have neared Halibel's in her Resurrection form, she couldn't harness it after exhausting her Ryoryoku during training. Even if she could assume her Resurrection form, she wouldn't have advanced farther than Halibel. Damn it. It's my fucking fault. It's not the time to blame yourself. Apache gritted her teeth audibly, her fiery gaze on the cocoon in the distance. Sung-sun, you said you were smart and efficient. Think about something. Surachi, stop standing there. What do you want me to do? Panic gripped all four of them, each expressing it in their own way. Three genuinely cared for Kazuya's well-being, while the former Espada simply wanted him alive to fulfill his promise of revenge against Baragan. I am doing my best, wait, it ended. Their attention snapped to Kazuya's cocoon, which began to fracture, his Ryatsu gradually receding. They sprinted towards him with every ounce of speed they could muster. Halibel, with her superior Sonido, reached him first, catching him before he could tumble from the cocoon. As she knelt on the ground, she tenderly pressed a hand against his face, unfazed by the viscous fluid that coated him. Feeling his breath and the steady beat of his heart, she drew him into her embrace. You scared me. I thought you wouldn't survive. Holding him like this, she realized the depth of her affection for him. If he had died, she would have been consumed by madness. You're my family. Unconscious, Kazuya was unable to hear her gentle murmurs. Perhaps it was for the best, as he would likely have responded with something offensive or teasing. Halibel-sama, is he all right? Apache's voice trembled with urgency as she inquired. Is he safe? Halibel replied, her voice a low murmur, oozing with fatigue. The oppressive Ryatsu had almost knocked her out. Just unconscious. Mila Rose was so energetic after her thing, Apache mused. This guy does everything like an anomaly he is. I also can't become a human, either, Mila Rose retorted, rolling her eyes. She knelt beside Halibel, poking his face with a curious finger. A viscous, milky substance stuck to her fingertip, and she hesitantly tasted it. Grimacing, she spat onto the ground, desperate to get rid of its weird flavor. Yuck, it's so salty. Apache stared at Mila Rose. Don't taste everything you see. Sung-sun exhaled a sigh of relief, studying the changes that had occurred in Kazuya's body. Halibel's protective embrace obscured the full extent of his transformation, but as if sensing Sung-sun's gaze, she tenderly lowered him onto the ground, allowing them to observe everything. Wow. A collective gasp echoed from three Ajuchas. Even Halibel's eyes widened in awe. The most striking transformation was Kazuya's face, no longer hidden behind a mask. Instead, two imposing horns curved at the sides of his head, remnants of his once fearsome hollow mask. Mila Rose patted his face. Why does he look so fucking powerful in this form? Apache nodded at Mila Rose's words. Following this pattern, I will have a horn on my forehead, which will help me with Zero. She could predict the direction of her Arrancar form after witnessing two Arrancar transformations. Sung-sun flicked her tongue, imagining all the possibilities. I will keep the earrings. I like them. Do any of you see Kazuya Zampakuto? Mila Rose's eyes darted around, only to land on something utterly unexpected. No way. That's... Srirachi's jaw hung open. Blast. It can't be his Zanpakuto. The group received another shock. They were truly speechless this time around. Let's leave before hollows get curious. Halibel lifted him in his arms, finding him far more hefty than his form implied. Rose, take his Zanpakuto. Halibel hesitatingly addressed it as his Zanpakuto. Mila Rose lifted the round object in the air like a prize trophy. I can't wait for him to wake up. Ha ha ha. She couldn't help but grin, envisioning the sweet taste of revenge for all the teasing she'd endured, her laughter ringing out once more. Srirachi felt a tug at her lips. Mila Rose's energy was infectious. She stepped forward and placed a hand on Halibel's shoulder. Halibel, you're not in the best shape. Let me carry him. It was a rare moment for Srirachi to offer assistance on her initiative. After seeing the party work things out, she had to offer something. Mila Rose pointed at herself with her thumb. Yo, let me. I got stronger arms than this petite lady. Who are you calling petite? Srirachi frowned, missing her whip more than ever. Brute. Mila Rose's brow twitched. You want to fight? Stop this meaningless fight right this instant. Sung-sun hissed. Halibel-sama, do you need help? Halibel held Kazuya closer instead of separating from him like a mother clinging to her son. I can do it. The colossal surge of Ryatsu ensnared the attention of nearby hollows, regardless of their strength. They could feel the spiritual presence of a terrifying being, compelling them to stay far away. On the outskirts of a village alive with the chatter, a centaur-like hollow stood guard. Her head swiveled to the north, her grip on her lance involuntarily tightening. The ancient Ryatsu sent shivers cascading down her spine. She couldn't fathom the fate that had befallen the hollows in closer proximity to the source of this ominous power. Could they have died? Her hazel eyes flickered, narrowing into a razor-sharp focus. I have to investigate. Hollow's evolution, Arrancar, first form, achieved. Kazuya's eyes flickered open to a system prompt announcing his recent achievement. I'm alive, barely. He couldn't fathom what might have happened if he hadn't acquired the pain-resistant skill. He surely wouldn't have made it out alive. Feeling the familiar cool embrace of skin beneath him, he instantly recognized he was lying on Halibel's thighs. Fatigue weighed heavily on every muscle in his body, yet he couldn't help but smile, knowing the ever-devoted Halibel remained by his side. This obsessed mommy. You're awake, Halibel noted, sensing the fluctuations in his Ryatsu. You gave us all a scare. With considerable effort, he sat up, rubbing his head as the world swirled around him. His Ryoryoku had barely recuperated while he lay unconscious. I didn't think I'd survive either. That was extraordinary. It's all in the past. You're an Arrancar now. I guess I am. He summoned his status and observed his model. What the fuck? His Arrancar form portrayed him without a mask, but with the same distinctive horns curving on either side of his head. The most significant change, however, was in his attire. He donned a white ensemble that revealed a symbol on his chest, a black outline resembling a phoenix. Check paragraph comment. The hollow holes on his legs had vanished, replaced by metal shackles encircling his wrists and ankles, trailing a remnant of chain. He appeared like a runaway prisoner. I ran away from Gramps, so it makes sense. Like hell it does. He tried taking off the shackles, but they were stuck fast. He clicked his tongue. Halibel, where is my Zanpakuto? I can't feel it. It's here. Feast your eyes on the strongest Zanpakuto in existence. As if waiting for an opportunity, Mila Rose rushed into the cave and thrust a football-sized egg into his hands. The egg's shell bore a pale violet hue, its surface mimicking the texture of Sung-sun's scales. More importantly, the egg continuously released a small amount of Ryatsu akin to his own. Halibel placed a hand on his shoulder. This magically appeared at the place of your transformation. We believe it's your Zanpakuto. Kazuya watched, speechless. I laid an egg. What the hell is happening? He knocked on the egg. Anyone there? Is this like the case with Stark? Coyote Stark's Zanpakuto had taken the form of another hollow, Lily Nettie. But a Zanpakuto in the shape of an egg, that was an entirely unprecedented phenomenon. I see a phoenix mark on my chest. Will the egg give birth to a new me? He shuddered at the thought of another him running around the world, causing as much chaos as him if not more. Nah, it can't be another human. It has to be a creature. The events unfolding were even more bizarre than the fact he reincarnated in the world of Bleach. There must be a reason behind the egg being his Zanpakuto, one that would surely be revealed when the egg cracks. Chapter 33, Chapter 34, Jealous Deer. Apache and the others crowded into the cramped confines of the cave. It didn't take a moment for Sung-sun and Mila Rose to start verbally berating each other. He felt like a father watching over a bunch of rowdy kids arguing for candy. Srirachi scrutinized Kazuya with piercing eyes, as though attempting to decipher his very essence. How do you feel? Thanks for your concern, but I'm doing fine. He glanced down at the egg cradled in his lap. Except for this. What in the world is this? Srirachi snickered. I have no idea. Do you want to consult Dr. Sale of Las Noches? He might solve your problem. I'll hand you over to him while I'm at it. He will love tearing apart a half-assed abomination of a goth chick. Last I recall it happened when I was fighting you. You are the reason I am an abomination. Despite her accusatory words, she didn't blame him for anything. She had torn her wings and extra limbs out of her volition. Blaming him for her decision would be unfair, especially for an action taken when they were mortal enemies. Just kidding. You're not an abomination. He grinned, eyes twinkling. You're the second most beautiful hollow in the world. Halibel is first. Apache nudged Srirachi out of the way, pushing her closer to the entrance in a fit of jealousy. Her resentful gesture raised a chuckle out of him. Apache, I'm glad you didn't act recklessly this time. In the deepest recesses of his mind, he could picture Apache ripping her mask apart in a frenzy, the moment anything befell him. She cared about him, otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to protect his possession. Apache lowered her head, her voice a whisper. It wouldn't have made a difference. Tearing her mask would bring her on par with Mila Rose, who was also struggling in the net of his Ryatsu. He reached out, affectionately rubbing her crest. You did well. Umph. Sung-sun's serpent-like tongue flickered and licked the eggshell before slithering it across his cheek. A similar taste. Mila Rose's laughter roared. So, the skull has truly become a mother. Who's the father, though? Kazuya's hand flew to his mouth, feigning shock. Did your kiss do it? Aye. You better take responsibility for this. Mila Rose found herself at a loss for words, her mouth agape. She'd intended to gain the upper hand with the egg, but Kazuya had effortlessly flipped the situation back onto her. Sung-sun poked Mila Rose's face with her tongue. I warned you this was useless. You can't triumph over superior beings such as Kazuya and myself. Inferior beings should just admit defeat and bow before us. You. Mila Rose clenched her sword. I'll kill you. Era. Don't resort to violence. Aarg. Sung-sun slithered out of the shadowed cave, Mila Rose hot on her heels with her Zampakuto. Srirachi followed them to make sure Mila Rose didn't end up killing Sung-sun. They will never change, he muttered, shaking his head. Just to set the record straight, what I said was a joke. I'm still very much a man. I'm talking to you, Halibel. Don't start treating me like a girl. I know. I know. Halibel exhaled a soft sigh. I might not join in your banter, but I can understand your sense of humor. They severely underestimated her observation skills. Why does it matter? Apache inquired. Man or woman, she treats all of us with the same affection. Kazuya's face twitched. Apache was aware of his interest in Halibel, yet asked such a weird question. It was very much an attempt to poke the hornet's nest. He was way too exhausted to deal with her right now. Before he could respond, Halibel intervened. With her sword arm, she slapped Apache's back, a resounding thwack echoing through the chamber. Let him rest. Come outside. Hey, don't hit me. Halibel continued striking Apache's back until she drove the deer out. Looking over her shoulder, she sighed. Kazuya, don't indulge Apache too much, let her learn to walk before she runs. Kazuya tilted his head, waiting for an explanation. Halibel gave none whatsoever and left the cave. What did she mean? Come to think of it, she still hasn't told me about that favor. Being quiet and observant, Halibel rarely shared her feelings and mostly kept to herself. I'll think about it later. Kazuya collapsed onto the frigid sand floor, the mysterious egg nestled securely against his chest. He checked his status for any new ability. General information. Name, Kazuya Ishihara. Gender, male. Race, Hollow, Vasto Lorde-Class. Ryuryoku level, Great level, Captain Class Plus. Alignment, Neutral Evil. Affiliation, Unnamed Faction. Racial abilities. Siro, Ryuryoku Offensive Technique. Mastery level, High. Sonido, Movement Technique. Mastery level, High. Descorer, Limited Spatial Distortion Technique. Mastery level, Basic. Hi-Arrow, Ryuryoku Defensive Technique. Mastery level, Basic. Resurrection, Zampakuto Release. Mastery level, None. Pesquisa, Perception. Technique. Mastery level, None. Innate abilities. Silvery voice. Oppression, aspect of death. Crumbling heart, hollow. Regeneration. Acquired abilities. Phoenix symbol, ridiculous healing power, and now an egg. Despite his demonic appearance, all signs showed he wielded the power of a mythical phoenix or something similar. At least I received some decent clothes, he mused, focusing on the silver lining of his transformation, as was his nature. Also he arrow and pesquisa. Chapter 34, Chapter 35, I am your salvation. Kazuya had immense control over his Ryatsu in his hollow form due to the innate power of his hollow mask. His human form didn't have the same luxury. He used his resting time to fine-tune his control and hide his Ryatsu from others, which required him to keep his Ryoryoku from leaking out, a skill with great use in the living world. He trained for a scant few hours before boredom forced him out of his resting place. Halibel, protect this baby while I'm away. Surachi, let's go. Halibel cradled the egg and patted it gently with her left hand. Her tender gaze was very much like a mother. I'll protect your child with my life. Her solemn words, paired with her motherly expression, left Kazuya momentarily speechless. Halibel, it's our child. Halibel stared at with wide eyes before she gave a look of understanding. Her hunch about Kazuya was true all along. It's solely yours. Surachi traced a line in the air, opening a garganta with the same ease as Kazuya. Leave the talk for later. Let's leave. She vaulted inside, and he plunged after her without hesitation. Suddenly, a maelstrom of turbulent reishi swept through the vast void, forcing Surachi against his chest. Instinctively, he unfurled his wings, now twice as expansive as before, and stabilized their footing with a platform of Ryatsu. Phew, that nearly spirited us away to some unknown place. The opportunist Kazuya held her by her side, his arms encircling her waist. He reveled in the delicate tickle of her feathers against his skin and her warmth. Leaning forward, he pressed a kiss to her nape. Don't worry. You're in the safest place in the world. Even if we were transported to some medieval fuckery, I'll protect your virginity. Not from myself, of course. Surachi elbowed his chest, which did nothing against his he-arrow defense. Left with no choice, she shoved him with her shoulder. Quit fooling around. How the fuck are you so horny all the time? There are more things in the world than chasing women. Hollows, the creatures of instincts, showed not sexual excitement but hunger for a reishi-rich body. He was one of the rare cases of a hollow indulging in carnal desires, as she noticed in his interactions with his friends. Kazuya took a dramatic pause. Being so full of hormones is a pain. Did I mention I am just a month old? Newborns are always full of curiosity. He blamed his lust on his new body. Baragan won't care if you're 1 or 10 months old. You should stop this tomfoolery and focus on training your new abilities. Nada. I want to live a fun life, even if it bites me in the ass later. Surachi's fists tightened. If only every hollow were as carefree as you, Hueco Mundo wouldn't be a pit of despair. Sadly, most hollows pursued their base instincts, rendering Hueco Mundo the most desolate place to exist, apart from maybe hell. She dispelled the disheartening thoughts encroaching on her spirit, refusing to succumb to despair before eliminating the source of her hatred, Baragan and Sale. Kazuya was no fool, he understood the implications behind Surachi's whispers. Her aspect of death had to be despair or a closely related sentiment, a negative one. A cunning plan to cure her depression and gain her loyalty formed behind his smile. Despair, he murmured. It's pent-up anger with nowhere to go. The darkest clouds, eager to unleash their fury, yet forever trapped. It suffocates you, never enough to take your life. It's the darkness that makes us question the meaning behind every action. Surachi found herself unable to tear her eyes from his solemn expression, her heart resonating with his words. He had correctly described her feelings. Despair it's just pure suffering. It is, but... He raised a finger. Only in the darkness can you truly see the light. So, tell me, Surachi, would you rather keep your head down and never see the light, or allow me to guide you to the radiance of salvation? He extended his hand, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. Had he been born in the medieval era, he might have been the most revered pope of his time. Unconsciously, Surachi placed her hand in his, falling deeper into his web of manipulation. As the magic of his voice faded, she came to her senses and abruptly withdrew from him. It's impossible. I am a hollow. There's no future for us, for me. I can never have the peaceful life I desire. His persuasive words and honeyed voice exposed her deepest insecurities, the insecurities that were born when she wandered the world as an ajuchas. She had searched the entire Hueco Mundo but there wasn't anything which could fill the gaping hole in her heart. Nothing she did ever made her feel genuinely satisfied. The hole in her heart made her question the meaning of her existence. The meaning of Hueco Mundo and the entire species of hollows. She constantly lived through a mental state akin to those experiencing an existential crisis. She wasn't a special hollow to realize the despair that awaited their race. Any powerful hollow with a semblance of intelligence would feel the dread deep down in their hearts. But their desires and hunger kept them from pondering such deep questions. What you feel is the dread of an existential crisis, he said, reaching out to stroke her mane. The only escape is through self-discovery. Surachi, I can change that mindset and guide you to happiness. Will you give me a chance? Surachi shook her head, distancing herself from him with a sense of melancholy. What even is the point? You should spend that time and energy on honing your skills. The broken state of her Zampakuto only intensified her feelings of despair. Just give me 1 day of your time. If I can't solve your problem, I won't bother you. There had to be something in the living world, some fun activity, some object, a comforting pet, anything that could elevate her spirits and drag her soul out of the pit of despair. He didn't love her enough to go to extraordinary lengths, but she would be an invaluable ally in guiding him through Lost No Chase. Besides, witnessing her in such a vulnerable state stirred genuine sympathy within him. Or I just have a soft spot for goth girls. She unclenched her fists and released a resigned sigh. Fine. With the matter settled, Surachi dashed through the void, leaving a trail of pale pink Ryatsu beneath her feet. Without warning, she halted and flicked the air, causing the fabric of space around them to fracture. She stepped back and charged headlong into the fissure, shards of glass-like space erupting in a brilliant explosion all around. Kazuya clapped at the mystical display. Sheesh. I think I did a good job conveying her hopelessness and despair in their interactions. Chapter 35, Chapter 36, Encounter in Town. For people still debating whether Neutra is a Vasto Lord or a Juches, here is a quote from Bleach Databook 2 Masked written by Kubo himself. Among the many Arancars in Hueco Mundo, those with extraordinary ability and skills are called Espadas. Most of the Espadas are Vasto Lord, the highest class of Minos Grande. They are each given a number by Aizen depending on their skill level. Databook 2 Masked /page 133. Kazuya sped after Surachi, soon finding himself hovering above a bustling road. Cars zoomed by below, their screeching horns and shrieking brakes reverberating through the stormy night. The familiar landscape of Japan surrounded him, but there was an unmistakable difference in the atmosphere. Billboards promoting games or anime were conspicuously absent, and video advertisements were nowhere to be seen. The city, devoid of its usual vibrancy, felt strangely subdued. Of course, nobody around them reacted to the massive fracture in the sky. A rain-soaked newspaper, carried by the wind, caught his attention. Most of the text in the newspaper was illegible, but the date in the top right corner remained fairly visible, May 3, 1950. Did I arrive here on the 1st of April? It seemed as though his reincarnation happened as an April Fool's joke. It made all the sense in the world when he recalled his Zampakuto's shape. Suppress your Ryatsu as much as you can, Surachi advised. We should change our locations. I know. Don't start acting like my mom. Kazuya paused and shook his head. What am I saying? I never had a mom. Surachi, would you be so kind as to adopt me as your child? Surachi flipped her middle finger in his face. Buzz off. Haha, you can leave now. I'll call you when I want that one day. He waved his hand with a charming smile. Do consider my proposal about adopting me. It'll be fun being my mommy, you know. Pervert. Surachi reopened Garganta and glanced at him over her shoulder. Don't get killed. Aw, you're such a considerate mom, he teased. If Baragan attacks in my absence, bring the girls over here. Do not fight him, I repeat. I know his strength, Kazuya. It'll be foolish for us to engage him head-on. I'll do as you say. When will you return there? A few days at the very least. He had to use the opportunity to scout some things. Surachi nodded and vanished into the void, the fractures in the space healing on its own. Kazuya, now alone, looked around the street. What's in fashion in this era, I wonder? He spotted a clothing shop on the same street, saving him the trouble of searching all over the city. A glance at the shop's address and he was left dumbfounded. Karakura Town. What absurd luck is this? There could be another reason for Surachi to be drawn to this place. Karakura Town was a concentrated spirit zone. The town concentrated the greatest spiritual beings in the world. Should I stay around? Urahara and Yoruchi should be here in that shop. He decided to stick around for some days instead of leaving for another town. After swiftly borrowing some fancy clothes, Kazuya ducked into a shadowy alley and transformed into his human form, donning the perfect disguise to explore the town. He ruffled his unruly hair, which seemed to be the wildest part of his getup. Let's spend the night in some hotel. The thought of sleeping on a soft bed raised his spirit. Apache's meaty body or Sungsun's snake body couldn't bring him the comfort of a real bed. So much to do. Strolling alone in this form, particularly amid unfamiliar surroundings, left him feeling exposed, as though he was walking around naked. He had grown accustomed to the power of oppression at his fingertips. One could argue that he had embraced his hollow identity wholeheartedly, and the 4 hollow women gave him ample reason to remain hollow for the rest of his days. Wouldn't it be simple to make me the strongest from the start? He sighed, feeling wronged by the one who had reincarnated him. He might have skipped honing his other races if hollows hadn't been the weakest race in the world of Bleach. The mightiest Arrancar, Yami, could perhaps contend with 1 or 2 captain-class adversaries simultaneously, but he was mere cannon fodder for behemoths like Aizen and Yawach. He had to train the other races to their maximum or perhaps find a way to fuse them. Those were the only ways for him to survive the disasters Aizen and Yawach would bring to the world without leaving everything on Ichigo. As he rounded a corner, he halted, petrified, for a long moment. The eruption of Ryatsu hadn't gone unnoticed by the spiritual beings lurking within Karakura town. The presence of 2 formidable hollows had drawn these powerful entities out from their lairs. One such being was a tall Shinigami perched atop a house, a bucket hat concealing his visage. The hat's green and white stripes imbued him with an air of frivolity. The saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover," was tailor-made for individuals like Kazuya Urahara. Despite his laid-back demeanor, he was a fearsome genius who had crafted an array of specialized equipment that aided the Soul Society even to this day. He is probably here after Aizen pinned his crimes on him. Urahara was accused of conducting experiments on his fellow Shinigami. That's how the Soul Society remembered the former captain of the 12th Division and the founder of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. In reality, Aizen was the one performing such experiments on Shinigami. Knowingly or unknowingly, Aizen had created an enemy out of one of the most dangerous people in the world. Does Urahara still have Hogyoku? At some point, Urahara would deactivate his version of Hogyoku and conceal it within Rukia's soul. Kazuya was unsure if that had already transpired in this timeline. As it stood, Hogyoku would prove immensely valuable to him, as it could safely convert Sung-Sun, Apache, and Halibel into perfect Arrancar without risk. The only 2 versions of Hogyoku were in the possession of Urahara and Aizen. He sure as hell wasn't going anywhere close to Aizen this early, so he had to get the Hogyoku from Kazuya at any cost. Let's troll him a little. Kazuya gave a bright smile as he waved at Kazuya Urahara. Hey, don't stand there in the rain. You'll slip and break your legs. He was flirting with disaster by taunting one of the most formidable Shinigami. One could say he was courting death. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 36, Chapter 37, Quincy. Kazuya paid no heed to the shouts, assuming they were directed at someone else. His attention was consumed by deciphering the dual-type spiritual presence left by 2 hollows. These spiritual presences were akin to those of his Visored friends but carried a more distinct hollow aura than the Visored's hollow aura. Hollows who have acquired Shinigami powers. Arrancars. He had encountered information about them in the Soul Society's archives but never had the opportunity to meet one with such formidable power. Yet the question lingered, why had 2 Arrancars infiltrated his town? If they sought to act like typical hollows and consumed souls, they would have caused an uproar. Instead, their stealthy approach made him uneasy. You with the green hat. Don't ignore me, jerk. Kazuya's wandering thoughts were disrupted when a stone hurtled toward his face. With lightning-fast reflexes, he tilted his head just enough to evade the projectile and lifted his hat to glimpse at the public offender. What he saw left him dumbstruck. The man standing in the street appeared to be an ordinary citizen, save for a faint trickle of Riryoka seeping from him. The man's Ryatsu barely qualified him as a spiritually aware human. Kazuya couldn't shake the feeling that he had encountered a similar Ryatsu before. Skeptical, Kazuya raised his hand in greeting. Quite the rude fellow, aren't you? Have you never seen a handsome man enjoying the rain on a roof? I have. In fact, I used to be like you when I was a teenager. It was fun pissing down from my roof on rainy days. Those were fun times, man. My, that's just gross. You should try it sometime. It feels relaxing and therapeutic. Pissing in the rain is scientifically proven to lower your stress. Kazuya shook his head and looked over his shoulder. That's enough grossness for today. I will see you around. The approaching group of Shinigami left him with no choice but to stop his unpleasant talk. He used Shuinpa and flashed to the sky, his form assimilating with the darkness. As the Shinigami began to look around the scene, the silver-haired youth just stood there, baffled. For a human, he showed an appropriate reaction to see men in kimonos jumping all over the place. That was merely the beginning, as 2 cars rolled onto the scene. A woman with short black hair and a stern, piercing gaze emerged from the first car. She exuded an aura of dignity and authority, befitting her status in Karakura town. Check para comment. Izumi Ishida, an Ect Quincy, pureblood Quincy, as well as the current matriarch of the Ishida family. She had recently married Soken Ishida, another Ect Quincy, in an effort to keep their Quincy bloodline pure. Somehow, she appeared exceptionally pissed today, perhaps furious about being roused from her sleep at 12 a.m. Kazuya didn't linger, as he had already planted a spy within the Ishida family. He wasn't concerned about the Quincy collaborating with Hollows for an unexpected alliance. A very unlikely event, but it was better to have safe measures for every incident, or so Kazuya Urahara believed. When will I find a good vessel for Hogyoku? Unbeknownst to him, a demon had already set its sights on his disastrous invention, a demon who would soon change Kazuya Urahara's entire world. Kazuya was struck motionless as the raven-haired woman emerged from her car. Her icy gaze, sharp frown, and commanding presence reminded him of someone who had once held a special place in his heart. What the hell is with her uncanny resemblance to Yumi? Who is she? Most of the characters he had encountered until now possessed easily identifiable traits: Halibel for her shark-like characteristics, Apache for her name, Surachi for her goth girl appearance, and Kazuya for his shady hat. The woman before him was different. Despite her undeniable beauty, her Quincy necklace and intense gaze were her only distinguishing features. A rich lady Quincy equals free hotel service. As the woman walked, she stumbled, seemingly injured in her left leg. Move. You're obstructing our official work. Kazuya rubbed the back of his head and glanced at the Shinigami squad. Wani-san, I'm new in town. Do people in Karakura cosplay as samurai? How can they jump so high? Do they possess supernatural abilities? Izumi, who was about to walk away, widened her eyes. His voice enveloped her in a sense of serenity, as though she was taking a stroll in a vast forest. The man and woman in white uniforms behind her displayed similar reactions of surprise to both his voice and his ability to perceive the spiritual world. You can see them, asked Izumi slowly as she hobbled to his side. Are you a descendant of some hidden survivor? The Quincy massacre 150 years prior had left their race in disarray. Some prominent Quincy chose for a life of solitude, distancing themselves from matters of the spiritual world. Consequently, numerous young Quincy grew up ignorant of their ancestral history. Izumi surmised that Kazuya might be one of those lost Quincy descendants. To preserve the Quincy race, she needed all remaining Quincy to unite so they wouldn't be killed off easily. She was a firm believer of the power in numbers motto. Kazuya rubbed his chin, frowning as if he tried to recall something. You mean Quincy? My mum told me to seek guys with crosses in this town, before she passed away. Izumi clutched the Quincy cross tied hanging from her neck, bringing his attention to the silver necklace. This cross. Kazuya's face lit up. That's it. That's the one my mum told me about. You guys are the Quincy. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, it's really hard to get it right. He sprinkled a dash of innocence into his words, perfecting his naive act. No worries. Would you like to come with us? Izumi threw out an offer, willing to take a chance to test his potential. Even if he was a gemished, mixed breed, with limited potential, she could find a purpose for him in their clan. It was a much better fate than being eaten by some hollow far away from any help. Are you kidding? Of course I will. I want to know more about this Quincy stuff. Akira, Katsumi, escort our guest. Yes, Izumi-sama. As you wish, Izumi-sama. Kazuya followed the two gemished Quincy, a pep in his walk. Meanwhile, Izumi cast a sidelong glance at the Shinigami squad. They exchanged hushed words before dashing in different directions, seeking further clues on the incident. I'll have to keep an eye on Shinigami until Soken-san returns, it's been 3 weeks. Her eyes lingered on the moon, finding comfort in its solitary presence as it cast a silvery glow over the landscape. I took a lot of freedom with Izumi's character. Ichigo's timeline might be truly fucked when the time comes. Chapter 37, Chapter 38, Mommy. Upon her return to Hueco Mundo, Surachi could feel the Ryatsu of Apache and the others in the distance, but the only one she saw was Halibel, sitting alone in the cave with her back pressed against the wall and an egg on her lap. You're back. Halibel broke the silence. Did you find any Shinigami? No, we didn't. Surachi responded, her voice barely audible as she quietly nestled herself into a shadowy corner of the cave. He told me to wait for a few days. Surachi, Halibel said, her tone laced with uncertainty, do you believe he should make his return to Hueco Mundo? Why should he not? His friends are all here. I have seen how much he cares for you and the rest. He even lost an arm protecting you from me, temporarily. Surachi found the question unbelievably dumb, but she didn't say it to Halibel's face. As much as she looked down on Kazuya's playful nature, she admired him for his unwavering loyalty. If it was any other hollow with his ability to switch races, they would have long abandoned Hueco Mundo for the living world. But Kazuya didn't find her logic appealing. He prioritized his companions, otherwise, he wouldn't have waited this long to leave Hueco Mundo. She couldn't fault him for the decision. Halibel raised her head and regarded Surachi with an intense stare. Are those your honest thoughts? Surachi paused for a moment before she furrowed her brows. If I was in his situation, I would never return to this hellhole. This place disgusts me beyond words. She didn't hold back on her hatred for Hueco Mundo, the place that gave her nothing but despair. Halibel offered a nod of acknowledgement before lowering her head. Thank you for aiding me in making my decision. What decision? I'll tell when the others are back. After a few odd minutes, a lively chatter could be heard outside the cave. Apache, what the hell is wrong with you? How can you eat so many souls? Era, Apache is a growing woman. Let her eat as much as she wants. What Sung Sun said. Apache and the rest casually strolled into the cave in high spirits. All three feasted on the Jillians that attacked Apache before. It was a feast that Apache fully used to amass power. Yo. Mila Rose greeted Surachi with a grin. How's Skull doing over there? Did he start flirting with some girls? Surachi shook her head in response. He is good. I don't know if he is flirting with anyone, but that guy asked me to become his mommy. Can you believe it? Surachi tried to make Mila Rose's smile wider but ended up triggering Halibel with her words. Halibel's eyes snapped open, and her gaze locked onto Surachi. What did you say? The atmosphere in the cave went cold from the Vasto Lord's voice. Surachi felt like she was being ripped apart alive under Halibel's sharp Ryatsu and buttload of killing intent. She pushed back with her own Ryatsu, which didn't seem to be enough to contend against a mature Vasto Lord like Halibel. She might have been unfazed if she was at her peak. In her current state she was no match for Halibel's icy Ryatsu. Why, you? Surachi misinterpreted Halibel's actions as a brazen effort to intimidate and assert dominance over her, the newest member, in Kazuya's absence. She stood her ground, refusing to submit to such oppressive tactics. These are your true colors, Halibel. The crushing pressure bore down exclusively upon Surachi, who trembled under its intensity. Observing Surachi's condition, Mila Rose stepped in, delivering a firm punch to Halibel's shoulder. Halibel-sama, stop. Why are you lashing out on Surachi? Halibel snapped out of her daze. Faced with a straightforward question, she couldn't help but ponder. The thought of Kazuya addressing someone else as mommy made her blood boil as if she had unconsciously taken Kazuya as her son. I can't use Kazuya like that. It was incredibly selfish to project her desires on him, even if acting like his mother satisfied her ego. Halibel-sama. I don't like Kazuya calling someone mommy, Halibel confessed in a low voice. It's so dumb, I know. Mila Rose crossed her arms, leveling a penetrating gaze at Halibel. You aren't his mother, Halibel-sama. Why are you jealous? Because. Explaining the situation like this was sending unexpected stabs of embarrassment and contempt right through her and out the other side. She shuffled her feet and sat cross-legged, the tail attached to the back of her head waving with her, as if putting her embarrassment on full display. It doesn't matter, we're leaving. We're going far away from here. What? Why? Apache asked. Kazuya will return soon. How will he find us if leave? Are you thinking about abandoning Kazuya? Mila Rose widened her eyes. Skull went to Living World to find a safe place for us. It doesn't make sense to leave him behind. Sung Sun also looked a little surprised. Halibel-sama, please tell me we are not leaving to throw off Kazuya. Halibel couldn't help but feel surprised by the resistance from everyone. It seemed like she wasn't the only one who created a deep bond with Kazuya in the past month. Nobody is leaving Kazuya. We're simply changing our base to keep Baragan from tracking us, Halibel said as she embraced the egg. Kazuya is a Vasto Lord and an Arankar. He can sense his Zampakuto's Ryatsu from far away. Halibel's explanation quenched their worries for the time being. Meanwhile, Surachi relentlessly stared at Halibel, realizing Halibel's decision and how her own answer changed the said decision. She was thinking about leaving him, so he can be happy on the other side. Halibel could sacrifice her life to save others, but she couldn't bear to see Kazuya waste away his life in Hueco Mundo when he could be a perfectly normal human in Living World. Halibel turned to Surachi and lowered her head. I acted out of line before. I showed disgraceful behavior as a leader. It's nothing. I understand you are conflicted about that mommy matter. She waved her hand and faced Mila Rose, smiling a little. Out of all four, she had the most respect for Mila Rose, and it only increased after Mila Rose protected her from Halibel. Thanks for helping me. Mila Rose chuckled. Ah, you're being too polite. We're all a family here. Covering each other's backs is what we should do. Apache nudged Sung Sun with her horn. Did she forget Surachi recently tried to kill us? It's Mila Rose. Don't expect complex emotions from her thick skull. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 38, Chapter 39, The Maid. Kazuya abandoned the car with servants, opting instead for the sleek, midnight black vehicle that belonged to Izumi. He slid into the leather seat beside the driver's, waiting for Izumi to get over her reflection. After a couple of minutes, Izumi opened the door and gave him an unamused look. I told you to go with them. I have some questions, Wani-chan. Can you answer them while driving? A spark of delight flickered in her eyes. She would have ejected him from the car with merciless force had he dared to call her Oba-san. Instead, he called her Wani-chan, a far cry from the dreaded Oba-san title given upon her by the demonic children of her neighborhood. After all, she and Kazuya looked the same age, or so she liked to believe. I can. She sighed and assumed the driver's seat. I'm Izumi Ishida. What's your name? The name Ishida stirred a torrent of memories, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ah, of course. It's Yuryu's relatives. She has to be his grandmother or someone close to that level. He never fathomed encountering Yuryu Ishida's grandmother in her prime or that she would bear a striking resemblance to his past lover. The last he recalled of her from the flashbacks, she was a typical housewife, venting her frustrations upon Ichigo's mother, Masaki. She appeared more composed and restrained than her future self. Well, she was also naive for accepting his words at face value, rather than probing his background. He lacked an identification card in his pocket to validate his name. There was no way for him to prove the rest of his story. Yet, she didn't entertain the possibility that he could be a fraud. Perhaps his persuasion skill clouded her rational thinking. I'm Kazuya, he replied, motioning for her to pause. Put on your seatbelt, Wani-chan. For safety. Izumi's hands on the steering froze as she turned to assess his innocent face. It's unnecessary, for me at least. Having slayed hollows for years, she viewed a car accident as a trifling concern. Save for the injury inflicted by a formidable hollow, she had gone unscathed in her 5 years of hollow killing career. The car roared to life, its powerful purr resonating throughout the cabin. A hush enveloped them as she maintained unwavering focus on the road, her intense expression an uncanny echo of his past lover. Yumi and Izumi, even their names rhymed. What a sick joke. He shrugged, his gaze drifting forward. Even if they looked similar, Izumi was not the person he had once loved. No good would come out of chasing Yumi's shadow in Izumi. Hey, Wani-chan. How did you receive that injury? It's a big story. I don't want to talk about it right now. Oh. I'll bother you another time then. Okay. You'll be staying at Ishida's house as a guest. We'll test something and teach you facts about the spiritual worlds, hang in tight. Her words implied she would provide him a place to stay and food, and instruct him on the ways to harness the powers that qualify a human as a Quincy. Though he lacked Quincy blood in his veins, he possessed the cheat-like prowess of his system. The inclusion of Quincy in his evolution path signified his potential to acquire their abilities. There wasn't any harm even if he failed her test. Quincy, so that's how you pronounce it. She couldn't suppress a smile. Becoming a Quincy, I believe your mother wanted it to happen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent you here. Me too. I'll try my best, Wani-chan. She turned to him for a brief moment. Your hair makes you look like a ruffian. Ah. I like them big, Wani-chan, he spoke while glancing at her chest but she was too absorbed in the front view to notice his gaze. Wani-san, what about you? She rolled her eyes. Size is just a matter of perspective. I have taken down some giant ones with my hands. He was talking about tits while she spoke of her hollow slaying experience. A mere 30 minutes later, Kazuya found himself sprawled on a bed within a plain room meant for a single person. This guest room was his domain until Izumi decided otherwise. He noticed that, aside from the two gemished, the family seemed to comprise only Izumi. However, a photo of a middle-aged man in the living room and the ring adorning Izumi's finger hinted at the existence of a spouse. This revelation snuffed out any intentions of seducing Izumi into an affair, as he had no desire to wreak havoc on her marriage life for a few nights of pleasure. I hope I have some dreams today. In Hueco Mundo, he had consistently awoken with a hollow sensation, leading him to theorize that hollows lack the ability to dream. Wani-chan, get ready to be shocked out of your mind tomorrow. A playful grin appeared on his face as he eagerly awaited shattering some expectations tomorrow and getting a good laugh out of it. That night, for the first time in a month, Kazuya found himself enveloped in the embrace of a dream. The dream was shrouded in mist, echoes of past memories from his slumbering mind. The dream painted a picture of him navigating an ordinary day, traversing the hallowed halls of his university, only to later mess around with his alluring teacher-turned-lover. He could recall every electrifying sensation of her body, the intimate connection they shared pulsing through his memory, until the dream world was abruptly torn away, yanking him back to the cold grasp of reality. Blinking open his eyes, Kazuya found a maid standing attentively by his bedside. Black locks cascaded over her forehead, framing her face, while a neat braided ponytail rested on her shoulder. The bespectacled maid gazed at him, her eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. Check para comment. Izumi stood beside the maid, her expression filled with concern for him. As he sat up and rubbed his head, he felt a bit shaken by the dream, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. It's creepy to watch me sleep, Wani-chan and maid-chan. Izumi folded her arms over her chest. Your Ryatsu was hectic when you were dreaming. We came to check up on you. He almost terrified her with his rampaging Ryatsu, a byproduct of his violent emotions from his dream. If he had continued to unleash his Ryatsu, she might have lost her house. The incident also revealed a glimpse of his true potential, making her realize that the random Quincy she found on the streets possessed a freak-level Ryatsu. He is no weakling, Izumi-sama, the maid commented. Are you sure he is a gemished? He has a captain, a great capacity for Ryoryoku. Even if it was for a mere moment, she had felt his Ryatsu peaking at somewhere around great level, aka Ryatsu rivaling a Godai 13 captain. Kazuya didn't miss the maid's small error in comparing his Ryatsu to a captain class. Did you just stutter? The maid shook her head. You are still sleepy. Lisa, prepare a bath for Kazuya, Izumi instructed before turning to Kazuya with a small smile and a polite nod. I'll be waiting in the dining room. Her attitude shifted dramatically after witnessing his potential. She went from treating him like a kid to treating him like an honorable guest. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 39, WN Sucks. The comment with Lisa's image got shadow banned. By WN. I'ma put it again in the comment here. Chapter 40, The Meeting of Old Comrades. WN shadow banned Lisa's image, sad face. Imma just uploaded on Imager, https://imager.com/a/atp7a0w. Sometime earlier. A lanky blonde man in a blazing orange shirt and obsidian black trousers swaggered down the street, one hand nonchalantly buried in his pocket, while the other effortlessly balanced a plain katana on his shoulder. Strutting by his side was a short woman cloaked in a red jogging suit over a white shirt. Her short, golden hair, styled into spiky pigtails, was tamed by ruby-red clips that matched her fiery temper. The katana strapped to her back and the one held by the blonde man seemed completely out of place on the streets of Karakura town. Her freckled face twisted in disgust. Shinji, I'm pissed. Remind me of one time you weren't pissed. It's different this time, she groaned. This hollow smell. It makes my stomach turn. I want to stab these mother. In a swift motion, Shinji's hand covered Hiyori's mouth, silencing her before she could curse. He flashed a grin at the elementary school students innocently passing by, making them flee for their lives. Don't curse in front of the young ones. Hiyori retaliated with a vicious kick to Shinji's shin, causing him to stumble. You better hope Urahara has answers for this, or I'll make you wish you were dead. What the hell does it have to do with me, Snaggletooth? Hiyori's leg shot up again, her foot connecting with Shinji's side and sending him crashing into a wall. Their supernatural resilience ensured that such impacts left no mark on them. Snaggletooth. Their relentless bickering continued, akin to siblings locked in a never-ending feud, until they reached a deceptively ordinary-looking establishment, Urahara Shop. Kazuya Urahara had opened this unassuming storefront as a cover for his shady activities, selling wares from the Soul Society to Shinigami stationed in the living world for missions. The ever-so-violent Hiyori raised her leg with a pissed face. However, the sliding door opened just in time, and Kazuya elegantly sidestepped her incoming kick. I was expecting your visit, Hiyori-san and Shinji-san. TCH. Hiyori venomously spat on the side and walked past Urahara, welcoming herself as if she was entering a friend's house. Shinji waved at Urahara, his friendly smile coming off as sinister because of his upper teeth. Moments later, they all sat around a low table, now joined by Tessai, Kazuya's childhood friend and assistant in Urahara Shop. Hiyori's face remained a scowl of irritation from Kazuya's teasing. With a resounding clap, Shinji seized the attention of both. What was that last night, Urahara? What happened to those hollows? Kazuya took out a stack of papers from his sleeve and lazily tossed them on the table before he laid on the floor, leaning his head using elbow. From another sleeve, he pulled out a paper fan and smugly fanned himself. Go on, read them. Shinji, who was used to Kazuya's antics, grabbed the reports and read through them. We have sensed a Garganta opening in western Karakura town near the shopping district, Shinji said, scanning the paper. He flipped to the second report. 12th Company arrived at the scene 10 minutes after the incident and found nothing in their search. Get to the point. Hiyori snarled. Shinji frowned and flipped to the last page. Investigation results based on our observations of the scene, 2 powerful hollows emerged from Garganta. Judging from their dual-natured Ryatsu, we have concluded that they are Arinkar. One of them has spirit class between rank 4 and rank 5 and the other 1. Shinji widened his eyes as he looked at Kazuya, Hiyori, and Tessai. The Soul Society determined one's density of Ryatsu through a ranking called Spirit Class. Spirit Class rank 1 was the highest density while rank 20 was the lowest one could have. Rank 4 and 5 belonged to vice captains of a squad. Spit it out, Hiyori snarled, impatient. Spirit Class between rank 2 and 3. Which equals Captain Class. What? Hiyori slammed the table, her voice filled with disbelief. A Vasto Lord Arankar in Karakura town. Are you fucking kidding with me? She was barely close to rank 5 after augmenting herself with her hollow mask. The Arankar in question could outright kill a captain-class Shinigami, even giving a hard time to the senior captains. Urahara playfully waved his fan at Hiyori's face. Cool down, Hiyori-san. Take these reports with a grain of salt. It's impossible to accurately measure someone's spirit class from their Ryatsu imprints. They could be an Ajucha's Arankar with exceptionally gifted Ryatsu and an innate ability that boosts their Ryatsu like your hollow mask. Don't jump to conclusions. Shinji tossed the reports back on the table. Okay, then what should we do? He was the leader of the Visored and Karakura town was their new home after they built an underground training space with Kasuke's help. A Vasto Lord would absolutely bring massive attention to the place, increasing their chances of being discovered by Soul Society. Nothing for now. Kasuke shook his head. The Arankars retreated to Garganta within minutes as though they came here by mistake. Shinji frowned. They came and returned just like that. Nah, you think he is behind these Arankars? Kasuke looked at Shinji, eyes glowing with mischief. He who betrayed his captain, the madman we shan't name at any cost. Yeah, it could be him trying to probe Karakura town security or, he is using this as a bait for your group. Shinji's face darkened when Kasuke mentioned Aizen's betrayal. Nothing will come out of guessing stars here. Hiyori got up from her seat. Shinji, let this guy deal with this mess. He can take down a Vasto Lord or two by himself. The Visored were labeled hollows by the Soul Society standards, even if they once held respectable positions within Godii 13. There was also the threat of Aizen who might still be searching for them. Making communication with Kasuke wasn't a good move, but the emergency last night forced them to seek his assistance. You overestimate my abilities, Hiyori-san. Kasuke tipped his down hat with his cane, his lips forming a sly grin. The hollow is unknown with inexplicable abilities. While I am your lowly but handsome merchant. Yeah, Kasuke can deal with them. Shinji laughed as he gulped down the cold drink. By the way, Urahara. How long will Lisa play around in that maid costume? I am not complaining since she looks pretty in there, but I don't like her being alone at times like these. Urahara Kasuke stroked his stubble thoughtfully. Her job is technically done. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room shifted as everyone froze in place. Their Ryuraku, spiritual sense, detected an immense Ryatsu presence. Though it lasted only a brief second, the powerful souls and keen senses of everyone present picked up on it. After all, even the weakest among them, Hiyori, once held a vice-captain position in the Soul Society. Another captain level. Hiyori muttered in shock. Are people with great-level Ryuryoku growing on trees now, huh? Shinji crossed his arms. This one is human. Kasuke rarely forgot an individual's Ryatsu, especially the ones he found intriguing. He had sensed the same Ryatsu last night. Chuckling, he spread the fan to its full length and covered his face. The guy who pisses from his roof. His instincts about that man were right. He was no ordinary individual. In fact, Kasuke believed his presence near the Garganta opening wasn't just a coincidence. If you guys aren't buying anything, leave. I have more important matters than entertaining customers who won't buy even one item. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 41, Chapter 41-42, Quincy Lessons. The moment Izumi departed, Kazuya's gaze was drawn to the maid known as Lisa. Her calm, almost cold beauty effortlessly showcased the innate elegance and charm of her frilled maid dress. However, her Ryatsu proved to be disappointingly below an average human. Wait a minute. A black-haired girl with glasses named Lisa. A flicker of recognition ignited, as memories of a powerful group hiding in Karakura town surfaced. If his recollection was accurate, Lisa was one of the Visored, a small group of Shinigami who could don hollow masks to augment their powers. Her involvement with Quincy matters certainly piqued his interest. Lisa adjusted her glasses, the lenses momentarily gleaming. Do you prefer cold water or hot water? Cold or hot, she repeated in a cold voice. I don't have time, guessed Dano. Shake your head if you prefer to bathe in cold water. Nod if you believe a hot water bath is better. With a cheeky smile, he responded, you rekindled my love for cold things. Lisa was momentarily disarmed by the soothing nature of his voice. It was as if it held a mystical power, one she had never encountered during her time in Soul Society. Cold water it is then. Clearly, the superior choice. Lisa departed to prepare his bath. To kill some time, he rose from the bed and stretched his muscles before getting down to do some push-ups. As he worked his body, he reflected on what just transpired. Lisa and Izumi. His dream had all but exposed the full extent of his Riryoku. Fortunately, Izumi refrained from prying further, attributing the surge in his Ryatsu to his dream. Only because she could not detect the true depth of his Ryatsu, as her Riryoku level matched that of a seated officer in the Soul Society. The vast difference didn't allow her to properly feel his strength. Then again, a Quincy's might was not measured by their Riryoku level, but rather their ability to gather reishi from their surroundings and forge spirit weapons. In stark contrast, Lisa must have recognized his Riryoku level, being a former vice-captain of the squad led by Shunshuei Kairaku. As both Shinigami and Hollow were mere souls, Lisa evidently depended on a Jigai to assume a physical form and conceal her Ryatsu. Urahara must be behind her Jigai. On second thought, I can make some use of her. He could use her to approach Kasuke Urahara. As a master inventor, Urahara undoubtedly possessed items capable of concealing a Hollow's Ryatsu, which would enable his companions to live in the living world without worrying about Shinigami. Lisa's appearance was a blessing in disguise. Or I can move to some island that's outside of Soul Society's jurisdictions. He was conflicted between the two choices, one allowed more fun with his group and a clear path in acquiring Hogyoku from Kasuke. The other choice led to more relaxed days for his group and far less risky. I can't keep avoiding risks. Mila Rose risked her life to protect him, Halibel was ready to sacrifice her life to save them, and Apache almost died protecting something that belonged to him. Sung Sun had yet to demonstrate her loyalty, but she would undoubtedly go to great lengths for him. It would only be fair to take some risks to secure an Arankar power-up for them. A power-up they would undoubtedly need in taking down Baragan once and for all. Hogyoku will be mine. He came to find shelter for his allies and ended up vying for the most powerful item in this world. Laughing at the absurdity, he got up and looked out of the window. The ludicrous situation reminded him of a certain quote from his world. The things you are passionate about are not random, they are your calling. Following a long bath and a healthy breakfast, Kazuya was brought to a realm with rows of towering bookshelves, a library. A wealth of knowledge lay within arm's reach, beckoning him to delve in and explore its contents. He feigned an exhausted groan. It's my nightmare come to life. Lisa, who was standing by his side, shot him a mild look of disdain. Unappreciative of literature. You must have been the least like student of your teachers. Quite the opposite. My teacher used to love me. It was true love, beyond the bond of a teacher and a student. It must have been for reasons other than your grades. I doubt you were good at studying. Maid-chan, never judge a book by its cover. Open it up and read first, he said, glancing at her with immeasurable disappointment. My sensei used to praise my tongue, saying there is something magical about it. I always ace the oral tests. Lisa arched a brow, her expression remaining deadpan. She flipped the book in her hand. There is something wrong with you, Gestano. Literature isn't about acing exams or becoming proficient with a language. A book is a dream that you hold in your hand. It has the power to transport you to other worlds, it can introduce you to characters and new perspectives, and immerse you in tales that can carve your heart with blazing emotions. The intricate analogy showed her deep passion for books. He felt like she would write a whole-ass essay on the magic of literature, if she was allowed. Hey, are you allowed to say that while holding a young adult romance novel? I'm pretty sure it's a novel of that variety. Manga, novel or erotica, they are all part of literature, Gestano, Lisa muttered as she walked over to the table and busied herself in the pages of a cultured novel. Izumi couldn't help but smile. Kazuya's presence made things a tad livelier in her otherwise quiet house. She patted his shoulder. Lisa is right, Kazuya. There is something wrong with all of us here. We might seem normal on the surface, but this is just a facade. Say, Kazuya, have you ever come across a hollow, a monster wearing a white, bone-like mask? He lightly shook his head, keeping up his naive persona. I haven't. Your spiritual awakening is recent, or you were incredibly lucky to never attract a hollow, Izumi said as she ran her finger along the spines of countless books, wandering past row after row of towering shelves. Cast aside your normal laws and beliefs and open up your mind. Allow me to introduce you to a new, terrifying reality lurking beneath our common world. That sounds scary, right? Izumi spun around, offering him a comforting smile. But it won't be that hard for someone with your talent. Believe in me who believes in you. I didn't mean to say scary. He paused as his lips curved up. It sounds exciting, Wani-chan. It's every man's dream to smash giant monsters with their bare fists. His excited grin put a pause on Izumi before she chuckled softly. I wish every Quincy had your enthusiasm. I promise that you'll never find another like me. Really, there was only one hollow capable of completely twisting its roots and changing races. One other could be born if they wished for it upon Hogyoku. Imagine I am born from some organ of Soul King. The absurd thought drew a chuckle from him. Indeed, Lisa chimed in, her focus never lifting from her novel. Quincy with monster-level Ryatsu are a rare breed in today's world. From Lisa's perspective, if Kazuya succeeded in manifesting his Quincy powers, he'd become a prime target for the Soul Society's scrutiny. The Soul Society simply wouldn't allow him to roam freely and decimate hollows, which would destabilize the balance between the three worlds. As a spy, she also couldn't go against Izumi's decision in recruiting Kazuya into her clan. He let Lisa's words slide in one ear and out the other before placing his hands on Izumi's shoulders, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Wani-chan, tell me. Do we fight hollows with bare hands?" He was referring to Blut, the ability most Stern Ridders showed in the Thousand-Year Blood War. The technique allowed Quincy to significantly enhance their defensive power or offensive power, the only drawback being that they used the defensive and offensive powers at the same time. As a brawler, he could certainly make use of the Blood ability. Izumi blinked in surprise. As a pure-blood Quincy, she could certainly use Blood Veine and Blood Artery. We might have spiritual powers, but our body is still that of a human. Fighting hollows with bare hands is impossible with our Quincy techniques. We rely on these. She swiftly grabbed a silver Quincy cross pendant from around her neck and held it out in front of her. A radiant blue light enveloped her hand, pulling the surrounding reishi as if it was a magnet. In the next instant, a magnificent spirit bow materialized. Ah! She took a deep breath, steadying herself as she drew the bowstring back. Blue arrows of reishi energy formed in the ethereal bow. These arrows can slay hollows, monster souls filled with vengeance, who eagerly devour other souls without discrimination. Kazuya clapped as if appreciating her performance. "Magnificent, Wani-chan. You are so cool. Swept by his appreciation, she nodded with her chest high. Feeling Lisa's intense gaze, she coughed and dematerialized the spirit bow. "My apologies." His naive admiration brought out a wholly new side out of Izumi that only Lisa knew. "Kazuya, the bow is the most important technique for a Quincy in battle. I'll be teaching you that first, then we'll go over some basic theories." "Wani-chan," he replied. He never had a sibling, but addressing Izumi like this was a completely new experience for him. He didn't mind being spoiled like this. "So where do I start?" Izumi crossed her arms. "The bow I used is made up by combining the ambient reishi with my Riryoku." Lisa facepalmed at the stupidity of her employer. "Izumi-sama, he is oblivious to the terms you're throwing around." "Oh." Izumi frowned. "How do I explain them without overwhelming him?" Lisa placed her book aside and left the room. Moments later, she returned with a whiteboard and a pen. She drew two identical humanoid figures and labeled them Human, Kishi, and Soul, Kanpaku. "Your drawing is sick." Lisa ignored his sarcastic comments on her basic-level drawing. "Listen carefully. Humans, like you and Izumi-sama, are physical beings. They live in the world of the living and are made up of Kishi, or matter, like everything else here. The bodies of Kishi can interact with each other, but they can't see or touch souls unless they are spiritually aware like you recently became. Are you following me so far?" "I am, Maid-sensei." "What is a soul then?" "In simple words, we call them spiritual bodies made up of reishi. The samurai you saw were souls. Then, there's reishi, or spirit particles. They're the smallest units that make up souls and all spiritual matter, similar to atoms in your world. In spiritual planes like Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, the concentration of reishi is higher than in the world of the living." He had a shallow comprehension of spiritual concepts since he was born as a hollow. These formal lessons gave him a deeper insight into the spiritual concepts. Lisa looked over her shoulder to see his fully concentrated expression and pointed at the soul figure. "Moving on, Riryoku is the amount of spiritual energy a being has. Think of it as your spiritual muscles. The stronger your Riryoku, the more power you can have as a spiritual being. And finally, Ryatsu is the pressure that your Riryoku exerts. It's like your spiritual signature. The stronger your Ryatsu, the more powerful and intimidating you appear to other spiritual beings." "Ah. Wani-chan said I have a high level of Riryoku. Does that automatically make me an elite warrior to other souls?" Lisa shook her head. "Ryatsu only reflects the Riryoku you can consciously use. Don't worry about it. Izumi-sama will teach you how to utilize your Riryoku first." Kazuya took a deep breath. "All right. So, humans are made of matter, souls are made of spirit particles, Riryoku is spiritual power, and Ryatsu is the pressure that spiritual power exerts. Did I get it right?" Izumi smiled at his quick learning. "We'll start the Riryoku and reishi gathering lessons within a force field. Lisa, do you want to come?" Typically, any location would suffice for Riryoku training, but Kazuya's vast Riryoku complicated things. His immense spiritual energy would undoubtedly attract a slew of hollows, requiring them to use the force fields to hide his spiritual presence. Izumi-sama, you'll have to forgive me. I have to prepare lunch. We will order something. Lisa, you have no more excuses. Checkmate, huh? Lisa sighed. Lead the way, madam. From their interactions it was clear Izumi held a great deal of trust in Lisa, unaware of her true identity as a former vice-captain Shinigami. Unlike her husband, she bore no love for Shinigami. Lisa was playing with Izumi's feelings, just like he was playing with theirs. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 42, Chapter 43, Reishi Manipulation. Izumi took Kazuya to a secluded Quincy training ground in Karakura town, an unassuming warehouse, empty on the inside. Izumi set up a force field using a specialized Quincy technique and began instructing him on the control of Ryoryoku. Kazuya didn't toy with Izumi this time and demonstrated results after only a few moments of fake struggle. However, he took great care to limit his Ryatsu to several levels below his peak, not wishing to frighten them with his great-level Ryoryoku. They both showed a look of brief surprise, a priceless reaction, before Izumi began teaching him the crucial part that allowed Quincy to use their abilities. The gathering of Reishi. Kazuya was already familiar with Reishi manipulation from his month-long training with Halibel. However, Quincy abilities demanded incredibly precise control over large quantities of Reishi, a skill he had yet to acquire. It shouldn't be that hard. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. The thudding of his heartbeat drowned out all other sounds as he entered a state of deep concentration, the very state that had allowed him to discern so much about hollows in Hueco Mundo. He referred to this state as cultivator mode. Blue spirit particles materialized within the room, each vibrating molecule gravitating towards Kazuya. He took command of them, molding them into the shape of a typical bow. A faint, spectral silhouette of a bow began to manifest, only to crumble into non-existence at the last moment. Racial ability, Reishi manipulation unlocked. Current mastery level, basic. Kazuya's brow furrowed, feeling a strange sense of resistance from the Reishi around him. Undeterred, he made repeated attempts, each one giving the bow to a more distinct look. Izumi watched, torn between interrupting his efforts and the desire to see him succeed. Every Quincy needed a cross to manifest their spirit weapon, yet Kazuya seemed resolved to defy this tradition. Eventually, his perseverance bore fruit as a grand spirit bow, matching his height, took form. He drew back the invisible bowstring, and a ridiculously massive arrow materialized. At last. I was starting to doubt myself there. A shared glance passed between Lisa and Izumi. The reality of Kazuya's monstrous potential was sinking in. Izumi knew of no one who could conjure a spirit bow without a Quincy cross, let alone on the first day of their training. It sparked a glimmer of hope in her that he could usher in a new era for their fading Quincy race. Lisa, however, eyed him skeptically. Gestano, are you certain this is your first try? She focused her senses on his Ryatsu, feeling any fluctuation that could tell her that he was lying. Caught off guard by the suspicion in her gaze, Kazuya tilted his head. Absolutely. Wani-chan, you mentioned that hollows are big monsters. I shall shoot them down with my divine bow, Gandiva. I will call it that after I improve my marksmanship. In Hueco Mundo, he was waiting for his Zampakuto before deciding on his main weapon. Then the egg showed up in the place of his Zampakuto, leaving him befuddled. With Reishi manipulation, he could try practicing with any weapon. They won't be as effective as Zampakuto, but they were better than nothing. Plus, there was the potential of crafting more powerful weapons as his mastery over Reishi improved. Finding no trace of a lie in his words, Lisa discarded her suspicions of Kazuya being a spy like herself. She could discern no motive for Kazuya to deceive a Quincy of Izumi's stature, and he shouldn't have any knowledge of her hidden identity. I am being overly cautious. Aizen's betrayal had filled everyone in their group with trust issues. The seemingly gentle vice-captain had wrapped the entire Siri-IDI in his fingers, and they could do nothing but hide in the living world, waiting for a day they could become powerful enough to destroy him. Gestano, your bow is an overkill, Lisa said, observing his bow with a frown. Keep in mind that manipulating Reishi drains stamina. Anything bigger than a standard bow is a waste of energy. His response was a teasing wink. I have infinite stamina, Maid-chan. Come to my bedroom if you want proof. Please don't try to seduce me, Lisa whispered, adjusting her glasses. I'm not interested in one-night stands. He dispersed the bow and feigned a hurt look. I'm sad that you think of me as a playboy. Have you given me enough reasons to not assume you are not? I haven't. Your bias still hurts me. Izumi's lips curled into a gentle smile. Don't take it personally, Ototo-kun. Lisa's rather complex. Her passion is more in books than the world around her. If Lisa wasn't acting as a spy, she would have openly argued against Izumi. Alas, her current role prohibited from making snarky comments on Izumi's husband. Wani-chan, some people are like ice cubes, they have no flavor, no heat, and no substance. The corners of Lisa's mouth twitched. He implied she was bland as hell, which was far from the truth. The world is a cold place, guessed Dano. A candle like you can only provide so much warmth before the harsh gale snuffs you out. I'm not a candle, maid-chan. I'm the whole damn sun. The wind can't approach me, much less snuff out my radiance. Yeah, right. Kazuya formed a lance with reishi. How effective is it against those hollows? He had to ask Izumi since he couldn't use the weapon in this place. Lest he ended up destroying the entire warehouse by accident. Not as effective as a bow, Lisa said. And useless against a decent Zampakuto wrapped in seated officer's ryatsu. I have to admit, your ability to manipulate reishi is out of this world. I am also out of this world. Lisa shrugged. Okay. He continued honing his reishi manipulation skills until it was time for lunch. Despite his efforts, the system remained silent, no notification about unlocking or acquiring a new race. It seemed that merely learning a single Quincy technique didn't warrant him the title of Quincy in the eyes of the system. Do I have to learn all Quincy abilities? Even with his talent, learning all the abilities would take quite some time. Ototo-kun, before we go to lunch, I need to tell you more about our world. Izumi relayed surface-level information on the three realms, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, Living World, and their intricate dynamic that hung upon the balancing of souls. Soul-eating monsters in twisted masks, a group of old-fashioned samurai purifying those monsters with unique weapons known as Zampakuto, and us. That's all the major factions you need to be aware of, though we are not big anymore ever since the Quincy incident 150 years ago. She didn't sugarcoat the story and revealed the fall of Quincy. Somehow she found it appropriate to share this with Kazuya, whom she was supposed to recruit into her clan. Maybe she had blind faith that he wouldn't get scared after hearing about a genocide. I can't judge the incident from listening to one side. Kazuya turned to Izumi, looking into her cloudy eyes. However, the Quincy faction feels like the real villain. They should have listened to the Soul Society's appeals about the cycle of souls. Izumi let out a weary sigh. As much as I despise those words, they are the bitter truth. Our ancestors committed grave sins. The Shinigami are also unjust for wiping out thousands. Yeah. Izumi nodded. To make up for those mistakes, my husband Soken wants to create a new system where we keep hollows at bay and protect citizens until Shinigami arrives and purifies them with their Zampakuto. It will preserve the balance and keep casualties to minimum. Kazuya frowned. That's a pretty clever way of maintaining the balance. Where is your husband though? He is out, training. Izumi leaned her butt against the table, gripping the table with her knuckles. I'll give you some time to decide your future, whether you want to stay here or leave. She was leaving the choice up to him, a pretty odd move considering the importance she attached to his talent. Lisa sighed at Izumi's stupidity. Izumi could have saved the Quincy Falls details for later. But no, Izumi had to be a stuck-up noblewoman and make Kazuya wary. She approached Kazuya. Guess Dano, the thing happened 150 years ago, circumstances were different back then. What happened was tragic, a bloodshed that could have been prevented with some effort. Alas. She trailed off with another sigh, recalling the events from her childhood. I can assure you that it won't happen again as long as the souls maintain a balance across three worlds. Helping Lisa convince Kazuya wasn't part of her job, but she didn't want to see Izumi go back to her lonely self. After all, her job here could come to an end any moment. Kazuya gave a nonchalant shrug. I understand. Wani-chan, I'm staying. Izumi's face brightened before she coughed. Welcome to Ishida clan. Will not disappoint you. I'll train my ass off to stop hollows. In return, you'll be paying for all of my expenses. He wouldn't need to worry about money as long as he stayed in Karakura town and fought some hollows. Lisa's face twitched. Do you see Izumi-sama as a cash cow? From what she knew, Soken was wealthy, but Ishida family's expensive lifestyle was slowly chipping away at his wealth. Kazuya might turn out to be the camel that breaks the back for the Ishida clan. I mean, I'll be risking my life fighting hollows. Gratitude won't fill my stomach. Ototo-kun's argument is valid, Lisa, Izumi said in a calm voice. I'll happily pay for it if it's within reason. Let's celebrate this with something spicy. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 43, Chapter 44, Longing. Halibel and her crew moved across the stark white desert, the group of 5 lost in the endless expanse. They kept their ryatsu hidden, so their tracks remained concealed. This led them to get attacked by weaker hollow, but Mila Rosa's Zampakuto made quick work of them. The dead hollows became easy food for Apache in her conquest to become a Vasto Lord. Halibel observed Apache devour the hollow flesh with a stoic gaze. Sung Sun had also grown an appetite, but it was nothing compared to Apache. As much as she despised the sacrifices, she could empathize with Apache's hunger for power after that battle. She would be feeling the same if she lacked the power to protect Kazuya. Anyone else missing Skull, or is it just me? Asked Mila Rose, swinging her sword casually. It's been quiet without him. Apache and Srirachi always stayed in their minds, only speaking when someone asked them something. Halibel rarely spoke. Sung Sun and Mila Rose were the only ones who found things to talk about. It was like the old times before Kazuya and Apache joined them. There is just so much I can talk about, Rose, Sung Sun responded solemnly. If I'm being honest, this silence bites me. It's like he took a part of our souls with him. You are being overly dramatic. You caught me red-handed, Sung Sun said with a giggle. It wasn't completely a lie. He took a part of Apache's soul and a small part of mine. A destructive Siro whizzed past Sung Sun. Apache cleaned herself with a blast of Ryatsu and glared at Sung Sun. Stop talking behind my back. It makes you look miserable. Era, I'll say it to your face then. Kazuya is having fun out there, and you are stuck here, eating souls for a chance at becoming Vasto Lord. How does it make you feel? Did you forget what he said before leaving? His goal is to find a safe place for us. Apache didn't fall for Sung Sun's blatant attempt to get inside of her head. Sung Sun narrowed her eyes. I believe he had more than enough time to find shelter for us. He only had to travel to a deep forest where Shinigami wouldn't bother going. What is taking him so long? I wonder. Apache's eyes widened, a flare of emotion breaking through her courageous demeanor. You're just pulling my leg. Kazuya won't betray us. I know him better than you. Unfortunately, all the signs point to his betrayal. Fuck off. Accept the bitter truth and the sadness that comes with betrayal, Apache. It's what we deserve for putting our trust in a shifting chameleon. The glint of amusement in Sung Sun's eyes was visible to everyone except Apache. The very notion of Kazuya's betrayal made her hopeless. She had been in tatters since Kazuya left, so much so that a few words from Sung Sun exposed her fragile state. Srirachi couldn't help but wonder if Cyan Sung Sun was her sister before they became hollows. They both shared a passion for tormenting others. She preferred physical pain while Sung Sun excelled in inflicting emotional pain. Is it fate? Nobody paid her any attention. That's enough, Sung Sun. Halibel approached Apache and patted her back with her sword arm. You have a mind of your own. Don't let others cast doubt on your heart. Who the hell would believe in Sung Sun of all people? Apache huffed and stomped ahead of them. I'll leave you all behind one day, stupid women. Mila Rose's smile vanished. That was a little too intense for a joke, Sung Sun. Srirachi cast a look of disapproval at Mila Rose. It was a perfect trap to make her suffer. An amusing display. You give me too much credit, Srirachi. Sung Sun shook her head. I did it to switch her focus. She will busy her mind in finding insults for me, instead of missing Kazuya. She needed something like that. Halibel narrowed her eyes at Apache's back. Longing can strengthen resolve. They will need every bit of resolve to come out unscathed against the God King of Hueco Mundo. The court of Las Noches lay in a deathly silence. Not a single hollow, regardless of their stature or might, dared to utter a word. The formidable Ryatsu of their ancient sovereign hung heavy in the air like a suffocating shroud, despite it not being directed at them. Baragan's skeletal fingers drummed a rhythm on the armrest of his throne as he leaned his face into his palm. Worthless, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Srirachi and Dordoni have done nothing but test my patience. Fetch me news of their whereabouts. As for the Vasto Lord, I'll handle them personally. He expected Tyr Halibel and the new Vasto Lord to be a pain in the ass but not strong enough to take down two old Arankar. Srirachi and Dordoni were two of the best warriors in his army, easily on par with Vasto Lord in their right. Their weeks-long silence could only mean one of two things: either they were outmatched and died, or they had turned traitor. Regardless of the situation, he couldn't rely on the remaining Espada's ability to handle two Vasto Lord. Sale was more engrossed in his bizarre experiments than in actual combat. Aranero, despite his immense potential, was still in the early stages of evolution. Loli and Minoli were only just on par with an Ajuchas, their worth lying primarily in their roles as his mistresses. And finally, Gantenbane, Baragan's fanatic worshipper, was the only competent warrior among the Espada, apart from Sale. As the unchallenged God King of Hueco Mundo, Baragan hadn't invested much time in strengthening Espada. Lord Baragan going into the field. The blonde hollow standing behind him mumbled. May I be so fortunate as to accompany you, Lord Baragan? You may, Ivania. Call upon Gantenbane as well. Ivania pressed her hands against her masked face. I'll fetch him right away, Lord Baragan. Baragan clenched his scythe. He would be destroying a Vasto Lord after so long. He shook his head. You just had to be a rebel, dear Halibel. He would have just warned dear Halibel if she came to his court. For all his grace and mercy, she challenged his authority together with another Vasto Lord. Nobody who denied his authority would go unpunished. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 44, Chapter 45, Peeping Tom. Meanwhile, in the Ishida family mansion, Lisa lay sprawled on her bed, clad in nothing but a skimpy panty and bra. The swishing sound of the fan overhead provided a modicum of relief from the madness that had ensued in the recent days. Watching Kazuya perform more and more Quincy techniques with ease took a great toll on her sanity, and she wasn't even a Quincy. Just 4 days, she muttered to herself, ruminating on the staggering speed of Kazuya's progress. He had quickly mastered the art of creating multiple spirit weapons and incorporating them into battle, and had even taken the first step towards mastering Hirenkyaku, Quincy's equivalent of Shinigami Shuinpa and Hollow Sonido. His strength had grown to the point her inner hollow growled every time she saw him, warning her of the threat he posed, and showing excitement to engage in a battle with him. One slip of control would expose her secret to Izumi, the last thing she wanted to do as a spy. I'll have to train extra hard when I return. ZZZZZT. A strange sound jolted her out of thoughts. A crimson beam sliced through the wall like butter, revealing the grinning face of the narcissist merchant. Hola. Urahara. Lisa exclaimed, sitting bolt upright. Hi. It's me, your beloved merchant of Karakura town. I know who you are, stupid. What are you doing here? If someone saw you... You don't have to worry about the consequences, Yadamara-san, Kisuke cut in with a chuckle. You are dismissed from your duties as a spy. You can leave. The sudden order left her reeling. She lowered her gaze, frowning at the thought of leaving Kazuya alone with Izumi. She was worried about Kazuya taking advantage of Izumi's kindness. She would regret it if something happened to Izumi behind her back. Kisuke jumped inside the room, a hand holding the top of his hat. Are you against leaving this place? My real place is with the Visored, she said. You know that better than me. You say that, yet you show reluctance in leaving. Has the new boy smitten you with his charm? Maybe you have fallen for your married master, turning into a forbidden romance. Shut the hell up. Lisa snorted. I'll leave in a couple of days. I have some unfinished business here. What you do from now on is none of my business now. Be aware, Yadamara-san. Kisuke lowered his hat as he turned around. Hold on to things lightly, for the tighter the grip, the harder the fall. Lisa clenched her fists. Don't speak in riddles, jerkface. Haha, I'm off to meet the new guy. Wish me luck. Kazuya sat in deep meditation, dressed only in a pair of trousers. Traces of vibrant blue energy coursed through his exposed skin, a stark display of the reishi flowing within him. But in an instant, the pulsating lines dimmed, replaced by ominous purple marks snaking across his arms. The sheer agony of ruptured blood vessels forced him to clench his teeth. Fuck. His blood vessels had completely ruptured from exposure to high amounts of reishi, fatal injury to any ordinary human but nothing for him. Within a few seconds, the bruises vanished, healed completely by his regeneration. He had to go through so much to learn blood, yet any act Quincy like Izumi could use it without any difficulty. Pain resistance, mastery level improved to high. The agonizing training also contributed in improving the mastery of his pain-resistant skills. He repeated the process for a few moments until the pain drained the last bit of his willpower. Afterwards, he sprawled on the bed, exhausted. Before he could find solace, a knock echoed through the room. He couldn't help groan from the familiar presence outside. Ototo-kun, can I come in? Yes. Izumi entered, delicately holding a tray adorned with 2 cups. She hobbled over to his bedside and placed the tray on the table. A cup of hojicha will cure your fatigue overnight. You should have just called me, Wani-chan. How will your leg heal if you keep abusing it like that? This is nothing, Kazuya, Izumi replied softly. Being of use to you brings me happiness. In the span of 4 days, Izumi's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her care and sweetness seemed to have reached new heights, as if she had become an entirely different person. It wasn't an act forced to keep him here, she found genuine happiness in servicing him as if he was some kind of higher entity. Did he have some innate ability that turned older women into kind and compassionate towards him? His mind drifted as took sips of the sweet and aromatic green tea. Izumi nodded. Ototo-kun, I have a favor. A sense of déjà vu washed over Kazuya. Izumi's request reminded him of Halibel's unfinished request in Hueco Mundo, interrupted by Minos nearly killing Apache. Tell me. I suggest you rest tomorrow and have fun outside. I don't want your body to wear down from constant training. The favor was strangely skewed to help him, as he had come to expect from her. As long as you send Lisa with me. He had gotten close to Lisa, but there was still a noticeable gap between them. One that would keep standing as long as she remained skeptical of his character. He was confident in knocking down those walls if given enough time and space. A day-long date would suffice. Izumi's eyes narrowed as she smirked. Make the most of it, Ototo-kun. I won't disappoint you, Wani-chan. Once Izumi left with the tray, Kazuya returned to resting on the bed. A worry for Halibel and other safety crept into his mind whenever he wasn't preoccupied. They had survived in the treacherous Hueco Mundo for longer than his 2 lifetimes combined. Yet, he couldn't shake off the concern gnawing at him. Returning to them through the Garganta was out of the question, for it would surely alert those who kept a watchful eye on the town. The list most likely included Aizen. The voyeur was probably monitoring the town for Visored and Kazuya Urahara, but it shouldn't be his main focus until he gets to creating White and getting her mixed with Ichigo's mother, Masaki. Fuck this. I'll quickly check on them. It was time to bring out his trump card that should conceal Garganta's presence, a Quincy force field. After seeing Izumi create force fields for like 7 times, he could confidently create one without relying on any equipment. Since it could conceal his Ryatsu, it had to conceal the opening of a Garganta. I'll open far away from this town just in case. He took out his clothes and tossed them on the bed. As he reached for his shirt when an unsettling sensation prickled the back of his neck. A gaze bore into him, causing him to spin around, his eyes narrowing on a minuscule hole in the wall. The hole wasn't present before. You peeping Tom. Show yourself. Without missing a beat, Kazuya Urahara nonchalantly opened the window and made his entrance. The surprise etched across his face spoke volumes about Kazuya's ability to sense his presence. Ahem, I've been discovered peeping on men. My reputation will sink to the bottom. What should I do? You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 45, Chapter 46, Playing with Fire. Kazuya never expected to be visited by Kazuya Urahara of all people. Then again, Kazuya could have come seeking Lisa and stumbled upon him. Or maybe Kazuya detected an anomaly in him during their last interaction and had returned for further investigation. There could be a million reasons for Kazuya to be here. Slipping into his clothes, he looked at Kazuya. Your clothes are similar to traditional Japanese clothes. Are you a Shinigami? He chose an icy demeanor over his usual frivolous self. Being playful would lead him nowhere against Kazuya. Nope. I would never sail the same boat as them. Kazuya chuckled. The worth of a person is not found in the threads of their clothing, but in the fibers of their character. Mine is incredibly pure and lovable. Kazuya never thought he would find someone more shameless than himself, yet here he was, getting swept into Kazuya's incredible bullshit. You are not a Shinigami, then what are you? Just a handsome merchant in possession of the most useful shop. Kazuya fished out a silver card from his sleeve and waved it around cheerfully. Here, feel free to visit when you find yourself in trouble. Of course, our excellent service comes at a cost. Helping people that intrigued him then owing them a favor, Kazuya Urahara's motto was simple yet very effective in making backup strategies for the backup strategies. I asked about your race. That's dangerously close to racism. Should I report you to the spiritual realm's civil rights authority? Kazuya furrowed his brow. Since when asking about someone's race become a violation? Kazuya pressed a hand against his chest. I already told you I'm just your merchant who happened to have a shop in this town. My race and background are irrelevant. Any further inquiry is an attack on my privacy. How long have you been peeping on me? The moment you opened the closet. They exchanged an awkward glance before Kazuya took a sigh of relief. It would be problematic if Kazuya saw his regeneration, a skill mostly possessed by Hollow, not Quincy. It would be challenging to explain the origin of his regeneration skill to the guy who knew almost everything about all the races. I'll need a different approach. I gotta open his old wounds. Looking out of the window, Kazuya said, I'm afraid our conversation ends here for today. I need to retire for the night and open my shop early in the morning. Kazuya Urahara, you have changed, he whispered, a serene smile on his face. The former captain of the 12th Division. The groundbreaking innovator behind Siriidi's Research and Development Institute. I heard you're now known as the exiled Shinigami in Siriidii. Gone was the laid-back Kazuya, his lazy eyes replaced by a focused stare. Kazuya seemed clueless about the spiritual world in their last meeting, now he seemed to know things most Shinigami of this era wouldn't. The stark change was completely out of Kazuya's calculations. I'm sorry about acting like that on that rainy day. I had to make sure you were the real Kazuya Urahara, not some fake illusion made by that guy. Narrowing his eyes, Kazuya gripped his cane, which happened to be his Zampakuto in disguise. Where did you get this information? The information about Aizen's betrayal was only known to Visored, Yoruichi, Tessai, and him. None of them were foolish enough to divulge such information, apart from the young lady living in this mansion. Nobody. Kazuya shook his head. I don't feel safe talking about him here. Can we go somewhere more private? Are you talking about Aizen? Yes, no, not now. Fuck. He grimaced as he sensed the formation of a gargantua not far from his location. A hollow had breached the living world to prey on innocent souls. It was significantly weaker than the Minos Grande, a hollow yet to evolve from its base state, still a challenging foe for average Quincy. Kazuya sighed and waved his hand. Take care of it and meet me at my shop in the morning. The address is on the card. Kazuya said his piece and phased through the wall like a ghost, leaving behind no trace of his Riryoku. He clicked his tongue. The mention of Aizen's treachery had fully captured Kazuya's interest. Despite being a scientist, Kazuya was far from a heartless individual. He banked everything on Kazuya being understanding of his fabricated circumstances. If he played his cards right, Kazuya might just help him and his hollow companions. Even getting Hogyoku for Halibel and others wouldn't be out of the question. I have to be patient. Izumi barged into his room, her face solemn. You need to come with us. He held her shoulder and looked right into her eyes. Wani-chan, go to bed. I'll take care of it. She shook her head defiantly. This hollow isn't weak. Akira and Katsumi have already left. I'll support them while you can observe the battle. She gave him the observer role in his first meeting with the hollow, despite having full knowledge of his abilities. Her overprotectiveness towards him was on another level. You're so stubborn. He sighed, massaging his forehead. I prohibit you from fighting. She crossed her arms and met his stern gaze with her own. On what grounds are you ordering me, the matriarch of Ishida clan? Stop with the bullshit, Baka Wani-chan. I will let you fight on one condition, prioritize your safety. If things go wrong, flee at the first moment. As if I'll let it escalate that far. Have some confidence in your pupil, Izumi-sensei. Chapter 46, Chapter 47, Vice Captain. Kazuya's crew arrived at the scene in a car. The battleground was a children's playground. Katsumi and Akira danced a deadly ballet around the hollow, flinging reishi arrows against its grotesque carapace. This hollow, a monstrosity inspired by a giant beetle, wore a white mask adorned with red teeth, a sign of its victims. Izumi's face twisted. Katsumi. One, Izumi-sama, Katsumi bellowed back, her voice echoing with regret. We arrived a tick too late. Akira squeaked in between breaths, Izumi-sama, this overgrown beetle has high-speed regeneration like Wolverine. It's shrugging off our attacks. We can't stall it for long. In theory, Kazuya could have obliterated the hollow with the sheer force of his fully unleashed Riryoku. But unleashing such a formidable power would be akin to inviting more formidable hollows. If a gang of Ajuchas showed up, Izumi might just have a heart attack on the spot. Izumi gripped her Quincy cross, torn between her promise to Kazuya and the need to aid her comrades. It's no time to hesitate. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Remember what we discussed. Allow me to handle this. Harvesting the ambient reishi, he created a spirit crossbow. With a swift draw and release, he unleashed half a dozen azure arrows, each heading for a different limb of the hollow. The giant hollow, engrossed in its pursuit of the two Quincies, failed to detect its incoming doom. The azure bolt smashed into its 6 limbs, decimating them. No matter how alert, the hollow stood no chance of evading bolts moving with such blistering velocity. He had gotten significantly better after getting a hang of the bow's mechanism and shape. The D-legged hollow let out a gut-wrenching screech, thrashing about on the ground like a beetle flipped on its back. Moments later, its limbs reformed, and it charged at Kazuya in pure rage. Watch out. He shrugged off Izumi's warning. With an eerily calm demeanor, he fired 6 more bolts in an instant, dismembering the hollow once again. Izumi's face paled as Kazuya repeated his brutal cycle, his face an emotionless mask as if he had grown comfortably numb to such gore. Even Katsumi and Akira couldn't help but tremble at his merciless methods. Finally, when the hollow had exhausted its reservoir of Riryoku, Kazuya let it writhe helplessly on the ground. He turned to Izumi, his face breaking into a grin that was a bit too wide to be comforting. Done. I have no words for your growth, Izumi said and tossed the car keys at him. You can return home. I'll handle the talks with Shinigami. You can't just shoo me away when the fun part is about to begin. I want to have a chat with the Shinigami too. As long as Izumi stayed out of the mansion, he had no chance of sneaking out of town to rendezvous with Halibel. He might as well stick around to see who would be dispatched to Karakura town after he had effectively set off the Siriiti's alarms with the presence of 2 errand cars. Lucky for him, a lone Shinigami showed up in a couple of minutes. A tall man with a sharp face and black hair. His Ryatsu was on par with Jillian's, but Kazuya could sense something off about him. The Soul Reaper had the aura of a veteran. Vice captains and captains get a restraining seal in the living world, don't they? This guy should at least be a vice captain. There was a flicker of recognition in Kazuya's mind, a sense of familiarity, but the Shinigami's name remained just beyond his grasp. As the black-haired Shinigami took in the scene, the Quincy group and the squirming hollow, an expression of startled surprise crept onto his face. "Who are you folks? Did you do this to this poor fellow?" Akira and Katsumi exchanged glances before pointing, almost in unison, towards Kazuya's back. Izumi, without a trace of guilt, followed suit and threw him under the bus. "My Otuto is heartless." Kazuya's face twitched. "I could have killed it if you didn't teach me the importance of balance in 3 realms. Balance." Shinigami's eyes widened, a spark of understanding in his black eyes. "Ah, I see. You are Quincy. The clan that was said to have been wiped from existence a century and a half ago." He would have known about Ishida clan if he bothered reading the files given to him. Alas, he wasn't the type to go through a stack of reports. A shadow fell across Izumi's face, her eyes clouding over. "And who is responsible for wiping our race?" The Shinigami scratched at the nape of his neck, the weight of the Quincy's tragic history seemingly hanging heavy in the air. "I didn't mean to open old wounds. It's surprising to encounter your kind. I'm Kaien Shiba, the vice-captain of the 13th Squad." Kazuya felt a jolt of recognition. Kaien was from the Shiba clan, a once noble lineage that had fallen from grace in the Soul Society. Isshin Kurosaki, Ichigo's father, was a Shiba before he took on the monumental task of suppressing Masaki's hollow. Kaien's death played a big role in Rukia's growth as a Shinigami and a person. Him being alive meant Rukia was still in the 13th Squad or she had yet to graduate from the Shinigami Academy. Kaien pivoted to face the hollow and unsheathed his Zampakuto. "We can continue our conversation once I put this fellow out of his suffering." With a swift, almost merciful motion, Kaien cleaved the beetle-like hollow into 2 perfect halves. The hollow let out a final, agonized shriek before its form flickered and evaporated into nothingness. The hollow was cleansed and sent to Soul Society. With a sigh, Kaien slid his katana back into its sheath. "I was expecting a group of hollows, turns out it was just one guy. Could it be the scout for Arankars? He would have been here earlier if he hadn't been dozing off like a hibernating bear." "Better safe than sorry," Kazuya said, a smirk playing on his lips. "By the way, what's this about Arankars? You guys probably don't know about Arankars. They are hollows who take off their masks. They are not much of a threat except the Minos like Jillian, Ajuchas, and Vasto Lord." Kaien narrowed his eyes. "Siriiti is taking this matter seriously. I'll be in the town for a few days." His captain, Jushiro Yukitake, had dispatched him to monitor the hollow activities. Being a vice-captain, he came alone, armed with his Zampakuto. The news of a Vasto Lord Arankar had sent ripples of concern through the Godai 13. Shunsui Kaiaraku believed that the hollows were planning a full-scale invasion of this town under the guidance of a Vasto Lord leader. In an ironic twist of fate, Kaien stood before the very Vasto Lord he was supposed to be on guard against, completely clueless. Suppressing a laugh, Kazuya said, "Well, try not to be so late next time. It's a pain to hold back on small fries." Kaien observed Kazuya before bursting into laughter. "I like your confidence. It reminds me of my captain's best friend. Well, Quincy friends, I think my job is done here. Good night." Kaien never thought he would be befriending people of a near-extinct clan of Hollow Slayers. After saying a brief greeting to everyone, Kain departed in a good mood. Meanwhile, Izumi stood rooted to the spot, her face ashen. She was all too aware of the power of a vice-captain. Even her husband would struggle against such a formidable opponent. Now, one of them would be casually strolling around their town. Add to that the terrifying potential of Minos-class Arankars, and she was sure about having sleepless nights until the matter was solved. Chapter 47, Chapter 48, The Black Cat. Time and time again, a black cat could be seen skillfully leaping from one rooftop to another in Siriiti. No one knew where this cat came from or how it could dodge any Shinigami that tried catching it. This agile cat had become a mystery, and an often-told story among the Godai 13. The cat was, in fact, Yoruchi Shihoin, a banished Shinigami who was exiled along with Kasuke Urahara and Tasai Tsukabashi. Before her banishment, her reputation in the Soul Society was legendary. Few were given the title of Shuinpa Master, but Yoruchi went further in her pursuit of agility, earning the respected title of Flash Goddess. At one point in her life, she held the title for the youngest captain in the history of Onmitsukido, the special forces of the Soul Society, as well as the captain of the 2nd Squad of Godai 13. Like her noble titles, Yoruchi was born into the nobility of the prestigious Shihoin family, one of the 5 great noble clans of the Soul Society. Her family, renowned for their stealth and agility, were masters of Kido, a unique form of combat derived from demon arts. As a princess, she carried the weight of expectations from the first day of her life. She didn't lose to the pressure, rather she excelled in her family arts. Even among the Shihoin, Yoruchi's abilities stood out. She was excellent in hand-to-hand combat, stealth, and had impressive control over Kido spells. But, despite her noble birth and all its advantages, Yoruchi wanted something more. The formal lifestyle and strict rules irritated her free spirit. She found hope in Kazuya Urahara, a man from a fallen noble clan who had come to live at the Shihoin mansion with Tessai Tsukabashi. Despite his humble beginnings, Kazuya was a man of extraordinary talent. While she had friends to spend time with, Yoruchi could not often leave the clan's estate. When her own family limited her freedom, Yoruchi came up with a creative solution. She developed a technique that let her turn into a cat at will. Decades later, Kazuya became the captain of the 12th Squad, and Tessai became the captain of the Kido Corps. Less than a decade later, Kazuya and Tessai were arrested for experimentation on fellow Shinigami. Yoruchi was at a crossroads. Loyalty or duty? In a heartbeat, she gave up everything for her friends. Her status, her titles, her family, she left it all behind in order to help Kazuya keep his Shinigami powers. The Central 46 labeled them as exiled Shinigami, forbidding them from entering Senkamen, the doorway to Soul Society. Did that keep Yoruchi away from the Soul Society? Not at all. Her ability to transform into a cat altered her Ryatsu signature just enough to sneak past the Senkamen restriction. Thus, she made a new legend, the legend of the Black Cat. Currently, Yoruchi relaxed under the moonlight in her cat form, her tongue smoothly sweeping over the bowl filled with creamy milk. Her old pal Kakakushiba savored the sake from a cup held in her tattooed arm, her only arm. Yoruchi, you have balls of steel to pull that off with Byakuya Kuchiki. Kukaku had met Byakuya once in Siriidi. The first meeting alone made her quite terrified of Byakuya's Ryatsu and his icy demeanor. As bold as Kukaku was, she wouldn't dare mess around with Byakuya. Playing tag with him was a thrill, the black feline replied, her masculine contradicting her actual gender, a trait exclusive to her feline form. The lad is still training under his old man. Despite being the same age, she treated Byakuya as if he was way younger than her. I believe he is, Kukaku confirmed, setting down her sake cup to pick up her pipe, taking in a satisfying, smoky drag. Won't be long before he succeeds as the 28th head of Kuchiki clan and takes on the captain position in the 6th squad. Still won't beat me in speed. Yoruchi laughed as she cleaned her whiskers with her paw. Nya. I am feeling sleepy now. It's my time to sleep, too. You can stay the night here. Don't mind if I do. Yoruchi harbored a special fondness for Kukaku, primarily because of her unfiltered, down-to-earth nature. In stark contrast to the pretentious nobility, Kukaku acted according to her heart, giving no care to what others thought of her. They shared an unyielding spirit and philosophy, leading their lives according to a unique creed, to never shy away from bold choices even if they changed their lives forever. As Yoruchi curled up on the wooden floor, the fluttering wings of a butterfly disturbed her peace. A jigakucho, the spirit butterfly traditionally employed as a messenger by the Shinigami, drifted around her. Shop awaits you. The message, as devoid of emotion as the emptiness of space, echoed within her mind, prompting her eyes to widen in alarm. Kazuya. She hastily departed for the living world. The moment Yoruchi entered Kazuya's living room, she found him poised in quiet contemplation, his hand restlessly fidgeting with the brim of his hat. They hadn't met each other for almost a decade now, a time frame considered months for the long-living Shinigami race. Kazuya. Yoruchi, you've returned, Kazuya greeted, his usually jovial tone swapped for an uncharacteristically somber one. Shall we catch up before or after milk? I'm not hungry. Tell me, how did you send a jigakucho? They only restricted me from entering Senkamen. It's easy to imbue jigakucho with a Ryatsu signature different from mine. You're still obsessed with that? Are you that desperate to enter the Soul Society? Obsession is the greatest driving force, Kazuya mused, waving his paper fan. Now, what did I call you here for? Yoruchi brought her paw up and flashed her sharp claws. I can cut 9,000 times in a second. Do you want to test me? Kazuya raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. We have a problem. A big problem. A problem you can't solve on your own. She had seen him coming up with ingenious solutions that nobody could have ever thought of. His intellect and adaptability were terrifying, even for her. Kazuya nodded in affirmation. Today I met a man. A man, you say? Yoruchi's chuckle tinged the air with mild mockery. Who knew our Kazuya Urahara swung that way? Kazuya swatted her head lightly with his fan. Let's focus, shall we? How many people know about Aizen's true nature? Ah. That would be us and the Visored. The men you met today. Yup, he knows about Aizen's hypnosis and his betrayal. There is something more bizarre, Yoruchi. He is part of the Quincy clan. Quincy. Now that's a name I haven't heard for a century. Yoruchi narrowed her golden eyes. Who leaked it to him? So it wasn't you. It must be one of the Visored. They opened their mouth against their will or. It's another one of Aizen's tricks to shake us. That bastard is like a fox. Kazuya couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Oh, how interesting it'd be if Aizen is pulling the strings here. His intuition told him otherwise, but he never trusted his judgment against Aizen. The treacherous Shinigami had shown to manipulate the Central 40 SIX's judgment. How hard would it be to send a man at their doorstep pretending to oppose Aizen? Yoruichi snorted. Interesting for you only. A pain in the ass for the rest. Don't worry. We'll get to the bottom of this tomorrow when we have a heart-to-heart with our Quincy friend. Chapter 48, Chapter 49, Control. Kazuya laid on the bed the whole night, pondering about every scenario that could take place today. It was a day of monumental importance, and he couldn't afford a single mistake. The door creaked open just as the clock hit the 8 o'clock mark. Lisa came to wake him. Instead of doing her task, she observed him with ice in her gaze. His acting skill, which fooled Halibel's hollow senses, easily made a mockery of former Shinigami Lisa. What ticked her off? Splash. He didn't expect her to throw a bucket worth of cold water on him. Rising from his dampened bed, he stretched languidly, a yawn escaping his lips. He was unperturbed, as if Lisa didn't give him a non-consensual bath. To think you'll bathe me on my bed to save my time, you are so caring, Lisa, he praised her with a soft smile. You missed a couple of spots and forgot to apply soap. Lisa's hands twitched, barely holding back from giving his neck a little squeeze. She grabbed a pillow and held it like a warhammer over him. What did you say to Izumi-sama? Why is she sending me on a date with you? Lisa being angry and flustered was a positive sign since she acted calm and collected to everyone. She was showing more and more of her true personality hidden beneath the cool facade. He released a long sigh. I'm sorry, but I have to cancel that date. As if frozen in a block of ice, Lisa paused, her lips parting into a stunned "oh." Her shocked face was a sight to behold. He smiled. Let me guess the reason for your shock. Your anger was just a facade, and you actually looked forward to a date with me. Lisa was caught red-handed. Her plan was to throw a tantrum and reluctantly agree to go on the date, her first ever date with a man. Ever since she came to the living world, she had been stuck in the same loop of eating, reading, training, and sleeping. She was a little excited to do something new, the same feeling had led her to accept this spy job. She narrowed her eyes. It was a rare opportunity to relax outside of my job. Yes, I was looking forward to it. Her acceptance caught him off guard. Since you want it so badly, I'll give you a date once I'm free. And what could possibly be keeping you busy? She raised the question out of curiosity. From what she had heard, he recently came to the town searching for Quincy. Apart from Izumi and Lisa, he shouldn't know anyone unless he found romance. Instead of questioning him, her head weaved a romantic tale between Kazuya and a random beautiful maiden he stumbled upon. I have to know if it's true. Kazuya narrowed his eyes. Don't even think about following me. Lisa nodded, her mind whirring with possible outfits that would allow her to merge seamlessly with the crowd. She had already decided about stalking him today. Why are you so stubborn? Kazuya sprang from his bed and advanced towards her, shrinking the distance between them until he was firmly in her personal bubble. He lifted her chin, holding her gaze. You can hide your Ryuryoku but the darkness in your soul. It shines like a candle in pitch black. I can pick you blindly from a crowd 10 out of 10 times. Lisa stiffened before her hand instinctively reached for her Zampakuto. By the time she realized her Zampakuto was left in Visored base, he had left the room. She stood rooted, a trickle of sweat inching its way down her face. How is that possible? Kazuya's special, Ryatsu concealing Jigai, should have camouflaged all traces of her Ryatsu, even the faintest whiff of her hollow aura. What do I do now? She pressed her hand against her face. Her scara turned black and eyes red. Let me take control. I'll handle the rest. The words she spoke weren't her own. They belonged to her inner hollow, which exerted control over her in moments of weakness. It wanted her to relinquish control and sink into the pit of bottomless instinct. Every one of Visored experiences similar things now and then, and will continue to do so until they fully take control over their hollow. Get lost. She steeled herself, suppressing her inner hollow, and soon her eyes returned to their normal state. Apart from Shunsui Kairaku, her ex-captain, only Kazuya had ever rattled her composure like this. She let out an annoyed click of her tongue. I'll get him to fess up everything, no matter what it takes. Kazuya narrowed his eyes, taking in the swinging sign overhead. Urahara shop. He rapped on the door, which was promptly answered by a mountain of a man with a thick mustache connected to his sideburns. Tesai Tsukabashi, Kazuya Urahara's right-hand man, was decked out in a black apron over a laid-back white tee and blue jeans combo. The guy looked like a gangster instead of a shopkeeper assistant. Tesai straightened his rectangle-framed glasses, his expression as unyielding as a wall. State your business. Kazuya Urahara invited me here last night. You're his guest. Come inside. Kazuya followed the big man through the hallway and arrived at the meeting spot. He could feel two presences inside, both masterfully restraining their Riryoku. As Tessai slid the door open, Kazuya saw Kasuke sitting side by side with a black cat. Her golden eyes narrowed as she spotted him. She is here. Her appearance by Kasuke's side was no surprise. Chapter 49, Chapter 50, A Tactical Nuke. Join the Discord server, https://discord.gg/cjnqtgm. Yoruichi observed the young man, intrigue sparkling in her golden eyes. Shinigami, soul, aged strangely in the Soul Society, but humans, Quincy, were not renowned for their longevity, at least the one she was familiar with. Despite appearing no older than 25, he wielded Riryoku rivaling that of a captain class. She found this fact hard to swallow. Is he really the one? Doubt, unmasked and raw, crept into her voice as she questioned Kasuke. You weren't pulling my leg about this, right? Nope. Kazuya's eyebrows shot up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. I didn't think Urahara-san was fond of talking cats. One of your crazy inventions. Kasuke opened the paper fan and concealed his smirk. Yoruichi-san is a natural kid I found in the Shihoin mansion. Some pussies are irresistible, they say. Shihoin. Don't tell me this is Yoruichi Shihoin. The slightest widening of Yoruichi's eyes betrayed her surprise. You seem rather well versed in our ways. Who enlightened you about the Siriiti? A friend, a family member, or a stranger from the other side? Skipping the flimsy pleasantries, she dived straight into the crux of the matter. Before Kazuya could utter a response, Kasuke smoothly interjected, Yoruichi-san, let's offer our guest a seat first. I wouldn't want any rumors about my shop lacking in common courtesy. With a graceful sweep of her paw, Yoruichi motioned towards a cushion set opposite to her. Take a seat. Kazuya moved forward at Tessai's gentle push, the door sliding shut behind him. Relax, guys, he muttered, calmly settling down under Yoruichi's intense stare. I'll reveal everything, but first, stop acting like I'm here to steal your candies. Kasuke couldn't help but chuckle. He is telling you to chill, Yoruichi-san. Yoruichi snarled, baring her feline fangs. What? I'm as calm as a moon's reflection on a still pond. It's you who looks uncomfortable. Deflecting the blame towards Kazuya was a convenient way to downplay her own impatience. In response, Kazuya merely shrugged. Urahara-san, promise me one favor in exchange for my information. I can guarantee the information will be helpful in your ongoing battle against Aizen. Kasuke paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He was not one to be easily indebted, but the stakes were too high to dismiss this offer. While he had faith in Yamamoto's power, he doubted that Siriiti would anticipate a threat from their most peaceful-looking captain. Things might escalate too far by the time they realized their mistake. Aizen's holification experiments and his Kyoka Sugetsu made him such a terrifying wild card in his eyes. Kasuke bobbed his head in agreement. If it's within reason, the always charming and trustworthy Kasuke Urahara will lend a hand. Just once. Yoruichi swiveled to face Kasuke, a hint of warning in her tone as she spoke, careful with the promises you make. Being a former noble and former commander of the 2nd Squad, she was well acquainted with individuals exploiting favors for their own malicious purposes. Though she didn't take Kasuke as the careless type, a note of concern lingered. I know what I'm doing. Kasuke dismissed her worries with a wave of his hand and a playful tap on the table. Now, time for you to uphold your end, Kazuya-san. The easy acceptance from Kasuke was an unexpected curveball. Still, Kazuya remained stoic, all business, with no room for playfulness. I know a lot about Aizen because I used to be a seated officer serving Aizen. Even that didn't protect me from becoming a part of his plan. I ended up embroiled in his holification, consumed by a hollow soul planted in mine. Thus, he unveiled the first chapter of his twisted tale, a narrative that would have been impossible without his meta-understanding of this world. Wah. Wait, what do you mean you died? Is this reincarnation? Kasuke concluded Yoruichi's sentence, his face a mask of grave seriousness. A flawed reincarnation, where the soul retains its memories. I have encountered a few such instances during my study, though none significant enough to raise alarm. Kasuke had delved into the deepest reaches of Shihoin's family archives, seeking the most obscure knowledge concerning the spiritual world, like the god of Shinigami being an anchor of 3 realms, a husk of his former self. A god who was massacred by 5 noble families out of fear for his power. Seeing Kasuke deep in thought, Kazuya smiled appreciatively. There was an undeniable pleasure in the company of razor-sharp minds that saw profound meaning in the most nonsensical words. It's easy to bullshit with the genius ones. He crossed his arms and nodded his head. Exactly. I reincarnated as a hollow. His bold declaration was meant to be a calculated nuke on their minds, to provoke a reaction. He awaited their responses with an impish gleam in his eyes. Even under dire circumstances, his natural trickster spirit couldn't be suppressed. Kasuke remained composed, his eyebrows arching in bemused interest at the outrageous claim. In stark contrast, Yoruichi reacted like a storm, hissing, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks, her tail standing straight in agitation. She looked ready to carve his face apart with her claws. Even a blind Shinigami can tell the difference between a Quincy and a hollow. Do you take us for fools? His tale of betrayal had her entranced until he shattered the illusion with an outlandishly false claim. As a former Shinigami, she knew all too well the intricacies of souls and the delicate balance of realms. The notion of a soul reincarnating with its memories was well within the realm of plausibility, but a Quincy claiming to be a hollow. That was nothing short of ridiculous. Ease up, Yoruichi-san, Kasuke implored with a calming gesture and glanced at Kazuya. Yoruichi-san isn't known for her patience but for her vicious actions as the commander of Onmitsukido. Kazuya-san, I won't be able to hold her back if you don't provide a reasonable explanation. Unwittingly, Kasuke and Yoruichi had slipped into the timeless, good cop, bad cop, dynamic. Kazuya calmly took the cup of tea under Yoruichi's calm gaze. I intended to explain but Shihoin-san interrupted me. Let's put that aside for now. Urahara-san, can this house conceal Ryatsu? What I am about to do may alarm Quincy and Shinigami alike. It can, Yoruichi said and got up, walking to the door. I have no interest in your lies anymore. Just as she reached to slide open the door, she stopped as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The Ryatsu of a hollow, mightier than her own, seized her attention like a vice. Whirling around, she saw Kazuya surrounded by a sky-blue Ryatsu. Even though she couldn't see his face from her position, she could see the horns coming from the side of his head. He looked over his shoulder, smiling after giving them the shock of their lifetime. Shihoin-san, do you believe me now? Chapter 50, Chapter 51, Exchange. The room succumbed to a hush, a quiet so profound it seemed to envelop every corner, every nook and cranny. This tranquility was abruptly shattered by Tessai, his steps echoing as he hastily pushed open the door. A hollow. This man is a hollow. How? Even the former commander of Kido Corps couldn't wrap his hands around a Quincy suddenly turning into a hollow. Kazuya stood amidst the chaos, a smug grin played upon his lips. I apologize for being so abrupt. I expected you to react with a little surprise, nothing more. Rising from his seat, Kasuke's black Haori fluttered in the wake of Kazuya's surging power. An uncanny gleam danced in his eyes, and he couldn't hide his intrigue. Well. What's surprising is your ability, Kazuya-san. The errand car troubling all of us for the last few days had been you all along. How did you mask your hollow aura this well? The ever-so-innovative Kasuke couldn't help but ask a question out of curiosity. He had long abandoned the notion of hollows being evil during his pursuit of removing the boundaries between Shinigami and hollow. For him, the person mattered more than a person's race. Mask. No, that's a misunderstanding. Kazuya gestured towards his face, his hollow characteristics seamlessly morphing back to normal, and his wings folding back into his body. This isn't concealment, it's transformation. A bitter irony to become a hollow after a lifetime of slaughtering them. He kept feeding them lies mixed with grains of truth. Yoruichi approached him and touched his back, her animosity replaced with a look of curiosity. Can you transform again? I'm not a lab specimen. Besides, weren't you going to leave? What is keeping you around, Shihoin-san? I would have surely left, boy, if you didn't show me this. I don't even know what to call this. Kasuke, do you think it's possible or are we under some kind of ability that's fooling all of our senses, like Aizen? Kasuke considered her question, a contemplative frown etching into his features. He turned to Tessai. What you said can be possible. But I don't think it is the case here. Tessai, did you sense Kazuya-san's hollow aura? Tessai, who was standing at the door, nodded. I sensed it clearly. It's why I ran over here. See, Yoruichi-san. Tessai couldn't have been under the same illusion as us, well, unless Kazuya-san can trick people who are far away from his sight. Didn't that happen to Shinji? Tessai retorted, planting seeds of doubt. We can't rule out the possibility of Kazuya-san possessing a similar ability to Aizen. Kazuya rubbed the back of his head. Aizen's betrayal raised their wariness toward his unprecedented ability. Even Tessai, who was mostly chill and calm, questioned the reality laid before his eyes. He transformed under Yoruichi's scrutinizing gaze. What do you say? Is this real or just an illusion? With a dismissive wave of his paper fan, Kasuke interjected, Aizen Zampakuto is relatively unknown, and he himself has a formidable Ryatsu, above your average captains. Kazuya-san, forgive us for doubting you. We shouldn't have used Aizen's illusions as an excuse for our ignorance. Ignorance? Yoruichi chuckled. We have to thank Aizen for tricking you. He helped us learn so many new things that we wouldn't have come across as Shinigami. Kazuya smiled. The more you know. Yoruichi ran her claws over his thighs before she turned to Kasuke. I wasn't seeing things. His body changes from Kishi to Reishi when he changes to Hollow. Kasuke had invented Reishi Henkin-ki to convert Kishi to Reishi and vice versa. Kazuya achieved the same result with no external help. I can see that, Kasuke said. From Shinigami to Hollow to Quincy. Kazuya-san here is a peculiar case. Kazuya returned to his hollow form and crossed his arms. About the information I promised. I know some of Aizen's plans and his end goal. Kasuke's eyes widened. How did you? Don't ask me how. Aizen wants the Hogyoku in your possession. That item is crucial to his plans, creating Oken. He is after the key to the royal palace. A silent exchange transpired between Kasuke and Yoruichi, their eyes echoing a mutual understanding. We didn't expect it to be Oken, Yoruichi said. Kazuya, what does Aizen Sōsuke want with the royal palace? Your guess is as good as mine, Kazuya said. I held my end of the bargain. Kasuke-san, you should fulfill yours. Kasuke stepped back and held his Zampakuto. I did make a promise. Well, what can this handsome shopkeeper do for you? I need shelter. Granted. A handsome hollow like yours is welcome to my underground chamber. Kasuke happily welcomed Kazuya, who was a treasure trove of knowledge on all three major races, Hollow, Shinigami, and Quincy. Not just for me. Kazuya shook his head. You see, I made some friends during my time in Hueco Mundo. So, can you make some Ryatsu concealing Jigai for them? I haven't made one for hollows yet, but I can try. However, you or anyone isn't allowed to eat human souls while you're here. Heh. They won't. Weak souls won't interest them. Yoruichi sat down. Are you making a hollow army to take revenge on Aizen? Kazuya smiled. Do not seek beauty in battle. Do not seek virtue in death. Do not make the mistake of considering only your own life. If you wish to protect that which you must protect, slice the enemy you must defeat from behind. He repeated the Shinigami's creed that stuck with him more than most quotes. With that, he ripped open a garganta and stuck his hand inside. I'm gonna fetch my friends. See you soon. He stepped into the garganta, only to sense Yoruichi releasing a burst of Ryoryoku. He turned around to see Yoruichi flying into the shrinking garganta. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 51, Chapter 52, Protector. Kasuke's gaze lingered on the fading portal, the corners of his lips lifting in an amused smirk. Yoruichi's impulsive action didn't surprise him in the least. She was always the one for exploration. Kazuya's friends or Kazuya had caught her intrigue. Perhaps the limitless expanse of Hueco Mundo offered an allure she couldn't resist. Deciphering her motivations, however, was akin to hunting for a single cloud in a boundless sky. There she goes on her own, Tesai said, giving a resigned shake of his head. His gaze then turned questioning towards Kasuke. Was that the right trade-off? Was the information a justifiable reason to hide several Erankars from the Soul Society? In response, Kasuke lifted two fingers. Consider two things, Tesai. Firstly, Hueco Mundo provides more protection from the Siriitii than our shop. I suspect they're running from something in Hueco Mundo, something potentially more powerful than Kazuya himself. Tesai's eyes widened behind his rectangular glasses. The thought of a hollow boasting a stronger Ryatsu than Kazuya was unnerving, to say the least. Who could that possibly be? I have no idea. And the second point? Some investments might appear precarious in the short term, but they yield unexpected dividends when you least anticipate it. Kazuya-san is that type of investment. Having Kazuya's friendship might just tip the favor in his hidden warfare against Aizen. Though banished by the Siriitii, the heart in his chest was still that of a Shinigami. Protecting Siriitii and the balance will always be his duty. As he digested this information, Tesai absent-mindedly twirled his mustache. I still find it hard to grasp what Kazuya truly is. Kasuke chuckled at Tesai's confusion. Regarding Kazuya-san, I have a hunch about the source of his transformation. He had come across equally baffling things when he was brought to Shihoin Mansion. It was only a matter of time before he understood every aspect of his confusion. What is it? I'll share when I'm absolutely certain, Kasuke replied, rising to dust off his Haori sleeves. Now, excuse me. I need to prepare a guest house for our new allies. I want to procrastinate. While Kasuke fully expected Yoruichi's action, Kazuya wasn't of the same mind. The black cat began walking by his side, her tail swinging in a rhythm. She acted like she expected him to understand her intentions on his own. Shihoin-san, we hollows have a saying, don't enter another man's garganta if you are not prepared for a battle to death. You are 100 years early to challenge me, Yoruichi retorted with a chuckle, her golden eyes surveying the vast void surrounding them. It's my first time inside a garganta. It sure is a boring place. Throughout her extensive lifespan, she had never ventured into a garganta, the mysterious travel route accessible only to hollows. Hueco Mundo isn't any better than this, he said with a shrug. Let's hurry now, shall we? I can't wait to meet my friends. Neither can I wait to make their acquaintance. She undoubtedly took an interest in his companions. They hurried across the Garganta until Yoruichi abruptly halted him with a light kick on his shin. Stop. I sense your Ryatsu on the other side of this. He honed his senses, detecting a faint trail of lingering Ryatsu. Yes, it seems to be scattered everywhere. Everyone can sense other Ryatsu more acutely than their own, Yoruichi explained. You've been in the living world for a week, why is your Ryatsu still here in such a high concentration? That's probably the place I became an Arrancar. He cracked his knuckles and spread open his wings. Let's get out here. Rending open the fabric of space, they emerged into the stark, desolate landscape of Hueco Mundo. Yoruichi swiveled her head in all directions, taking in the stark contrast to the vibrant human world. Beneath a jet-black sky, the endless white expanse stretched out, punctuated by an enlarged moon. This realm of hollows, defined by an unsettling silence and stark desolation, was a sight she had not beheld in a while. A world fitting souls known as hollows. Indeed. As Kazuya probed for Halibel's Ryatsu, he detected a potent presence lurking nearby, an Ajuchas, likely on par with Apache. He dismissed the Ajuchas from his concern and resumed his search. They are concealing their Ryatsu, but I can still feel it. Their safety rid him of his worries. He just had to go out there and search for them. He turned to Yoruichi with a mischievous grin. I'm going to use Sonido now. Shihoin-san, do you think you can keep up? Who do you think you are talking to? Flash Goddess Yoruichi won't be surpassed by a mere Vasto Lord. She was a tad rusty from decades spent lounging in her cat form. Her speed, an attribute she held in high regard, hadn't diminished to the point of being challenged by a young man like him. Kazuya's grin widened, sensing his question got under her skin. Let's put that to the test, then. With a resounding crack, he surged ahead using Sonido. His body was way tougher after becoming an Arrancar, allowing him to use Sonido at a higher level than before. He looked over his shoulder for a moment. Yoruichi and her cat flashed over long distances, trailing him from the ground without much difficulty. Yoruichi bared her fangs. Impressive. Very impressive. Although she was far from her peak, Kazuya's speed was one of the best even in the Serie. As the overwhelming Ryatsu faded, a centaur-like hollow cautiously stepped out from her hiding place. A pair of sharp eyes behind her mask locked onto the fading silver and white figures in the distance. One of their Ryatsu signatures had been so potent that it almost made her heart stop during her slumber. It was the same ancient Ryatsu lingering everywhere in this place. Vasto Lord. This marked the second time she had crossed paths with such a formidable hollow in this exact spot. Just the day before, a group of powerful hollows had stayed here for an extensive time. And now, another strong presence made its appearance. She clenched her double-sided lance. Why are strong hollows gathering here? What is happening in Hueco Mundo? The thought of an impending war brewing beneath this unsettling silence troubled her. Neliel II Odelschwank couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling that a war was brewing beneath this unsettling silence. War signified conflict, and conflict invariably led to death, pain, and suffering. As an Ajuchas, she could only spectate as these superior Vasto Lord fought each other like beasts. I need to leave. With that resolve, she swiftly galloped across the stark white desert. After several minutes of swift travel, she arrived at her destination, a cave that led to a shelter constructed within a mountain. Sensing her familiar presence, a variety of hollows scurried out of the myriad of openings dotting the cavernous walls, joyfully greeting Neliel with cute noises. Amidst these tiny hollows, she stood like a titan. Her lips twitched behind her mask before breaking into a small smile that nobody could see. I'm back. Their enthusiastic responses filled the air with a medley of sounds, each more endearing than the last. Cats, dogs, rabbits, and even birds, each being here was utterly fragile and defenseless. So feeble they were, that even a faint residue of Vasto Lord's Ryatsu could eradicate them entirely. Despite their fragility, these hollows thrived here without the need for food or Riryoku. The ambient reishi of Hueco Mundo nourished their souls sufficiently, as if destiny had willed them to survive against all odds. For years, she had committed herself to the protection of this village of lesser hollows. This self-imposed duty of defending them against other hollows had given her a sense of purpose. A purpose that drove her every day. While she couldn't stop the Vasto Lord from fighting, she could at least shield the village with her own Ryatsu. A/N, Neliel's aspect of death is lamentation, confirmed in the Bleach Brave Souls game. It's the reason for her passive role in TYBW arc and her becoming upset with Neutra in her flashback when he killed a village of hollows for no reason. All the third-rank Espada are interesting characters among the bloodthirsty hollows. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 52, Chapter 53, Promise. Unbeknownst to Kazuya, Halibel and her group were caught in their own maelstrom of troubles. Nestled deep within a gargantuan underground cave, the 5 women were surprisingly quiet, a solemn air surrounding all of them. Srirachi flew out of the giant hole over their head to scout the surroundings. Moments later, she landed back in the cave. I can't sense him anywhere. Neither can I, admitted Halibel, her fingers gently caressing the mysterious egg clutched tightly to her chest as though its presence offered some form of comfort. It could be a trap to lure us out. Srirachi's brows knitted together in concern. It absolutely is. Despite their heightened caution, they had yet to catch sight of their pursuer yet, the one chasing them for almost a day. What they felt, instead, was an overpowering Ryatsu steadily closing in on them. A Ryatsu that belonged to none other than King Baragan. The moment they identified it, they had taken off at their best speed. Mila Rose forcefully dragged her Zampakuto across the granular white sand before nailing it on the wall. TCH. This hide and seek is suffocating me. I just want to beat him to death. Befitting her lioness characteristics, she was proud and ferocious. Her Arancarization only enhanced those traits. Crushing Baragan was a bigger priority than her own life. Apache sat beside the wall, her gaze fixated on the wall in a daze. If only we had that power. Halibel shook her head. We'll beat Baragan, but not today. Let's keep. She stopped abruptly, her attention captured by the egg. It twitched unexpectedly, its activity highly unusual considering its quiet demeanor over the last few days. Is it about to hatch? As Halibel attempted to communicate with the egg, a surge of Ryatsu seeped out from it. She couldn't help but recall Kazuya's face upon sensing the Ryatsu. Sung-sun chuckled lightly, her eyes twinkling with mirth. How cute. Did it sense Kazuya and start sending signals? The hatchling is calling out to its mother. Mila Rose chuckled, the egg's shenanigans shifting her mood for the better. I still can't believe Skull's Zampakuto is a literal egg. Apache jabbed Mila Rose's hand with her horn. Stop calling him mother. Call him father if you must. Why is that bothering you? Apache turned her head away at the question. It's gross to call him mother. Halibel-sama would agree with me. Halibel was too engrossed in the egg to pay any attention to her surroundings. Srirachi also observed the egg with sharp eyes. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her. Halibel, it's almost at the level of a Jillian. Stop it before it reaches a Juchas. Halibel patted the egg, whispering to it many words of comfort. Despite her efforts, she failed to stop the egg from sabotaging their location. Looking helplessly at Srirachi, she shook her head. I don't think it understands us. A wave of frustration passed over Srirachi's face as she rubbed her forehead. Blast. We may need to abandon the egg. What? The comment sparked immediate outrage in Apache. Her growl reverberated through the cave, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty wolf. Are you stupid? It's Kazuya's Zampakuto. Do you want him to end up like you? But we're left with no other choice. Sung-sun lightly poked Srirachi's back with her tail. There's always a choice. Look, there's another path we can take. Following Sung-sun's gaze, they found their attention drawn towards a dauntingly steep pathway leading further into the underground labyrinth. Mila Rose squinted, trying to penetrate the thick blanket of darkness. Where does it lead? What if it's a dead end? Sung-sun scoffed at Mila Rose's hesitation. Then we go through the Garganta to the living world. We have better chances there than fighting Baragan. Halibel weighed her options for a moment and decided to follow Sung-sun's suggestion. Standing up, she beckoned the group. Let's go. Hold on. Srirachi interjected. I remember what lies beneath Hueco Mundo, the forest of Minos. A forest filled with Jillians and Ajuchas. Apache's eyes glowed fiercely. Let's go. She was close to evolving into a Vasto Lord, so much that she could feel it in her bones. Consuming a bunch of Jillians would undoubtedly aid her transformation. The prospect of attaining the same level of power as Halibel filled her with a thrill she couldn't suppress. I won't be useless against Baragan. Sung-sun saw through Apache's desires. The deer was like an open book. Halibel-sama, take Srirachi and Mila Rose ahead. I have to talk to Apache. Huh. Somewhat surprised, Halibel shot Apache a sharp glance. Their relationship hadn't been the brightest ever since Kazuya left. Now left alone with Sung-sun, Apache curiously stared at the snake. What is it? Don't be consumed by your urges, Sung-sun whispered. Kazuya isn't interested in your strength, but your heart. That's all I'll say. It was Sung-sun's attempt to stop Apache from degrading into a typical hollow who kept devouring others for power. A path that might put her against Halibel. Apache paused for a moment before she lowered her head. I promise it is only until I become Vasto Lord. I'm so close. I want it, Sung-sun. I wanted so badly. There was a crazed obsession in Apache's eyes, an immense lust for strength. It wasn't just about becoming a Vasto Lord for Apache now, it was to prove to Kazuya that she could also live up to her words. It was about pride. Sung-sun shared the ambition despite not admitting to it openly like Apache. I understand. Just try not to be too aggressive in front of Haribel-sama. I know. I am not denying Haribel's beliefs. This is a desperate time for us, and we need all the strength we can. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I got you if Haribel goes to you about the sacrifices, Sung-sun remarked teasingly. In exchange, help me become Vasto Lord after you're won. Apache raised her head, her wide eyes regarding Sung-sun. The snake's tongue flickered as she narrowed her pupils. Do you think I'm joking? Sung-sun shook her head. I'm serious, Apache. I refuse to stay the weakest in the group. Ah. I'll try. I just have to get Kazuya to make the same promise, and we're good to go. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 53, Chapter 54, Final Confrontation. Barely a mile away from the underground, a silhouette claimed the crest of a barren hill. His imposing figure was accentuated by an impressive afro of burnt orange and prominent sideburns. This was Gantenbane Musketa, the seventh Espada. His distinctive mask remnants were fashioned like sunglasses with 4 teeth protruding above each eye, allowing him to survey his surroundings through a central blue star embedded within the white plate. The target of his observation, Haribel's group. Swiveling his towering form, he addressed Baragan. The skeletal monarch of hollows rested upon a throne of bones, emanating a sinister aura. I sense a new Ajuchas amongst them. Interesting, Baragan said. The second Vasto Lord's whereabouts are still unknown. He had purposefully used his overpowering Ryatsu to force Haribel's hand, so she'd join up with her Vasto Lord aide, the one who had inspired Haribel's defiance against his rule. It hadn't happened yet. "Milord, may I make a suggestion?" asked the blonde servant standing behind him. "What is it, Ivania? Why don't we capture them and get the information out of them?" She was tired of stalking her prey. She wanted to pounce and devour them. Baragan casually dismissed her idea with an indifferent sweep of his skeletal hand. "You underestimate Haribel. She'd rather embrace death than betray her people. She is a foolish woman like you." Baragan may have a cult of his own, but Ivania had become his most devoted follower after he beat her into submission. "I can make her speak," Ivania said, her eyes glinting behind her white mask. "Trust me, my lord. My aspect of death can bend her will." Submission. Baragan leaned his chin on his skeletal knuckles. "Will it work on a Vasto Lord?" Ivania shook her head. "But Tyr Haribel isn't alone. Heh. Go. I'll disown you if you fail." Ivania kneeled on the ground. "Thank you, my lord. I'll bring Tyr Haribel back alive with the information. I'll not let you get rid of me." With a swift tap of her feet, she took flight, heading towards Haribel's location. Baragan watched her fading figure before turning to Gantenbane. "Make sure she is safe." Ivania's abilities were strong, but they consumed too much of her Ryatsu. She was his useful toy, one that he didn't want to lose yet. Kneeling before his lord, Gantenbane responded. "I'll guard her with my life." Once they departed, Baragan sat in solitude, a silent observer of the barren land. Despite his yearning for the thrill of battle, he felt somewhat uninspired, his energy sapped by the continuous hunt across Hueco Mundo. Hours passed as he sat there. Suddenly, his senses picked up 2 Ryatsu signatures, both surpassing the strength of an Ajuchas. Strangely, one of these spiritual pressures wasn't a hollow, but a Shinigami. Baragan beheld the approaching figures, his grasp instinctively clenching around his scythe-like axe. He hadn't come across such formidable Ryatsu in a while. From a hollow and a Shinigami, no less. The cure for his boredom came knocking at his door. Kazuya stopped, eyes squared on Baragan. Both him and Dordoni had guessed wrong. Baragan didn't send any Espada, he was so bored he left his kingdom to root out the rebels. What's even bizarre was Haribel's location, he could feel Haribel and others underneath him. Their Ryatsu was so faint as if they were hundreds of meters underground. They hid underground from Baragan. Smart chicks. Meanwhile, Yoruchi felt Baragan's Ryatsu lock on her, making her fur stand on end. No hollow, apart from Kazuya, had given her this level of threat. Moments of recollection hit her as she observed Baragan's appearance. Isn't he Baragan Lozenbaron, the king of hollows? While there might be more hollows with the same look, none could possess a Ryatsu rivaling a senior captain. Kazuya shot her a surprised look. "Yeah. He is the reason I ran away from this place. He is bad news, why are you getting ready to fight him?" She almost yelled when she saw him cracking his knuckles in preparation for a fight. Kazuya spread his wings and continued stretching his arms. He is coming to start the fight, but I'll finish it. Besides, do you think he will let us leave now? Beholding Baragan in person, he could sense their Ryatsu to be on the same level. Arankarization had improved his already vast Ryatsu. I want to see oppression and senescence clash. With Kazuya's swift regeneration and Sonido, Baragan couldn't possibly kill him even if he wanted to. Facing Baragan one-on-one was the perfect opportunity to test the limits of his Arankar form. As Baragan arrived before him, he raised a hand in greeting. Hello, Baragan. Baragan set his intense Ryatsu on Kazuya. Teaming up with a Shinigami. How terribly pathetic for you. Kazuya smirked. Yoruchi, will you let him insult you like this? Heh. I was banished from the Siriiti ages ago. His words don't ruffle my fur. Ignoring her cat joke, he turned to Baragan. Tell me, self-proclaimed God King of Hueco Mundo, will I be called a God's Lair if I kill you? Baragan burst into laughter. Ant, you want to slay me? Just because you became a Vasto Lord Arankar, you think you can rival the God King? How comical. Then let it be I who paves the path for ants to become God Slayers. With a tremendous burst of energy, Kazuya blurred into motion, reappearing in a breath behind Baragan. But his movements were instantly slowed, as if treading through a swamp. The slow field around Baragan was a perfect counter to melee fighters. Kazuya had no choice but to retreat with Sonido. What an annoying ability. Any close combat with Baragan was useless as long as he surrounded himself in his senescence. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 54, Chapter 55, Sweet Revenge. I'ma post some bonus chapters if the FIC stays in top 20 or top 30 until Sunday. Baragan was shrouded in a time dilation field which sapped the speed from anything within its range. Confronting him in hand-to-hand combat was akin to suicide. Kazuya frowned. Is it just there to protect him from attacks or does it have hidden functions? He pondered, a maelstrom of theories whirling in his mind's depths as he prepared to unleash another onslaught. Propelling himself forward with the supersonic speed of Sonido, he paused at the brink of Baragan's time-twisted field, a vibrant Siro crackling ominously in his palm. The Siro ray and Baragan collided in a gargantuan eruption of searing light and churning energy, the force of the explosion sending shockwaves careening into the distance. As the chaotic display settled, Baragan re-emerged, covered in a shroud of inky purple-black energy. His immense Ryatsu and his senescence had weathered the brunt of Siro's impact. Baragan pointed his axe at Kazuya. These pathetic attacks won't affect me. I am the god of death. Everything ages and decays under my command. My power is the only absolute law in this world. Yoruchi let out a snort of derision at Baragan's arrogant declaration. General Yamamoto will wipe the floor with you. Baragan redirected his attention towards Yoruchi. He and his captain entourage barely sealed Ikamikadomo, the only hollow who came close to rivaling my divinity. If your captain is as powerful as you say, bring him to my kingdom. I'll slaughter him. Yoruchi had no idea about the fight between General Yamamoto and Ikamikadomo. Then again, she was barely 300 years old, a large number for mortals but an insignificant number compared to the Siriiti's long history. Still, you will be burned to ashes in the general's flames. Kazuya, you won't beat this guy by standing there. Kazuya thrust his arm at Baragan, who stood there, awaiting his attack. The king of Hueco Mundo was unwaveringly certain of his senescence's defensive capabilities. A surge of blue Ryatsu suddenly engulfed Baragan, threatening to overpower the dark purple aura that cloaked him. However, Baragan merely waved his hand. Suffer the dying breath. Respira. A shroud of black-purple energy exploded outward from Baragan, expanding ominously around him. Kazuya darted to Yoruchi, seized her, and raced a safe distance away from the deadly reach of Baragan's Respira. The spreading breath gnawed at everything it touched. Luckily, the barren landscape of Hueco Mundo remained untouched. The white sands of Hueco Mundo were the dust of fallen Minos, and the skeletal trees were mere surface twigs of underground forests. Let go of me. Yoruchi wriggled out of his grasp, snarling. Is that ability dangerous? Extremely. The self-proclaimed God King locked his gaze on Kazuya. Even Reishi can't resist the decaying of time. Reishi-based abilities are useless against me. You really love flexing your powers, don't you? Kazuya smirked. Many kings died because of their foolish arrogance. Do you want to end up like them? I am above all the kings. I'm the God King of Hueco Mundo. You are an ant against me. Baragan's sentence hung unfinished as a sudden, immense pressure bore down on him. His robust Ryatsu strained under the weight, his temporal distortion field unable to slow down the Reishi-filled atmospheric air of Hueco Mundo. It was as if the world itself wanted to squeeze him. This was the same technique which had reduced Jillian's to a gory pulp. He simply manipulated Baragan's internal air pressure to an almost non-existent value. The result, a massive impact that may have injured Baragan. Kazuya could have done the same to Baragan's time dilation field if he understood its inner workings. With Baragan's immense Riryoku, he knew he couldn't brute force through the time field. Baragan waved his hand, releasing more Riryoku to strengthen his Hiero. Humph, impressive technique. Is this all you have? I'm starting to feel bored. As his words fell, a dense layer of Respira surrounded him. Axe clenched tightly in his hand, he vanished, materializing behind Kazuya in the blink of an eye. A single sweep of his weapon unleashed enough Respira to wipe out an army of hollows. The logical course of action would have been to use Sonido and flee. But Kazuya was not a creature of logic. He reached out through the fog of death and gripped the blade of Baragan's axe scythe. His arm withered and disintegrated until only skeletal remains were visible. His regeneration spurred into action, reassembling flesh over bone, sparking a horrific cycle of decomposition and renewal that made Yoruchi's skin crawl. Yet, a calm resolve flickered in Kazuya's eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Baragan's senses warned him of danger, but he was unable to pinpoint its cause. Overly prideful, he dismissed the very notion of Kazuya possessing an ability superior to senescence. Ha 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 ha. I underestimated your lunacy, insect. What do you hope to achieve by clutching my Zampakuto? As Baragan attempted to wrench his weapon free, Kazuya's skeletal fingers held firm. A surge of blue Ryatsu poured from his decaying hand, enveloping the axe scythe. Say goodbye to your Zampakuto, Baragan. At the echo of Kazuya's words, he clamped his skeletal fingers tighter. The force he exerted was barely enough to harm a low-ranking hollow, yet the Zampakuto in his grasp shuddered before splintering into shards. The large Zampakuto of Baragan was outside of the time field, allowing Kazuya to catch the arrogant king off guard and break it with his oppression. A chill breezed past Kazuya's neck, and he retreated hastily using Sonido. Baragan unleashed a gigantic wave of Respira, covering almost 500 meters in depth. It truly seemed as if someone incurred the wrath of a god. Unforgivable. 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 Baragan's voice echoed through the barren landscape, seething with rage. You won't get away with this. Repent for your insolence against the god of Hueco Mundo and turn to dust. Kazuya couldn't have been happier to see Baragan suffer. He had to stay away from his precious companions because of Baragan's threats, even taking the massive risk of confronting Kasuke Urahara. How could he not relish this sweet, sweet revenge? Furious, Baragan chased Kazuya, frenziedly swinging massive amounts of Respira at him. Baragan couldn't match Kazuya's speed under normal circumstances. He could forget about catching Kazuya's combination of Sonido and wings in his furious state. Kazuya's movements were simply unpredictable in Baragan's state of madness. Hey, that stuff is dangerous. Stop chasing me like a Yandere chases her love interest with a knife. Perish. 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 You worthless ant. Yoruchi observed the unfolding spectacle, a spark of amusement flickering in her golden eyes. This guy, ha ha ha. Baragan Luzenbairn, the most formidable hollow recorded in the Siriiti database, was being toyed with like a puppet on strings. No Shinigami would believe her tale, unless she dragged them to this godforsaken wasteland to witness the spectacle. All her concerns about Kazuya dying were completely unfounded. He had dismantled Baragan's Zampakuto with negligible effort, stripping the King of Hollows of a significant portion of his power. Popcorn would be perfect right now. She wasn't any less mischievous than her childhood friend. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 55, Chapter 56, Destruction. The root of Baragan's rage was less about the destruction of his Zampakuto and more from the perpetrator of the act. The hollow he had dismissed and looked upon with scorn had turned the tables, making a mockery out of him. His pride was wounded, and for this humiliation, he had to destroy Kazuya. His provocation ability had also fueled Baragan's flames of fury. However furious Baragan might be, he maintained enough self-control to cease his rampage before it could exhaust all his Riryoku, an unfortunate outcome for the opportunist Kazuya. Sensing Baragan's reluctance, he halted and cast a smirking glance at Baragan from afar. Can't stomp the lowly ant now, huh? Baragan's fists clenched, the familiar grasp of his axe absent from his hands. Insolent worm. Ha 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 ha. Yoruchi arrived by his side. You are having fun. I would do the same if I was in your situation. This guy had me worried for so long. It feels great to see him like this. Yoruchi's gaze shifted to Baragan, who hovered silently above them within the cloak of his Respira. His silent, brooding fury was unnerving on multiple levels. Fun and games aside, you have to eventually finish him. Since we're allies now, why don't you finish him for me, Shihoin-san? Despite shattering Baragan's Zampakuto, the battle had reached an impasse. Kazuya was yet to discover a strategy to neutralize Baragan's time field, and he didn't possess enough firepower to obliterate Baragan completely. At the very least, he had decrypted the actual purpose of Baragan's time field. It counteracted the aging process of his aspect of death, enabling him to roleplay as the god of death and senescence. If the field was deactivated, Baragan would be consumed by his own power, essentially the manner in which Baragan met his demise in his battle against Soifan and the pink-haired Visored whose name he didn't remember. Yoruichi hissed. Stop joking. A melee fighter like me is the worst matchup for Baragan. I also don't have your regeneration to contest with his decay mist. She was guaranteed a death against Baragan's utterly broken ability. Kazuya was aware that she might fare even worse than Soifan if pitted against Baragan. After all, Soifan's Bankai was quite destructive for a ranged weapon. Then use your Zampakuto's Bankai form. He was curious about Yoruichi's Zampakuto, which never made it to the manga or anime. Even if it was weak, a Bankai was no joke. She shook her head in dismissal. It's insufficient against a Vasto Lord, let alone an Arankar one. Truth be told, she had a mutual agreement with her Zampakuto Spirit. She was much stronger with her Shunko and Hakuta than the Bankai release of her Zampakuto. Her lazy Zampakuto Spirit also agreed with the sentiment. Kasuke should have an answer, Yoruichi muttered. Should we go back and ask him to whip something out of his lab? I'm not leaving without my friends. You can go if you want. I don't want to leave either. I have an idea. I don't know if it will work or not. May as well give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen? Yoruichi and Kazuya whispered to each other, refining the strategies proposed by the mischievous cat. They seemed to have forgotten Baragan's existence, or they stopped treating him like a threat. Baragan felt nauseous at the sight of Hollow and Shinigami collaborating like friends. He jutted his chin out arrogantly, his gaze scrutinizing Kazuya from his elevated position. Are you done strategizing against me? Yup. Be careful, Yoruichi said. You only have one chance. Finish it today. The strategy had a 50% chance to succeed on their first try and 0 if Baragan lived for another day. Only Kazuya could pull off this reckless strategy. Kazuya nodded and flew towards Baragan. Let's start round 2, old man. He used Sonido and unleashed another Zero Ray in Baragan's face, which was promptly eroded by the Respira. Kazuya didn't stop there and launched a flurry of Zero in quick succession. Each blue explosive ray consumed small chunks of Respira from Baragan. Regardless of how immense Baragan's Ryuryoku may be, it had a limit, like all hollows. He was exploiting his faster Ryuryoku recovery to drain Baragan. This won't achieve anything, Baragan growled and arrived behind Kazuya with Sonido. With a swipe of his hand, he sent a wave of Respira at him. Decay away. Kazuya flashed away with Sonido before Respira touched him. The self-proclaimed god of Hueco Mundo is struggling so hard. Just retire. I'll take care of Hueco Mundo far better than you ever did. Ha 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 ha. Baragan just laughed in response. Even if I die today, you will have an army of Hollow chasing you down. Baragan trusted his mistresses and his most loyal woman Ivania to avenge him. The fact that Ivania will hunt down Kazuya's precious friends was just an icing on the cake. Kazuya raised his right hand and cut across his palm. As he curled his hand into a claw, a small blue orb crackled ominously, warping the fabric of space with its concentrated power. It was one of the Zero techniques he recalled Grimmjow using in his fight against Ichigo. You are using Grand Ray Zero against me? Baragan scoffed, unable to tear his eyes away from the destructive Zero. It's useless as well. You may have destroyed my Zampakuto, but you cannot bring down God. Kazuya appeared behind Baragan with Sonido and released the Zero at point-blank range. Die, asshole. The ever-proud Baragan didn't flinch, instead redirecting his Respira to engulf the Grand Zero Ray. Kazuya spotted the opportunity he had been awaiting. He quickly transformed into his human form and flashed to Baragan's defenseless front, which was only protected by the time dilation field. Baragan looked at Kazuya, whose Ryatsu signature had transitioned from that of a hollow to that of countless humans Baragan had consumed before. He refused to accept that his senses could be deceiving him. Who are you? Instead of indulging Baragan's curiosity, he conjured 2 katanas of pure reishi. The higher concentration of reishi in Hueco Mundo made his reishi gathering easier, enhancing the power of his spirit weapons. He stepped closer, entering Baragan's time dilation field, and slashed across Baragan's chest. Baragan quickly used Sonido to retreat, only to feel a chill on his back. He directed his Respira towards his back, but Kazuya appeared in front of him using Hirenkyaku, the Quincy equivalent of Shuinpa and Sonido. Quincy's techniques were far more potent on hollows, the same way a hollow was poisonous to a Quincy. Respira could easily counter the Quincy offense, but Baragan had become frightened from Kazuya's unconventional abilities. He wouldn't take any of Kazuya's attacks head-on. So, the king of Hueco Mundo used Sonido time and time again, but Kazuya consistently reached him in a split second as if he had locked onto his Ryatsu signature and was tracking him effortlessly. Confronted with the threat of extermination, Baragan no longer used Sonido to evade attacks but to retreat to a safer location. The cat-and-mouse game concluded when Baragan ran out of Ryuryoku to generate more Respira or use Sonido. Kazuya thrust both katanas through the time dilation field, each entering Baragan's hollow eye socket. Just for another layer of security, he conjured a crossbow and launched a dozen bolts through Baragan, impaling every part of his body with blue bolts. Transforming back into his hollow form, he smirked at Baragan. "I'm a godslayer now." Baragan sneered. "Celebrate this moment, mortal. Ivania will kill Halibel and other friends, also the treacherous Soruchi." "Huh? Who is Ivania?" Baragan laughed at his question until he was utterly and thoroughly destroyed by the Quincy arrows. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 56, Chapter 57-58, Citadel of Dove. Sometime earlier. Apache groaned as another group of Jillians skittered away. The forest of Minos lived up to its haunting reputation, a twisted wilderness filled with towering trees and hordes of Minos, mainly Jillians. Yet, amid this writhing mass of potential prey, Apache had not yet claimed a single Jillian as her meal. She vengefully looked at the offender snuggled in Halibel's embrace. The egg pulsed with a Ryatsu that had peaked at the Ajucha's rank, casting an invisible net of fear that sent any approaching Jillian skittering for safety. "Can this egg just stop for 10 minutes? Sung-sun's laughter danced through the darkened forest at her companion's misery. "Fate doesn't wish for you to exceed me." As if held by invisible strings, Halibel froze in her stride, her eyes instinctively drawn to the towering ceiling shrouded in darkness. "I feel his Ryatsu there. He might be fighting Baragan." Apache widened her eyes. "Let's return." He, I won't allow you to return." An unexpected voice cut through their conversation, a playful note dancing within its depth. The owner of the voice, a blonde woman, descended gracefully before them, a hollow mask on her face. Her humanoid silhouette and her colossal Ryatsu was an undeniable testament to her formidable power. She was a Vasto Lord. Halibel stepped in front of everyone, assuming a protective stance. "Who are you?" "Ivania, the beloved servant of God King." She eyed Soruchi with a predatory gaze. "You all will pay the price of rebelling against the God King. Even the traitor Soruchi Sanderwichi." Soruchi responded with a growl, her teeth gritting in vexation. "Blast you. I didn't betray Baragan. My loyalty was never with him. That doesn't absolve your sin of turning your back on our god." Soruchi shot back, "You weren't like this when you proclaimed yourself as the queen of Hueco Mundo. What did Baragan do to brainwash you like this?" Mila Rose gasped. "Queen of Hueco Mundo. This woman." With a solemn nod, Soruchi affirmed, "She used to be the strongest female hollow until recently when Halibel became a Vasto Lord. She had her own faction full of women who found her inspiring. How did she go from that to this bootlicking bitch?" A shrug was Soruchi's only response. "I don't know." Ivania scoffed at their exchange. "Lord Baragan showed me how feeble I was in comparison. He taught me the only way to live and thrive, follow the one with greater power. The same hierarchy applies to you as long as you're a hollow living in the Hueco Mundo. Respect the Vasto Lord because we are your gods." Sharing a quick glance, Mila Rose and Soruchi smirked at Ivania's remark. "Excuses of a loser," Mila Rose said, laughing. "I'd rather die than follow a pathetic piece of trash. Thankfully, it was Halibel-sama who rescued me. She is a leader worth dying for." Soruchi giggled. "Kazuya isn't that bad of a leader either. At the very least he isn't stuck up about power and authority like Baragan." Ivania's Ryatsu erupted violently as she heard insults being thrown at her lord. She held her throat, her head twisting stiffly. "This is the fault of simple-minded fools like you, Soruchi. You dwell on the past instead of looking into the future. I'm glad Lord Baragan didn't expose his ears to your foolish whispers. Era, aren't you stupidly romantic for a hollow?" Sung-sun finally opened her mouth, eyes twinkling with mischief. "You are almost on Apache's level of hopelessness." Mila Rose quickly hid her laughter behind her hand. Sung-sun speaking truth for the first time in her life. Apache growled, "I'm not romantic." Growing increasingly vexed with their banter, Ivania spread her arms wide, her head tilting upwards towards the cavernous ceiling. Suddenly, a pair of wings, as pristine as newly fallen snow, broke through her back. The sudden manifestation of wings sent Mila Rose's senses into a frenzy. "What is this?" "Her ability most likely," Soruchi cautioned, her voice barely a whisper. "I have never seen her ability or heard anything about it. Stay on your toes." Halibel handed the egg to Mila Rose, her gaze steeled on Ivania. "Take the egg and return to Kazuya with everyone. I'll deal with her." Beneath her calm exterior, Halibel was a whirlwind of concern. She could feel the fierce battle unfolding above. The urgency to join Kazuya was overwhelming, yet she understood the value Srirachi might offer with her knowledge of Baragan. The very notion of Kazuya in danger was driving her crazy. Mila Rose wanted to kill Ivania on her own, but the scary look in Haribel's eyes made her flinch. Yes, Haribel-sama. Wait, we're leaving Haribel. Apache interjected. Shouldn't we all fight Toge? Mila Rose covered Apache's mouth. Just come, wait, I sent someone else. Srirachi felt a familiar Ryatsu nearby. Narrowing her eyes, she saw an orange-haired man smirking from the distance. Gantenbane. He looks like an Arankar, said Sung-sun, another Espada. Yes. Apache bit Mila Rose's hand, freeing her mouth. He doesn't look that strong. I can take him on myself, we need to hurry, though. Let's trash him together. Don't forget about me. Ivania suddenly swung her right wing, and 4 glowing feathers shot out in Apache's direction. Haribel intercepted the projectiles with her sword arm, only to feel them impale her skin. The feather ignored her Ryatsu and directly penetrated her sword arm. As she tried to remove the feathers, it vanished, leaving bloody holes in her arm. Haribel focused her Riryoku to heal the wounds. The process was painstakingly slow as remnants of Ivania's Ryatsu clung to her wounds. I have to finish it fast. Dear Haribel, cease your interference. Ivania's voice thundered, already predicting Haribel's resistance to her ability. As a fellow Vasto Lord, you should align with me alongside your Vasto Lord friend. Join the ranks of Espada and Lord Baragan will let your transgressions slide. Haribel narrowed her eyes at the tempting peaceful proposal. Baragan has too much pride to do that. Lord Baragan said it himself. We have to preserve every one of Vasto Lord so the Shinigami will never think about invading our kingdom. Ivania paused and pointed at the hollows rushing at Gantenbane. The Vasto Lord will live, but they need to die. I refuse. So that's your final stance, Ivania whispered, her head tilting in an act of defiance. With an air of regality, she began to ascend, her figure floating eerily above the barren ground. Her wings unfurled gloriously. Rise to your queen. Trampa, Citadel of Dove. Without a moment's hesitation, Haribel unleashed a series of sonido. A blur of speed, she manifested in front of Ivania and slashed viciously at her adversary's chest with her sword arm. Blood erupted in a scarlet geyser as Ivania's chest was brutally torn open. Yet in the face of impending defeat, Ivania's eyes wore a triumphant look. She swung down her wings with a force that rocked the air around them. The abrupt downstroke released a tempest of glowing feathers, each glistening ominously in the darkness. Like a barrage of ethereal arrows, they rained down upon the unsuspecting group of Mila Rose and others. Mila Rose, Apache, and Srirachi barely managed to avoid the devastating attack through the sharp acceleration of Sonido. But Sung-sun, whose Sonido ability was not as polished, found herself unable to escape the lightning-fast onslaught of deadly feathers. Haribel immediately reacted with a swift execution of Sonido and threw herself into the path of the incoming projectiles, forming a shield between the deadly feathers and the unshielded Sung-sun. Cyan Sung-sun saw Haribel shielding her from the rain of feathers. However, Haribel couldn't completely shield her large body. A couple of feathers snuck through and ruptured her scales. Arg. Her body was racked with torment as Ivania's Ryatsu surged through her. The pain tore at the very fabric of her soul, inciting involuntary convulsions on the barren ground. Then, in a cruel twist, every sensation ebbed away, her eyelids heavy as the abyss began to draw her in. Don't resist. Ivania's voice echoed ominously. Your consciousness will fall under my control. That is the power of my ability, Trampa, Citadel of Dove. You cannot escape it once you lose control, like a dove forever trapped in a bird cage. A disgusting ability that I haven't used since I submitted my life to Lord Baragan. Ivania took a perverse pride in her twisted power, a relic from her days as the self-proclaimed queen of Hueco Mundo. Meanwhile, Tear Haribel was left a bloody mess after taking Ivania's ability head-on. Gritting her teeth behind her mask, she cast a glance at Sung-sun who, despite her anguish, refused to succumb to Ivania's ability. She pointed her sword arm at Ivania. I will kill you before it takes effect. In a flash of Sonido, she was confronting Ivania, whose former wound was already knitting itself back together. Haribel hesitated not a moment as she lashed out, her sword streaking towards Ivania in a deadly arc. Baragan's servant had pushed her to the brink with the attack on Sung-sun, igniting her killing intent. Ivania nimbly avoided Haribel's furious attack, repositioning herself behind the vulnerable Sung-sun. Her hand grazed Sung-sun's scales, her gaze locked with Haribel's as if to declare her control over Sung-sun's life. You are wrong, Haribel. My poison has already seeped into her soul. It's only a matter of time she breaks down and becomes my puppet. Right. Be a good girl and tell me where your Vasto Lord friend is. She held no intention to harm or kill Haribel. Her aim was straightforward, the acquisition of the Vasto Lord's location, even if it meant employing her disgusting ability. The life of a Juches mattered nothing to her. Sung-sun hissed, refusing to fall under anyone's control. Won't. Evania chuckled at Sung-sun's tenacity and slapped Sung-sun, stubborn little ajuchas, surrender your soul to. Her words were abruptly cut off as Sung-sun retaliated with a sudden headbutt before she slammed her head onto the hard ground. Seizing the opportunity, Halibel rushed forward, her sword slicing Evania's throat open before she drove it mercilessly into Evania's chest and dragged it upward. Having divided her focus between regeneration and her unique ability, she lacked the necessary physical prowess to defend against Halibel's fury. Evania collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide in shock. With her brain sliced in half, she couldn't regenerate anymore. Halibel pivoted her attention towards Sung-sun. Once, twice, thrice, Sung-sun continuously struck the ground with her head, uncontrollably releasing her own Ryatsu to fight off Evania's seizing Ryatsu. The power of a Vasto Lord was beyond Sung-sun's capability to purge on her own. She chose her own way of dispelling Evania's Ryatsu from her body, by taking off her mask and becoming an Arankar. Mila Rose abandoned Apache and Surachi during their fight, rushing to Sung-sun's side. Stop it, Snake. At this rate, you'll shatter your mask. Yet Sung-sun didn't stop her single-minded pursuit, prompting Mila Rose to physically intervene. Mila Rose allowed Sung-sun's head to rest on her shoulder, and she cradled Sung-sun's scales in her arms. Sung-sun, try to understand. You can't do it without Kazuya. Let me die. Her words hung heavy in the air. She would prefer death to a fate of living as an empty vessel, devoid of consciousness. Mila Rose looked deep into Sung-sun's nearly shut eyes and gave her face a light slap. Enough with this drama. You're not dying. Sung-sun, Halibel murmured in a hushed whisper, her words echoing in the somber atmosphere. Keep fighting. Kazuya is on his way. Skull. Oh wait, he is zooming here. The moment Kazuya caught sight of the blood-soaked Halibel, his Ryatsu roared to life, blood rushing to his head. Without wasting any time, he materialized before Gantenbane and landed a thunderous punch squarely on the afro-haired man's face. Gantenbane's head snapped back and he crumpled to the ground, lifeless, the result of a single devastating punch. Without sparing a glance at the shocked Apache, Kazuya instantaneously teleported to the other side of the area where Halibel and Mila Rose were cradling the severely injured Sung-sun. Out of everyone in the group, Sung-sun was perhaps the last person Kazuya expected to be the most harmed. She might not have been the strongest, but she was certainly the most intelligent. Seeing her in this dire state was heartbreaking. Just then, Yoruichi arrived on the scene, finding the situation quite awkward for any kind of introduction. Unfamiliar with the physiological structure of a hollow, she felt at a loss to provide any helpful suggestions. What happened? Demanded Kazuya as he ran his finger over Sung-sun's shell-like mask. If it's wounds, Sung-sun, eat that guy over there. We have no time, Mila Rose urgently stated. Evania used her ability to control Snake's consciousness. Mind control. No way. There is still a chance if she becomes an Arankar, Surachi intervened as she approached Kazuya, clutching his egg in her hands. When you break your mask, you are reborn and your Riryoku increases. She might be able to resist Evania's ability. Trusting the urgency of the situation, he abruptly pulled back his hand and punched Sung-sun's hollow mask. In an instant, the mask splintered apart, and Sung-sun was engulfed in a luminescent pink glow. R.I.P. Evania. You will not be missed. Chapter 57, Chapter 59, Rebirth. The atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone watched Sung-sun undergo her transformation. Even Yoruichi, who was known for her playful nature, looked on with a level of fascination she hadn't expected to feel for a hollow. The determination and worry of Kazuya and his friends had somehow reached her, making her silently cheer for the snake hollow. Kazuya and his companions had changed her entire outlook on the hollow race in one single day. That hollows could be just as human as Shinigami. She finally comprehended fragments of Kasuke's obsession with the hollow race. It's almost done. Apache muttered. Sung-sun, show yourself already. As the luminescent pink glow surrounding Sung-sun receded, everyone held their breaths. Sung-sun appeared in her Resurrection form, just like Mila Rose had done following her transformation. While Mila Rose was strikingly alluring, Sung-sun exuded a certain elegance. Her face was youthful and her hair, a dark shade of green that looked almost black, was styled in a classic Heim cut with long side bangs framing her face. A fragment of her shell-like mask rested on the right side of her head, and the 3 pink dots on either side of her face added to her overall charm. Her Resurrection form was significantly smaller than her original form. She was now a stunning young woman with the lower body of a snake, a lamia. Upon emerging from her transformation, Sung-sun's pale pink eyes immediately focused on Kazuya. She surged forward, throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace. Her thick tail coiled around him possessively, as though she had no intention of ever letting him go. Her grip around him was akin to vice, but he barely felt a thing with his Hiero. You're back, she squealed, excitement dripping from her voice. Thanks for saving me. Mila Rose huffed quietly, looking away from the scene with a bit of a sulk. She felt a tinge of annoyance at Sung-sun for completely overlooking her role in all of this. Meanwhile, Apache watched the display with a sharp gaze. She was glad for Sung-sun's survival, but it also filled her with a sense of melancholy. The stark reality was beginning to hit her. She was the only one among them who hadn't assumed a humanoid form yet, despite yearning for it the most. I'll become a Vasto Lord first, then Arrancar. Her eyes briefly scanned over the two fresh corpses on the field, one a Vasto Lord and the other an Arrancar of a judge's rank. She firmly believed that consuming them would elevate her rank. Be patient. Don't look desperate in front of Kazuya. She had to be careful not to tarnish her image in his eyes. With Mila Rose and Halibel already wrapping his heart around their fingers, she couldn't afford to give him more reasons to overlook her. Kazuya, meanwhile, smiled at Mila Rose and Apache while comforting Sung-sun with gentle strokes on her back. He would have been filled with regret if anything had happened to her due to his decision to leave them. I don't deserve more credit than Surachi and Mila Rose. Breaking your mask was Surachi's idea. I just acted on it. Surachi smirked, pleased at his deep trust in her. He hadn't hesitated for a second and had immediately acted upon her advice. Her smugness was quickly replaced by surprise when Halibel snatched the egg from her hands. I wasn't going to eat it, she grumbled. Of course. Of course. I could sense everyone's worries. Every concern should be blamed on Ivania. Sung-sun separated from Kazuya and cast her gaze on Ivania's lifeless body a few meters away. With a look of distaste, she spat in the direction of the corpse. Trying to enslave my mind, Baragan's slave. Sung-sun felt a pang of disappointment that she hadn't been the one to end Ivania's life. She wasn't one for physical torture, but she would have relished the opportunity to make Ivania suffer in every possible way. She decided to devour Ivania later, a small consolation for all the suffering. Well, she will reunite with her master in hell, he said with a chuckle, gaze drifting to the dead Ivania. Baragan's last curse didn't work out. We are finally free from the demicles hanging over us in the Hueco Mundo. What a relief. Everyone, except Yoruchi, looked shocked by this revelation. Apache, however, had mixed feelings about the news of Baragan's demise. Assisting Kazuya in killing Baragan would have been a prime opportunity to demonstrate her growth to him. But even that opportunity had been taken away from her, adding to her mounting frustration. She huffed. Didn't you say you have nothing to counter Baragan's unique ability? What does that matter now? Mila Rose shrugged. We didn't get to witness the downfall of God King. Halibel's gaze softened. You worked really hard. I did. He nodded seriously. Lap pillow later. Sure. Sung-sun released Kazuya from her grip and turned to Yoruchi. Kazuya, would you kindly introduce us to this black kitty who is oozing a Shinigami's Ryatsu? I feel a little off about her eavesdropping on our private conversations. Sung-sun's question brought everyone's attention to Yoruchi. Even Kazuya had forgotten about her. She was way too silent, a complete opposite of her talkative demeanor when they were alone on the surface. Yoruchi let out a hearty chuckle. I am Kazuya's friend from the living world. Don't worry about me cleansing you. I'm no longer serving the Siriidii as a Shinigami. Her deep, masculine voice immediately triggered Mila Rose. This cat is a he. Do you have a problem with my gender? Yoruchi asked, amused. Assuming a cat's gender from their appearance is sexist. No, I didn't, Mila Rose quickly replied. I just assumed you were a girl. It's impossible to imagine Skull keeping a male companion. Kazuya didn't tell me all of his hollow friends were women. Yoruchi looked at Apache, whose gender was impossible to guess from eyes. I presume you're a girl. I am. While Yoruchi was busy introducing herself, Surachi stealthily approached and pounced at her. But Yoruchi nimbly jumped away, leaving Surachi to fall flat on her face. Ha! You can't catch me. Her taunts only fueled Surachi's desire to catch her and pet her. Apache snuck away from the group, slinking toward Ivania's lifeless form. The dense Ryatsu still clinging to the body was a heady, intoxicating scent that sent her senses reeling. The scent tantalized her predatory instincts, coaxing a pool of ravenous desire. Suddenly, Sung-sun slithered onto the scene, her movements quick and graceful. Her delicate hand playfully masked her mouth. Don't steal my game, Ivania is mine to eat. Apache's eyes narrowed to mere slits, her Ryatsu flaring against her will. Let me. Sung-sun looked between Apache and Ivania. All right. You can eat her. But you will owe me one for this. Being Sung-sun's regular victim, Apache knew Sung-sun could get very handy with her requests. A tense silence hung heavy between the two hollows as a clash of will ensued. Sung-sun didn't blink, unwavering in her request. Deal or not? Apache nodded her head, unable to resist the promise of an evolution. Deal. Apache wasted no time then, throwing herself at the feast of Ryatsu before her. Each bite she took was filled with a desperate ferocity, a battle of survival and ambition. It was a sight that held an eerie beauty, an act of raw, primitive nature unfolding in its most visceral form. You can read 20 more chapters by subscribing to my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 58, Chapter 60, Awaken. Apache threw her head back and let out a blood-curdling roar. It wasn't a roar of triumph but one of frustration and rage. Sung-sun watched her companion with a soft sigh. Even though Baragan's problem had been solved, the flame of Apache's struggle for inner peace still burned brightly. She ate both corpses and even gained a definite boost in strength, yet there was no Vasto Lord evolution. Just why isn't it happening? Apache whispered, staring blankly into the void. I'm getting stronger, but why won't I become a Vasto Lord? Sung-sun folded back her exaggeratedly long sleeve and extended her hand to pat Apache's head. We, hollows, live for a long time. There is no rush. Our biggest enemy has been sent to the afterlife by our dear Kazuya. Apache blinked in surprise at Sung-sun's unexpected display of kindness. I'm not doing it for strength. A playful arch of Sung-sun's eyebrow hinted at her curious amusement. What else could be your reason? Apache groaned Sung-sun's intentionally feigned ignorance. You wouldn't understand. Then make me understand. It's for. Apache's eyes shifted, landing on Kazuya. His comforting smile greeted her. Him. Apache can be honest too. Who could have imagined that? Sung-sun could never put a break to her teasing. Apache had no choice but to admit that Sung-sun was a perfect pair with someone like Kazuya. You are such a bitch, Apache grumbled, her earlier despair replaced by a renewed resolve after talking to Sung-sun. I need your help. Sung-sun. Kukuku. Speak up. I think Kazuya will leave for the living world with everyone. Can you stay in Hueco Mundo with me? She needed some company to keep hunting down more hollow, the forest of Minos being the perfect place to fulfill her objective. Sung-sun's curiosity piqued, yet her playful smile didn't falter. Have you become addicted to my teasing? Is this a sign of your budding masochism? No. I want to start with the Minos here. Sung-sun narrowed her eyes, suddenly looking serious. I'm not sure if Halibel-sama will agree with this. That's why I'm asking you. Apache's voice dropped to a near whisper, her gaze lowered in a rare show of vulnerability. I'll be leaving convincing Halibel to you. Sung-sun couldn't turn away from Apache's sincere request. You're such a handful, geez. I'll find some excuse. Until then, just go along with everyone. Okay. From a distance, Kazuya observed as Sung-sun signaled him with a wave of her long, billowing sleeve. A radiant smile danced on her lips, reflecting the ease with which she fulfilled her given task, taking care of Apache and addressing any issues that arose after consuming the two hollows. He had long anticipated Apache's failure. Her insatiable desire and unbridled hunger for power was in stark contrast to the harmony needed between instinct and awareness to become a Vasto Lord. She won't calm down without a proper lesson. He shelved thoughts of Apache for the time being, focusing instead on Halibel's wounds. Despite their superficial nature, the sight of her drenched in blood sent chills dancing down his spine. The egg she held was tainted, its surface smeared with her life essence. Halibel, we'll leave with Yoruchi after you heal your wounds. Why? From Halibel's perspective, there was no need to risk their lives in the living world now that Baragan had been vanquished. They could comfortably reside in Hueco Mundo for as long as they wished. Halibel, do you trust me? I do, but. No buts. Just come with me. Halibel couldn't reject him when he used such a cheap but effective tactic against her. Nodding her head, she used her Ryatsu to dispel the blood covering her. She then turned her attention to the blood-soaked egg, her expression twisting into a frown. Her Resurrection ability was all about creation and manipulation of water. She had yet to discover anything about her innate ability in her Vasto Lord form, only because of lack of water in Hueco Mundo. It was one of the reasons he wanted to take her to the living world. She might learn her ability. His thought abruptly halted, eyes widening as the blood began to detach from the egg's surface as if manipulated by an invisible force. Halibel looked away from the egg, and the blood intriguingly followed her gaze. Halibel awakened her innate ability when she couldn't bear to see the egg in a filthy state. She had the power to create and manipulate water out of nothing. For now she seemed to only have the power of water manipulation. Should I say, as expected of Mommy Halibel? Mila Rose snickered at his comment. The feelings, the dark-skinned Arankar paused as Halibel placed her sword arm around her neck. Halibel-sama. Do not bring up our private conversations. Halibel gently pushed Mila Rose and gave a soft-eyed glance to Kazuya. Shall we go now? What was? Shall we go now? Halibel repeated her question, her eyes closing as she tilted her head slightly. Kazuya, shall we go now? An icy aura emanated from Halibel, filling the air with an unmistakable chill. It was as if she projected an unspoken warning, argue with me now and you'll regret it. Mila Rose shivered, tugged at Kazuya's shirt. Just say yes, damn it. Do you want all of us to die? Ignoring the urgency, he stood his ground. Halibel, I'm not letting this slide. We will talk about this later, alone. His stern tone left Halibel with wide eyes. She couldn't threaten her way out of the situation when Kazuya was involved. Now she had no choice but to engage in an embarrassment-filled conversation about her instincts and the way she treated him. Okay. Her voice was subdued, a clear indication of her discomfort. Kazuya smiled comfortingly. I'll be gentle, Halibel. Finished with Halibel, he looked at the figures disappearing into the distance. Yoruchi was clearly having a blast being chased by Surachi, who displayed an admirable level of tenacity, much like their battle a few days ago. Is she into cats? A sudden, spine-chilling glare jerked him out of his thoughts. Swiveling around, he found himself staring at a figure sporting a hollow mask. Despite the intimidating disguise, the figure's Ryatsu was unmistakably that of a Shinigami. A Shinigami impersonating as a hollow. Wait, I think I remember him from the filler arc. He didn't remember the Shinigami's name, but he vaguely recalled the backstory behind the Shinigami role-playing as a hollow. The Shinigami had followed some hollows inside a Garganta and ended up in the forest of Minos. Rather than returning home, the Shinigami decided to stay and kill as many hollows as possible. Are you stupid enough to attack too, Vasto Lord? Sure enough, the Shinigami tactically retreated after a few cautious glances. Kazuya sighed in relief. The last thing he wanted was to kill a Shinigami in Yoruchi's presence. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 59, Chapter 61, A Wild Chase. Beneath the blanket of the Garganta's pitch-black sky, Kazuya's group strolled without a rush, their casual pace showing their relaxed mental state. Yo, why are you still in your resurrection? It's gonna drain you dry, Mila Rose asked, her voice echoing in the darkness. Sung Sun shook her head. I can't run around naked. My skin is not as thick as yours. Her base form also left her naked like Mila Rose. The dark-skinned Arankar was still running around in Kazuya's shirt. Mila Rose rolled her eyes. Fuck you. Yoruchi let out a soft laugh. The playful banter between them was light, a sharp contrast to the stern interactions among most Shinigami groups. Yoruchi found herself understanding why Kazuya risked so much to save them. You're quite a close-knit group, aren't you? How did you manage to welcome a man into your fold? She knew of Mila Rose's obvious bias towards men, and this intrigued her even more. My integration went more smoothly than I expected, Kazuya said. Only Mila Rose showed some resistance in accepting me. Oh, what did you do? Saved her life? Charmed her with your voice. Shaking his head, he replied with a playful tone, I waved my magic wand and cast a love spell. Now she is even ready to have my children. I went overboard. The shocked outcry of Mila Rose echoed across the void. Who would have your kids? This guy can't stop spouting lies. Ha ha ha, Yoruchi laughed and pointed at the egg held by Halibel. What's the story of that egg? It's the byproduct of Mila Rose's intense passion for me. So it's her egg. He is spitting bullshit again. Mila Rose retorted. It's his egg. His Zampakuto. I got this sword after I became an Arankar. He got a friggin' egg. Yoruchi's eyes widened. You are telling me you defeated the King of Hollows without your Zampakuto? It was a tough fight, though. I couldn't have done it without you. So, thanks, Shihoin-san. His sincere smile and smooth voice were a disastrous combination that made her heart flutter. Having the thick skin of a crocodile, she stared at him without any emotion. Don't mention it. Feeling left out, Apache nudged Kazuya's leg with her horn. You haven't told us about your time in the living world. What were you up to? He observed the obviously jealous deer walking by his side and placed a hand on her head. Should I summarize it? Sure. Well, I was adopted by a beautiful sister, who wants to slay hollows but is restricted from killing them by Shinigami. I found a friend in a maid, who loves every piece of romance literature. His words painted a vibrant picture, each detail more intriguing than the last. Then, I awakened new powers which let me kill Baragan for good. To top it all off, I made allies with a genius Shinigami outcast and his childhood friend who, interestingly enough, loves shape-shifting into a cat form. That's an apt summary. Ototo-kun hasn't been back for 8 hours. The prolonged absence of a certain someone had a huge impact on the matriarch of the Ishida clan. Izumi was on the verge of a mental breakdown when Lisa couldn't find Kazuya. The maid had scoured the entire Karakura town in search of his Ryatsu but to no avail. He had vanished out of thin air, leaving Izumi in a broken state. To her, Kazuya wasn't just a shining beacon of hope for their Quincy race, he was also someone whom she treated like a real brother. Collapsing onto a chair, Izumi buried her face in her hands. My sweet, sweet Otuto, it's all my fault. I should have been more Vijay. Stop. Lisa interjected, unable to handle Izumi's exaggerated reaction. You're making a mountain out of a molehill, Izumi-sama. He isn't a child. He's capable of taking care of himself. No, you aren't understanding the gravity of this. He could have been kidnapped by the Soul Reapers because of his potential. Lisa couldn't find a reply to Izumi's hypothesis. Shinigami weren't very trusting of the leftover Quincy from the massacre. Heck, even she was here to monitor Izumi and her friend who was mostly missing from home. A part of Siriitai thought of Quincy as a nuisance and the other part was indifferent towards them. Izumi-sama, Lisa tried to reason. We didn't sense any combat. He might have just wandered to another town. Soul Reapers have many spells. Don't you know that? They certainly do. Lisa had to admit that Izumi had a point. As a Shinigami herself, Lisa couldn't even list all the countless Bakuto and Heido spells classified under Kido spells. As for casting them, she could only manage less than a handful of sealing and destruction spells. Regret gnawed at Lisa for not keeping a closer eye on Kazuya. What could have been the worst outcome? Getting found out. It seemed far more tolerable than witnessing a strong woman like Izumi break down into tears. Seeing Lisa's silence, Izumi wiped away her tears, putting on a brave face. I shouldn't lose hope so easily. Yeah. Let's. We'll drive through the nearby towns. Lisa, we'll find him at any cost. Lisa let out a heavy sigh. Izumi-sama, rest here. I'll contact my friends who can help me locate Kazuya. Izumi clasped her hand, a grateful smile illuminating her face. Thank you, Lisa. I don't know how to repay this gratitude. Don't worry about it, Izumi-sama. Lisa managed to plaster a polite smile on her face, all the while recalling Kasuke's cautionary words. Kasuke had been right all along. She should have severed her connections when she had the chance. Instead, she found herself more entangled in Quincy affairs than ever. Moreover, with Kazuya privy to her secret, she couldn't exit her job until all loose ends were tied. Ugh, why am I a completionist? She mentally berated her compulsive need for completion, a habit cultivated from persistently finishing books regardless of their quality. Minutes later, Lisa stepped out of the car. Beyond the open shutter laid a warehouse filled with junk. She lingered at the edge, a little uncertain about asking for help. Hey, Lisa. Shinji's voice echoed from the warehouse's cavernous interior. He emerged from the shadowy interior, a crease forming on his forehead as he spotted Lisa. Why are you still wearing that? Are you here to say goodbye and leave us for that? His words were abruptly silenced as a swift kick sent him sprawling onto the ground. Hiyori, the instigator of the sudden attack, darted out of the warehouse, her gaze falling on Lisa. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be on cleaning duty in that mansion? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lisa's lips at the sight of Shinji and Hiyori's display of sibling love. Where is Hachi? I need his help in tracking down someone. Hachigen Ashoda, former vice captain of Kido Corps, had numerous Kido. One of them could certainly take care of her problem. Hiyori stomped up to Lisa, her arms crossed as she frowned up at the maid. Weren't you instructed to act like a human maid? Why are they sending you out on search missions? I'm a human maid who can't manifest her reishi gathering ability, Lisa corrected Hiyori, her tone matter of fact. This isn't the time for an interrogation. This is urgent. Ugh, all right. Hiyori looked over her shoulder, calling out to the men still within the warehouse. Hachi. Hey, Hachi. Get out here. Moments later, a rotund man with short pink hair came out. He exuded a gentlemanly aura, emphasized by his olive-green tuxedo and neatly trimmed mustache. Lisa, you're back. Hachi, help me out. Just a small task. Hachigen interlocked his fingers as he raised a brow, a little skeptical about Lisa's request. I have nothing on hand. I suppose I can help you out. Don't give me too hard of a task. Let's go then. Lisa drove while explaining the task at hand. Hachigen placed a hand on his chin. I can cast Bakudo number 56 Motomeru, Seek the Shadows. There is a drawback. The trailing mechanism of this spell isn't very quick. I knew I could count on you, Hachi. Upon their arrival outside the Ishida mansion, Hachigen immediately picked up on the remnants of Kazuya's Ryatsu. He began forming symbols in the air, his golden Ryatsu conjuring words. Chase them, you black spirit of the night. Gaze upon this with curiosity and then seek the traitor out with your howls. As Hachigen's words echoed in the air, Lisa saw black trails come to life. That was easier than I thought. Hachigen closed his eyes, giving her a soft smile. Most things in life are easy, but we needlessly complicate them. Lisa chuckled at his wise quote. Yeah. Let's chase this guy. She broke into a dash, following the trails. She was following familiar streets, the route giving her a feeling of déjà vu. After weaving through narrow alleyways and bustling main roads for several minutes, the reason behind her sense of déjà vu fell into place. She skidded to a halt in front of a building she knew all too well, Kazuya Urahara's shop. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 60, Chapter 62, A Useless Jigai. As the Garganta gateway whispered shut behind him, Kazuya was met with an expanse that sprawled out in stark contrast to the world he'd left behind. Not a lush field of verdant green, but rather a bare landscape that stretched out before him. This place, as barren as it was, felt like a slice of paradise when contrasted with the dark nightscape of Hueco Mundo. The sole reason for that was the pseudo-sunlight cast over everything, a byproduct of a Kido spell. Yoruchi had directly brought them to the huge underground chamber under the Urahara shop. Mila Rose's eyes swept over the vista. Whoa. It's so bright. Her excitement was reminiscent of a small-town individual stepping foot into a gleaming metropolis for the first time. Skull, we're finally seeing the light. The rest of the group seemed equally awestruck, though they chose to express it in the silent marveling of their surroundings, unlike Apache, who wanted to maintain a cool image. It's rather nice. Tsuruchi said, feeling the sunlight caress her skin. She tilted her head towards Yoruchi. Mr. Cat, is this your home? Yoruchi couldn't help but chuckle at the misconception around her gender and form. It seemed like they had ignored Kazuya's direct elaboration on her shape-shifting ability and took her cat form as her real form. Nope. Just a training place for Kazuya. Speaking of that guy. Kazuya, get your ass down here. Coming. The response came from a door hundreds of meters above them, and moments later Kazuya appeared, casually. Jumping down to join them. He curiously observed them, Halibel in particular. This lowly merchant Kazuya Urahara is humbled by your appearance. Stop with the useless flattery. Yoruchi almost rolled her eyes. These are Kazuya's friends. More human-looking than we expected, right? Certainly, Yoruchi-san. Kazuya turned to Kazuya, his lips slowly curling into a smile. Kazuya-san, to think you befriended a Vasto Lord and high-level Arankars, are you attempting to build an army of powerful hollows for revenge? He was talking about Kazuya's past with Aizen, which Halibel and others weren't aware of. The word revenge reverberated around the underground space. This stirred Apache and Halibel, their gazes fixating on Kazuya with a newfound curiosity and suspicion. Is it about Baragan? Halibel connected the dots to the wrong individual. If so, he's already been dealt with. Bara. Kazuya cut Kazuya with a friendly smile. Yup, Baragan. He was such a pain in the ass. He gave the shopkeeper a sidelong glance and a wink. Right, Urahara-san. He'd rather keep the stuff about his Shinigami past away from them. The unstable and passionate Apache might just swear revenge on Aizen for him. It would needlessly complicate their relationship. Kazuya covered his face with his paper fan, hiding a devious smirk. Of course, Kazuya-san. It's not like you have enmity with anyone outside of Hueco Mundo. His face twitched at Kazuya's obvious attempt to troll him. Being in this situation, he couldn't speak much lest the rest came to know about his made-up past with Aizen. His silence, however, led the others to speculate, their imaginations filling the blanks with wild possibilities. A small, knowing smile curled the edges of Sung Sun's lips, her sleeve raised to her mouth as if to cover up her smile. Interesting. Kazuya shook his head, swearing to get back at Kazuya at a later date. Urahara-san, have you started working on the jigai I ordered? He promptly shifted the conversation to jigai, which was necessary for everyone to move freely. After all, Kazuya only had this space to keep them. He was more of a bedroom guy than a cave guy. I gotta buy my own place in this town. Fortunately, his voice saved him the effort of working laborious jobs. Why work when he could scam, guide wealthy women with his voice? There are some problems, Kazuya whispered as he looked up. Tesai-san, get me the jigai. Kazuya watched in anticipation as a white, humanoid figure tumbled down from the high entrance. With a swift motion, Kazuya jumped into the air and caught the figure with his cane, gently lowering it to the ground. This is it, a generic hollow jigai. But it's not going to be of much use to anyone here. Kazuya voiced his doubt, thinking the jigai wouldn't fit Apache. He had crafted it with the assumption that Kazuya's friends would be ordinary hollows, not Arankars of Ajuchas and above class. Apache stared at the humanoid body. What is a jigai? The question was echoed by Mila Rose and Sung Sun, their understanding of Shinigami tools being quite limited. Yoruchi poked the jigai's leg with her paw. Jigai is what Shinigami used to interact with humans. Sometimes it's necessary to obtain knowledge. The ones Kazuya makes completely conceals Ryatsu. Even the sharpest Shinigami won't be able to track you. Even Mila Rose, typically the least sharp, grasped the purpose of the Jigai from Yoruichi's simplified explanation. Skull wanted these for us. There was a note of appreciation in her voice as she realized that Kazuya wasn't just looking for a way to hide them, he was searching for a means to help them integrate with humans and experience a life that only he could access as a hollow with his mysterious ability. The sentiment was mirrored in Surachi's softened gaze. Apache pressed her head affectionately against his arm. Sung-sun was wrong. I knew you wouldn't betray us. Kazuya was taken aback at the mention of betrayal. He was about to question it when a familiar Ryatsu prickled his senses. Glancing up, he caught sight of the one person who should never see him surrounded by hollows in his hollow form. Damn it. His life as a Quincy had run its course, but he was unwilling to sever his bonds with Izumi and Lisa just yet. Yet, with Lisa's arrival, it seemed all but guaranteed. No, not like this. There should be a way. His ever-optimistic and manipulative mind began to weave a new plot. Yoruichi, who hadn't seen Lisa for years, tilted her head. Why is Lisa Yatamura dressed as a maid? Why does she look so lost? She had only ever seen Lisa berating Shunsui Kairaku with borderline cold faces. Seeing Lisa shocked was a completely new sight. Kazuya took a step back from the group as though trying to fade into the background. This escalated to the moon. Yoruichi-san, get some popcorn. We're about to be subjected to peak cinema. Yoruichi sharpened her gaze. Is there a relationship between her and Kazuya? There is, Kazuya confirmed, fluttering his fan. I'll explain later. The mere prospect of the impending chaos put a mischievous grin on his face. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 61, Chapter 63, Back and Forth. Lisa's gaze was locked onto Kazuya, shock apparent in her wide eyes. Her expectations had painted a very different picture, one of Kazuya captured by Kazuya. Yet here he was, in the midst of a group of hollows, a dominant leader rather than a captive. The atmosphere around him, the very essence of his Ryatsu, had transformed, so much so that if she closed her eyes, she would perceive him as an entirely different entity. His aura was undeniably similar to those she had always considered her enemies. A hollow/Arankar. A tremor of unease stirred within her, resonating from her inner hollow. Impossible. Meanwhile, Halibel's group identified Lisa. Her frilly dress allowed Halibel and others to connect her to the maid in Kazuya's story. It's your maid friend, Mila Rose said and looked at Kazuya, who was still in his hollow form. Wait, should she be seeing you like this? Kazuya merely shook his head, a subtle flicker of sorrow in his eyes. Apache had a sinking feeling that the Kazuya she knew and cared for was slipping further away from her. Send her away. This friendship is over. Kazuya had told her that the maid belonged to a Quincy faction, the avid haters of the hollow race. Now that the maid had seen Kazuya in his hollow form, they would never see eye to eye, becoming enemies. Sung-sun tugged gently at Apache's tail. Let him deal with this. A soft grumble escaped Apache. I was just giving advice. He doesn't need to follow my words. Apache, the world isn't as black and white as it's in Hueco Mundo. Kazuya's hand softly patted her head. He then turned to Halibel. Can you take them away for a few minutes? I need to address some issues. Halibel's gaze rested on Lisa for a moment before she nodded. Come with me. With a gentle tap on Apache's back, she used Sonido to flash onto a distant hilltop. The rest followed her, albeit with evident reluctance. Kazuya looked away from Apache and gave a smile to Lisa. Are you waiting for me to carry you down here like a princess? Gracefully, she leaped down, her braided ponytail fluttering in the air as she landed. Her eyes flicked to the retreating hollows before settling back on Kazuya. Kazuya, what are you? I am a hollow. How? Lisa stared at him. You were a Quincy. How can? She cut herself off as she watched him transform into a more familiar form, one without the menacing black wings and hollow aura. I can switch between both. Her hand reached out, clutching his collar with a force born of confusion and anger. My intuition about you was correct. You betrayed Izumi. No, you were using her from the start. He held her wrist, his grip firm but gentle as he carefully pried her fingers from his collar. Lisa Yatamura, the former vice-captain of 8th Squad, the curtains are lifted for both of us. Neither of us approached Izumi with kind intentions. We were using her for our own goals. The biting cold of his words pierced her like shards of glass, freezing her in place. His accusations echoed the accusations she kept hidden deep within her heart. How could she point an accusing finger at him when she herself was guilty of the same crime? A smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he saw his method working. Look on the bright side, though. She found two people who genuinely care about her, like a family. Isn't that wonderful? Despite Lisa's ulterior motives in staying with Izumi, there was no denying the fact she cared about Izumi. Otherwise, she wouldn't be mad at him for betraying Izumi. Wonderful, my foot, Lisa scoffed. We're scum. Yes. We're villains. Yes. We don't deserve Izumi. Yeah, we don't. With a bitter scowl, Lisa jabbed a finger towards Kasuke, who was lingering in the distance. I blame this guy. He sent me on that spy mission. What's the relationship between you two? Kasuke casually fanned his face. It's purely transactional. You can call Kazuya-san one of my precious customers. Yoruichi shook her head. Kazuya isn't a bad person, Lisa. He had his reasons for approaching the Quincy clan. He used to be. Shihoin-san, please don't reveal other people's secrets without their consent. Besides, no point in bringing up my past. I'm a hollow now. A hollow and a Quincy. That chapter of my story is closed shut. Yoruichi sighed, acknowledging his request. Fine. Have it your way, stubborn little man. We're adults here. Some clashes here and there wouldn't break us apart. With a curt nod of agreement, Yoruichi blinked out of the scene, her form dissolving into the thin air. Kasuke looked left and right. I guess I should also exit the scene. And then they were alone, left to untangle the knot of their relationship on their own. Lisa turned her back against him. I don't know what to feel about this. Will we still be friends like before, or will you? Reaching for her hand, he yanked her and made her face him. Stop being a dramatic novel heroine. You saw through me, this is so embarrassing. You don't look embarrassed, though. He shrugged. Nothing's gonna change. I'll continue being Izumi Wani-chan's Ototo. You'll be her maid until you're bored of it. A slow nod was her response, her mind slowly wrapping itself around the situation. With Yoruichi's and Kasuke's stamps of approval, she could concede that Kazuya wasn't the villainous hollow she had feared. Why did you come to Karakura? I'm just here to chill with my friends. Your friends? Lisa's gaze went to the hollows in the distance. Those hollows. Yup. Pretty nice bunch. Pretty and nice they are, she said with a calm look. What was Shihoin-san trying to tell me? What did you used to be? Take a guess. Pervert. Stop projecting on others. He laughed at her speechless face. By the way, how did Wani-chan take to my disappearance? She has been worrying non-stop about you. She'd have searched you on foot if I wasn't there. He let out a long sigh. Should I return? Absolutely. Don't reveal anything about me being a hollow. A nod was Lisa's agreement, her eyes turning soft as she looked up at him. There was an unexpected relief in sharing her guilt with someone. How long will we deceive her? Lies don't last forever, Kazuya. Sometimes a comforting lie is better than a harsh truth. A harsh truth may be painful, but it is the only way to true freedom and growth. He rolled his eyes at her. This isn't a competition for countering each other with quotes. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 62, Chapter 64, The Unkind. Kazuya, did Kasuke snitch on me? Back in Urahara shop, Lisa threw another question at Kazuya, her gaze emanating cold anger. She suspected Kasuke of revealing her background to Kazuya for obvious reasons. Kazuya maintained a neutral expression, knowing well that a simple nod of his head could land Kasuke in a whirlwind of trouble. He was tempted to say yes, but given Kasuke's cunning, he would evade Lisa unscathed. He shook her head. I knew who you were the moment I heard your name. How? Is it also related to your mysterious past? Kind of. He wasn't lying, but he wasn't telling the truth either. Honestly, he hadn't expected his bullshit lies to ever reach this point. He had hoped the truth would remain between the Urahara gang and him, but Yoruichi and Kasuke almost revealed it to Apache and others. Lisa stared at him, feeling tempted to solve the mystery. I'll get it out of you one day. Keep dreaming. As they traversed through the shop, the muffled sounds of a conversation emanated from a room nearby. Lisa, without a second thought, opened the door. Tessai, the former commander of the Kido Corps, and his vice chief, Hachigen, were having a casual chat over tea. Hachigen's gaze drifted to Kazuya, his lips curling up into a knowing smile. So, you found him. I'd appreciate a detailed update later, if that's possible. Lisa knew Hachigen was misunderstanding her relationship with Kazuya, but she was too lazy to correct him. No problem, Hachi. I'll see you later. Bye, Lisa. With a nod towards Hachigen, Kazuya followed Lisa out of the shop, leaving the two Kido masters to their discussion. In the meantime, Apache kept her gaze locked on the door through which Kazuya and Lisa had vanished. That jerk. Shouldn't he say something before leaving? Sung-sun couldn't help but giggle. It was clear that Apache was simmering with jealousy at the sight of Kazuya leaving with Lisa, a woman of considerable beauty. Halibel, on the other hand, looked at Apache with a look of disapproval. I'm glad they didn't become enemies. Do you want Kazuya to be sad or happy? Apache huffed her head away, acting like she didn't care in either state, even though her consideration for Kazuya was only second to Halibel. No one beat Halibel when it came to caring for Kazuya. Now they will become something else, whispered Sung-sun, grinning mischievously. Mila Rose, Kazuya promised to buy us clothes. Let's drag him to the shop after we're given a suitable jigai. Mila Rose clutched her shirt which still had the lingering scent of Kazuya. She had made a little bond with the clothing since it was her first ever shirt. Right. I'll bury it somewhere safe. Mila Rose, you need to learn a lot about your new form, Surachi said with a wry smile. Clothes are stored, not buried. Mila Rose knitted her brows. I like burying things. Keeps them safe. Despite having been an Arankar for a while now, her primitive, wild instincts were still very much intact. Kisuke popped into view at a distance, and then in a blink, he was standing in front of them thanks to his shuinpa. Ladies, sorry to interrupt your good time. I brought a couple jigai. Halibel frowned at the two humanoid bodies that Kisuke was holding. They appeared more masculine than feminine and were devoid of any reproductive organs. Mila Rose snatched one from Kisuke. So how do I? Think about becoming one with it. The rest is easy. Mila Rose watched in fascination as her hand disappeared within the jigai. Slowly her entire body melded with the artificial form, causing her shirt to drop to the floor. The jigai radiated a brief shine as it shrank and adjusted to Mila Rose's shape. Wow, Mila Rose breathed out, taking in the sight of her naked form. This is some incredible stuff. Surachi's jaw practically hit the floor. I can't sense her Ryatsu at all. She appears as a normal human. Kisuke cracked a grin. No need for thanks. This view is payment enough for my efforts. The self-proclaimed perverted merchant shamelessly feasted his eyes on the feral and alluring Mila Rose. His blatant ogling didn't go unnoticed. As soon as her initial astonishment subsided, Mila Rose grew aware of Kisuke's attention. She pointed at him, baring her sharp fangs. Don't you dare look at me, pervert. With her warning delivered, she bent to retrieve her shirt and slipped it on in a hurry. She held no objections against Kazuya seeing, even admiring, her naked body. Kisuke, however, made her repulsed. Kisuke fanned himself, feeling the temperature rising under her intense glare. My, no need to be so angry. I can refer you to a psychologist who can help you with anger issues. Mila Rose clicked her tongue before spinning on her heel and bounding towards a distant hill. The training chamber was large enough to allow her to put ample space between herself and Kisuke. Halibel watched without expressing approval or disapproval of Mila Rose's actions. The fact that Mila Rose hadn't lost control and attacked Kisuke was commendable growth in itself. The lioness prejudice towards men was something else. His influence helped. Halibel moved forward and accepted the remaining jigai from Kisuke. Instead of trying it herself, she passed it to Sung-sun. Sung-sun's eyes crinkled in happiness. Thanks, Halibel-sama. Kisuke scratched his chin thoughtfully. Halibel had made the right decision in passing the jigai since it was only suitable for Arankars. Excuse me. I have several questions. What? He pointed at Sung-sun and then swung his finger towards Surachi. I'm a little confused. Are you an Arankar or not? Sung-sun arched an eyebrow. Do you know about Resurrection? Kisuke frowned before shaking his head. It was his first time hearing the term. His knowledge on hollows was half-baked compared to his knowledge on Shinigami. Teach me. Just like Shinigami have various release levels for their Zampakuto, we, Arankars, have our own form of release. We call it Resurrection. Interesting. Kisuke's voice was filled with intrigue. Doesn't that mean Kazuya-san can grow even stronger? He hadn't seen Kazuya in his Resurrection state, leading him to reassess Kazuya's strength. Technically, yes, said Surachi. However, he has yet to awaken his Zampakuto. Awaken. You should ask your friend Yoruchi. He knows about Kazuya's unique condition. Kisuke chuckled, hearing Yoruchi being referred to as a man. That brings me to my second question. Are you in a constant release state like the Lamia lady? He would have classified her in the same category as Halibel if it weren't for the trace amounts of Shinigami Ryatsu emanating from her. Surachi patiently explained her condition. She wouldn't have bothered with Kisuke if he wasn't Kazuya's ally. Do you understand now? Arankar's Zampakuto are just like Shinigami's, except they don't have spirits. Kisuke cupped his chin, contemplating the comparison between the Arankar and the Visored. Both of them possessed powers of Hollow and Shinigami. However, Visored's hollow attributes were significantly weaker than natural hollows, and likewise, the Arrancar's Shinigami attributes were weaker. It's no surprise the Jigai I made for the Visored is working perfectly with them. Once again he observed Srirachi. His Bankai could theoretically reconstruct her severed wings and arms, but the effects would be nullified once he deactivated the Bankai. Even if the effect was temporary, he couldn't recklessly reveal his trump card. She can manage like this. He looked at Halibel. I'll inform Kazuya when I'm done with your Jigai. Apache stepped out from behind Sung-sun. Mister, don't make mine yet. She had decided to return to Hueco Mundo after spending some time with Kazuya. The Jigai Kasuke will make for her now will become obsolete for her humanoid form. Less work for me. The lazy shopkeeper couldn't be happier with the arrangement. Chapter 63, Chapter 65, Izumi's Grand Scheme. A tide of relief flooded Izumi as she laid eyes on Kazuya returning with Lisa. She rushed toward him, her face wearing a bright smile. Ototo-kun. Wani-chan. She buried her face in his chest. Tell us before you disappear next time. Lisa blankly stared at the brother and sister hugging each other happily. Rather than siblings, Izumi came off as his little sister. Izumi-sama, you wouldn't believe where I found him. Kazuya's eyes met Lisa's sadistic gaze, which indicated a mischievous plan on the horizon. She was most likely taking revenge for making her run all over the town or perhaps backing out of the date. Instead of interrupting her, he nudged her to continue feeding lies to Izumi. Where was he? Izumi asked, stepping away from his warm embrace. I was so worried. He was in a love hotel with a married woman. Thankfully, I reached there before he could get physical with her. Izumi sucked in a sharp breath. Ototo-kun, is that true? Kazuya let out a sigh. Of all the possible lies in the world, she chose the cliché cheating trope from the romance novels. That poor woman was in need of desperate love. You know how influential my voice is, Wani-chan. She might have done something horrible if I wasn't there. He added more depth to Lisa's one-dimensional story, more than willing to play along with her little games. Izumi's features softened, and a gentle smile played on her lips. You saved her from a horrible fate. But, Izumi-sama, don't overlook his sin, Lisa interjected, a hint of urgency in her voice. Ask him why he was in bed with her. She wanted to reward me, he said, shaking his head. I haven't had sex for 2 months. You ruined everything, Lisa. Izumi swiveled to face Lisa. I know I sent you to find Kazuya, but you could have waited until he had settled his private business. Guilt slithered over Lisa until she remembered she had fabricated this entire situation. Her glare bore into Kazuya, as if she wanted to kill him on the spot. Cunning bastard. Izumi clasped Kazuya's shoulders, a stern frown creasing her forehead. Ototo-kun, you aren't allowed to impregnate any random women. Your partner should be a Quincy so we can bring more potential pureblood Quincy, into the world. Lisa, consider Ototo-kun as a potential partner. His exceptional genes would undeniably yield offspring with immense potential. She was already setting the gears in motion for an Quincy repopulation program. She needed Quincy women since it severely reduced the chances of the offspring being a normal human. Kazuya wasn't sure how to react to her grand plan. As much as he loved women, he didn't need to degrade himself to the level of a sperm donor for some sex. The idea of adding more powerhouses to Yawacha's army didn't sit well with him either. So, Izumi's grand plan, while well-intentioned, was simply not in alignment with his principles. Never. Lisa rejected instantaneously. I refuse to enter a relationship out of any obligation. She had read too many romance novels to have a forced relationship. As a Shinigami, she was a firm advocate of personal freedom and the liberty to choose one's own path, which also included finding her own partner whom she loved and adored. Izumi gave an apologetic smile. Forgive me if I came off as forceful. With a gentle touch, Kazuya held Izumi's hand. Wani-chan, don't throw this responsibility on me. I'm but a humble warrior. Izumi's nod was hesitant, her eyes shadowed with a flicker of disappointment. I understand. Though she seemed compliant on the surface, he could sense her steadfast commitment to her Quincy race. This stupid sister of mine is a stuck-up. An hour later, Kazuya found himself descending back into the underground training grounds. Shaking off Izumi, who was bent on taking him out for a meal, proved to be a task of its own. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find Halibel honing her water manipulation skills. Elsewhere, Mila Rose was engaged in a fierce sparring match with Srirachi. Only Apache and Sung-sun seemed to be at leisure. The snake lady was no longer in her Lamia form, but instead was sitting by Apache's side in a white towel. Kazuya. At his entrance, Apache sprung up from her position and unwittingly nuzzled her head against his palm, as if seeking affectionate pats. Did you unfriend that Shinigami witch? He cast a quizzical glance at her adorable gesture. How do you know Lisa is a Shinigami? My guess was right, Fufu, Sung-sun chimed in. Yoruchi and Kasuke were familiar with Lisa. Her being Shinigami made more sense than a Quincy. He gave her a round of applause. Others may have grown in raw power, but Sung-sun's observation skills grew at a frightening pace. Actually, she isn't a Shinigami. I'll tell you about her some other time. Apache bit his hand. Can we stop talking about her? Let's talk about you then, my sweetheart. What? You've grown pretty strong. How much did my gluttonous little dear eat? In terms of sheer power, Apache now stood shoulder to shoulder with the base form of Mila Rose. Undergoing Arankarization would make her an unstoppable force among hollows. I'm not little, she retorted. I'm strong, but not strong enough to be a Vasto Lord. Kazuya could see her spirits going down as she was still a little depressed after eating Ivania. Why don't you start with Arankarification first? I have a method that has zero risks. She would calm down after receiving some love from him. Her attraction towards him was plainly obvious. He had to make her an Arankar before Sung-sun pushed him down, or else the deer would be heartbroken. He wanted to sleep with her first since she was so head over heel for him. A safe method? Halibel asked, halting her training as his words caught her attention. How so? He turned to the door. Urahara-san. Shihoin-san. Come down here. It was about time he made Kasuke part with his precious Hogyoku. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 64, Chapter 66, First of Many. Kasuke and Yoruchi answered Kazuya's call instantaneously. Yoruchi stretched languidly, yawning. Her voice was sleepy but teasing. Give me a good reason for disturbing my evening nap. Kazuya smiled. It doesn't really concern Shihoin-san but Urahara-san. My friend, can I borrow the Hogyoku? Kasuke, usually so quick with a response, was rendered speechless. Kazuya's request for the Hogyoku, the most unknown element in the world, was as casual as a friend asking for a book. What do you need it for? The Hogyoku had only shown one use so far, aiding the survival of the Visored. Even then, it hadn't fulfilled Kasuke's original goal to fully rid Shinji and his companions of their hollow masks. I'll use it to make Apache and Halibel Arankars. Huh. Yoruchi raised her voice in surprise. Kasuke, Hogyoku can do that. Kasuke shook his head slowly, a gesture not of denial but of uncertainty. Arankar and Visored are two sides of the same coin. Theoretically, it's a possibility. Kazuya revealed a soft smile. Urahara-san, I know things about Hogyoku that you probably don't. Give me a chance. I can't give you the Hogyoku even if I wanted to. It has been put in a deactivated state. A spark of surprise flickered across Kazuya's face. Reactivating the Hogyoku required an immense amount of spiritual energy, twice that of a captain's. In canon, Aizen was one of those beings. While Kazuya's Ryatsu was above captain's, he was far from reaching the requisite level. I should be 1.5 of captain at max. Uncertain, he gave a resigned sigh. I know of a method to activate it. Even Kasuke didn't know the method of awakening the Hogyoku from its current dormant state. You know too much, young Padawan. The idea of handing over the Hogyoku to a Vasto Lord Arankar, let alone someone with past connections to Aizen, unsettled Kasuke. It felt like giving a loaded gun to a mischievous youngster. Let me try, Kazuya insisted. I won't disappoint you, Urahara-san. Kasuke weighed in his options before finally giving a nod. Kazuya's support was invaluable in his war against Aizen. Besides, he was curious about Hogyoku's mysterious abilities. I'll be keeping an eye on you throughout. Sure. Minutes later, Kasuke returned with the Hogyoku, an orb glowing with hues of purple and blue sealed in a glass-like, transparent dodecahedron. Despite its dormant state, Kazuya felt a connection to it, as if he could hear a heartbeat echoing from within its sealed depths. He wasn't the only one drawn in by this strange phenomenon. The egg, resting in Sung-sun's company, twitched to life, emanating waves of powerful Ryatsu that seemed to echo the rhythm of the heartbeat Kazuya sensed. I definitely have a connection to the Soul King. Kasuke's eyes, sharp as ever, caught the subtle nuances of Kazuya's reaction. This strange display solidified his suspicions about Kazuya's uncanny abilities. What's the activation method? Kazuya shrugged nonchalantly. We need someone who has twice the Ryatsu of a captain. A moment of stunned silence followed his statement. Yoruchi's golden eyes held a question, asking if he was joking. When he merely returned a serious gaze, she let out a sigh. Where will we find that someone? Captains were already the strongest beings the Siriidii had to offer. Only the prestigious royal guard might possibly satisfy such an outrageous requirement. Haha, Aizen fits the requirement. That guy is a monster. Kasuke unsealed the Hogyoku before tossing the orb at Kazuya and calmly fanning his face. Let's see you try. Catching the Hogyoku deftly, Kazuya allowed his Ryoryoku to infuse the orb. Its luminescent hues dimmed, replaced by an almost void-like black. However, it wasn't enough. Just as he was about to cease his attempt, a sudden surge of Ryatsu flowed from his Zampakuto. The egg, as though answering some unseen beckoning, floated towards him and began sharing its Ryatsu, as if co-conspiring to activate the Hogyoku. The egg's Ryatsu easily reached the level of an Ajucha's, a hollow only second to Vasto Lord and Captain's in terms of Ryatsu. Kasuke turned to Yoruchi. Yoruchi-san, what do you think? The black cat gracefully hopped on his hat. I'm genuinely happy he is on our side. Me too. Suddenly, the Hogyoku radiated a chilling aura, shaking everyone present to their core. It was akin to an ancient beast waking from a long slumber. Kasuke never imagined he would encounter this aura again after having sealed the Hogyoku away. It was unlike Ryatsu or anything comparable, existing in an entirely different dimension. Now you know why I sealed this thing. Yoruchi nodded. We can't let Aizen get this. Never. Meanwhile, an involuntary smile crept onto Kazuya's face. This success in reviving the Hogyoku was solely due to the egg's assistance. Affectionately, he patted the egg before tucking it securely under his arm. Let's fucking go, Egg-chan. Egg-chan, the MVP, Kasuke whispered. Kazuya-san, finish it quickly. I'll seal it back after you're done. Of course, he confirmed with a nod, hovering the reawakened Hogyoku over Apache's head. Are you ready? She stepped away from him. Will it stop me from becoming Vasto Lord? The Vasto Lorde-Class was her obsession. She wouldn't hesitate in giving up her Arankar form if it meant becoming a Vasto Lord. I don't think so. Her eyes hardened with determination. Then. I'm ready. Kazuya filled the Hogyoku with his Ryatsu and his aspirations. As his energy saturated the orb, its gray hue darkened until it reached the absolute black of a moonless night. Suddenly, it expelled a blinding radiance. This dazzling light enveloped Apache, and then it splintered, scattering around like countless shards of shattered glass. Kazuya. A figure dashed through the swirling shards. It was Apache, her form fully nude. Throwing her arms around him, she pressed against him, her form softer and more voluptuous than he remembered. In his memory, she leaned towards a slender silhouette, yet now, she seemed to mirror Mila Rose's curvaceous form, in both her figure and height. She is like 5 feet 5 inches. Almost 4 inches above her canon height. She perhaps changed her desired body after seeing him gush over Mila Rose, resulting in her attaining a more curvaceous form. This jealous little. Blushing, Apache gazed up at him, her heterochromatic eyes looking deeply at him. Her eyebrows furrowed in a futile attempt to disguise her embarrassment. I'm an Arankar now. He gave a gentle nod. I can see that. Next step is to become a Vasto Lord, then I'll work towards my promise of becoming the strongest Arankar. She still remembered her vow from the days they wandered the Hueco Mundo by themselves. A vow he made her do for fun, but she took it seriously. Still, he felt there was more to her hunger than their promise. She wants to protect me, doesn't she? How cute. He placed his hands around her hips, and her blush deepened. You'll have to surpass me if you want to be the strongest Arankar. Why are you counting yourself? I'm talking about hollows and Arankars. You're an abomination of hollow and Quincy. Hey, that one hurt. I was joking. She lowered her gaze and nuzzled her face against his chest. I just have to surpass Halibel, who is the second strongest hollow right now. Good luck, he replied and encouragingly patted her back. You can do it. Apache clenched her teeth, well aware that Halibel's power would receive a massive boost after her own transformation into an Arankar. Everyone in Hueco Mundo once believed that the formidable Baragan they worshipped was invincible. You proved them wrong. I'll do the same. Her determination ignited a surge in her Ryatsu, startling everyone around. Here is Apache's new form for reference. Paragraph comment, might get shadow banned. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 65, Chapter 67, The Shark Queen. Mila Rose felt Apache's Ryatsu spike in the midst of her mock battle with Soruchi. She halted abruptly, signaling Soruchi to cease as well. Absurd. Soruchi cast an envious glance at Apache. She has surpassed both of us. You mentioned Baragan having a cult, right? Yeah. They'll try to avenge their leader when they find out Baragan is dead. A wicked grin split Mila Rose's face, revealing her sharp, predatory fangs. Not if I devour them first. We're storming the doors of Las Noches when we return to Hueco Mundo. The ferocious lioness set her eye on the poor hollows under Baragan, intending to use them as fuel for her growth. Halibel wouldn't be able to say anything if those hollows attacked Mila Rose first during her tour to Las Noches. My plan is impeccable. Srirachi's eyes widened at the audacious plan. Entering Las Noches also meant a potential encounter with Sale. She was unsure if her heart was prepared for his smug grin. I think I'll sit this one out. Stop being a pussy. I'll protect you. Okay. The goth Arrancar changed her mind at Mila Rose's insistence. Kazuya wouldn't let me die, right? Halibel approached Apache and patted her back with her sword arm. I don't plan on stagnating. Kazuya, do me. Oh my. You should ask us to leave before giving him an order like that, Kasuke said as he winked at Kazuya. You struck gold, Kazuya-san. The chance of a man having multiple partners, a harem, was highest in the hollow race since their race mostly followed the law of the jungle. He had hardly seen a man having a harem outside of the noble families of the Siriidii. Kazuya smiled. Isn't it natural to fully enjoy my life after my death? I wasn't the only one who saw this as a harem gathering, Yoruichi added, her golden eyes glinting with mischief. This kid went from a side mob to a main character. This is shitty writing I expect from teenagers, not the gods sitting in high heavens. Gods aren't real, Shihoin-san, he said. Even the one ruling over the Soul Society is a husk. Kasuke narrowed his eyes. You know about that too? Yup. Yoruichi pawed Kasuke's face. What did he mean? I can't tell you now. Stop hiding things from your childhood friend. Kazuya fiddled with the Hogyoku and looked at the tomboy who kept clinging to him. Apache, how about we cuddle during the night? You heartless goose, I'm naked. Do you want everyone to see my private parts? She told a convincing lie to cover up her ulterior motive of feeling his warmth, a skill she completely learned from him. Leaning closer to her, Kazuya whispered in her ear, this body is mine. I won't let anyone else defile it with their lustful gazes. Excuse me, I feel like you're calling me out. Kasuke jested. Yoruichi-san, I feel like we should leave. I kinda have that feeling too. The black cat and the merchant felt awkward but they couldn't leave before retrieving the Hogyoku. Kazuya held Apache close and started Halibel's transformation process. As the blinding light enveloped her, the surrounding moisture coalesced and rushed towards her, forming a massive, heart-shaped cocoon that lifted her into the air. Kasuke's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, she will flood my poor shop. With Yoruichi sitting on his hat, he rushed up the ladder, stopping halfway along its height. He found the current the safest location to protect him from a flood. Yoruichi, meanwhile, watched Halibel's transformation with intense interest. This woman embodies the phrase, still waters run deep. The heart shape must represent her emotions. She tried to decipher the symbolism behind Halibel's transformation with the information at her hand. Speculation was all she could do. Kasuke shrugged. It could be anything. Meanwhile, Kazuya floated a safe distance away from Halibel's water cocoon, holding Apache securely in his arms. Halibel sure knows how to leave a lasting impression. She wouldn't be your mommy if she didn't do your way, the flashy way. How do you know about our secret relationship? It's not a secret anymore. Halibel confessed she treats you like her son. Ah. When did that happen? Some time ago. Oh, she is here. Suddenly, the tip of a white blade pierced through the cocoon, slicing it in half. As the water splashed down in a massive wave, Halibel emerged, levitating in midair. Her expression was as serene and cold as the deepest ocean depths. Gripping her Zampakuto, she held it up, examining it with a focused gaze. This power, it should be enough to make my dream a reality. Kazuya observed Halibel's transformation with a smile. Her resurrection form had revealed her gorgeous face, adding 2 lightning bolt tattoos on either side of her face. Her golden hair was just as wild as it was in her Vasto Lord form. Her hollow mask had evolved into a fascinating form, with a bone collar encircling her neck and extending to cover her chest. Additional bone structures appeared on her shoulders, resembling shark fins. A spine-like formation ran down her stomach, and she now wore a bone miniskirt and knee-high white boots. Check paragraph comment. Her Zampakuto had morphed into a large gauntlet that resembled a giant shark's tooth, marked with 3 gill-like lines. Unlike Apache, he couldn't spot any differences in Halibel from her canon version. Strange. I thought her personality shift was just as big as Apache. As she turned to him, her features softened, her lips curling into a soft smile. Kazuya, I wish we had the Hogyoku for your transformation. You would have avoided so much agony. Rather than reveling in her new power, Halibel was lamenting the agony Kazuya had endured during his own transformation, which had been a much more grueling process without the Hogyoku. Kazuya shrugged off her concern with a grin. No point worrying about it now. By the way, you're looking pretty deadly right now. She looked at herself, as though observing her physical changes. She had shed her bone armor, which had become redundant after gaining Hiero, the defensive skill of Arrancar's. The sensation of the air against her bare skin was actually quite refreshing. A hint of excitement flickered in her eyes. I want to test my new abilities. Will you spar with me? Kazuya knew a small spar between could lead to hour-long battles, especially since they both were considerably stronger compared to their last spar. Let's do that after I get you all some clothes. He wanted them to take the time to appreciate and adjust to their new forms, particularly Apache, who experienced a rough time lately. Halibel narrowed her eyes. I don't need clothes. I have. She trailed off, placing a hand on her chest and closing her eyes in concentration. A thin layer of water emerged from the gills on her Zampakuto and enveloped her in a smaller version of her heart cocoon. When the water subsided, it revealed a significant change in Halibel's appearance. Her blonde hair was now elegantly tied in a relaxed ponytail, and she wore a crown featuring 4 horns. A translucent veil covered her mouth, unlike her vicious mask in the original canon. For attire, she was dressed in a pristine white coat trimmed with black fur, draped over a revealing, high-collared white top. A grand cape of white with a royal purple interior cascaded from her shoulders, the base decorated with black fur. Her outfit was completed with loose white pants cinched with a water droplet-shaped golden belt accessory. Check paragraph comment. Halibel's aura was commanding and demanded awe and respect, making her seem every bit the regal queen. Yet, there was a wild edge to her persona, a queen who wasn't afraid to get her hands dirty. Her Zampakuto hanging by her waist followed her regal appearance. While the blade retained its unique shape from the anime, it was no longer hollow in the center. The purple Zampakuto with a massive hilt seemed like a broadsword when seen from afar. It'd make sense if she became more mother-like, but she turned into a queen. He understood her inclination to remove her iconic mask since it made her seem more hollow than a human. However, the rest of her aesthetic changes went over his head. Shark Mommy transcended to Shark Queen Mommy. Apache's pinch at his waist snapped him from his thoughts. Stop staring at her. It's natural to admire beauty. Pulling down her veil, Halibel offered a soft smile. I didn't expect these kinds of clothes. Neither did I, he whispered. It's like an exclusive perk for Vasto Lorde-Class. Some Class gained clothes in their Resurrection form, but only Kazuya, Halibel, and perhaps Baragan gained new spiritual clothes in their base Class form. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 66, Chapter 68, Emergence. With a careful gentleness, Kazuya ran his fingers along Apache's bare back, kneading the tension away with a firm yet soothing touch. His other hand cradled the egg pulsating rhythmically with vibrant waves of Ryatsu. The mystical egg seemed to brim with a sense of contentment, as if it enjoyed his touch, or perhaps it was merely using its Ryatsu to speak in a language only it understood. The egg's true thoughts were shrouded in mystery. Urahara-san, can I get a jigai for Apache? Kazuya calmly nodded. Absolutely. Before I do, let's talk about an important matter. Come to my room. A veil of solemnity was drawn over Yoruichi's usually playful eyes, a sight rarely seen by many. Alone. Such gravity on their faces usually appeared in matters involving Aizen. Well, I gotta go. Apache peered up at him, her eyes slits of skepticism, mirroring the suspicion reflected in Halibel's gaze. What are you hiding from us? Apache harbored a sense of skepticism regarding Kazuya's collaboration with Kazuya. A gut feeling hinted at the existence of a larger scheme at play, which was intricately woven around their association. Driven by her instincts, she yearned to stand by his side and help him, but she couldn't do so without knowing his troubles. The secret to immortality, he whispered with a cheeky smile. Do you want in? She scoffed. Liar. Halibel gazed at him with the intensity of a huntress gauging her prey. You will tell us everything if you think of us as your family. Without communicating, she was on the same page with Apache, both looking to offer him assistance. He blinked in surprise, taken aback. There was no overt threat in Halibel's words. What she had thrown at him was a masterstroke of emotional manipulation. The thought of being subjected to such strategy by Halibel, of all people, was shocking, to say the least. Geez. I'll fill you in when I'm done with Urahara-san. Halibel showed a soft smile. Thanks. Kazuya could only shake his head in response before flying in the direction of Kazuya and Yoruichi. Moments later, all three could be seen sitting inside Kazuya Urahara's living room. His Zampakuto lay dormant in his lap, still releasing small waves of Ryatsu. He didn't pay it any attention, instead staring at the Hogyoku. The Hogyoku, despite its uninspiring appearance, seemed as enticing to him as a steaming bowl of miso ramen. He felt a surge of an uncontainable urge to swallow the orb, yet his practiced discipline held his reckless impulses at bay. Don't get sucked into the swirl of temptations, Kazuya said. Give it to me, Kazuya-san. Kazuya's caution, while heartfelt, seemed unnecessary. Despite his thirst for power, consuming the Hogyoku might transform him into an even more unknown species. His body was already a riveting puzzle without the involvement of Hogyoku. He exhaled a weary sigh. What kind of connection do I have to this? One that's rather convoluted, Kazuya responded, his tone neutral. Nothing connected to that entity will ever find a comprehensive explanation. All we can find are theories. Despite serving as an anchor to 3 realms, the Soul King once used to be the strongest entity, possessing nigh omnipotence powers. Every fragment of the Soul King's body possessed immense powers. Even Hogyoku's creation was made possible by Soul King's fragments. Actual facts, Urahara-san. Can I keep Hogyoku for a little longer? Isn't your objective finished? Kazuya's eyes were serious, unlike his usual playfulness. The topic of Hogyoku had become of utmost importance after Kazuya told him about Aizen's objective. Kazuya wouldn't hesitate in becoming enemies with him if it meant keeping the Hogyoku away from evil hands. What more could you possibly do with Hogyoku? Unless... Yoruichi narrowed her eyes sharply. You know what Aizen intends to do with Hogyoku, and you want to achieve it first. Reluctantly, he extended his arm, placing the Hogyoku back onto the low table. Here. Good decision. A sudden interruption froze them all in their tracks. All eyes veered towards the egg. Crack, crack, crack. A jagged line of fractures began to cleave the eggshell apart. His Zampakuto awakened at the least expected time. His breath hitched in his throat as a claw ruptured the shell, revealing an entity shrouded in a maroon aura. It emerged and hovered above them. This day was brimming with revelations, not least of which was his Zanpakuto's true appearance. It was neither a hollow nor an Arankar. The being that emerged from the egg was a bird. Not just any bird, but a magnificent bird adorned with vibrant carmine and jet-black feathers. A subtle flutter of its wings kindled dark red flames that played across its enchanting form. Each black feather was adorned with the merest hints of crimson at their edges, like droplets of blood. I knew it. Somewhat close to his expectations, his Zanpakuto was a black phoenix, one that seemed oddly small and cute for its power level. The phoenix locked its obsidian eyes on Kazuya, delivering a piercing screech that echoed through the room. You're the absolute worst, partner. Its voice was decidedly feminine. An indignant expression crossed Kazuya's face. How dare a measly bird insult me? I'm not insulting you. I'm questioning your intelligence, you wannabe young master. Are you talking to the bird? Yoruichi questioned, her gaze shifting from Kazuya's playful face to the phoenix. This cute little phoenix. How can it be an Arankar's Zanpakuto? The phoenix swiveled towards Yoruichi with a menacing glow in her black eyes. Do not interrupt my conversation with my partner. It seemed like she had decided to address Kazuya as her partner, which made sense since they were divided from one soul. Yoruichi cocked her head curiously. Is it trying to say something? Kazuya couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. It appeared his Zanpakuto was tempestuous, a stark contrast to his own cool demeanor. However, it seemed she was only capable of communicating with him. He plucked her out of the air and held her gently. Urahara-san, Shihoin-san, can I have 10 minutes with my Zanpakuto? Urahara gave a nod of understanding as he picked up the Hogyoku under the watchful eyes of the phoenix. Sure. Sure. What I was about to say is less important than the well-being of your Zanpakuto. Yoruichi-san, let's give them space to connect to each other. As a fellow wielder of a Zanpakuto, Kazuya found no fault in Kazuya prioritizing his bond with his Zanpakuto. Zampakuto spirits are a pain in the ass. Yoruichi declared with a sigh, casting a lingering glance at the little phoenix before trailing after Kazuya out of the room. Later. As the door slid shut behind them, the phoenix broke free of his grasp and launched herself at him. The tackle knocked him onto the floor. She perched atop his chest, her wings fluttering wildly, casting a radiant dark red fire around the room. Oddly enough, the fire danced harmlessly, burning nothing in the room. It should stop them from eavesdropping on us. Now, partner. Let's talk. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 67, Chapter 69, Vision del Diablo. Kazuya let out a sigh, running his hand through his silver locks. I'd honestly prefer it if you were a busted chick sitting on my chest, he said, the corner of his mouth pulling into a slight grin. Well, do you have a name, or should I provide one for you? My name, what was my name again? Nami. It's only a fraction of my name. Just call me Nami. Not the Nami from One Piece, mind you. She scrutinized Kazuya's expression, finding it calmly unsurprised. You already knew, didn't you? It's only logical that my Zanpakuto will get access to my memories. My partner is as calculating as I'd anticipated, Nami mused, her praise tinged with a hint of reluctant respect. This intelligence works against you sometimes. Take, for instance, your recent incident with the Hogyoku. Your instincts were screaming at you to consume it, yet you perceived this urge as a potential trap. You suspected that the Hogyoku was tricking you, or you were scared of becoming an actual monster. Kinda. I don't want to end up like Aizen. Halibel and others won't like it. He'd never cast away Halibel and the others for a surge of power, no matter how tantalizing the temptation. For a woman who'd sacrifice everything for his sake, it was a negligible price to pay. Halting your natural growth for your women. You aren't cold enough, partner. We missed a massive opportunity to evolve to our next stage. What's more, I burned my blood essence to awaken the Hogyoku. My sacrifice turned out to be meaningless. The Ryatsu that was the catalyst in Hogyoku's awakening, it was drawn from her life essence, the crimson drops that glistened on her feathers. Relax. It's not like I can't get the Hogyoku again. You absolutely can. So, why do I feel anger from you? Like you'll throw a punch at me if you had hands type of anger. He was able to sense her emotional state, likely an effect of their deep connection. Her internal state was chaotic, a storm of conflicting emotions. Forget it. She tilted her head towards the unseen ceiling, eyes closed as if she was having the inner monologue of a protagonist. It's raining outside. Even though you're a part of me and I can sense your emotions, I can't understand you. My Zampakuto is such a mystery. Humph. Quit being such a tsundere. Gently, he picked her up by her sides and sat up, nestling her comfortably in his lap. Like soothing a child, he patted her head. There. Everything will be fine. She stared back at him, rendered speechless by his actions. Just out of curiosity, do I get a release form now? No, you don't. Not until I finish my evolution. As things stand, I'm about the level of an Ajuchas. We both need to be on the same level to trigger a resurrection. That's sad. Sad indeed, partner. I could have hatched as a Vasto Lord in a few weeks at max, now, I have no idea how to evolve my form. Kazuya gradually understood the root of Nami's anger, her premature awakening had disrupted her evolution. However, he harbored no regrets about his decision not to consume the Hogyoku. You are like that. Partner. She let out a puff of fire as a sigh. I'll rest in your inner world and try to find a solution. Let's forget about eating Hogyoku until I evolve. Sure. With that, she vanished from sight. But Kazuya could still sense her presence nestled deep within his being. Her existence seemed to deviate from a typical Arrancar's Zampakuto, which remained as a physical object on Arrancar's body. Instead, she was more akin to a Shinigami Zampakuto Spirit, yet even they had a physical manifestation as a weapon. Mine is abnormal like always. Every aspect of his existence appeared to diverge from the norm. His Arrancar form, the disappearance of his hollow holes, his unique ability to manipulate reishi, and now his Zampakuto, all chose to tread a different path. Concern gnawed at him regarding what his future might hold for him. Would he end up being similar to the Soul King? Racial ability, Resurrection, partial mode, unlocked. Current mastery level, yet to learn. The system's notification presented a stark contrast to Nami's earlier assertion about their Resurrection form being unattainable at the moment. Was Nami, his Zampakuto, more knowledgeable than his system? Who was speaking the truth? Intrigued, he decided to put Nami to the test to determine if she shared his manipulative tendencies. Nami, I feel like I can use your Resurrection. Huh? How? She asked, shock apparent in her voice. It's impossible. Closing his eyes, he sought to tap into the primal instincts that knew his body better than his conscious mind. Suddenly, a surge of dark red flame, akin to Nami's own, erupted from him before disappearing. He opened his status, finding no discernible change except for a black blindfold materializing over his eyes and a blood-red gem embedded in the center of his forehead. Interestingly, the blindfold seemed to be of a spiritual nature, as it brought no impairment to his vision. The blindfold twitched as Nami made her presence known. You did it. I remember our original ability now. What is it? Focus, partner. Let your eyes breathe the world around you. Don't talk like me. With a playful retort, he focused his gaze over his surroundings. The world seemed to plunge into darkness, with only the white outlines of his room giving it form. His gaze fell on the low table before him, and suddenly a torrent of knowledge gushed into his consciousness, its physical structure, components, density, mass, dimensions, volume, temperature, and a multitude of other properties. Overwhelmed by the flood of information, he reeled back, eyes clamped shut. This ability is gonna explode my brains. You can analyze an object to gain an abundance of information. It should take away the weakness of your aspect of death, oppression. His Resurrection ability allowed him to adapt in fights on the fly. It also took away his biggest gripe with the oppression ability, which was digesting countless books. This is honestly creepy how well my wish came true. Is it an effect of Hogyoku? Don't glaze over minor matters, partner. Shouldn't we name this ability? Asked Nami in an upbeat voice. Something Spanish like other hollow abilities. How about Vision del Diablo, Vision of Devil? What does the devil have to do with it? Who cares? It sounds cool. That's what matters the most. It seemed like his Zampakuto became fond of hobbies often associated with the edgy phase. One of those struck with the 8th grade syndrome. Vision del Diablo is only a fraction of our power. It's not even connected to our original ability. You'll be surprised when you wield a full 100%. Damn. What's our true ability? The power of life and death. That's all I'll say for now, she said cheerfully. I'm canceling the release. Adios. She retreated to his inner world, where she could rest without any disturbance. Sitting there in silence, he processed everything that happened for a couple of moments. No point stressing over it now. I'll see when Nami's powers fully awaken. He called out to Nami to withdraw her barrier of flames and open the door. Kasuke and Yoruichi, who were waiting at the end of the hallway, approached him. Yoruichi burst into laughter. Sneaky brat, you put a barrier, Kido. Kasuke gently hit her head with his paper fan. We agreed to give him privacy, Yoruichi-san. Kazuya-san, let's talk inside. Once they were seated, Kasuke unfolded his paper fan to cover his mouth. Kazuya-san, I want you to enter the Godai 13 and become a Shinigami. Kasuke dropped a bomb out of nowhere. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 68, Chapter 70, A Dangerous Mission. The moment Kasuke's proposal escaped his lips, a blanket of silence fell over the room. Yoruichi's eyes twinkled with amusement. Just as she'd predicted, Kazuya's composure was rattled. To him, Kasuke's suggestion was nothing less than a call to step back into his own haunted past, the Godai 13, home to his murderer, the wolf in sheep's clothing Aizen Sōsuke. What? How could you ever think I'd say yes to that? Kazuya responded, his surprise masterfully acted. He had a hunch about Kasuke's real plan, but playing dumbfounded seemed necessary to keep things smooth. Kasuke sighed. I admit I have an amazing sense of humor, but this isn't one of my pranks. Kazuya-san, if you were to pick one between the 4th, 8th, or 13th squad, what would it be? I don't know. Why are you asking me? In this mission, your goal would be to steadily climb ranks and grow close to one of those captains, Yoruichi said as she sat up straight. When you're comfortable enough, reveal the truth about Aizen. Captain Unohana, Captain Yukitake, and Captain Kairaku are the closest to General Commander. They will do the job of convincing General Yamamoto. With your rich knowledge of the Siriidii and Aizen's plans, it won't take more than 20 years. 20 years. The words echoed in the depths of his mind, reverberating like a gong. For Kasuke and Yoruichi, 20 years was a blink. But for him, it was almost his entire life. Their plan is utterly useless. Aizen was absurdly strong even without his Zampakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. The only beings currently capable of fighting Aizen were the Royal Guards or the Stern Ridders. He doubted any captain, even Yamamoto, could apprehend Aizen. Yamamoto may have a chance of killing Aizen in a battle. Then he remembered the names of captains Kasuke recited to him. Captain Unohana. Is she worth risking my life for? Absolutely. His determination wavered as soon he recalled the elegantly psychotic captain. Yoruichi gave a knowing nod as she noticed Kazuya's gradual understanding. They won't recognize you if you become a Shinigami with your current appearance, your soul form, I mean. Still. He drawled, reluctant despite the anticipation that bubbled within him at the prospect of meeting Unohana. Aizen will be there. I'm not confident I can fool Aizen. Why not do it yourself? His gaze flicked to Kasuke, questioning him to take up the challenge instead. This guy is prohibited from entering Senkamen, Yoruichi said as her gaze softened. Besides, wouldn't you feel at ease after you send Aizen to Central Great Underground Prison with your hands? While Yoruichi and Kasuke didn't harbor personal grudges, they would still relish the sight of Aizen's downfall. Yoruichi believed that Kazuya, too, should seize the opportunity to bring Aizen to justice, considering his own grim past with Aizen. I don't really care. The Central 46 might already be under Aizen's hypnosis. There would be nobody to judge Aizen. Seeing Kazuya's indecisiveness, Kasuke scratched the back of his head. Yoruichi-san, you promised to lend a helping hand if he resisted. Kasuke had foreseen multiple objections from Kazuya. Who in their right mind would voluntarily risk their life for a couple of jigai? Yoruichi was his secret weapon in swaying Kazuya's decision. I know, lazy bum, Yoruichi retorted, playfully pawing at his waist. Kazuya, I'll be there with you. If things ever go wrong, I swore I'll get you out of there. Flash Goddess Yoruichi wouldn't let anyone lay a finger on you. Kazuya couldn't suppress a chuckle at the contrast between her solemn promise, her deeply masculine voice, and her adorably feline form. I'd get a little more confidence if this oath didn't come from a cat. Exploring the Siriidii with Yoruichi on his side, it was more than enough compensation from Kasuke. Yoruichi burst into laughter. I love this form. It provides an abundance of freedom. I don't even need to wear clothes. Freedom is priceless, he replied thoughtfully. I wouldn't have met my end if I'd fought for my freedom, but then, I wouldn't have crossed paths with those wonderful women without dying. My death was a new beginning. Kazuya lazily swished his paper fan. How admirable of you to view your death in such a positive light. He truly cherishes them, Yorichi chimed in. You should have seen his face when he saw Sung-sun wounded. He took down an Ajucha's Aaronkar with a single punch. His head went splat just like a ripe watermelon. His rage alone had dissolved any suspicions Yorichi harbored about his intentions. Someone who cherished his companions so deeply couldn't truly have an evil heart. So, Kazuya said, lifting his head to lock eyes with Kazuya, his gaze unwaveringly sincere. Will you help us banished fools? Say it, lad. Say that you want to take down evil with your hands. Under their hopeful gazes, he nodded in affirmation. I will. But, I have 4 conditions. Kazuya leaned back in his seat, crossing his arms over his chest. Go on, he urged, his tone light but eyes sharp, not missing a single detail. I need some time before I leave, Kazuya said, his gaze steady and resolute. Like a month. He needed time to spend time with his family as well as get used to his resurrection. Kazuya nodded, giving a casual wave of his hand. No problem. Yorichi-san will not intervene if I feel like spending time with my companions here. What I am saying is, I can leave Soul Society at any moment. That's a very specific one, Yorichi chuckled, the amusement clear in her eyes. Well, I'll humor this condition and let you fuck your women at any time. Keep your head out of the gutter, Shihoin-san, Kazuya continued with a calm expression. Next condition. I'll abandon my mission if any of my companions are in danger. Forget about this condition. They are safe here. They won't stay here forever, and I don't like to restrict anyone's freedom. Kazuya hummed, running his hand through his hair in thought. I'll be a heartless man if I deny this condition. Anything else? Kazuya shook his head, the slightest of smiles playing on his lips. That's all. Yorichi-san, my memory of Siriiti's customs is hazy. Refresh my memory on some things later. Understanding the survival-driven focus of Hollow's lives, she didn't blame him for forgetting unnecessary details from his previous life. Sure thing. And just like that, a pact was established, the most unsuccessful plan to expose Aizen and a whimsical plan to seduce the captain of the 4th squad, Ichiro Unohana. Partner, you're such a devil. It's a delight to see you play your games, Nami's excited voice echoed in his mind, as she found amusement from observing the unfolding drama. How will you become a Shinigami, though? She reminded him of the primary challenge tied to Kazuya's proposal. More importantly, how did Kazuya expect him to have the power to become a Shinigami? You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 69, Chapter 71, A Loophole. Hold on, Kazuya called out, halting Kazuya and Yorichi just as they were about to exit the room. We overlooked something. I'm a hollow, a Quincy. How on earth am I supposed to transform into a Shinigami? He hadn't tested the power to revert to his soul form. How did Kazuya expect him to become a Shinigami? Kazuya turned around and brandished his wooden cane. Kazuya-san, could you shift into your Quincy form? I'll demonstrate a simple way to turn you into a Shinigami. But, that won't work, he protested, his skepticism peeking through. When detached from physical body in his Quincy form, he'd retain his Quincy abilities. Could he develop Shinigami skills in that state? He was doubtful. Normally, hollows are toxic to a Quincy, but your hollow part is completely distinct from your Quincy part. I'm certain that you, as a Quincy soul, can master Shinigami arts like Kido and Zampakuto. I'm betting on it, my friend. Kazuya was a firm believer in the theory that Kazuya's powers came from a Soul King fragment. The miraculous abilities of the Soul King's fragment gave him the faith that Kazuya could pull off another nigh impossible feat, acquiring the powers of both Shinigami and Quincy in one form. After all, Visored and Aaronkars could wield powers of 2 races. There was nothing stopping a Quincy from manifesting their own Zampakuto. Kazuya reflected on the implications of becoming a Shinigami through Kazuya's method. He would bypass the process of reverting his race to soul through the system. More importantly, he would be able to access the powers of both Shinigami and Quincy at the same time, partially achieving his goal of fusing the abilities of Hollow, Shinigami, and Quincy. And how will you stop my soul from degrading into a Hollow? When a human soul disconnects from their body, they gain a chain of fate. The chain of fate slowly corrodes over time, and at the end, the soul turns into a Hollow. Nobody knew if he was immune to this effect in his human form. Remember the Aaronkar you killed in your visit to Hueco Mundo? Baragan, the king of Hueco Mundo, Kazuya said with a mischievous wink. Stop thinking of yourself as an ordinary being, you're the king of hollows now. The king of hollows, Yorichi said with a gleaming gaze. Damn. We're in the presence of His Majesty. Too bad we don't give an F about status here. Neither do I. He shrugged. I'm still not convinced about leaving my body here for that long of a mission. Kazuya waved his hand. Don't worry. Your body will be researched, preserved by yours truly. Kazuya assumed a cold expression. You said research just now. My. Don't sweat over the little things. I don't perform non-consensual experiments, apart from some exceptions. Kazuya sized him from top to bottom. Perhaps you're worth making one. Yoruchi giggled. Relax, he is messing around. We can leave your body with your companions. The proposition awakened images in Kazuya's mind, a vision of Halibel cuddling with him, her tender voice whispering words of maternal affection, and her hand gently brushing his hair. He could easily envision Apache hugging him when nobody was around, sharing her problems with him in hushed whispers, and confessing how much she missed him. What will Mila Rose do? Use you as a punching bag. Sung-sun will use you as a dildo. Kazuya shivered at the thought and quickly transformed into his Quincy form. The red gem embedded in his forehead dissolved as he turned into his least flashy form. Urahara-san. Kazuya pointed his cane at Kazuya, the bottom part inscribed with an intricate emblem, a skull encased in blue flames. This was Gokon Teko, a device known for forcibly separating the soul from the body, incorporated directly into Kazuya's cane. Very well, then. The world shifted as he found himself pushed out of his body. His physical form slumped lifelessly to the floor. He summoned his status, his eyes flitting through the rows of texts hastily. General information. Name, Kazuya Ishihara. Gender, male. Race, soul. Ryuryoku level, great level, captain class plus. Alignment, neutral evil. Affiliation, unnamed faction. Racial abilities. Reishi manipulation, spirit particle manipulation. Mastery level, intermediate. Hirenkyaku, spirit movement technique. Mastery level, intermediate. Innate abilities. Silvery voice, your voice can influence people's state of mind. The ability works best in persuading or seducing someone. Crumbling heart, human you can walk unhindered upon any surface. Crumbling heart, soul you are unaffected by the corrosion of time. High-speed regeneration, your wounds regenerate automatically. The time required depends on the severity of wounds. Acquired abilities. Seduction, the ability to seduce those of the opposite gender. Mastery level, intermediate. Riding, the ability to ride a mount. Mastery level, intermediate. Arithmetic, the ability to process arithmetic problems. Mastery level, intermediate. Provocation, the ability to anger people with your tongue. Mastery level, intermediate. Equipment. Spirit clothes. His system acknowledged him as a mere soul, ignoring his racial abilities like reishi manipulation and hirenkyaku. The system's assessment of him as a Quincy soul was due to the fact that he hadn't unlocked the Quincy race. It also refused to identify him as a soul, human, for some odd reasons. Kazuya is right. He could gain Shinigami abilities while retaining the reishi manipulation and hirenkyaku, at least in theory. Kazuya had perhaps helped him find a loophole in the system, letting him be a Shinigami/Quincy hybrid until the Quincy race unlocked in his system. The decision to unlock it solely relied upon him. This is nuts. Shinigami are ordinary souls who have learned some flashy demon arts and the power of Zampakuto. Do you know where Otsunomiya, the creator of Zampakuto, got his inspiration? I don't know. Hollows probably. He threw out a wild guess. Yes. Hollows predate all the races. Even the Soul King was born in opposition to the first Minos. Hollows directly manifest their inner heart, the core of their soul, and the Shinigami took a safer approach by imprinting their inner heart on a blank soul. Those blank souls were named Asachi, the core component of a Shinigami Zanpakuto. Where did this knowledge come from? Even he, a Bleach fanboy, didn't know as much as Nami. From the Hueco Mundo's soil, which gave birth to you. You and I are the amalgamation of hundreds and thousands of dead Minos, which also includes the original Hollows. He was unfazed by the revelation. His origin didn't mean anything to him. Original Hollows. As in the primordial Hollows. Yeah, Ulquiorra is one of those. They used to terrorize the world until the Soul King killed them. You have, of course, diluted powers while Ulquiorra is a pure original Hollow born in the depths of the pit of original Hollow's ashes. Did you just call me bootleg Ulquiorra? It doesn't matter. You'll grow far stronger than his peak form. Oh. Let's talk about the crumbling heart, soul. Does it make me immortal? Right now he had two versions of crumbling heart enabled in his soul form. The new ability would have been a massive help in fighting Baragan's senescence. Alas, he awakened it too late. Welcome to eternal life, partner. You won't die of old age, ever. He tried not to think about the severe implications of his immortality, like being the only one alive among his family at some point in his life. Every good thing comes at cost. Like, delicious meat needs the sacrifice of a life, the conception of a new life comes at the cost of countless unborn's death. Okay, stop. Don't make me think about that stuff. Let's talk about something positive, partner. You're one step closer to achieving the perfect vessel. If you find a full-powered Hogyoku, like the one Aizen merged with, we'll be able to merge all of your forms and enhance all of your abilities to the next level. You'll become unstoppable. The prospect was alluring, but it involved dealing with Aizen, which was easier said than done. Partner, new goal, skim the Hogyoku out of Aizen and merge it with Kasuke's Hogyoku. Kazuya couldn't help but smirk at his Zampakuto's audacity. She was speaking as if Aizen was just a gullible child who would fall for the cheap tricks. Kazuya-san, don't smirk. Kasuke's voice pulled him out of his deep musings, a hint of concern seeping into his usually light-hearted tone. You were lost somewhere. I was having an interesting conversation with my Zampakuto Spirit. Your Zampakuto Spirit stays inside your inner world even when you transform. Kasuke stroked his stubble, a thoughtful expression on his face as he contemplated the unique complexity of Kazuya's soul. That aside, my claims were true. You don't have a chain of fate. You look like a natural soul born in the Soul Society. Kazuya stretched his body. I guess you were correct. Turning doubters into believers is my special ability. Yoruichi snarled. This idiot is such a narcissist. Kazuya chuckled. I'll call it a day now. You're the reason I can't go on a date today. You horny brat, Yoruichi said with a giggle. Don't get discovered by the vice captain patrolling the town. Roger, Mom. Oh, sorry. My tongue slipped. Yoruichi sharply glared at him. I know what you're up to, brat. Kazuya assumed a clueless expression. What are you talking about? I should return to my friends. He had to inform the ladies about his Zampakuto, especially Halibel, who loved the egg like her child. He was prepared for her to snap out. Just call her mommy. She will calm down. Get out of my head. Hi ha 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 ha. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 70, Chapter 72, Constant Flow. As Kazuya walked back to his comrades, his gaze swept over Suruchi and Mila Rose, who had abandoned their sparring session. The group had assembled together, radiating a familial bond that reminded him of a gathering around a bonfire. Sung-san and Apache were bundled together, sharing the plush softness of a large towel, their bodies close enough to feel each other's warmth. The outward warmth evaporated as soon as he heard Sung-san teasing Apache. Halibel's aqua-green eyes widened in shock as Kazuya returned empty-handed. She'd sensed the abrupt disappearance of the egg's Ryatsu earlier. Her sharp gaze drifted to the radiant red gem glinting in his forehead, discovering the fate of the egg without any explanation. The corners of Mila Rose's mouth turned upwards into a sly grin. Did you finally see your child, Mom? He revealed a bright smile. The egg hatched while I was in Kasuke's room. Congratulations, Mila, you're finally a dad. A scowl instantly marred Mila Rose's previously triumphant expression. Enough with those jokes. What emerged from the egg? The group leaned in, their bodies taut with anticipation, their eyes shining with curiosity. Even Suruchi was drawn in, captivated by the enigma of his one-of-a-kind Zampakuto. Rubbing the back of his head in an endearing, casual gesture, he shrugged. A bird. The revelation led to a collective sigh, their previous excitement deflating like a punctured balloon. It should have been a chicken, Mila Rose lamented, disappointment clear on her face. What a missed opportunity to tease you. Halibel exhaled a sigh. I'm glad it happened safely. Despite the unexpected turn of events, her primary worry had always been for Kazuya. As long as he was unscathed, any outcome was acceptable. Besides, she was delighted with his power-up. Apache, Sung-san, it's already dark out there. I'm gonna grab some sleeping clothes for you. Kasuke and Nami had consumed much of his evening. He saw this as an opportunity to plan for a whole day's date tomorrow, a strategic move to soften their defenses before he revealed his intention to depart for Siriidi later this month. Sung-san narrowed her eyes into suspicious slits. You promised to take us shopping. I won't let you wiggle out of it. Yeah, Mila Rose chimed in for Sung-san's support. I'm tired of wearing your shirt. Gimme new clothes. A quick clarification calmed their discontent and dispelled the misunderstanding. Mila Rose broke into a broad grin, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. A full day dedicated to us. Skull, you're kinda reliable. Of course. You all are my sweethearts. He turned to the only one who couldn't accompany him tomorrow due to her striking wings. Suruchi, I'll talk to Kasuke about your Zampakuto. He'll find a solution. He'd refuse Kasuke's mission if the shopkeeper turned down his request. The mission gave him a massive leverage. You can repair her soul yourself. How? Once I evolve to give you a full resurrection. Can we speed up the process by getting you hollows to eat? Yuck. I'm not interested in their disgusting souls. Bring me a source of pure and untainted energy, like the heart of a virgin maiden. I'm kidding. I don't know how we can speed up the process. Srirachi cast her gaze downwards, avoiding eye contact. You don't have to. Mila Rose placed a hand over Srirachi's mouth. She got hit in the head earlier, making her speak the opposite of her true intentions. She is saying she'll be happy if you do that for her. Only Mila Rose could spin such outrageous lies with unwavering conviction. Srirachi's purple eyes shot daggers at Mila Rose as she bit down on her hand. What is wrong with you? What is right with me, you mean? Mila Rose laughed heartily as she crossed her arms. Everything. I'm perfect. Only your figure is perfect, he corrected her. Rest is a work in progress. Sung Sun giggled softly. Era, who gave you the permission to roast my Rose? Only I have the right to call her dumb, stupid, idiot, knucklehead, airhead bimbo, a lost cause, a piece of. A swift throw from Mila Rose saw her sword sailing through the air, the blade passing perfectly through the towel shared between Sung Sun and Apache. You're getting on my nerves, Snake. Ufufu. Apache wrapped the towel around her body, so only her head and neck were visible. Can they ever stop fighting? Halibel shook her head. Probably not. The next morning, Kazuya stirred awake to an unusual weight on his chest. It was an unexpected sensation given the comfortable futons Kisuke had provided for them. Mila Rose was sprawled at his side, one arm flung across his face, a heavy leg resting on him. Sung Sun was using his arm as a pillow, while Apache, in a far more compromising position, had her hands resting on his belt and her head comfortably nestled on his lower abdomen. Waking up surrounded by his comrades was a common occurrence back in Hueco Mundo, but less expected after they had become errand cars. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Will you impregnate these women? Childbirth is a natural process of life. Though, I have to make our relationship official first. Sung Sun's feelings for him were clear, he expected no rejection from her. Apache would likely remain bashful until he presented her with a sincere confession. Halibel remained an oddball, her thoughts and intentions as mysterious as the first day he met her. On one hand, she saw him as her child, on the other hand, she trusted him as their leader, relying on him to protect her companions. He couldn't figure her out. As for Mila Rose, she was whimsical yet serious about relationships. It would take time for her to trust, but once she did, she'd lay down her life for him. Does she look like someone who doesn't trust you? His eyes slid over to Mila Rose once more. His shirt barely draped over her, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her figure. The half-dressed state was more provocative than nudity, as it left much to his imagination. With a sharp inhale, he forced his gaze away before his lower half reacted and disrupted Apache's sleep. She is kind of an airhead. Several hours later. Within the stately confines of the Ishida mansion, Kazuya, Izumi, and Lisa sat around the dining table, engaged in a quiet breakfast. Wani-chan, can I borrow some cash? Izumi tilted her head, strands of black hair covering her face. Sure. How much do you need? He leaned closer to Lisa, the subtle scent of her perfume tickling his senses. Maid-chan, how much do I need to buy clothes for my friends? I also have plans to take them around the town. Lisa's eyes narrowed at him. His audacity to ask her for advice after rejecting her date, a date he proposed initially, instigated a sudden urge to smack him. Around 50,000 yen. Kazuya's eyebrows raised in surprise. 50,000 yen wouldn't even cover a person's rent in his time. But he reminded himself, this was 1950. Prices were different. 50,000 yen. Izumi's voice was soft, her smile tender. All right. I'll have it withdrawn right away. Her willingness, almost eagerness to fulfill his request made him uncomfortable. It felt like he was taking advantage of her generosity. As Izumi excused herself to order her servants to withdraw the cash, Kazuya turned to Lisa. Are you still upset about the date? She rolled her eyes. No. You definitely are. How about we go out tomorrow? He casually asked her for a date. Judging by the bright look in her eyes, she appreciated the proposal. She cleared her throat. I'm busy tomorrow. Too bad then. With those words, he pushed his chair back and left the room. Lisa was left behind, dumbfounded. She had been playing hard to get, expecting him to insist a little. For all his faults, he was a 10 out of 10 for his appearance, a good candidate for a first date. But he accepted her words at face value, leaving her embarrassed and a little frustrated. I fucked up, but it works every time in romance novels. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 71, Chapter 73, Incentive. Kyan had a soft spot for ohagi, a classic delicacy of rice cakes filled with red bean paste. He, of course, couldn't return to the Soul Society just for his cravings. Instead, he slipped into his jigai and embarked on a quest for his desired treat in the bustling marketplace of Karakura town. Guided by the tendrils of fragrant scents wafting in the air, he quickly found a little restaurant serving his favorite food seemingly more delicious than the ones he ate in the City. The living world is so resourceful. As he indulged in his favorite snack, a group of women roaming the market streets caught his attention. Like a vibrant splash of color on a monochromatic canvas, they drew in countless gazes. A blonde, olive-skinned woman in a royal outfit. Her regal expression made her seem like a queen of some country. Next was a woman with dark, honeyed skin and tumbling brown waves cascading from beneath a white cowboy hat. Her outfit consisted of a white top, paired with brown pants and a sweeping white cape. Then there was a woman with striking heterochromatic eyes, a stylish white fedora sitting atop her head. She wore black pants and a white top with bold red sleeves. And lastly, an elegant figure adorned in a traditional kimono, her olive green hair arranged with artistic precision, adorned with a white clip and delicate flowers. A paper umbrella protected her porcelain skin from the harsh rays of the sun. She exuded an air of nobility reminiscent of the prestigious 5 noble families in the City, actually 4 since the Shiba clan hardly put effort in their appearance. Most members of the Shiba clan hardly acted like nobility. All of them seemed to be of different ethnicities, yet they had one thing in common: they were all just as attractive as the men they followed. Kazuya. Yeah, it's him. Kyan caught sight of the shopping bags cradled in Kazuya's grasp and let out an empathetic sigh. The mere thought of shopping was a tedious ordeal for him. Escorting not 1 but 4 women on shopping was akin to a death sentence for him. He was grateful that his wife wasn't demanding. Their ryatsu is strange. Are they also Quincy like Kazuya? Kazuya's gaze fleetingly met Kyan's, and in response, Kyan lifted his hand in a casual wave. But Kazuya quickly diverted his attention, returning to converse with the woman clad in the green kimono. Is he ignoring me on purpose? It's not like I'll steal your women. Shaking his head, Kyan concluded it might be time to head back and conclude his investigation on the Arankar case. How does it feel to ignore a good friend? Kazuya chose to remain silent in response to Nami's probing question, instead fixing his gaze on the orange horizon above him. The day had been a whirlwind of shared experiences, ones he wouldn't have found as fulfilling if he was alone. Shopping had been the most time-consuming endeavor, with Sung-sun showcasing a pickiness for fashion that perfectly mirrored her sassy, princess-like demeanor. Apache's favorite activity came after shopping, having sushi at one of the finest restaurants in Naruki City. Halibel derived the most joy from the simplest of activities, a serene walk through a renowned garden, while Mila Rose enjoyed breaking arcade machines and raging at the rigged crane games. The experiences didn't align with the Japan of the 1950s that he was familiar with, a country still in recovery from the aftermath of the Second World War. Karakura Town and Naruki City felt more like vibrant metropolises beyond their time. His experience wasn't actually that different from his date with Yumi in 2022. One thing was certain: Mila Rose, Apache, and Sung-sun had a blast. Halibel, always one to find happiness in the joy of others, seemed content to just be in their company. It's the fictional world of Bleach. Your logic won't apply here. Fair enough, he replied, shaking his head before turning his attention back to the group. Hop on. Mila Rose urged. What are you waiting for? The evening had drawn them to their final stop, the city's amusement park and its towering Ferris wheel, a spectacle that had piqued Sung-sun's curiosity. Kazuya boarded the cabin before Sung-sun and Mila Rose took his opposite seats. Typically designed for couples, the cabin didn't have enough space for all 5 of them. However, Halibel had insisted that everyone share the same cabin, an indication of their growing bonds. He handed the bags to Mila Rose and Sung-sun and beckoned Apache. Come on, dear. With a groan, Apache settled into his lap, her arms curling around his neck. Her pose was a sitting rendition of the Princess Carrie. Her cheeks bloomed a deep shade of pink as she avoided his gaze. Why do I have to do this? Sung-sun shot her a cold glare. Quit complaining. My kimono is the only reason you're getting this chance. No more fighting, Halibel said as she entered the cabin and sat by his side. Kazuya, I don't want to ruin the good mood, but you need to reveal the reason for your relationship with Kasuke Urahara. She revealed her true intention behind squeezing everyone into the same cabin. It offered great privacy away from onlookers. Yes, Apache agreed from his lap and tightened her grip around his neck. I won't get off until you tell us. He hadn't anticipated Halibel to bring this up after a day filled with such memorable experiences. It was apparent that the question had been gnawing at her since yesterday. I promise to tell you. So, here it goes. A look of shock spread across all four faces as they dealt with the reality of him being a Shinigami. He had initially used the lie to take advantage of Kazuya. Now, he had to maintain this lie, or the situation would become more complicated. You used to be a Shinigami. Nami, I'm not in the mood. Humph, lies require commitment. You have to live with the veil of dishonesty you crafted with your hands. Nami. Fine. I'll shut up. Halibel's hand found its way onto his shoulder, her touch gentle yet firm. Kazuya, when did this memory resurface? A couple of days after I joined your group. She heaved a sigh of relief before smiling. You should have told us earlier. Sung-sun's lips formed an amused smile, her eyes glinting sadistically. She never thought she'd see an anxious expression on his face. Kazuya was anxious about our reactions. How utterly adorable. Mila Rose nudged her. He had the same face when you were almost dead. Really? That makes me so happy. Their half-hearted reactions took a weight off of his chest. Of course I'm worried. As cheesy as it sounds, you all are my only family in this world. And you are mine, Apache said with a strong determination in her voice. Family. I didn't mean to say it like that. Haha, you're so cute. He kissed her cheeks and turned his gaze over to Halibel. Am I forgiven for hiding the truth? Halibel nodded. There is nothing else you could have done in that situation. True, Mila Rose interjected. What will you do now? I plan to return to the Soul Society as a Shinigami. His sudden confession dropped the air by over 10 degrees. Halibel stared at him as if she didn't expect him to come out with these words. A genuine look of shock plastered across Apache's face. What? You want to leave us? His arms encircled her waist in reassurance. Relax, my dear. It's just a temporary leave to solve some issues over there. I'll finish the work and return to everyone. Halibel, stop before you release your Ryatsu. He, of course, had the opportunity to leave everything and relocate to another city with his women. But he had promised to live his life to the fullest without regrets. Visiting the Soul Society had always been a desire. Nah, dude. You just want to fuck some Shinigami pussies. Shush. Halibel sighed. It's too dangerous. Let's go to Hueco Mundo. Kazuya can't force you if you leave now. She was an honorable woman, but his safety was above everything. This mission was different from the living world. The Soul Society was a world filled with Shinigami, the people responsible for purifying hollows. She wouldn't be able to rush to his aid if anything happened to him there. The separation of 4 days filled her with haunting thoughts. There was no way she'd be able to live without him for a year or more. He couldn't help but chuckle at her overly protective demeanor. You're acting like my mommy again. I appreciate the sentiments, but let me go through this. I won't get hurt. His light teasing was enough to banish her worries momentarily, and a blush crept onto Halibel's face. Ha. Worrying about someone doesn't make me their mother. Sung-sun, tell this misguided kid. Sung-sun thought for a moment, her finger tapping her chin. In this context, Halibel, you're actually acting like his mother. He is a grown-up man. Let him make his own decisions. It seemed Halibel had chosen the wrong person to back her up, the realization causing her to reassess her stance. He placed a hand on her thigh. Don't let fear and worries dictate your life. Mila Rose nodded. It's Skull we're talking about. He took down Baragan on his own. I doubt any Shinigami can kill him with his godlike regeneration. True. He concurred with Mila Rose's opinion, even though he was fully aware there were many Shinigami who could pose a significant threat to him. I promise I won't let anything kill me before I make at least one baby with all 4 of you. He stated his end goal with a serious look in his eyes. He won't let anyone interfere between him and them. This possessiveness, Nami's voice echoed in his mind. You're starting to sound like a Yandere. I am a Yandere. Shudder. Halibel patted her belly, pondering his words. She had expected these words to come out of his mouth sooner or later. After all, he had shown a passion for her time and again. Her maternal instinct overpowered her romantic feelings, which were once again overpowered by another desire, the desire to have a child of her own. She couldn't imagine having a child with anyone other than him. Her heart was a mess of conflicting desires. Apache pinched his neck. Why do you want all 4 of us? Aren't you asking for too much? A knowing smile danced on his lips as though he'd been expecting this question. Most men would consider themselves lucky to have just one of you, but I don't want to settle with just one and live with regrets. I want all of you, so close that I can kiss and hug you anytime. I guess I'm a greedy man. The 4 of them were left speechless. Era. Sung-sun eventually muttered, clearly at a loss for words. How bold of you. Guess it can't be helped then. Hollows together strong, Apache mumbled. Big family unkillable. Her words were incoherent, like she was under the influence of overwhelming happiness and couldn't think straight. He looked at Mila Rose. So. Stop pressuring me into agreeing like this. Mila Rose retorted, clearly flustered. All right, I'll consider the idea of taking you as a mate, but only if you make it back alive. Haribel's eyes widened in realization. My answer is the same as Mila Rose. If she couldn't stop him from leaving, she could incentivize him to return. A suitable incentive for the men who would risk everything for her family. He hugged Apache with more force. Even God can't kill me now. Let's celebrate this moment with something special. Curiosity sparked in Mila Rose's eyes. What do you have in mind? He grinned. A buffet. You'll be my dessert. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 72, Chapter 74, First Conquest, I. How's the new cover? Anxious eyes darted around the modest yet tastefully furnished bedroom. There, at the room's heart, lay a plush bed adorned with 2 crisp pillows. Alongside, a modest table hosted a flower pot, lending a touch of life to the room. On the wall hung a clock, its steady tick-tock resonating with her throbbing heart. She perched on the edge of the bed, her senses prickling as a quiet murmur began to intrude upon the calm. The sound rose gradually, from distant, muffled impacts to the unmistakable patter of footsteps. The door creaked open. The man for whom she had been waiting stepped in, a towel hanging from his neck, his white hair dripping with water. He had emerged from the bath in just a pair of underwear, while she remained fully clothed, save for the white fedora concealing her horn. Still anxious. I don't know what you're talking about, she whispered, her trembling voice betraying her claim. I ain't anxious. He leaned against the door, shutting it with a drawn-out creak. As he settled onto the bed, a flicker of desire sparked in his eyes. 2 months had passed since he started his new life, since he last engaged in any sexual activity. 2 months of living with a sexy woman like Haribel, 2 agonizing months of sexual frustration to be unleashed on the beautiful tomboy. Poor girl is gonna break. Stop staring at me, she said, a nervous flutter tugging at her heart. What do you want? Playing the ignorant fool, are we? I am not, she retorted. We've been with everyone all day. Why are we here alone now? It puzzled her that he had sent everyone else home yet brought her here. She had some inkling of his intentions but was apprehensive about acknowledging them. Who said we're sleeping? She swallowed hard, her thoughts racing. What else are we supposed to do on a bed? You silly little goose, he trailed his whisper as he drew closer and kissed her cheeks. Remember our promise? I'll let you ride me when you become an Aaron-car. Time to fulfill that promise. Lifting her gaze, her heterochromatic eyes locked onto his blue ones. Get on all fours then. I'll ride you as my mount. She pushed his chest. Come on. He caught her hand and used his grip to pull her into his embrace. His lips sought hers, and he kissed her slowly, almost tantalizingly. A sudden electric thrill darted up her spine, her heart fluttering from the hormonal surge unleashed by her first kiss. The engagement of lips set her heart on fire. He broke away from the kiss, a playful grin adorning his face. I'll have to educate you about the ride I promised. She sighed and nestled into his chest. His scent brought her a flood of nostalgic memories. From discovering him in the wastelands of Hueco Mundo to sharing an intimate kiss in this quiet room, they had strayed far from their days as wanderers. Her affection for him had deepened gradually. Perhaps it was because he had dragged her out of a pathetic cycle of survival and mere existence, or perhaps he had given her the confidence and courage to reach new heights. He was the reason she could proudly claim to be near the food chain in the Hollow Kingdom. He was her first true friend, and possibly, her first mate. Part of her wished they were still alone, while another part felt grateful for having found endearing companions in Haribel, Mila Rose, Sung Sun, and even Surachi. Feeling nostalgic, she rubbed her face against his chest. Are we doing it here? He was gentle as he let his hands roam over her soft curves, holding her tightly against his own hard body. Yeah, I'll make you my mate tonight. She wrapped her arms around him. Don't give me babies. I want to become a Vasto Lord before any baby shenanigans. He expected nothing less from her. Her obsession with achieving Vasto Lorde-Class dominated her priorities unless he was involved. No worries. I'll be careful. With her explicit consent, he drew her into his arms, laying her down gently so her head nestled comfortably against the plush pillow. He hovered over her and showered her cheeks and lips with light, teasing kisses, a game of playful seduction for him that left her aching for more. The teasing was fun for him, but for her, it was torture. Jerk. Her hands found his shoulders and yanked him closer. Their lips met in a searing kiss. This time, he took the lead in showing her the true experience of kissing. She awkwardly opened her mouth in response to his probing. The innocent deer tried her best to keep up with him in their sloppy exchange of saliva. Her novice exploration grew into a tantalizing dance of passion. "Change into your hollow form," she murmured, her voice a hushed whisper, as she draped her arms around his neck. "Do it for me." "Sure." No sooner had the words left his lips than horns sprouted from his head, and a crimson gem appeared on his forehead. Folding his wings, he nestled his face in her neck, his lips grazing her skin with kisses that made her squirm beneath him. His hands roamed around her voluptuous body, pausing to undo buttons of her shirt, each loosened button unveiling more of her seductive tits to his hungry gaze. "Ah." She moaned softly, biting her lip as a wave of anticipation washed over her. "Something is happening to me." His hands traced the contours of her bra, the fabric tearing away under his eager touch. Her glorious tits sprang free with a jiggle that awakened the beast inside him. He hungrily cupped her mound and pushed them against each other. "On, the way you're sucking on my tits it's intense and lewd. It's just the tip of the iceberg." He buried his face in between her squeezed breasts, tickling her with his nose. The warmth and softness brought out a childlike euphoria in him. "I love boobs." She couldn't help but laugh at his innocent act. "I fucking knew you loved big boobs from the way you gawked at Mila Rose and Halibel. It was so obvious." Her cheeks reddened as she realized the implications of her words spoken in the heat of the moment. She had just given him ammunition to tease her more. "Oh." He chuckled, his tongue tracing wet patterns around her nipple. "So, you wanted a sexy body like Mila Rose to seduce me. You're also a perv, all right." Her back arched at his teasing touch, her moan filling the room. I wanted you to look at me the same way you looked at Mila Rose." Yes, I was jealous of her and Halibel. Now that they were together, she didn't feel much about being honest about her envious feelings. Rather, she looked at him eagerly as though waiting for him to judge her bad side. "I made you insecure," he whispered and gave her a soft smile. "I'll try to avoid these situations in the future." He was inexperienced in handling more than one relationship. Now he had the challenge of balancing his affection among 4 lovers and keeping them all happy. The responsibility, however, also came with 4 lovers to care for his physical and mental well-being. 4 times the baby-making sex. He completely filtered out the cheerful voice in his head. Chapter 73, Chapter 75, First Conquest, 2. Apache pulled him closer, his face buried further into the warmth of her chest. "Take this as a reward for me being a silly goose." After a couple of moments of being spoiled, he broke free from her hug and kissed her lips. "I'm gonna take off your pants and then I'll fuck you silly." Working on her belt, he tugged her pants down her legs and threw them with nonchalance. A barely visible damp patch on her black underwear made him smirk. He traced a gentle kiss over it before stripping her of the final barrier between them. The tomboy was left in a half-unbuttoned shirt, showcasing her wet pussy eager to be penetrated. He had to say she looked like the sexiest woman on the planet. But he couldn't be hasty as it was her first time. Taking matters into her own hands, she tossed her shirt to the floor. "I won't let you toy with me all day." She wasn't the one to keep taking offense. Pushing him off her, she pushed him down on the bed and dragged his underwear down to his ankles. She was struck speechless as his fully erect member popped out of his underwear. Her hiking breath caressed the sensitive skin of his penis. He raised his body and found her utterly absorbed in the sight before her. For nearly a minute, she just stared at his cock, observing every thick vein and taking in his scent. Her previous enthusiasm had all but faded after she came face to face with the monster hiding inside his underwear. He couldn't help but smile. "You like it?" A shiver ran down the Erinkar's spine as she hurriedly bobbed her head. It's bigger than I imagined. You're a beast." Gently, he caressed her horn and lowered her head, bringing her closer to his eager cock. "You know what to do now." She wrapped her fingers around its veiny girth, her 5 fingers hardly covering the length of his shaft. "I need to suck it." It was an uncertain suggestion that came out of nowhere, yet the thought had lodged itself in her mind. As she tucked her hair behind her ears, she lowered her head cautiously, her tongue darting out to taste him. A raised brow and a couple of slow, exploratory licks signaled her unexpected enjoyment of the taste of his cock. She grew more daring, her tongue swirling around the very top of his cock before she sealed the act with an unabashedly lustful kiss atop his bulbous crown. Her eyes fluttered up to meet him as she began to slide her lips along his shaft. "Like this." He lightly moaned at her kiss. You're doing good." His praise was the encouragement she needed to go all out. Her cheeks suctioned in a lewd manner as her tongue continuously teased his sensitive penis. Her bobbing head became more deliberate, maintaining a rhythm that was focused on the upper half of his magnificent cock. Unconsciously, his hand found her horn, tightening his grip and using it to guide her actions. A wild thought of her having 2 handlebars flitted through his mind before the intensifying pleasure drove it away. He had to take a pause to catch his breath, and to hold back his rapidly approaching orgasm. It was her first attempt, but she somehow seemed better than his previous lover. Previous life experience. He barely had the chance to ponder before pleasure clouded his thoughts. Apache, he called her name in a husky voice. I'm close. She only blinked at his warning and removed her hand from around his penis. Without slowing down or giving him a moment of respite, she continued bobbing her head down his member. This time, she didn't stop halfway and slid her lips down his saliva-covered penis, only stopping when he hit the back of her throat. Her tongue worked on his sensitive tip, her gaze still locked on him even as blush warmed her cheeks. It was the visual of her love, combined with her devoted efforts, that took away his control. A groan left his throat as he held her in place with her horn and let out a massive load of semen. Her eyes widened as the twitching penis filled her mouth with slimy fluids. She came off of his cock with a pop and coughed, white semen trickling down her lips. Sorry. That was too much. He took a moment, a breath, to gather himself before he slouched and smiled at her, a hand reaching to gently stroke her hair. It's fine. You did really well. Puffing her chest, she wiped her mouth and quickly closed the distance between them to hug him. Her breast squeezed against his chest under the ample force, and her erect nipples tickled him. Despite her arousal and despite her sexual urges barely satisfied, she found genuine content in his arms. See. I'm better than Mila Rose could ever be. Her words fell short when she felt him harden again, poking her waist. For some reason, she was under the misconception that his flaccid member signaled the end of their sexual act. As she'd come to realize, her assumption couldn't be further from the truth. Gripping her round, firm ass, he hoisted her up, and then she found herself thudding back onto the bed. A rush of déjà vu surged through her, memories of the moments when he had so teasingly toyed with her perky breasts. She was back in the same position. The process echoed the same moments, a trail of heated kisses beginning from her neck, migrating to the valley of her chest, then making a sensuous journey down her toned stomach. Skillfully avoiding her hollow hole, he arrived at her crotch and planted an electrifying smooch right on her swollen clit. I wonder why you are so wet. Chapter 74, Chapter 76, First Conquest, 3. Apache squirmed at the question. However, he pushed her ankles and raised her knees. With everything set and ready, he methodically spread her pussy lips with his thumbs, revealing her glistening petals. Not wasting another moment, he dove in, his tongue gliding along her slick folds. His face buried between her thighs, he navigated her depths and searched for her sweet spots. His tongue continued its slow exploration, swirling and pressing, the slight suction causing her to gasp. His steady rhythm built an agonizing tension within her, spreading heat that made her writhing body glisten with sweat. The room filled with the intoxicating sounds of her pleasure-filled moans and the wet slaps of his tongue against her. She was reduced to a quivering mess beneath him. Oh! She cried out, her hands instinctively gripping the sheets. Her breath hitched in her throat as the sensations overtook her senses. He savored the taste of her love juices, her soft moans fueling his masterful act. He took things further as he prodded her entrance with a finger and slowly plunged it inside her, her walls clamping down on it instantly. He inserted another finger and expertly curled them inside of her, hitting the sweet spots that made her muscles clenched. Every nerve of her screamed for release, the anticipation more painful than anything she'd felt before. It was a delightful torture she never wished to end. She moaned out as waves of pleasure washed over her with more intensity each time, the sensation escalating until she saw nothing but white in her head. Ah. Kazuya. Words failed her as she succumbed to the intense sensations. Her body jerked, and then it happened. The pressure building within her exploded, sending her crashing over the edge. She grabbed the back of his head, her hips involuntarily bucking. Her body spasmed as she squirted, a rush of wetness soaking his face and the sheets beneath them. Kazuya, she screamed, her back arching off the bed. I'm going insane. He didn't stop until her body stopped shaking. Only then did he withdraw his fingers from her dripping cunt and lifted his head from between her legs. He wiped them with the back of his hand, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Well, he said. Was it good? She could only nod, too spent to find her voice. Her body felt boneless, pleasure still humming in her veins. Go on. Take your hard cock and shove it inside her. Shut up, voyeur. He patted her thigh. Hey, don't fall asleep on me. I am not, she said with a lot more energy than usual and stretched her arms. Give a hand. He dragged her off the bed, getting her settled in his arms. She was quiet at first, then her hands roamed his chiseled torso, kneading and caressing, provoking him with her warmth. A sultry rhythm emerged as she rolled her hips, her wet pussy sliding against his stiff cock, lathering it in her juices. You want to, she whispered seductively in his ears, giving him a taste of his own temptation medicine. I can take it all and make you come. She was showing a different side of herself, one that didn't shy from intimacy. One that thrived in love and pleasure. He licked her ear and moved to sit on the edge of the bed. Be a good Apache and ride me. Gripping his shoulders, she rose on her knees and guided his cock to her wet entrance. The tip of his shaft nestled in her clit quite nicely and her cunt entrance clenched down immediately around him. He shuddered as she lowered herself on him. His cock split open her cunt, stretching her insanely wide as he entered her. The penetration was slow but sure, giving her time to adjust to his size. A shuddering breath escaped her lips, the sweet pain mingling with pleasure. "Ah. There is no rush," he whispered and kissed her lips. "We can start when you get accustomed." She shook her head and rested her chin on his shoulder. "I'm gonna move." Their eyes locked as she slowly began to move, her hips grinding against his in erotic rhythm. His hands were drawn to her sexy hips as he firmly gripped them and guided her lascivious dance. Her rhythm was slow and sensual. With each rise and fall, she took him deeper and deeper to the edge of pleasure. Her moans echoed like a melody in his ears, his name rolling off her tongue in sultry whimpers. She had several little climaxes during her seductive dance across his lap. "Harder." She gasped, her nail digging into his back as she swung her hips up and down with no abandon. An explosive orgasm consumed her, her pussy clenching around him in uncontrollable and delicious spasms. Her unrestrained surrender was the trigger to his own climax. With a growl that echoed in the room and a final powerful thrust, he spilled his hot seed into her. Spent and satisfied, she slumped onto him, her body quivering with the aftershocks of her climax. He wrapped his arms around her, securing her trembling form against his. Their chests rose and fell in harmony, their sweat-drenched bodies tangled in blissful satisfaction. His cock remained lodged within her, a warm, pulsating reminder of their raw, unbridled passion for each other. "Kazuya," she whispered in his ears. "I declare to the world that you're my lover, and my mate. How about being my wife?" "It's the same thing, silly goose." Whatever." She giggled. "I want to accompany you to the Soul Society." "I know I can't but I want to." "Are you addicted to sex?" "I just want to stay with you." She tightened her arms around him and nuzzled her face close to his neck. "Like this, forever." Now, whether intentional or not, she was provoking feelings of guilt in him about his pending departure for the Soul Society. The guilt was amplified by the fact that another woman was largely the reason for his leaving. "Fuck Unohana. We're doing it for Hogyoku. We need that power to survive Yawatch. You cannot rely on Ichigo to save the day in this world." He found himself nodding to Nami's reason. "Apache, don't be stubborn. I promise I'll take leave every now and then." "Okay. I want more." "Can you still go?" "Of course. It's the longest I have gone in a harem story without lemons. You guys decide if it was worth it or not. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 75, Chapter 77, Riches and Bitches. Chapter 77, Riches and Bitches. A/N, I couldn't resist naming the chapter like that. It was a perfect opportunity. Kazuya had decided early on that the claustrophobic confines of Kasuke's underground chamber were no place for his companions. It was, in many ways, more limiting than the Hueco Mundo. Thus, he made it his mission to secure them a mansion where they could live safely and often go out to explore the city as they wished. So, in the following days, he embarked on a solo adventure in Karakura town and its neighbor Naruki City. His target demographic consisted of rich housewives, regardless of their age. With gentle persuasion, he convinced them to part with a small percentage of their wealth. No one faced bankruptcy, yet he became filthy rich. After a few challenging days, he could be seen lounging poolside, clad in swimming trunks, spending relaxing time with his women. "You got both riches and bitches, partner." I couldn't invite Surachi. Despite his best efforts to persuade Surachi, she had remained as immovable as a mountain. He had so anticipated seeing her in a goth swimsuit. Her half-Arankar form appealed to him in more ways than she imagined. "Dude, get a grip on your horny or you'll end up with more women than the fingers on your hands." "I see no problem with that." "Should have known better. You have become too free-minded and loose, like a hoe on the streets. Freedom, it's like taking a bath. Once you get used to it, you can never return. It's addicting. Too much of anything is bad, partner. Mark my words." "I still can't believe you got this for us," whispered Mila Rose from a deck chair behind him. Sung-sun, Apache, and Halibel relaxed on their own chairs next to Mila Rose. "Skull, how did you pull it off?" "The best way to keep a secret is to forget it." "So, yeah. I forgot." She had been insistent about discovering the source of his wealth, but once again, he deflected her with a vague answer. Sung-sun pushed her sunglasses to her head before putting them back on. "Why do you want to know the secret? You want to get rich like him?" "Probably," Apache responded, a giggle accompanying her words. "Mila Rose will buy a restaurant just to eat sushi every day." Mila Rose's cheeks flushed. How come everyone guessed her intentions without even trying? Was she really that predictable? Casting a sidelong glance over his shoulder, his lips curved into a teasing smile. Rose, you've been ordering sushi 3 times a day ever since our date. Halibel stretched her arms, yawning after all the recent relaxation. If that wasn't enough, you've been gushing about its exquisite taste for hours. Even Halibel had joined the teasing, no longer observing from the sidelines. She had become just a little more active during their conversations recently. He couldn't help but compare Halibel to the hero mentioned in You Either Die a Hero, or You Live Long Enough to See Yourself Become the Villain. Mila Rose's blush deepened into a fierce scarlet. I'm sorry, okay. I shouldn't be so passionate about things I enjoy. Everyone chuckled at her outburst. Unintentional or not, Mila Rose's vibrant demeanor added a dash of liveliness to the group. Slipping off her sunglasses, Sung-sun took a sharp gaze at him. By the way, you haven't given our swimsuit any rating. He lapsed into thoughtful silence, letting his eyes drift over each of them, beginning with Halibel. Clad in a stark white bikini and a midnight black pareo that contrasted her sun-kissed skin, her aura had mellowed compared to her Arankar outfit. Blonde hair, white crown, tan skin, black and white bikini, everything is vibrant but pleasing to eyes. Easily 10 out of 10. Halibel revealed a smile almost imperceptible to eyes. Thanks. He nodded, his gaze then veering towards Mila Rose. She leaned back with her hand behind her head, in a pose that accentuated her voluptuous boobs clad in an unblemished purple swimsuit. A matching pareo accentuated the graceful curve of her waist. Purple. A classic choice to bring out the charm of your naturally dark skin and hair. The pareo adds a lovely touch to your long, toned legs. I'll give you an 8 out of 10. She was easily a 10 in his heart, but he couldn't overinflate her ego now, could he? A frown creased her face at his less than perfect rating. Why did you cut 2 points? I am the sexiest one here. Clearly, she was upset at not receiving a perfect score like Halibel. Be happy with what you got, Sung-sun said. Rate me. Sung-sun appeared less striking in her minimalist black bikini, a loose black hoodie with sleeves hanging long past her hands draped over it. Black color for your pale skin is a great choice. I have no compliments for your fashion sense other than the fact you're a 10 in both appearance and personality. He was a sucker for her endless tease and mature demeanor. Era, darling. Are you perhaps a soap? Because you're so damn smooth. Not the soap puns. Sung-sun giggled. Let's rate Apache. His gaze shifted towards Apache, who was clad in a white, frilly swimsuit top and denim shorts. A red hoodie was casually thrown over her attire, while her Zampakuto served as ornamental bracelets around her wrists. Apache squirmed under his attentive scrutiny. I don't care about your rating. All of his sweet talk during sex, which they had been doing non-stop every night behind everyone's backs, had made her a little more resistant to his voice. Yet, the warmth in his gaze stirred a familiar blush on her cheeks, evoking memories too lewd to be put into words. Before he could rate her, an uninvited black cat scurried into the scene. Wow, brat. You're having a pool party without me, your senior. If it isn't the old hag of Shihoin clan. You're kinda wrong. No parties here. We're just chilling. Yoruchi rolled her eyes. There are a couple of classes between a hag and a young woman like me. I don't care, he said with a shrug. Anyways, come sit on my lap. I'm good with cats. Nope. I can lick my furs clean on my own. Mila Rose stirred from her seat, approaching Yoruchi. I hold you in high regard, but the only man allowed here is Skull. Please leave. She seemed more unnerved than the others, who remained quite indifferent to Yoruchi's presence. Then again, she was the only one with a particular distaste for men. The black cat laughed at Mila Rose's somewhat sincere request. Can I join you if I don't act like a man? Befuddled by the unexpected response, Mila Rose could only gape as Yoruchi vaulted into the air. A smoke screen enveloped her mid-leap, and when it dispersed, she was no longer a cat. A dark-skinned woman with vibrant purple hair stood before them, her golden eyes filled with mischief. She broke any illusion of her true form being that of a male. Yoruchi bent her body and stretched her arms. Ah, it feels good stretching like this. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 76, Chapter 78, Invitation. Performing a fluid sequence of stretches, Yoruchi Shihoin coaxed her lithe body into wakefulness. Her muscles, unlike the brute strength of Mila Rose, were defined by agility and flexibility, resembling the finesse of a panther ready to pounce. The early sun reflected off her dark skin, casting a lustrous sheen that emphasized her impressive physique. Yoruchi then surveyed the varied reactions around her, hoping that her unexpected transformation had its intended impact. Mila Rose was left aghast, her brows knitting into an expression of sheer bewilderment, while Apache huffed in a noticeably irked fashion. Halibel maintained her typical aloof air, eyes unfazed, whereas an amused smirk played on Sung-sun's lips. However, Yoruchi found herself most intrigued by Kazuya. His expression, a puzzling mixture of disappointment, was a far cry from what she had anticipated. He's known me from the start. Why the disappointment? I don't look inferior to his women, do I? Keen to satiate her curiosity, she gently probed Kazuya for the reason behind his unusual reaction. I expected you to be a lot taller. And his answer puzzled her. She was 156 centimeters, a woman of average height in the Soul Society. Then again, she was facing a man taller than Kasuke, standing at almost 6.5 feet tall. She'd naturally appear smaller in comparison. Yoruchi placed her hands on her hips. You know how age works for powerful souls. Who knows, maybe I can grow a couple more inches. Nice optimism, he said with a round of applause. Flashing your beautiful body to everyone, Shihoin-san definitely lives up to her title, the Flash Goddess. Yoruchi's smirk widened. I like your interpretation of the Flash Goddess. It lends a whole new level of interest to my legacy. Mila rose, finally regaining her composure from the initial shock, pointed an accusing finger at Yoruchi. Wait, you're a woman. She cast a glance around, realizing that no one shared her surprise. I mean, I understand Kazuya knowing this, but why are you all acting like it's nothing? Was I the only one in the dark? A grin crossed Apache's face. It was pretty obvious from our first meeting. Sung-sun nodded. Yoruchi was baiting us from the get-go. I saw her try hard attempts from miles away. Halibel feigned ignorance to Mila Rose's gaze, attempting not to deepen Mila Rose's embarrassment. There was something endearing about Mila Rose's occasional denseness. It stemmed from her unwavering trust in her senses, rarely questioning what she saw or heard. Yoruchi-san. The sudden interruption of a cold voice from behind Yoruchi startled everyone. It was Lisa looking at Yoruchi with exasperation. Don't flash your titties in front of a man engaged to multiple women. Standing there in an aqua-green bikini that complemented her eyes, Lisa held a shopping bag in her hand. Kazuya's gaze inevitably wandered towards her ample chest, noting silently that her bust was somewhat larger than Apache's. Boobs, the first thing a man sees in a woman. Titties are truly the bane of all men. Lisa tossed the bag towards Yoruchi. Enough fooling around. Put this on. Hi. In a well-choreographed motion, Lisa took off her glasses and flung them to Kazuya before taking a graceful dive into the pool. She swam like she owned the place, completely at ease, despite the fact it was her first visit. Kazuya expected nothing less from the sassy full-time maid. I take it that you like this place. A historic Gothic mansion with Victorian architectural elements. You certainly have good taste. I have a wonderful taste in everything, or you wouldn't be allowed here. Lisa was grateful she had her back turned on everyone, or they would have seen her blush. The subtle compliment caught her off guard. Are you not returning to Ishida Mansion? She shifted the topic. About that. Tada. Yoruchi's jubilant exclamation seized everyone's attention. She stood there, striking a provocative pose with her butt sticking out towards them. She had both of her hands pulling the tight black swimsuit over her ass. Rather than an orange swimsuit, she went for a black one with hints of violet and white. Image here. One might have mistaken her display as a seductive act. But he knew better. It was Yoruchi, always the tease, always dancing on the edge of playfulness, never crossing the line into the serious. He had to spend almost 20 years with her. There was no way he would let her playful antics slide unpunished in the Soul Society. She was getting bedded one way or another. Pretty good I say, he replied. Are you offering your ass for spanking? She pulled her hands back quickly and turned around, crossing her arms with a smirk. Someone's getting worked up over a hag, huh? No one said hags can't be attractive. We have a gilf category for them. Yoruchi blinked in surprise, her brows furrowing slightly. I don't understand what that means. You don't need to, he said with a calm, soothing smile. Go swim with Lisa. Diverting his attention from Yoruchi, he turned towards Mila Rose. You're calm now. Mila Rose let out a sigh. I am. I was just surprised that the cat with such a thick, masculine voice is actually a woman. She is like Sung-sun but more unhinged. True. Era, darling. Are you talking behind my back? I am not. He sprawled on Mila Rose's deck chair and let the sunlight wash over him. His vision was graced by the sight of 3 stunning, dark-skinned beauties, each one possessing a figure more alluring than the last. Only he was around to witness the gorgeous sight. Boys, I found heaven on earth. It's also heaven for lesbians, bisexual, and every fucking gender attracted to women. Sung-sun took off her sunglasses and draped them over his eyes. Have a fun sleep. He cast her a curious glance. She hadn't attacked him yet, which was quite out of character considering her teasing nature. Is she shy about making the first move? Her resurrection is called White Snake Princess in Japanese. I'd say she is playing her part to perfection, being a chaste princess. He pondered on this for a moment. After having her fill of swimming, Yoruchi leisurely swam to the edge of the pool and propped her elbows on the warm pool tiles. The water flowed down her shoulders, creating an enticing image. Kazuya, I almost forgot why I came here in the first place. Why is that? Lisa too emerged from the water, contrasting the dark-skinned Shinigami with her fair complexion. Yoruchi had brought her from the Ishida mansion under some pretense, but there must be more to it than just shopping for swimsuits. Well, Yoruchi began, injecting a sense of suspense into the air. It's about time you formally introduce your group to the Visored. Lisa's brows arched upwards. You can't just bring a bunch of high-level hollows to our base. Kensei and Hiyori will lose their shit. Yoruchi laughed. That's the plan. I want to see some shock on their faces. You are fucked in the head. It's just light fun, Yoruchi said and turned to Kazuya. Choose a name for your faction. Something catchy like Visored did. I want to hear a mic drop when you say your name. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 77, Chapter 79, Gon Yandere. Kazuya was a little stumped about choosing a name for his faction, which only consisted of 6 members, 5 ladies and him. He eventually wanted to introduce powerful hollows like Stark, but Mila Rose's prejudice for men hadn't completely vanished. I can help you with the name. How about 5 Fingers of Doom? We can keep Surachi as a mascot on the side. Nami's voice echoed in his mind, suggesting names that reeked of her own chunny tendencies. As he narrowed his gaze on the crystal-clear water, a curious thought about her chunny tendencies emerged. She could be the manifestation of a part of him buried deep in his soul. A side that he had never allowed to surface, a suppressed persona birthed from his disciplined upbringing under his grandfather. The Godslayers. The Cosmic Warriors. The Void Kings of Demonic Realm. The Dark Einherjar. The Demonic Valkyrites. She continued spitting out name after audacious name, each more grandiose and chunny than the last, but he didn't nod his head to any. Keep ignoring me, partner. Letting out a sigh, he turned his attention to Halibel. Her aqua-green eyes stared back at him, as calm as the moonlit sea. You're the leader of our group, he reminded her in a soft voice. You should decide the name. The name will stick with us when we move on to rule the Hueco Mundo. He had long since taken over as the voice of the group, mainly due to Halibel's quiet and thoughtful nature. She spent more time in her head than engaging with others. That didn't imply his usurpation of her leadership. At best, he viewed himself as a co-leader, akin to a clan elder supporting the clan leader. There was also the crown-like hollow remnant on her head, which possibly reflected her hidden aspirations to rule the Hueco Mundo as this peaceful and sacrificing queen. He was subtly testing the waters, gauging if such an ambition was harbored within her heart. I was the leader. Now you are, Halibel said in a firm voice, bluntly putting down any doubts anyone had about her current position. As for Hueco Mundo, a subtle shift occurred in her demeanor as she finally moved from her relaxed position. Leaning forward, a crease formed between her brows, a sign that they were delving into serious territory. My dream is about achieving peace and minimizing meaningless deaths in the name of survival and evolution. I believe we can do it. She confidently revealed her vision with everyone. The vision that no longer seemed silly or impossible with Baragan's death and her massive power surge. She glanced at every one of her companions before settling her eyes on him. I want Hueco Mundo and our race to be better. Will you help me? With pleasure, he replied calmly. I just need you to wait for some time. Until then, we can focus on breaking the Las Noches structure and clearing the seeds from the previous monarchy. He supported her wholeheartedly. However, an ominous shadow loomed over her dream. The problem was once again Aizen. The King of Hollows will soon become Aizen's target. Letting her become the ruler of Hollows was foolish in the current year, to say the least. Kill Aizen. All problems solved. Eventually. Aizen in his base state wasn't invincible. Kazuya could overgrow Aizen as long as Aizen didn't achieve his Hogyoku fusion form. He just had to make sure he killed Aizen in one fight. A nod from Halibel marked her agreement, her eyes revealing a hint of delight at his foresight about her aspirations. Cunning yet empathetic, there is no more suitable ruler than you. I'll assist you in whichever role possible. There was no protest from the group. They had already embraced the prospect of him being the next King of Hollows the moment he destroyed Baragan. Looking at the crown on her head, he grinned. How about you play the role of my queen? Her lips paused mid-word before splitting into a broad smile. We'll see. It was the biggest smile he had seen on her face. Alas, he couldn't capture the moment. Sung Sun called for everyone's attention. Halibel-sama has decided to pass the crown to our Kazuya. She is queen and she treats Kazuya like a son, Apache interjected. He should be the crown prince then. The Prince of Hollows. Yoruichi laughed. It has a nice ring to it. Lisa nodded. Sounds like a title from an erotica. Mila Rose raised her hand as if she was in a class. If Halibel-sama is the queen, then what are we? Sung-sun raised a brow. Mistresses. Concubines. King's brides. The princesses of Hollows. Mila Rose winced. Spare me from those fancy titles. I'll just stay as Francesca Mila Rose. Apache didn't confirm nor deny Sung-sun's suggestion, her mind weaving thoughts one would consider obscene and lewd. Sung-sun clapped her hands. It's the official crowning of our new leader, the new king of Hollows, the god slayer, and the most handsome darling in the world, Kazuya. Fall on your knees and acknowledge him. That's a lotta slicking packed into one sentence, Mila Rose guffawed. Though, I have to admit his face is better than those monstrous Hollows. After the room filled with laughter and cheerful jeers, Kazuya steered the conversation back to their original dilemma, the name of their group. Urahara-san said that Hollows are poison to Quincy, and Quincy's abilities are deadly against Hollows. I'm a perfect specimen of both races. Since I'm the leader, the name should be based on me. Yoruichi frowned. What's it gonna be? The inverse. The inverse, huh? It suits you well, Yoruichi said, a smirk playing on her lips. You're the antithesis of your own existence. I quite like the name. On top of being lazy and playful, Yoruichi was quite a wise woman. One of the reasons for her immense popularity among her fans. Nods and murmurs of agreement resonated throughout the room. Most members hadn't been particularly concerned with their group name, else they would have settled on one already. Boo. Nami wasn't happy about his choice. Oh well, you can't make everyone happy. I'm not anyone. I'm your partner. Partner. We live for each other. We die for each other. We murder the world to protect the other. We are soulmates born of the same soul, she retorted, her tone hinting at an edge of intensity that was borderline obsessive. Her words bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a Yandere. While he wasn't necessarily bothered by Yandere, Nami wielded an enormous amount of power. A Yandere of her level was nightmare fuel. Nami, I promise I'll let you name something else later. Really? You better keep the promise or I'll transform into a kitchen knife and cut your throat. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 78, Chapter 80-81, Meeting the Visored. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. The Visored took their training seriously as mastering their hollow masks was an important goal, surpassed only by their burning desire to hold Aizen accountable for his deplorable sins and kicking his ass. The training routine of the Visored typically involved fierce sparring matches between pairs within the confines of a force field created by Aizen. One such bout was about to unfold at the very moment. A figure of towering stature and a solid physique, crowned with short silver hair, squared off against Hiyori. Her face was hidden behind her hollow mask, which was adorned with a single horn and a series of diamond patterns on her forehead. Her Zampakuto, transformed into its Shurikai form, resembled a cleaver with serrated edges. Hiyori's hollow mask endowed her with a great strength boost, but she struggled to close the inherent gap between a vice-captain and a captain's Ryatsu. Her opponent, Kensei Megurama, the former captain of the 9th Squad, hadn't even worn his hollow mask. He held his bronze-guarded combat knife, his Zampakuto in Shurikai form. His face was exceedingly calm compared to Hiyori's seething ferocity. I'm coming. With a ground-shattering kickoff, Hiyori charged at Kensei, her cleaver raised high. He easily countered her vicious strike with his combat knife, parrying her assault. The duel began slowly but soon escalated, the air crackling with tension. Kensei remained casual, deflecting Hiyori's barrage of vicious strikes, even finding time to strike her defenseless side a couple of times. Every sting of his dagger cut was accompanied by the summoning of a fierce wind blade that inflicted even more injuries on Hiyori. In less than a minute, Hiyori was drenched in her own blood, her hollow mask chipped and battered in several places. Taking deep breaths, she focused on Kensei, the adrenaline making her somewhat numb to the pain. Kensei clenched his jaw, admonishing, "You can't extend the timer like that. Stop resting and come at me." "I know, jerk." "Ha. Take a load of this blade." She pushed through the pain, which was the key to increasing the duration of her hollowification. The longer they could maintain their hollow masks, the more feasible it would be to turn the tide against stronger opponents. The fight continued for 2 minutes before Hiyori's hollow mask dissolved on its own. Like always, Kensei avoided any direct hit from Hiyori. Overlooking the training area from a raised balcony, Shinji watched the duel with an air of detached interest, his hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets. But beneath the mask of indifference, he was sharply aware of every movement, every exchange of blows. He understood the pain Hiyori was pushing through, and it stirred a mixture of admiration and concern within him. Abruptly, his gaze shifted to the underground training chamber's exit. Lisa is back with Yoruchi-san, and someone else. Kisuke, who had been observing the Visored's growth, licked his lips. Let's meet them, shall we? Shinji narrowed his eyes, sensing that Kisuke was cooking something. The self-proclaimed handsome merchant rarely ventured to their underground chamber, a place he had constructed in the first place. Today he just showed up under the guise of observing their training and gaining some enlightenment. As if Shinji would believe those words. Shinji waved his hand. I'll be back in a jiff. As he emerged from the underground chamber, his eyes instantly fell upon an unexpected sight. Standing within the dimly lit warehouse was a man with silver hair flowing down his shoulders like a mane. His true nature could easily be discernible by 2 white horns on the sides of his head and the red gem on his forehead. He was an Arankar, no doubt, who had torn off his mask and concealed his Ryatsu with a jigai. But what caught Shinji's attention was the familiarity of the Arankar's Ryatsu. The Arankar we were worried about. Why does he look like those demon kings from Love's Shounen manga? Shinji swiveled towards Kisuke, his gaze sharp as a blade. You know him. Kisuke placed a reassuring hand on Shinji's shoulder. He might be Arankar, but he is a friend. You'll find Kazuya particularly interesting. The man who claimed he served Aizen must also be familiar with Aizen's former captain, Shinji Hirako. Kisuke couldn't wait to see the authenticity of Kazuya's claim. I ain't familiar with the name Kazuya. Yoruchi and Lisa walked into the warehouse, positioning themselves on either side of Kazuya. Yo, Shinji, Yoruchi said as she raised her hand in greeting, still in her swimsuit. Meet our new friend, the leader of the inverse. Kazuya looked up as well, smiling. Nice to meet you, Shinji. Let's sit somewhere appropriate, shall we? Kazuya's soothing voice made Shinji question if he was into women or men. Minutes later, Shinji, Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Kazuya were huddled around a table. The warm flicker of the artificial sun, the Kido spell, bathed their faces in a subtle glow. Shinji was frowning, deep in thought. Kisuke fanned himself with an air of amused detachment. Yoruchi was leaning back in her chair, her gaze sharp and appraising. The Visored scrutinized them from a distance, their curiosity piqued, except for Lisa. She stood behind Kazuya, eager to know the secret he was so keen on concealing. He sat relaxed like Yoruchi, one elbow resting on the table. His eyes held a gleam of cunning as they flicked towards Kisuke, his smile playing around the edges of his mouth. Kisuke had brought him here to test him against Shinji Hirako. And he had come prepared. He wasn't going to let his lies fall apart so easily. Dealing with Shinji was a breeze of air compared to dealing with Kisuke. This guy is the Vasto Lord we were discussing, right? Shinji cut to the chase with a direct question. Where's the other Arankar? At my home, he said with a faint smile. I didn't bring everyone here to give you guys a scare. Kisuke, why do you want my group to be familiar with the Visored? As far as I know, we have nothing in common. The Visored were unlikely to offer any assistance in his mission involving the Soul Society, unless Kisuke intended for them to forge friendships through conversation. The chances of that happening were 1 in a million. Shinji nodded at the question. Yeah. Why introduce us? Kisuke, who was busy waving his fan, smiled. There is one thing in common. You both got done in when Aizen used you as a test subject. You see, Kazuya here used to be a seated officer in your squad before he was used by Aizen for the hollowification experiment. Huh. He reincarnated as a hollow then became a Vasto Lord in, what, 100 years? That's some impressive growth. Kazuya shrugged. You guys escaped with your lives. I straight up got decimated from the inside. Lisa, standing close behind, softened her gaze at his admission. His reincarnation and Shinigami background were revelations she could never have imagined. His affiliations with Kisuke and Yoruchi began to make sense. It's not like that, Kazuya. You died with honor. We ran away. He stretched his behind, beckoning her. She complied without a word, bridging the gap to stand beside him, an act that didn't go unnoticed by Shinji and the rest of her friends. I know you Shinigami are high on honor and stuff. Try living as a hollow in Hueco Mundo. You'll forget everything about honor when you have to constantly hide and flee from every living being. Everyone in that world would happily kill you and chew on your bones for a sliver of chance of evolution. It's every man for himself there, survival of the fittest, a literal fuckfest. Lisa nodded in understanding. Survival is important, but it takes a backseat when you have experienced centuries. Honor keeps our conscience in check, never letting us stray far from our mission. I don't know how that feels, yet, he said with a soft smile. Lisa, Ask me the same question in 100 years. I might have a different answer then. A ripple of surprise washed over Lisa. His words implied they would still be in touch after a century, as friends or something else. Her mind wandered to questionable territory until she heard Yoruichi's playful tapping on the table. Yoruichi let out a theatrical yawn, drawing all eyes to her. She lazily stretched, a cat-like grin spreading across her face. I'm with Kazuya. I'll go with whatever my heart thinks is the right action. Honor and traditions are way too shackling for a small person like me. Shinji chuckled. Cats are easily bored. Why don't you play with a ball of wool in the corner? Yoruichi gave an unamused smile. You got a shit face and a shit sense of humor. Shinji got a critical hit from her surprise attack. Coughing, he turned to Kazuya, quickly attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. What was your name, again? I'm sure you weren't Kazuya back then. Given the limited number of seated officers in any squad, it was feasible for a captain or vice-captain to recall each one's name. Kazuya shook his head. I have yet to remember my name. I guess the important memories are coming back first. It's sad to say that Aizen's betrayal left a deeper scar on my soul than my own life. Reincarnation was an intricate subject even in the Soul Society. Nobody was completely sure about anything except the fact that the dead souls moved to one of the 3 realms with each death. The balance was continuously maintained with Shinigami's casual duties, unless an influx of souls suddenly vanished from one realm. Yoruichi chimed in with a nod. It's already impressive that he remembered something in the first place. The cycle of reincarnation leaves no traces of memories. If I had to guess, the hollowification experiment must have done something to his consciousness. Kasuke had a different reason for Kazuya keeping his memories, but he didn't bring it up before anyone. The existence of Soul King was concealed even from Yoruichi. The less people knew about the anchor the better it was for the Soul Society's stability. Let's forget about that, Shinji said with a casual shrug. I want to know why you're so close with Lisa. Kazuya revealed a grin. The poor girl has a bit of a crush on me. An ice-cold blade made its way to his neck. Lisa glared at him with the level of animosity one saved for their nastiest enemies. What were you saying? His grin didn't falter a bit as gripped the tip of her katana and nudged it away from his neck. You were dying to go on a date with me, remember? She almost blushed at the reminder of her previous embarrassment and the way he left her stranding. You asked me out first, then you went back on your own proposal. She made excuses to save some face before her friends. Shinji hung his head in a feigned defeat. I also proposed to you before, but you rejected me. Kazuya raised a brow. You say that to every woman you come across. Hiyori yelled, he never said that to me. Kazuya cheerfully waved to Hiyori. Let me correct my words. He says that to every beautiful woman. Hiyori stared at him with an open mouth like a certain yellow rat. She could hardly focus her thoughts when subjected to the power of his voice. Shinji, on the other hand, burst into laughter, his cackles resounding throughout the underground chamber. Good one, mate. Rojuro Odoribashi, the former captain of the 3rd Squad, let out a whistle. He was a blonde with an unusually sharp chin, wearing what seemed like a black suit with frilly cuffs. Someone bring ice from the fridge and treat that burn. Hiyori needs it. Hiyori clenched her fists. I'm gonna kill you for that. She drew her katana and launched herself at Kazuya. With a casual flick of his finger, he sent a blue ball of Ryatsu, a Zero Ray, sailing over Shinji's head and straight towards Hiyori. She halted mid-charge, adopting a defensive stance as her hollow mask manifested, augmenting her power. An intense explosion swallowed Hiyori. When the smoke cleared, she emerged unscathed, save for her tracksuit that was now ragged and torn in several places. Kazuya smiled softly. I'm glad you are not hurt. Hiyori's scowl deepened. Don't give me that crap. I'm exhausted or you'd be dead right now. Humph. She flew away from the scene as though admitting her hot-headedness was too much for her. Yoruichi watched the events unfold with interest. The small skirmish with Hiyori didn't take away the fact everything went smoothly. The Visored not rushing at Kazuya to avenge Hiyori was a big testament of their trust in Shinji. Kazuya shrugged. Say sorry to her for me later, Shinji. She rarely accepts defeat like this, Shinji said with an unamused face. A small Zero almost defeated her. You outclass her, man. I doubt any one of us could go one-on-one with you. Lisa's brows raised in surprise. Seriously, Shinji. He was their strongest member as far as she knew. Kazuya turned out to be even stronger than she had expected. Shinji nodded. I'm sensitive to Ryatsu. His surpasses mine by a big margin. I partially awakened my Zampakuto at Kasuke's house. Yoruichi chuckled. You're at this level of strength at partial resurrection. What kind of monster will you become at your strength? Capable of defeating Aizen, I hope. He shrugged. That guy is a true monster. Shinji here knows that, right? Shinji leaned against his chair and threw his back. I knew he was suspicious when I first saw him. I kept him at my side all the time. Little did I know, I was being fooled so hard by his illusion. That fucker's smile makes my blood boil. Don't worry. I'm gonna put an end to his tomfoolery. Huh? What are you gonna do to Aizen? Kasuke decided to answer on Kazuya's behalf. Shinji-san, Kazuya-san is going to the Soul Society to expose Aizen's crimes. The tension suddenly rose at the mention of his master plan. Just one of his plans which he was hoping would work out. Huh? Shinji stared at Kazuya. Couldn't you find? His words got stuck in his throat when Kazuya's horns disappeared, revealing his Quincy form. You were saying something. What the fuck? Shinji's shocked voice resonated through the underground chamber. The Visored, previously standing at a distance, rushed towards Kazuya, forming a curious circle around him. Yoruichi laughed. These were the types of reactions she lived for. The same type of reaction people gave her when she went from a male cat to a sexy woman. Her amusement was amplified by the expression Kazuya was making. It seemed like he was a cute alien surrounded by a bunch of earthlings trying to understand him but to no avail. Hang in there, buddy. Help is not on the way, she teased. Definitely not. Fuck off, he said and pushed everyone with his hands. Stop acting like children. Switching between Quincy and Hollow is my innate ability. Don't call Mashiro a child, exclaimed a young woman clad in a bodysuit that looked like it was straight out of a Japanese superhero TV show. Mashiro is a grown-up. Only a kid refers to themselves in third person, girl. Kensei chuckled. Paused before cracking his knuckles. She refuses to be normal. Mashiro shot Kensei a childish grimace, pulling her eyelid down and sticking her tongue out. Kensei, you grouch. You big jerk. Kensei paused before cracking his knuckles. I'm gonna kick your ass. A playful scuffle broke out between the former captain and vice-captain of the 9th Squad, a tradition that had been carried on from their time in the Soul Society to the world of the living. Kazuya looked at Shinji. Are you guys sure you don't need a therapist? I can refer you to one on my contacts list. Love Aikawa, the tall Visored with a black spiked afro, scratched his cheek thoughtfully. You should know how souls are. You develop all types of eccentricity when you live for as long as us. That's true. Kazuya agreed with a nod. It doesn't mean a little therapy here and there won't improve your mood. Lisa rolled her eyes. Look at this Hollow giving us life tips. Go back to Hueco Mundo and devour your own race. I'm not some random Hollow, he said as he crossed his arms, his expression serious. You're talking to the Prince of Hollows. The future king of Arancars. If you're the future king of Arancars then I'm queen of Shinigami. Aren't we perfect male and female leads for a romance novel? I prefer erotica, but sure. Male and female leads with our backgrounds would sell as hot as Romeo and Juliet. Shinji watched, speechless. You too. Just marry already. Kazuya extended his hand to Lisa. Let's go to church. In your dreams. Chapter 79, Chapter 82, Apprehensions. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. At Kazuya's mansion. Surachi emerged from the building and shielded her eyes from the dazzling sunlight. Around the glistening pool, Apache, Halibel, and Sung-Sun sprawled across chairs, their bodies still as statues basking in the sun. On the other side, Mila Rose splashed clumsily through the pool like an eager child. She was in the middle of learning how to swim, a challenge that went against her nature as a lioness. From Surachi's perspective, all four women relaxed and enjoyed the lovely afternoon. Rose, where is Kazuya? Mila Rose poked her head out of the water. He went to meet the Visored. It's the group Lisa is a part of. Alone. He insisted on going alone. Surachi rubbed the back of her head. One of you should have gone with him. He is our leader for fuck's sake. What type of impression will it leave on the other party? At that, Halibel stirred, removing her sunglasses. Sparks flew as they stared at each other, unyielding spirits fighting an imperceptible battle. He insisted on going alone. Halibel repeated Mila Rose's words in a steady, deliberate voice. He didn't want to scare them with a group of Arancars wielding fearsome powers. Try to understand the Visored's perspective. A group of powerful Arancars hiding in the same town as them. I get it. Surachi's sigh was audible, a mix of realization and resignation. She approached the pool, sitting at the edge and dipping her feet into the water, creating ripples that disturbed its tranquility. When is he leaving? Someone seems to be terribly lonely without our leader, Sung-Sun said with a chuckle. We don't know yet. In a week or two I'd assume. A thoughtful expression cast a shadow over Surachi's features. Her anticipation for Kazuya's remedy of her broken Zampakuto surpassed her initial expectations. After all, her Zampakuto was the very reason she was rotting in the underground chamber while everyone else was having the tour of their lives. Left to her thoughts, she unknowingly sank deeper and deeper into the abyss of despair. A hand rose from the pool and yanked her into the pool, disrupting her contemplation. She emerged, dripping wet, her wings heavy and sodden. Ha ha ha. Mila Rose's laughter echoed through the air, wild and unhinged, as if she was a maniac villain who had just cracked the code to end the world. Stop being a sad bird. Chirp and open your wings like a happy bird. Surachi glared at her for a few moments before she climbed out of the pool. Don't bother me. I'm not in the mood. Mila Rose's smile faltered, replaced by a concerned frown at her friend's dejected response. Cheer up, let me tell you what happened today. As Mila Rose related the conversation between Kazuya and Halibel about Hueco Mundo's future, surprise flickered across Surachi's face. He actually took responsibility for killing Baragan. She took him for a leader but never the type to step up as a king after Baragan's death. The fact that he cared about the future of the Hollow race made her hopeful for the future of Hueco Mundo. I'm still not leaving this place for Hueco Mundo. She looked at Halibel in a new light. I'm all for Kazuya being a king and Halibel being the queen. Halibel responded with a firm, thank you, gesturing for Apache and Sung-sun to sit up. After Kazuya leaves, I'll go to Las Noches and talk to Baragan's retainers. I'll try the peaceful method. The idea of sitting on a throne, dictating terms, didn't align with her nature. Yet, for the sake of peace, for fewer sacrifices, she accepted this formidable role with an unwavering resolve. Leadership was not an exciting prospect, but a necessary compromise. Mila Rose froze in surprise. Apache and Surachi weren't any different. Only Sung-sun showed a look of mild surprise, clearly not expecting Halibel to take action so fast. Halibel's proposal clashed with the personal agendas they had for Hueco Mundo after Kazuya's leave. Observing the silence, Halibel arched an eyebrow. I take it you all had different plans. It's fine. I can manage alone. While not optimal, she had no qualms against storming the Las Noches on her own. She was confident in her Resurrection being able to handle any number of hollows. After all, the strongest hollow, by her observation, had been dealt with by Kazuya already. Mila Rose turned to Sung-sun and Apache. Wait, what are you two cooking? Sung-sun narrowed her eyes. Apache and I have plans to further explore the forest of Minos. That underground location. Surachi and I were going to visit Las Noches. A horrible scientist/espada named Sale lives there, performing inhumane experiments on hollows and other races. I was going to kill him. Surachi nodded in tune with Mila Rose. Yeah. Halibel-sama, could we? Mila Rose faltered, her voice barely above a whisper. Can you delay your plan by a couple of weeks? Yeah, please, Sung-sun chimed in for Apache's. We need some weeks at most. Halibel's mind was swayed by their sincere requests. Fine, take care of your business after Kazuya leaves. Until then, you all will spend as much time with him as you can. Consider it done, Sung-sun said with a teasing smile. Halibel-sama, we're grateful to have a lovable mommy like you. Caught off guard by Sung-sun's sudden shift in tone, Halibel could only stare, taken aback. I'm not anyone's mommy, stop talking nonsense. Getting up, she manifested her spiritual clothes and left the pool. I'm gonna be in the town. Being identical to humans in her base Arankar form, she could go out anytime without needing a disguise. A Jigai was all she needed to blend in with the humans. I'll convey that to Kazuya. Apache and Mila Rose exchanged bewildered looks, their gazes returning to Sung-sun, pondering where she found the courage to tease Halibel of all people. A few minutes later, Sung-sun slapped Apache's thigh. Wake up. I'm awake, bitch. What? Remember the favor you owe me. A shiver of dread danced along Apache's spine. She could feel a troublesome request coming her way. A very troublesome one. Oh that. What do you want? I know you've been sleeping with Kazuya lately, going at it all night like rabbits in heat. Heat rushed to Apache's face, her fierce demeanor dissolving into a flustered mess. What are you talking about? I'm sleeping in my room. Just sleeping. Mila Rose casually kicked Apache's shin. When did you make your move on him? It was no secret amongst the three women how thirsty Apache was for Kazuya. It was only a matter of time before she made her move, although they hadn't expected it to happen so soon after her Arankarification. I did not. Apache refused to admit anything about her intimacy in front of them. You guys are delusional as fuck. Stop bullshitting, Sung-sun said in a sharp voice. Open up your ears and listen. Tonight, you will. Mila Rose and Surachi exchanged stunned glances as they listened to Sung-sun's devious plan that heavily involved Kazuya. She pointed an accusatory finger at Sung-sun. That's going too far, snake. Shut up, coward Rose. I'm not gonna deny my womanhood for some random excuse. The words pierced Mila Rose's chest. I'm not making excuses. Don't come crying to me when he loses interest in you. The Siriiti is as big as the living world. He will find plenty of women there. Women who he used to work with and admire. I'll do everything I can to make sure he has a reason to come back. Hell, he might get together with Yorichi and make a noble family there. Her words served as a harsh reminder of Kazuya's background as a Shinigami and how easily he could be swayed to leave their side. Even though they trusted him with their hearts, there was still a lingering concern that he would leave them forever. To her surprise, Mila Rose threw her head back and laughed like a maniac. Fuck off. He is Skull. My Skull. I'm gonna storm the gates of Soul Society to bring him back here if I need to. Oh, you care so much about me. Of course I do, you dummy. He is a precious friend and a potential mate. I'm flattered. Mila Rose paused, her head slowly moving to where the voice came from. She came face to face with a grinning Kazuya, her expression frozen in time as if he was the embodiment of her nightmares. Surachi burst into laughter. How can someone be so clueless and cute? Mila Rose is a natural, Sung-sun said. How did things go with the Visored? Good. I'm gonna train with them starting tomorrow. That's good, but will you be spending less time with us? Nope, because we'll all be training there. Wow. Mila Rose exclaimed. I'm gonna beat them to pulp and show them the powers of a true Arankar. I'd love to see you try. He settled by Surachi's side and laid his head on her wet thighs, feeling a surprising amount of plush beneath his head. Will you join us, Surachi? Surachi didn't reject his initiative, leaning back with a sigh. Training won't help me in my current form. It's fine. I just want you to be there as a part of our group. By the way, our group has a name now. The Inverse. El Inverso. Kazuya had already approached Kasuke for a solution for Surachi's Zampakuto after his meeting with Visored. The shady shopkeeper had agreed to help but made no promises. It's not bad. She said with a slow nod and looked down at him. Kazuya, I support your decision to become the king. Does that mean we can finally fuck? Chapter 80, Chapter 83 to 85, The Night, R18. Nights were often a toss-up between sleep and fun for Kazuya these days, hinging mostly on Apache's whims. She'd sneak into his bed every night before him and surprise him with kisses as soon as he crawled into the bed. Tonight was a little different. He was searching for Sung-sun, who was nowhere to be found in her room or anyone else's room for that matter. As if she had vanished from the mansion. With the Ryatsu concealing Jigai, it was next to impossible to trace any of his companions, a great and bad feature at the same time. Did she return to the Hueco Mundo? He denied the thought. She'd definitely tell him if she were to leave suddenly. Wait, I forgot to check my room. He headed toward the most spacious bedroom in the mansion. In the moonlit room, he could see a silhouette underneath the blankets. Since everyone was in their rooms, Apache included, the woman on his bed had to be Sung-sun. We both thought about fucking on the same night. Her compatibility with you is only second to my impeccable bond with you. That's saying a lot, for we are soulmates bound to be together for eternity. Tone down your yandere a bit. My heart can only handle so much sugar. My partner deserves all the love in this world after your past life with a senile old fuck. I'd have killed him if I were in your shoes. Straight up stabs to his heart, then chop him into bits and flush him down the Tokyo Bay. Chill. He moved toward the bed and slid under the covers. Embracing Sung-sun from behind, he planted kisses along her nape, his hands roaming her bare skin, finding her figure wrapped in mere bra and panties. She was cool as the air outside. As a hollow with a physiology akin to serpents, her body temperature was heavily influenced by her surroundings. Apache, your scent is a little different, it's more enticing. Foo-foo. It's the difference between a harmless deer and a venomous snake. A prey and a hunter. What are you talking about? He feigned ignorance, reaching to rub her breasts with one hand. The supple softness under her thin bra compelled him to give her tits a couple more rubs. Apache, your chest shrank in a day. Did Sung-sun pop its air like a balloon? She pried off his hands and turned around to face him. Era, can't you tell the difference between Apache's outlandishly useless pair of balloons and my twin peaks molded with magnificent elegance? Wait, Sung-sun. What are you doing in my bed? Grinning in the dark, she stroked his face with the gentleness of a mother. Your innocent act isn't fooling anyone. You already knew who I was before you started groping me. I'm a terrible actor. Actually terrible. She nodded seriously as she drew closer and pecked his lips. Do you know why I'm here? I'd be a fool to not realize a woman's blatant invitation. Sweet, she murmured as she pushed him on his back and straddled his waist. Darling. He had noticed something earlier when she was in her swimsuit and hoodie. Her baggy clothes concealed a slender body gifted with the right amount of curves at places. She pulled off the perfect combination of elegant and alluring. Her bare body also showed her hollow hole in the same place as Apache and Mila Rose. All three girls of Trace Bestia had a yearning for strength for different reasons. The lioness wanted to protect, the deer wanted to surpass the world, and the snake most likely wanted strength to prevent the deaths of her precious friends. Seizing his hands in hers, she immobilized them above his head and nuzzled into his neck. Emitting cool sighs, she traced a path of kisses from his neck to his right ear. You have to hold my hands, kiss me, touch me intimately, and then fuck me. That's how you will turn me into a snake, mommy. Her seductive whispers near his ear set his heart aflutter. His erection slowly strained against his pants. He still let her lead, wondering how far the snake princess would go on her own. Do I have a choice in the decision? A tiny bit, like 1%. I'll be Srirachi and Halibel-sama's competitor whether you like it or not. She suddenly leaned in and kissed him. Her lips, soft and plump, perfectly fitted against his own so perfectly it sent a shudder trembling through him. She pulled back from the kiss and smirked at him, an undeniably seductive expression that left his pants feeling tighter. She drew away right as he extended his tongue, giggling as she proceeded to torment him with fleeting kisses, mirroring his own teasing tactics with Apache. Never once did she loosen her grasp on his hands or permit him to deepen the kiss. He looked at her with slight annoyance, finally comprehending the reason for Apache's irritation. Being teased was a first for him as he had been the dominant partner in his relationships with Yumi and Apache. I'm gonna take revenge when I fuck you, silly. She shuddered visibly at his threatening tone. Oh, darling. You're making me wetter. He glanced down at her panties. Indeed, there was a moist patch visible on purple panties. The anticipation of lying on his bed in his absence and their conversation had considerably hiked up her excitement. She let out a sigh. I'm gonna stop. Which one of my forms would you like to fuck? This one or my Lamia form? He gulped at her question, which was far trickier than it seemed. Denying sex to her Lamia form would be the same as rejecting her true self. It's heresy to choose just between them. Both of them are Sung-sun. Lamia form, it is then. Let's try that next time. For tonight, let's just indulge in each other like this. She smirked mischievously as she released his hands and drew back. Darling still has inhibitions about my other form. You used to be a Shinigami, after all. Killing hollows was your job, not bringing them to bed for a fuck. His hands trailed around her legs, touching her slender but held with a heated look. I'll become used to it like I became used to my life as a hollow. She nodded and carelessly snapped her bra. A pair of big, soft-looking tits spilled out with a gentle ripple, their stiff peaks shimmering softly in the moonlight. For a few heartbeats, he just ogled her, captivated by her sensual allure. She broke into a laugh, fracturing the tranquil atmosphere that didn't match their intimate position. She guided his hands to her breasts. They aren't as big as Apache or Mila and nowhere close to Halibel-sama's huge bust. Give me a sincere review of these divine breasts. His hands found a home around the soft mounds of her breasts, gently squeezing them in his grasp. She gasped, a soft sigh slipping from her lips as he traced the curves of her breasts. Soft, supple, inviting, and most of all sensitive. Like they were made to be touched, to be admired. They don't need to be bigger than these, they are already perfect. You never run out of flowery words, do you? They come out naturally. He grazed her erect nipples with his thumbs, relishing in the soft gasps and shivers that ran through her body. A rough pinch of her nipples made her moan cutely. And these are so responsive, like they are begging for my attention. Grinning foolishly at his unabashed praise, she leaned forward and captured his lips into a passionate kiss. At the same she rubbed her crotch against the bulge in his pants. Help me make this night unforgettable. She wanted him to engrave every moment in his memory, never forgetting her during his time at the Soul Society. I can't take it anymore, she groaned and clutched his shirt before yanking it. With feral hands, she clawed his shirt until nothing was left. Your pants. He hurriedly unbuckled his pants before her savage hands made it anywhere close to his crotch. He very much wanted his cock to avoid the same fate as his shirt. She giggled as she twisted her body. Her back facing him, she leaned over his crotch, her butt unceremoniously hovering close to his face. A heavy scent of lust clung to the air, her enticing scent extending a silent invitation. Sensing his heated gaze, she peeked over her shoulder, catching his eyes transfixed on her concealed pussy. Hooking her thumb in her panties, she slid them down, allowing him an unobstructed view. He could see the most precious place between her legs topped by a thin, olive-green strip. Sung-sun, be gentle with my dick, he whispered as he felt her hands running over her crotch. I'm a dive-in. He reached out and grabbed her ass, pulling her close. Her slit pressed against his lips, and she pushed her butt closer. At the same time, his nose pressed against her flesh, her gentle bush tickling his face. He flicked his tongue, relishing the opportunity to lick up her juices. Her body shivered and her breath hiked as his warm tongue vigorously lapped at her wet, cool folds. The constant wet slaps filled the room as he eagerly explored her insides. "You're so passionate," she managed through the hints of a moan, letting out sighs of pleasure. "Darling." She unzipped his pants and smoothly pulled his pants down, his boxers inevitably meeting the same fate. There was a soft gasp as she came face to face with his hardened cock, his scent making her heart flutter. She had known about its size from Apache, but nothing could prepare her for the veiny member gently twitching as if beckoning her for a touch. She curled her lithe fingers around his hardened cock, a gentle squeeze preluding the stroke that pumped from tip to base, the coolness of her skin sending a shiver through him. She let her tongue slide out between her lips, saliva dripping down onto the head. Her spit, cool and sticky, trickled down, her thumb coming up a second later to smear it around, acting like a makeshift lube as she began to tease his sensitive head with her other hand, her palm rubbing in slow, firm circles. He groaned with his mouth in her pussy, pulling back momentarily. He noticed her lower lips had become flushed, showcasing her arousal. "Where did you learn this?" "Nowhere," she breathed out and pushed her butt in his face. Snakes are flexible and highly adaptive creatures. She shared the knowledge she learned from her recent visits to the library. It was a great way for her to pass time while learning new things. "What a little monster," she moaned while wiggling her butt. Yes, darling. It feels heavenly." Holding his thick shaft in her right hand, she switched to slower strokes, angling his cock slightly as she did. Her left hand toyed with the bulbous head, fondling it while stroking the shaft. Her double-handed blowjob easily fried his mind, stilted gasps and labored moans escaping him as she masterfully worked his dick. But she was far from satisfied with just jerking him off. Without missing a beat, she removed her left hand and pressed her lips to the tip, right before welcoming him in the hole of her mouth. The slight coldness that enveloped his tip made him jolt, preluding the rush of pleasure that followed as her plump lips grazed down his hard cock, halting a bit past midway before sucking strongly up to the tip. Her lips never left his shaft as she plunged straight back down, shamelessly blowing him and her tongue teasing the tip with lewd motions. Despite her own approaching climax, her movements remained as focused as he was on the prize before him. He slowed down his tongue, letting his own pleasure build, while tasting her sticky juices. Then she took him deeper next, letting go of his shaft to almost deep-throat him. The throbbing tip bumped against the back of her throat, yet she barely gagged, unflinching as she sucked her way back up and plunged back down without hesitation. Her mouth became a wet orifice for his dick to slide into her. Her tongue, likewise, was a wet bed for it to rest upon, licking the underside of his shaft with curls and flicks, sending sparks of raw desire up his spine. The certain coolness to her tongue and mouth only intensified his pleasure. It was the best blowjob he had, and it was coming from a virgin lady. After what felt like an eternity of mutual pleasure, they both climaxed. Spurts of white erupted from his cock and splattered all over inside her mouth, while her folds contracted around his fingers, squeezing his finger with wanton need. Braced on her elbows, she let go of his saliva-slicked cock. Drawing in ragged breaths, she touched a finger to her lips. "Darling. I understand why Apache isn't bashful about sneaking into your bed. It's the best damn thing I have ever felt." He let out a hot sigh that made her lower lips quiver. "God blessed me with an amazing tongue. He also blessed you with amazing semen. It tastes so naughty. He's the Black Phoenix, the demon in human form who singeth many sweet notes. He is an excellent poet, and obedient, he hopeth to return to the throne after a lifetime, and governeth the world from the heavens. Stop spouting chunny prophecies. Lemme fuck." He slapped Sung Sun's butt, inciting a lovely moan out of her. Darling. Don't beat your delicate wife. It's your reward for being so cute. An agonizing reward for my undying love. Darling is so kinky." Her imagination was vivid and perverted, like a certain maid with glasses. They'd make a terrifying pair of friends. She suddenly grabbed his cock, which was starting to regain its vigor. "Darling's cock is standing proud after that. This naughty thing needs to be punished. How will you do it?" "I'll show you." She rolled off of him and pulled him to sit on the edge of the bed. With a smirk, she cupped her tits and then smothered his cock between them. The alluring softness, the squishy resistance, the cool touch of her skin against his heated cock, all of it felt downright heavenly as her boobs pushed and rubbed his cock between them. His tip poked out from between her tits, jutting into the cleavage of her breasts. She drooled onto the head, the spit stringing down his length creating a makeshift lube for her tit fuck. Smirking, she looked up at him. "Does this naughty fellow like the taste of my perfect breasts?" "Absolutely," he groaned, gripping onto the sheets and enduring her soft boobs as she pleased him with them. Sometimes she lifted both tits at the same time, other times she just squished them together and heightened the pressure around his cock. She lifted one while lowering the other. She leaned forward more and squished his cock against her chest more, her varied and infinitely pleasurable tricks left his tip gleaming with pre-cum, twitching with a desire to unload. She let out her tongue and rolled it around the tip, poking between her breasts. The cold sensation sent a shiver down his spine, bringing down the last wall of resistance. Come now, darling. Sung-sun. With a gasp, he thrust his hips and busted his load, spurting his seed all over her tits. The sight made all the more lewd when she rubbed her tits together, smearing his own cum into his cock. She hurriedly pulled his twitching penis in her mouth, eagerly sucking out the leftover semen. A gleam of delight shone in her eyes. He moaned breathlessly. That was incredible. He had received a couple of tit fucks from Apache. The deer's clumsiness had its own adorable charm, but Sung-sun's sheer techniques with her tits and mouth were out of this world. Sung-sun released his cock with a pop and slowly scooped up the semen from her chest before licking it off. The seductive sight had him hard again within moments. Seeing his penis brimming with energy, she climbed on the bed and bent on all fours. With her ass facing him and her flushed pussy on full display, she threw an expectant look over her shoulder at him. Darling, don't waste time. We have to do it all night to guarantee little Kazuya and Sung-sun. Despite his usually playful and nonchalant demeanor, he was a responsible man at his roots. A child was the most promising reason for him to return back from the Soul Society. He let out a sigh. Sung-sun, can we wait until my mission is done? She narrowed her eyes. I'll yield on one condition. You have to call me wife both in private and in front of everyone. Wife. Her face shone with a brilliant smile, satisfied by his compliance. Husband. Now fuck me. Her seductive voice turned him on more than it should. Swiftly, he shuffled behind her, eyes roaming over her shapely thighs and soft ass. He probed at the eager entrance with his cock and slowly pushed into her. With how wet she was, he sunk in right up to the hilt on the first go, groin bumping up against her ass cheeks as he filled her completely. Yet there was a snug grip on him that felt like a show of possessiveness. The enthralling sensation of her pussy propelled him into motion, hips rearing back and bucking forth, slow at first but steadily gaining speed. With her head bowed low, she let out a slew of hot, husky moans. Ha! That's it. More. More. His hands found her waist, gripping tightly as his thrusts became more forceful. Each powerful surge sent ripples cascading across her skin. Her soft pair of tits bounced from the force of his pounding, swaying back and forth with a hypnotizing rhythm. He reached out, kneading her sticky tits as he maintained his rhythm. Her intimate grip on him was downright heavenly. His grunts gradually became more guttural as he intensified his pace. The sudden roughness was well appreciated by Sung-sun, her loud moan filling his ears and turning a tad breathless when his fingers found her nipples and gave them a rough tweak. Do me any way you want, husband. When she demanded it, how could he not comply? Releasing her bosom, he settled his strong hands on her shoulders, shoving them down against the bed. A mad howl of delight left her as she moved her ass back and forth to meet his rhythmic assault. Her voice once more ricocheting off of his bedroom walls as he gave her the pounding she deserved. His swollen girth stuffed between her wet petals and pummeled up against her sensitive region, leaving her engulfed in waves of pure euphoria. Hiya. Why yes, right there, husband, she utterly howled with bliss, flooding his ears. You're amazing. The seizing grip around his cock more than assured him of that, her pussy quivering and quaking as he buried himself balls deep in her. The precum soon began to leak, sloshing within her, offering a sticky squelch to their relentless mating. He was so entrenched in his lust right now, all he could think about was how good it felt to fuck her from behind, eyes roaming ravenously over her pale back and watching her olive green hair spill across it as she tossed her head this way and that, biting her bottom lip more often than not. A few more powerful and steady thrusts at her sensitive region pushed her to another orgasm. A shrill shriek escaped the voluptuous princess as she clenched tight around his dick, her tightness trying to coax all of his load out. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew and emptied his balls on her ass. She moaned arousingly and stayed in her position, having no energy to even move her body. After a few moments, she flopped down onto her side and brushed her messy hair away from her face. He crawled over to join her side, their sweaty bodies intermingling in the moonlight. Husband, do you want more? If you're ready. I promise to last the whole night. I'm not backing down. He chuckled at her enthusiastic response. That's my good wife. Apart from the small moments of reprieve, they ended up having sex until the moon vanished and the first ray shone on them. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 81, Chapter 86, An Unusual Relationship. Kazuya had a refreshing bath with Sung-sun first thing in the morning. Mila Rose, Apache, Halibel, and Surachi were already there, nestled around the table in the dining room. Each reacted differently as Sung-sun walked into the dining room with him, her arm twined possessively around his arm. A scornful sneer twisted Mila Rose's lips as her gaze hardened with clear disdain. Apache, on the other hand, attempted to cloak her emotions behind a mask of aloofness. But the subtle twitch of her fingers and a faint furrow of her brows betrayed the jealousy brewing beneath her cool facade. Halibel was visibly tight-lipped, her face creased with a barely perceptible frown of judgment. Srirachi, however, appeared utterly indifferent, seemingly uninterested in his love life. "Husband, let me serve you breakfast," Sung-sun purred, drawing out his chair and bringing the packed dishes to serve him. "Here. I made you delicious food. Mila Rose made a disgusted face as if she couldn't bear to watch Sung-sun's housewife act. "Apache, will you do me the favor of smacking this bitch in the head? She has clearly lost it." Mila Rose was the type to poke fun at anyone, anytime, anywhere with her unparalleled inability to read the room. She'd have been the type of person who made jokes at someone's funeral. Apache shook her head. Let her act, she was moaning all night. Cyan Sung-sun stifled a yawn, the corners of her lips curving up. "Husband and I had a fancy night. I'm tired." "Oi, skull and snake," Mila Rose yelled. "Can't you two fuck in moderation? You guys were so damn loud yesterday. I'd have kicked your asses if Srirachi didn't stop me." Kazuya had forgotten to put on the force field that suppressed noise to an extent. Mila Rose's complaint reminded him of a crucial flaw in the mansion. Even though their bedrooms were so far apart, their superhuman senses could easily pick on the noises coming from another floor. "Wait," Kazuya said. "Mila Rose sleeps with Srirachi. Don't you two have separate bedrooms? What's wrong with sleeping in Srirachi's room? Her wings are so damn comfortable pillows." Oh. His suspicions of their relationship tickled his mind, unsettling him. If they were to take a romantic turn, he didn't know how he'd handle it. "Srirachi, you gotta let me try your pillow wings." Srirachi rolled her eyes. "Be happy I let you borrow my lap. Don't push the boundaries, leader." Sleeping with him was different from sharing a bed with a friend. Both of them were aware of it. "Aw." He turned to Apache. "Oh, Apache. I think your Resurrection form gives you fur on your body. I'm not using my Resurrection for you to use me as a body pillow. Come on. Listen to your lover's last request." Her resistance crumbled like a castle of sand under a wave. "Fine," she admitted with a sigh. "Only tonight." "Thanks, Apache." She was trying not to show any happiness at his request, but he could see through her facade. She was pleased that she was desired by him. Sung-sun tugged at his sleeve. "Can I join you tonight, husband?" "No." Apache rejected Sung-sun with a red face. "Sleep in your room." "Miser," Sung-sun said with a cute pout. "Selfish, little miser dear." The tension dissolved as he focused back on his breakfast, the sound of his lover's bickering fading into the background. Once he finished his breakfast, he extended a hand towards Halibel, who was still seated, observing him with a soft smile. "Come with me, Halibel." She flinched as her smile vanished. Her shoulders slumped slightly, a hint of resignation clouding her features. She knew the reason behind his request. Turning to Mila Rose and Srirachi, she revealed a stern frown. "Don't try anything weird in my absence." "I won't." He chuckled at her mother-like warnings to the group. "Let's go." Minutes later, Halibel could be seen sitting on a bed while Kazuya leaned against the window of his room. Halibel looked at him. "Kazuya." His lips curved into a reassuring smile. "I want to talk about you. More accurately, I want to know about your inclination to treat me, and others around me like your child." She hesitated, her eyes wavering with a tinge of guilt. "I don't know. It's just my instinct to look after younger people. You're the only one I may have treated like my child." The confession weighed on her. She'd been fighting this battle within herself, knowing it was wrong to impose such a role without his consent, yet unable to resist. Acting like his mother provided her relief on deeper levels. "Don't make that face," he whispered, approaching her and laying his head on her soft thighs. "I'd have said no if I didn't enjoy your care. I'm just conflicted." "Conflicted about your feelings for me?" she asked softly. "Do you remember the favor I was going to ask in Hueco Mundo? What was that about?" She leaned in, so close that he could see his reflection in her aqua green eyes. I wanted you to accept Mila Rose as your lover. And for us to remain the same. With me as your mother." Her confession hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her suppressed feelings. She had wished to maintain their existing dynamics, to continue cherishing him like a child. But Apache getting attacked by Jillian had stopped her from asking the favor that may have changed their relationship forever. "I see," he said, a soft sigh escaping his lips. "What changed your mind? You openly showed interest in me after you became an Arrancar. I couldn't bring myself to ask the favor again." He reached out and touched her face, tracing her soft skin. "It's fine. You can continue pampering me as long as you want." But she withdrew from his touch, her eyes shutting tight. A shake of her head followed her retreat. "I won't take things for granted anymore." "Then how about you take up both roles? Act as my mother and my lover. The words felt weird in his mind and sounded weirder in reality. He shut his eyes, trying to escape the awkwardness, only to feel a surprising softness against his lips. His eyes snapped open, meeting the sight of Halibel kissing him, her eyes sealed shut in concentration. It was a simple press of lips, but the emotional magnitude of sharing it with Halibel was enough to make his heart pound wildly. After a lingering moment, she pulled back, her breath mixing with his. It's decided then. I'll cherish you like my child, and also love you, as your woman. He could tell she wasn't immune to the oddness of their situation. The slight hesitation in her voice hinted at the embarrassment she felt about the unusual relationship he had proposed, their current relationship. Say something, she grumbled. You're making it awkward. Instead of answering her request, he burst out laughing. It's refreshing to see Tears' cute side. A playful ruffle through his hair was her retort, but her touch soon softened, her fingertips caressing his scalp with an affectionate ease. Receiving lap pillows in Halibel's Vasto Lord form was a blissful expression, but receiving lap pillows in her Arankar form was a completely different experience. It was an entirely different level of comfort and intimacy. It was akin to being spoiled by royalty, which they both were going to become at some point. Hey, partner. Mommy Halibel is temporary and our bond is eternal, forever and ever. A/N, Legendary Achievement Unlocked, Mommy Lover. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 82, Chapter 87, The Balance. For the next 2 weeks, Kazuya continuously trained with the Visored, refining every ability at his disposal, from the basic Zero to the most devastating ability at his disposal, Oppression. His He-Arrow armor hardened, absorbing lethal attacks from Mila Rose with ease. His Sonido soared to new heights with constant battles against the well-oiled battle machines like Visored. He hadn't been the only one who reaped rewards from this training. The influence of his Crumbling Heart ability benefited all Hollow allies, including the Visored. Just in 15 days, the Hollows inside the Visored had a visible growth in strength. Yet, they would never awaken a resurrection like Kanami Tozen, for their perception of their Hollow selves was skewed. They clung to their Hollow masks as one would a weapon, failing to comprehend that the Hollow entity residing within them was part of their very being. They needed to accept this Hollow identity, embrace it rather than viewing it as an external object. In contrast to the leaps and bounds Kazuya was making in his training, his personal life was marked with a significant issue: Izumi Ishida, the woman he held in regard as his own flesh and blood sister. He hadn't yet conveyed his imminent departure, which was due to take place in a matter of hours. Spinning stories was an easy task, yet no scenario existed where Izumi would take his departure lightly. Regardless of the web of lies he spun, tears would inevitably follow. And revealing the true nature of his Hollow lineage would lead to a heartbreaking confrontation. He was in a sticky situation with no happy ending. Bwahahaha. Pay for thy cruel lies, sinner. Nami, shut up. Partner, there is a happy ending for her. Ha. Kill her. Wipe her from the face of the earth. There will be no more tears or sadness. She'll live happily after she is taken to the poverty lands of the Soul Society. Wait, she will be tortured by Kuratsuchi Mayuri for being a pure-blooded Quincy. Fuck you. You don't need her in your life. I'll be your Wani-chan, Otodo-kun. You can also call me Okasan or simply Mommy Phoenix. With each passing day, his Zampakuto Spirit seemed to grow more and more detached from reality, turning into a bloodthirsty Yandere. She might need professional therapy at this rate. I'm just gonna repeat what I said to Apache. Come to me when you get a human body. I don't bone animals or birds. Humph, how uncultured of you. Our bond transcends the barriers of physical intimacy. Our love is spiritual, partner. Otodo-kun called out the black-haired woman sitting across from him at a cafe seat. You're sleeping with your eyes open. Have you not been resting properly? His heart clenched at the thought of seeing tears glistening in her gentle eyes. She had been nothing but sweet towards him. I'm fine, Wani-chan. Is there any news about Ishida-san? When is he returning? Izumi's face clouded over at the mention of her husband. I don't know, neither do I care about our marriage at this point. Huh? Are you unhappy with your marriage? He could understand her frustration, but to lose all care for her marriage seemed too drastic. They had been married for like 3 or 4 months. This marriage? She said, letting her words drift off into a melancholic sigh. Let's just pretend I never said anything. You can talk to me, Wani-chan. Maybe I can help with your problems. There are no problems, Izumi said, shaking her head softly. Our marriage was based around creating a lineage of Quincy. Making a family that Quincy can rely upon in times of trouble. So, it was a political marriage. In essence, yes. I don't need it anymore. The shift in her perception could be traced back to a single person, himself. He had morphed into a beacon of hope for the Quincy race in her eyes, an illusion formed from her fantasies. She was unaware that the future of Quincy race was all but bleak with Yhwach's sinister plans to destroy the world by merging all three realms. Lisa's sharp glare bore into him. Kazuya, you mentioned earlier that you had something important to share with Izumi-sama. About that. He rubbed the back of his head, realizing Lisa's attempt to make him omit the truth. Wani-chan, I'm leaving Karakura town for a vacation. A long vacation. Leaving the town. Where are you going and when will you return? About a year. As for my destination, I'd like to keep it a secret. Izumi drew a sharp breath. Ototo-kun, you are joking. Tell me it's a strange joke you learned from Lisa. She was in denial. His recent absences, while bewildering, were manageable, but a vacation lasting an entire year was beyond her capacity to cope with. His constant presence at her home had become a comforting norm, and the prospect of his absence was akin to a serrated blade cleaving her heart in two. He shook his head. I'm not joking, Wani-chan. Look on the bright side. You have one less mouth to feed. His feeble attempt at humor backfired. As Izumi clutched his sleeve, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. The cafe patrons began to cast accusatory glances his way for making her cry. Wani-chan. Izumi abruptly pulled her hand back and sniffed, choking back her tears. I'm sorry, Ototo-kun, for being a clingy sister. You're free to leave anytime. I won't stop you. She got up and dashed towards the exit at a superhuman speed, her leg injury had fully healed. As he tried to chase after her, Lisa grabbed his hand. Lisa. It's fine, Kazuya, she offered, her voice soothing as she pulled him back to sit beside her. Running after her now will only complicate things for both of you. You have to leave soon. Fuck, he cursed under his breath. Lisa, take care of her. You can bet on that, she said with a serious face. You take care of yourself on the mission. If you die, I'll expose your stash of incestual older sister era novels and magazines to Izumi-sama. Those are yours, Lisa. Those are all yours, he retorted, a chuckle escaping his lips. If I take down Aizen, we'll have a one-night stand. Got it. In your dreams. The Godai 13 was an establishment birthed from the vision of a single man, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, who currently bore the title of the captain commander of the Godai 13. He led a group of ruthless killers and formed an organization that imposed law and order with brute force. Then a certain massacre brought forth a transformation in their regulations. In the new era, the Godai 13 was entrusted with stern responsibilities such as the safeguarding of the Siriidii, the heart of the Soul Society, the mobilization of squad members for combat operations on enemy territories, the allocation of forces to defense measures in the living world, and the guidance of souls to the Soul Society. All these undertakings were geared towards their core aim of maintaining the balance. To visualize this balance through data, Sanjamaru Shitara, one of the esteemed royal guards, had conceived the Shitara scale. The surveillance of the Shitara scale was now within the jurisdiction of the 12th Squad, which had a direct link to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Currently in the headquarters of the 12th Squad. On the highest level of the headquarters stood a tall man with short, spiky black hair, a prominent hairline bisecting his scalp. 3 small horns adorned his forehead, and the absence of eyebrows made him a very impressionable Shinigami. Akon, the 3rd seat of the 12th Squad, oversaw the division as they worked fervently before expansive screens. The captain of the 12th Squad, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, held absolute authority over his department. If one dares to utter an opinion, they could very well be reconstructed into a human bomb by the captain. The secret to longevity here is working quietly and fulfilling all duties, never drawing attention to yourself. As for 12th Squad's duties, they developed innovative technology and spiritual devices. They also measured spiritual waves for the calibration of the Shitara scale and managed communications between different squads. Akon nodded in satisfaction and shifted to the blonde man approaching him, carrying with him stacks of reports. Akon-san, we have a report from the corrections squad to the captain. You can relay it to me. I'll pass it on to our captain. The correction squad have wiped out 15,000 souls in Rakongai. The Shitara scale is back to Category 1 from Category 3. Unflinchingly, Akon nodded his understanding at the grim news of 15,000 innocent souls from Rakongai being eradicated. The order had been issued by the captain, then approved by the captain commander. It was not his place to question it nor feel pity for the souls who'd eventually reincarnate. You can leave. Once his underling had left, Akon gathered the reports from his desk. A few weeks ago, nearly 70,000 souls had mysteriously vanished from Hueco Mundo, causing a disturbance that had not been witnessed since the Quincy rampage. Nobody in the Godai 13 realized that this disruption was caused by the death of a single Vasto Lord, Baragan Lausenbairn. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 83, Chapter 88, Dangai. Within the next hour, Kazuya found himself back in Kasuke's well-lit underground chamber, facing Kasuke with Yuruchi on his side. Kasuke raised the tip of his hat. Ready to take a step back in time and explore your dark past? What I mean is. Without awaiting a reply, Kasuke whipped out a ludicrously large megaphone from the depths of his robe and roared into it, "Are you ready?" Kazuya snatched the megaphone and tossed it aside. "Just bring out the Senkaman." Aye, Captain." Kasuke complied, a quick snap of his fingers breaking the very fabric of reality, revealing 4 eerily rifts. Huge blocks of weathered gray stone emerged from each rift and formed a hollow rectangular block. The entire block looked as if it was put together by gluing a bunch of paper. The Senkaman, the tunnel world gate. You might already know this, but let me refresh your memories on the dangers of entering a Senkaman. Huh? Apache's voice echoed, a note of confusion tinging her tone. I thought Senkaman is Shinigami's version of Garganta, and safe to transverse. It is relatively simple if you have Jigakucho, but us expelled Shinigami don't have access to them. Kazuya-san and Yuruchi-san need to take the much more difficult route. Explain why it's hard, Apache urged. The Senkaman will close in 4 minutes. If you don't reach the Soul Society in 4 minutes, you will be trapped in the Dangai, the precipice realm between the living world and the Soul Society, forever. As the words seeped in, Apache reached out, her fingers desperately clutching the fabric of Kazuya's shirt. Kazuya can fly. 4 minutes should be enough for him. The travel in Dangai. Yuruchi said, looking at Kazuya with a soul-piercing gaze. It isn't dictated by speed but willpower. The will to go forward is our guide. Have no doubt. Have no fear. Do not stop. Do not look back. Do not think of those you are leaving behind. Just, go forward. She was obviously addressing his relationship with his lovers, which might become a problem within the realm of Dangai. If his heart lingered in the living world, he might not make it out of the Dangai. Shihoin-san, he said with a confident voice. I can handle the willpower part. I'm more worried about the currents that flow in the Dangai. Koryu? We need to avoid it at any cost. Once you're stuck in its grasp, crossing to the Soul Society in time will become impossible. Halibel clenched her fists. That's absurd. Why can't he go through Garganta? With a shake of his head, Kasuke explained, the SRDI are monitoring the hollow activities all day all year. They will be alerted as soon as Garganta opens. We can't take that risk. This Senkaman is our only choice in giving him entry to the Soul Society. Compared to the reality-bending distortions caused by Garganta, the subtler ripples of Senkaman often flew under the investigative radar. Halibel bit her lip, anger flashing in her eyes. Why does he? Relax, tear, intertwining his fingers with hers and applying a gentle, comforting pressure. She was openly showing concern about him, which warmed his heart. Shihoin-san will be there with me. There is no obstacle in this world we can't pass together. Even Baragan got destroyed, remember? Yuruchi nodded with a chuckle. It's a walk in the park for Shinigami with our resolve. What they said, Kasuke added, lazily waving a fan in front of his face. I have prototype communication devices to exchange words between us and the Soul Society. We'll know when he makes it to the other side. Mila Rose gave Halibel's shoulder an encouraging pat. Halibel-sama, Skull is a bit perverted but he always lives up to his promise. Let's trust him. Sung-sun wrapped her arms around Halibel from the side. Husband is a god. Nothing can harm him. That's going too far, Apache retorted, though a smile played on her lips. I guess it's true in a sense. He is the king of hollows for a reason. Everyone except Suruchi came together to reassure the worried mother of the inverse, who showed genuine compassion and affection for Kazuya. Their collective encouragement had a splendid effect, lifting her spirits. Kazuya took his turn embracing each of them, his lips sneaking in a quick, affectionate kiss. There were no complaints or rejections when faced with the idea of living without him for a month at the very least. Witnessing the sweet relationship between Kazuya and his companion stirred a pang of guilt in both Kasuke and Yuruchi. They recognized the importance of stopping Aizen and maintaining the balance, but the emotional toll felt burdensome nonetheless. After warm farewells, he stepped into the Senkaman, followed by Yuruchi. His physical body remained behind, entrusted to the loving care of his lovers. It was actually of no importance since he could create a new physical body every time he changed from soul to human race. The Dangai unveiled itself as a seemingly endless tunnel swallowed in darkness. Surrounded by looming violet walls that exhaled a smoky aura, the dangerous Koryu currents, the narrow path felt oppressive and eerie. Suddenly, as if provoked, the walls lunged forward, attempting to capture them in their shadowy grasp. Run! Yuruchi said. Don't look back. Just run. He threw her onto his head and sprinted, fueling each stride with a desperate urgency. His peak physical condition kept him just beyond the snatching grasp of the violet, time-altering currents of Koryu. He wasn't risking using his spiritual power. There. Yoruchi pointed towards a glimmering golden door, shining like a beacon of hope in the dark corridors. Keep running, champ. The only way lies ahead of us. To the Soul Society, we go. Fueled by her rallying cry, he slashed through the remaining distance and charged headlong into the glimmering door. They emerged under a clear blue sky over a Rakangai district. In the distance stretched a panorama of traditional Japanese buildings, a stark contrast to the humble cottages beneath him. The Rakangai was a glimpse of a time before stonework, while the Siriitii represented the serene beauty of Kyoto's historical architecture. He took a deep breath, letting the air of the Soul Society fill his lungs. I'm finally here. Let's fucking go and murder Aizen. Nami, go back to sleep. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 84, Chapter 89, Rakangai. Published the Chapter 90 by mistake. I need more sleep. Yoruchi let out a soothing purr of relief, her velvety paws finally relaxing their grip in Kazuya's messy bed of hair. You came through. Lifting a hand, Kazuya cradled Yoruchi's delicate feline head, his fingers tenderly tracing the contours of her soft fur. Never underestimate the resolve of a man who's survived a toxic relationship. Do you have any idea how much self-control it requires to hold back from snapping, or even, killing that person? His words were cloaked in bitter memories of his grandfather, yet she misinterpreted them as a reference to his relationship to Aizen. What if my skepticism gave you the determination to pull through? You never know. Just admit you were wrong. It won't make you a smaller woman. Wait, I don't want to see you shorter than you already are. I was referring to your cat form, he clarified, a mischievous whistle escaping his lips. Your real form is perfect as it is. I'd have preferred if you were just a tad taller. Like a couple of inches. Now you're just asking for a beating, she huffed. Go to the ground before anyone notices us. Hurry. Heeding her urgency, he descended, a second sigh of relief from Yoruchi brushing past him. Well, she said. How does it feel to be back? Her question was more than just casual conversation, she hoped to pry open the walls around his past life, to ease the burden upon his heart. After all, for souls as ageless as theirs, the emotional wounds often ran deeper than physical scars. She had no desire to witness him crumble under the weight of his past, not as an ally, and certainly not as a friend. I have no idea. A brief silence, heavy with unsaid words, stretched between them. Yoruchi sighed, her third one since their arrival, settling more comfortably on his head as if it were a personal couch. Sharing your feelings wouldn't kill you, you know. I know, geez, he said. I hardly remember anything about my life here. I don't feel sad or overwhelmed. You don't need to be concerned. If you say so. Are we staying here until the next Shinigami recruitment process begins? Yup. Just head in that direction. I'll introduce you to my friend. The friend she was so eager to introduce was no mystery to him. Sexy fireworks woman. He was excited to meet her, and not just because she was among the most attractive women in Bleach. Kukaku Shiba was closely tied to Kaian Shiba, a man who could put an end to his entire mission. Kaian had previously seen him as a Quincy. Encountering him again as a Shinigami could stir up complications. Just kill him. Violence is the key to solving every problem. If it doesn't solve your problem, you simply aren't using enough violence. Nami's suggestions had turned murderous, and it was only his first day in the Soul Society. Don't go down the murder hobo route, please. I'm sorry. It's too late for me. I have embraced the path of death and loneliness. I'll become the mistress of heavens, then give you the heavens as my dowry. Oh no. As they ventured towards their destination, Yoruchi filled him in on some interesting bits about their current location. Rakangai was the biggest and most populous part of the Soul Society, encompassing a staggering 320 districts, divided into 80 sections around Siriitii. The first district had peace and law comparable to the Siriitii. The same couldn't be said to the districts further from the Siriitii's reach. The 80th district was a violent territory infested with some of the most violent souls. The living standards in Rakangai declined sharply beyond the 50th district, with an increase in people wearing rags. The further a district fell from the center, the more decaying slums it would become. The poverty was to the point no Rakangai resident wore sandals beyond District 59. Kazuya felt grateful that Yoruchi directly brought him to the first district of West Rakangai, where Kukaku Shiba resided. Soon, he could see a well-built house in the distance. Though humble in size, the house boasted a massive chimney. She didn't start using those hands yet. Kaian's death would affect many people. His sister, Kukaku, would shift to a deeper part of the Rakangai and use two giant human hands to hold up a banner with her name on it. He blinked, sensing an unusual stillness. Strange. I can't sense anyone inside. He tugged at Yoruchi's tail. She retaliated by clawing his hair. Stop messing with my tail, she growled. I'll kill you. Her tail to her was as sacred as a dragon's reverse scale. Calm down, Shihoin-san. Your friend isn't at home. True. I don't hear any movements. She gave his head an affectionate pat. Let's just wait inside. Isn't that rude? Who cares? Kokaku and I are like sisters. She wouldn't mind me barging into her house. From a noble princess to a trespasser. Shihoin-san's fall is a story worth writing. I'll obviously be the main character, she said with a laugh. Stop calling me Shihoin-san, or I'll start calling you Lil Kazu. He cringed at the nickname. Fine, Yoruichi. Better. They pushed the sliding back door of the house open and plunked down by the entrance. The home was warm and inviting, with a snug living room and even a basement. But they chose to lounge near the entrance, basking in the waning daylight. As Yoruichi stretched next to him, her tail swirled in rhythmic arcs. I'll take a nap. Wake me when. Yoruichi, I need to tell you something. He explained the potential complication of Kai and Shiba's presence and how it could disrupt their mission. Yoruichi narrowed her eyes. We're at the perfect place to remedy the problem. The friend you're about to meet is Kai and Shiba's younger sister. We can ask her to summon Kaien and discuss things. Perfect, or should I say perfect? She glanced at him and rolled her eyes. You impudent little kitten. Where did you find the furballs to utter cat puns in my presence? I'm still scratching the surface. There will be a particular time when I'll be meow-tearing cat puns as naturally as breathing. Get out of here. Away from my sight, now. After about an hour of idle chatter and the occasional cat pun, Kazuya spotted 3 silhouettes on the serene horizon. A raven-haired woman was making her way towards them, her strides flanked by 2 loyal servants wearing red hats. She looks pissed, he whispered. What ticked her? Yoruichi languidly rose from her spot, her tail playfully swatting at his back. One step at a time, Kazuya. We'll deal with her troubles first. She was prioritizing her friend over the mission, and he couldn't fault her for it. Fair enough. Kokaku Shiba came to a halt before him, her hands resting on her hips as she scrutinized him with a hawk's intensity. Yoruichi, who is this gentleman? Kazuya rose to his feet and gave a refined bow. It's an honor to meet the princess of Shiba clan. His words, carefully chosen and delivered with a hint of admiration, would have been a perfect greeting for a princess. However, Kokaku clenched her fists, her face twitching. With the temperament of a tiger and a distaste for nobles, this princess was ready to snap at anyone at this moment. Shiba-san, did I perhaps offended you? If so, I apologize. Yet, his soothing voice seemed to dissolve the anger before it could reach a crescendo. She became more composed than when she first arrived. You. She murmured, her eyes narrowing, clearly puzzled by his unexpected calming voice. Yoruichi, what the hell is this man? Yoruichi burst into laughter, never expecting this baffled reaction from Kokaku of all people. Come inside. I'll introduce him properly. Chapter 85, Chapter 90, Return. Seated in the well-lit basement of Kokaku's house, they sipped their steaming tea. Yoruichi, as Kazuya anticipated, revealed only the bare bones of his story, his name, and his aspiration to join the ranks of the Shinigami. Why? Kokaku questioned, brows knitted in puzzlement. Last I heard you're banished from the Siri-IDI. Why help him get into Gotei 13? He is a friend, just like you, Yoruichi responded, smoothly sidestepping the question. Let's talk about you, Kokaku. I hardly saw you leave this place. Facing some trouble. Kokaku lowered her gaze, the Kido-S light casting a heavy shadow over her face. It's a huge mess made by Shinigami. Many families are in shambles. Families rarely reunited in the Soul Society due to its sheer size. Most people formed bonds over centuries that were nothing less than a true family. Nothing unusual then, Kazuya replied. They do this all the time. The Quincy massacre, the Central 46 getting hijacked by Aizen, then Mayuri Kuratsuchi's experiments, Shinigami scandals alone could fill a book. Kokaku's eyes narrowed into a glare. Yet you want to join their ranks. Fault them all you want, but they do the job of maintaining the balance, he said with a sigh. Let my worthless life serve as a fodder for the greater good. Yoruichi blinked her eyes. Stop being a dramatic kiddie. Kokaku, he just wants to experience the life of a Shinigami. He feigned surrender, palms up. Oops, I got caught red-handed. Kokaku rolled her eyes at their playful exchange, a puff of smoke escaping her lips as she took a drag from her pipe. It's not a laughing matter this time. Many in Rakangai were taken by Shinigami a few days ago, without any apparent reason. I've reached out to Kaien for help. Her older brother hadn't returned from a mission in the living world and her uncle Ishin was tied up in an important mission, leaving her with no immediate support inside the walls of the Siri-IDI. Yoruichi dropped her gaze, her heart heavy. As a former captain of Gotei 13, she had a profound understanding of the Shinigami's reasons for taking souls from the Rakongai. It's mostly for balance. What caused it though? Her eyes landed on Kazuya and a chilling realization washed over her. He had recently slain an ancient Vasto Lord using his Quincy powers, known to eliminate hollows entirely. A Vasto Lord, being an amalgamation of hundreds of thousands of souls, could drastically upset the balance. I messed up. Kazuya was ignorant but she wasn't. She had to warn him about the outcome of killing a Vasto Lord as a Quincy. What can I do to fix this? The chances of souls still being alive were next to zero. There wasn't any remedy for the situation. The only silver lining was that those souls escaped a mundane poverty-filled life for a chance at a better life in the living world. She sighed. Kukaku, those people, they aren't coming back. They are most likely killed. Say what? Kazuya retorted in surprise. Why would Shinigami kill them? Wait, for the balance. Yoruichi nodded solemnly. Survival of the majority over the minority. Kukaku, how many are missing? About 100. That's from this district only, Kukaku said with a sharp gaze. I don't know about other districts. Yoruichi looked into the distance. Lower number districts are more protected than the unlawful districts. I'm sorry, Kukaku. What are you apologizing for? Kukaku grabbed Yoruichi's head with her prosthetic arm and rubbed her ears. You aren't a Shinigami anymore. It doesn't concern you. Shrugging off Kukaku's hand, Yoruichi turned away. She couldn't reveal Kazuya's secret to Kukaku just yet. Lying to her friend didn't sit well with her conscience. She wasn't cut out for spy missions. Kazuya gave her a comforting pat on her back. What are the chances it's the repeat of that holification incident? He, of course, could discern that the imbalance was likely due to Baragan's death. He was simply trying to lighten her guilt by blaming Aizen for yet another thing. You doing this was also a part of his. Don't finish that. Oki. Yoruichi shrugged his hand. It's not zero. That's all I can say, she said, turning to Kukaku. We'll be crashing here until the next Shinigami Academy entrance trial. Any idea when that is? Kukaku frowned at his question. It happens every 6 months. The next one should be right around the corner. Every Shinigami entrance exam brought new energy to the district. Nobody wanted to miss the only chance to get rid of the shackles of poverty and live a better life. Great, he said. As for the rent, I'll repay you with my body. Kukaku's hands twitched, and she attempted to grab his head, but he nimbly dodged. You little punk. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I was referring to my skills as a masseur. I don't need them. All right then, Kukaku Oja-sama. Say that again and you'll have a hell to pay. Her gaze fell on Yoruichi who was gazing into the distance. Seeing the ever-so-playful cat looking serious was a new sight even for Kukaku. Yoruichi, what's wrong? Ah, it's nothing. A couple of days later, Kazuya was engrossed in a conversation with Nami when he felt a familiar presence. Well, he is here. There is someone else with him. With a cheerful spring in his step, he climbed the stairs, swinging the door open before Kaien could even knock. He was met with Kaien's bewildered gaze. Beside Kaien stood a young woman clad in standard Shinigami attire. She had long black hair which she kept tied up with a strand hanging down on each side. Her warm smile radiated a gentle, welcoming energy. Oh, Big Brother came with his wife. The woman was stunned momentarily before she composed herself and gave a small bow. I'm Miyako Shiba, Kaien-sama's wife. Kazuya returned a smile. Nice to meet you, I'm Kazuya. Kaien took a step back, his eyes scanning the house's structure, confirming whether he had perhaps arrived at the wrong place. Out of all the people, he hadn't expected to be greeted by a Quincy in his sister's house as though it were his own. Same structure, same design. Did Kukaku sell her house? Miyako glanced at her husband, and her brow furrowed at Kaien's reaction. To her, the man standing before them seemed like any other soul in Rakongai. She wondered if she was missing some vital piece of information, or if Kaien was merely being overprotective of his sister. Kaien. Kaien shook his head, dismissing her worry. Nothing, Miyako. Kazuya, did you die on the other side? And what are you doing in Kukaku's house? Kazuya held up a hand. Geez, one question at a time. You know what, let's just talk inside. I'll tell you everything. Chapter 86, Chapter 91, The Art of Persuasion. About 20 minutes later, Kazuya and Yoruichi, now in her true form, found themselves under the penetrating gazes of 3 members of the Shiba family. Ganju, Kukaku's younger brother, would have swelled their count to 4 had he not been engrossed in having fun with his gang. Kazuya had deemed Ganju too green to be involved in this matter. Befuddled, Kaien raked his fingers through his black hair. Let me get this straight. Kazuya is infiltrating Gotei 13 to inform the commander about one person with a godly ability to manipulate 5 senses of anyone. Sounds right, chimed Miyako, her head bobbing in a confident nod. Doesn't it, Kyan? Kyan stared at his wife in disbelief. As if it does. Why are you accepting his story at face value? Miyako tilted her head, puzzled. Everything in my memory aligns with what Yoruichi-san and Kazuya-kun said. They don't have any reasons to lie to us. Kazuya let out a chuckle. Miyako was a strong-willed woman, but she had no power against his voice. Nami, you mentioned my voice coming from the Black Phoenix's prophecy. You're remembering it now, Nami, his Zampakuto Spirit, grumbled in his head. You having the sweet, seductive voice of a demon was no coincidence. Our existence in this world is inspired by the demon Phoenix from the Lesser Key of Solomon. Why Phoenix? Wait, I know. A Phoenix can undergo nirvana to remain immortal. In a sense, it's the only entity free from life, death, and the very cycle of reincarnation. A creature with true freedom. Gaining freedom was always his dream. He had achieved success in the most ridiculous way possible, by inheriting a vessel inspired from a mythological creature. It also explains my first transformation from hollow to human. I was reborn from flames. My nirvana. Yet a mystery remained unsolved. The system. What was it? Where did it come from? And what was the source of its powers? It couldn't have possibly originated from a god's wish, as he had yet to encounter one. Perhaps he had, and his memory failed him. Countless questions were awaiting answers. You silly little man, your brain might be bigger than your dick. However, unlike the Phoenix depicted in the Lesser Key of Solomon, will become far more powerful. We're destined to rule the world as Soul King's successor. No fucking way I'm becoming a limbless vessel to anchor the worlds. He'd rather spend a nice and cozy life with his wives on some island. A blissful life free from all the world's bullshit. Like I'd let any fool carve out your organs and make you disabled. On second thought, it sounds nice to hold you captive like that. I'd feed you, hug you, and wash you whenever you're dirty. I'll be able to keep and ride my soulmate anytime. That's so thrilling. Her Yandere fantasy sent a shiver down his spine. It's a trade offer you cannot resist. You'd receive a loving wife and I'd get to fulfill my dreams of taking care of my soulmate for all life. Begone, demon. Get out of my head. Fufufu. Let me teach you the chance to purge demons. Demon, full of strife. You can't control my life. Be off with you, no more rife. Or I'll banish you with my kitchen knife. Misinterpreting the source of his discomfort, Yoruichi gently laid a reassuring hand on his thigh. I got this, she murmured to Kazuya, before shifting her attention to Kukaku, who had maintained a stoic silence throughout the conversation. It's the truth behind our exile. Kasuke still feels down that he can't be a Shinigami. Kukaku exhaled loudly before her lips stretched into a wicked grin. The Siriitii is in huge trouble if you're right, and I love trouble. I'm with you all the way. Kyan massaged his temple, visibly vexed. Am I the only one who doesn't believe this story? I have never heard of any captain possessing this ability you mentioned. Because every captain who saw his Shirkai fell under his control, Kazuya explained. You saw the Shirkai and Bankai they wanted you to see. Kyan crossed his arms. Let's say, hypothetically, your story is correct. Why is that unnamed captain doing this? What are they getting out of this? Interrupting Yoruichi mid-sentence, Kazuya patted her leg. That person wants to bring down the Soul King Palace and become the god of Soul Society. The revelation wasn't only a shock to the Shiba clan members. Yoruichi too was taken aback, having been kept in the dark about Aizen's true motive. You never told me or Kasuke that, she rebuked. How come? I didn't want any of you to act impulsively after hearing that. I'm not impulsive. You rushed to help Kasuke the moment you heard about his circumstances. That's pretty impulsive if you ask me. His logical argument left her speechless. Her eyebrows knitted as she gathered a response. That wasn't impulsive, she said with a slow nod. I had to act or they would have stripped away Kasuke and Tesh's Shinigami powers. It's as if they had deemed that Kasuke was the perpetrator from the start. Well, knowing that guy, he is probably in control of Central 46. Kyan listened to their conversation with a serious gleam in his eyes. Closing his eyes, he began to gather his thoughts. All right, I believe you. Ability, persuasion acquired. Current master level, basic. Persuading Kasuke hadn't given him this ability but persuading a hard-headed man like Kyan did. What do you want from me? Kyan asked. Why am I a part of this plan? Since Kazuya and Yoruichi went to this length to explain everything, they must want him to play some role in bringing down this evil captain. Nothing. Kazuya shook his head. I want you to act like this meeting never happened. If we meet in Gotei 13 later, You and Miyako-san need to act like we're strangers. That's all. Yoruichi nodded. We'll take care of the rest. And don't go snooping around and try to investigate. You can't make that person suspicious at any cost. Well, fine. Kyan rubbed the back of his head. The less work he had, the more time he'd have to enjoy his naps. I just have one question. Kazuya, why are you helping us, Shinigami, with this? What do you gain from it? Kazuya leaned closer to Yoruichi and wrapped his arm around her waist. You see, Yoruichi promised to marry me if I help her with this. I'm just a humble man wooing the woman of my dreams. Yoruichi burst into laughter. This little me has driven this man mad with my charming body and soul. He is but a puppet dancing on my fingers, he'll do anything to be with me. The Shiba couple sat in stunned silence, mouths agape at Kazuya's outrageous declaration. To this day, they hadn't heard about Yoruichi being romantically involved with any man. There were rumors about her having feelings for her childhood friend Kasuke, but Kokaku had dispelled them long ago. They could only attribute this unforeseen change to the impact of her life in the living world. Kokaku let out a sigh. Yoruichi in marriage, I never thought I'd hear those two words in the same sentence. Yoruichi withdrew from his hold and turned into her cat form, leaving Kokaku's revealing clothes behind. We're just messing around, Kokaku. Kazuya already has 3 or 4 lovers. Understanding washed over Kokaku. She and Yoruichi shared the same view on intimate relationships. They were shackles that bound them down, stealing their precious freedom. The mere thought of it was exhausting, an inconvenience they preferred to avoid. The world of romance was a maze they chose not to enter. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 87, Chapter 92, Interlude, Return of the Eater. Silly little dear, take care of yourself. As the obsidian butterfly fluttered, Kazuya's message filled with warmth echoed within Apache's consciousness. Her heart fluttered, mimicking the butterfly floating before her. So sweet. She turned to the other hollow beside her. The olive-haired Arankar in an elegant kimono. Sung-sun had taken a liking to the traditional Japanese clothes. Are you free now? Sung-sun had postponed their departure for 2 sunrises. The Snake Princess had found a new passion in visiting the library these days, digesting books of different genres. Apache, too, felt a shade of melancholy with Kazuya's departure, else she'd have yanked Sung-sun back to Hueco Mundo without delay. All right, let's get you fat with souls. You'll become. Sung-sun trailed her voice, a mischievous smile on her face. A fatso lord. An awkward silence flowed between them. I'm not fat, Apache grumbled. You're just skinny. Skinny or fat, it matters not. My beloved treasures me. Only his opinion matters. Apache's words couldn't put a dent on her steel-like confidence. It only happened because I let it happen, Apache said, hinting at the favor she did for Sung-sun. I didn't think you'd pull it off, you're so shameless, Sung-sun. Sung-sun smirked. All is just in the fight for survival. Why are you comparing your romance to survival? It is a matter of life and death for me. Sung-sun gazed at her blankly. I would have killed myself if he didn't accept me. Being with Kazuya is the same as breathing to me. Apache's brows knitted together at Sung-sun's words. Was she truly speaking the truth, or was it just another one of her games? The slight twitch at the corner of Sung-sun's mouth did nothing to resolve her confusion. Apache shook her head and opened a rift to Garganta using Descorer. Come. Only Kazuya, my husband, can make me come. Emerging from the Garganta, Apache and Sung-sun found themselves within a hauntingly familiar landscape, the white desert that witnessed the birth of numerous hollows, including themselves, Hueco Mundo. The wind of the barren desert whipped around them, tugging at the fringes of Sung-sun's kimono and tossing Apache's hair into a wild dance. Apache tucked back her hair. This place looks duller than the last time we were here. Sung-sun covered her mouth with her sleeve. We have tasted the lively air of the human world. Of course this barren desert will feel lifeless now. Her eyes sparkled as she faced west. Can you feel that, Apache? Apache's head swiveled toward the west, her senses catching a familiar Ryatsu. The place where Kazuya became an Arankar. His Ryatsu is still so strong here. We'll need to name that place something. The King's Stand. A magnificent name for the place where our king ascended. Apache clucked her tongue at Sung-sun's melodramatics. Mind if we check it out? Their destination, the forest of Minos, lay in the opposite direction, but the desire to bask in Kazuya's residue Ryatsu proved irresistible. A wave of nostalgia beckoned her. You needn't ask. They walked through the desert without suppressing their aura. Kazuya's current strength gave them full confidence. Not to mention they could rival Vasto Lord if they fought together. Their Ryatsu, of course, sent the nearby hollows packing except for the pack of hollows staying in the cave they used to occupy. That wasn't all. Apache saw a lone hollow standing outside the cave, armed with a lance. Neliel, who had occupied the cave until now, stood her ground against a pair of hungry ajuchas. An ajuchas. Apache licked her tongue. Just what I needed. Sung Sun narrowed her eyes. Something doesn't feel right. Normally, a threatened hollow would instinctively release Ryatsu in defense. The hollow before them was clearly perturbed. Sung Sun could see the terror in those eyes. Yet, there was an absence of hostility, as if the hollow didn't want to fight. You don't look like hollows to me, Neliel said, eyes narrowing on the woman licking her lips. Who are you and what do you want from me? Neliel's delicate voice revealed her gender to Sung Sun and Apache. It's rare to see a female ajuchas, Sung Sun said and pointed at Apache. As for our intentions, my friend here wants to consume you. Make you a part of her. Will you surrender or fight for your life? Neliel's expression became clouded. As expected, she whispered. Don't release your spiritual pressure here. We'll settle this somewhere else. She needed to persuade the two women to move away from this location. She had moved her little companions to this cave where she could use the Ryatsu of a Vasto Lord to keep unsuspecting hollows away. As much as she abhorred death, there was little hope for her survival in a clash of this magnitude. She still would take a stance and fight for her life. I'm not suited to be a hollow. It was already a miracle she had survived this long without killing a single hollow. Apache rubbed the back of her head. To attain Vasto Lord status, she needed to devour souls and control her wild instincts. But she hesitated when it came to the woman before her. The centaur-esque hollow hadn't budged even after Sung Sun's ominous revelation, even though she was facing two hollows above her league. As if she had accepted her death. Neliel stirred echoes of Apache's past within her. While she wasn't proud of her former cowardice, those moments of weakness were cherished memories. After all, they led her to meet Kazuya. Apache let out a sigh. Are you protecting those weaklings? Neliel's eyes widened behind her hollow mask. No, Neliel said, shaking her head. This intimidating Ryatsu around us has helped me avoid many potential battles. I simply wish for this place to act as a safe haven for weaker hollows. Neliel wasn't fond of lying, but protecting her little friends was more important than bearing the guilt of deceit. Wow, Sung Sun exclaimed. Indeed, this place is sacred, for our husband became an Arankar here. This Ryatsu you feel belongs to him. Neliel gulped nervously. She had witnessed the Vasto Lord they referred to, and even sensed his confrontation with Baragan. He was at a level of power she could never aspire to emulate. Ah, really? Who is he? Who he is doesn't matter, Apache growled. I don't care if you want to protect someone. I'm going to kill you and eat you. Sung Sun giggled and tugged at Apache's shirt. You stopped hesitating when you thought she might fall for our husband, you jealous creature. Apache dodged Sung Sun's gaze. I did not. What even gave you the idea? Fufufu, you're so possessive. Neliel watched in silent astonishment as the two hollows, whose intentions were to eat her, started a playful banter. Behind the annoyance of Apache, she could see how close she was to Sung Sun. They share the same mate. It's natural they'll be close. In contrast to their camaraderie, Neliel felt a sharp pang of solitude. Her little hollow companions lacked the ability to converse, leaving her feeling lonely more often than not. Sung Sun eventually refocused her gaze back onto Neliel, her eyes softer now. Apache, just look at this adorable lady. She doesn't want conflict like our Halibel-sama. Let's just leave her alone and go to the Minos forest. Ugh, fine, Apache accepted with a grunt, her finger pointed accusingly at Neliel. But on one sole condition. Fight me. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 88, Chapter 93, The Eater vs. the Protector. Stepping into the space between them, Sung Sun announced, I'll be the referee then. Standing on this corner is Apache. And on the other side is... What's your name? Neliel 2 Odelschwank. You can call me Neliel, Neliel said. Or Nel 2. Nel 2, Sung Sun repeated with a tone of appreciation. Such a sweet name. Neliel's brow furrowed behind her mask, unsure if Sung Sun's praise was genuine or dripping with sarcasm. Can we not fight? Fighting out of pure desire to compete will make you look animalistic and childish. Sung Sun had already clarified that Apache wouldn't eat her, making this whole conflict unnecessary. They had no reason to fight anymore. I'm an animal, Apache said with a laugh. You're not fighting for competition. You'll be fighting for your life and those hollows you want to protect. The mention of her cherished companions brought a surge of intensity to Neliel's gaze. Her resolve was clear, she would do whatever it took to protect them. I'll never back down from a fight if it is to protect what I hold dear. This courageous statement struck a chord with both Apache and Sung Sun. After all, everyone in the inverse shared this sentiment about putting loved ones above their own selves. Except for Surachi, who had no love for the aspect of sacrifice. With a determined roar, Neliel wielded her lance towards Apache's face, a wind of raw power howling in its wake. Apache retaliated with a fierce swipe, parrying the lance, before using Sonido to appear above Neliel and launch a downward kick. Neliel employed her own Sonido, her figure blurring as she evaded the assault. Even for someone who detested violence, her mastery of Sonido was striking, rivaling even Apache's own. Feeling Apache closing in on her, Neliel retaliated with a powerful kick using her hind legs. Apache was forced to cross her arms in defense. The immense force sent her skidding backward, leaving her with numb arms. Fuck, what are those legs? Apache wasn't given any reprieve as Neliel galloped towards Apache, her lance enveloped in pink Ryatsu. Regaining her composure, Apache skillfully weaved around Neliel's onslaught of vicious strikes. Neliel's centaur-like form gave her formidable strength, her kicks more powerful than her arms. So her attacks were not as threatening, but Apache still couldn't afford to take them head-on. Given their physical disparity, Apache relied heavily on her intuition to avoid Neliel's attacks. Beneath this overwhelming barrage, Neliel launched a well-placed kick, sending the Arrancar skidding back. In the realm of close combat, Neliel's instincts reigned superior. Annoyed, Apache reached for her cuffs, but paused mid-motion. She wasn't using her Zampakuto against an Ajuchas who wasn't even an Arrancar. Where did you get that weapon? In one of the ruins, Neliel responded, her eyes reflecting a fierce determination. She was far from daunted by the ongoing clash. The lance complements my fighting style. After their brief exchange, the pair clashed once more. Neliel's fighting style was all about precisely striking an opponent's vitals with her lance and using her muscular legs to deliver punishing blows. Apache, without her Zampakuto, adopted a more brute force approach, like that of a brawler. Despite boasting higher Ryatsu and raw power, Apache found herself on the back foot. Neliel's superior technique kept her on the defensive, preventing her from mounting any offense. It wasn't a matter of battle experience but pure skill. Neliel, despite her lack of battle experience, was simply outclassing Apache. The future number 3 Espada showcased a natural talent and a keen intuition for battle that was absolutely mesmerizing. Sung Sun could hardly believe the scenario playing before her. Whoa, Apache. She is destroying you. Kazuya's enhancements, precious souls of a Vasto Lord, and then being enhanced by Hogyoku, yet Apache couldn't land an attack against an Ajuchas who wasn't even particularly fond of battles. She could destroy Neliel if she used her Zampakuto and Resurrection, but without them she stood no chance at beating Neliel. It was utterly humiliating. Hold up. Flustered, Apache called for a pause, the heat of embarrassment searing her ears. She stepped back and threw a murderous glare at Sung Sun. I was just testing her. So you're. Neliel eyed her opponent. Do you wish to continue? We're just getting started, Nell. A red light started to gather on her forehead horn as she amassed an enormous amount of Ryoryoku into a Siro. She unleashed the Siro Ray with a growl. This was her most powerful Siro in this form, second only to the enhanced Siro she could produce in her release state. Neliel calmly stood her ground as the devastating Siro approached. To the astonishment of Sung Sun, who was preparing to intervene, Neliel opened her mouth and swallowed the entire Siro Ray. A small burp echoed in the aftermath, as though she had simply digested the energy. What in the? Sung Sun gasped. Hey, that's illegal. Apache was left shocked. Even more when Neliel opened her mouth and fired a pink Siro Ray that was more destructive than Apache's Siro. Apache had no choice but to use Sonido to get out of its path, else she'd have been severely injured. Neliel turned her head to Sung Sun. Siro double is one of my abilities. I eat Siro, enhance it with my own, then attack my opponent. Apache blinked her eyes, still processing what just happened. How did you learn that? I didn't. I sort of knew at the moment I opened my eyes as an Ajuchas. Apache had never compared herself to Kazuya due to his anomaly status. But witnessing an Ajuchas effortlessly counter her powerful Siro attack was a harsh reminder of the world's unfairness. Apache's Resurrection form only allowed her to fire an enhanced Siro, whereas Neliel had the unique ability to turn her opponent's Siro against them. Moreover, Neliel hadn't even removed her mask yet. A chilling thought crossed Apache's mind: if Neliel ever became an Arrancar, she was unsure if she could defeat her. Gritting her teeth, she shot Neliel a menacing glare. You. She paused, and so did others. They could feel a Ryatsu amidst Kazuya's overwhelming Ryatsu. A Ryatsu that belonged to a class superior to Ajuchas, a Vasto Lord. Neliel broke into a charge without a second thought, rushing to the cave. Her companions were in danger. Chapter 89, Chapter 94, Refusal. A/N, the uploads have been inconsistent lately. I blame my sinus infection and Baldur's Gate 3. This is the start of Volume 2 more focused on the Soul Society. Yoruchi hadn't expected things to go smoothly with Kaien. Then again, she hadn't taken Kazuya's voice into consideration. She couldn't give enough praise to his mesmerizing voice that went against all the logic. How did he get that? Even Kasuke, a man known for his relentless pursuit of knowledge, found the enchanting quality of Kazuya's voice a mystery, ultimately labeling it as Kazuya's natural gift. While some people faltered in the cycle of reincarnation, becoming memoryless blanks, Kazuya had somehow reaped immense rewards from an imperfect reincarnation. It can't all be coincidences. There has to be a reason for it. Her curiosity ignited like a wildfire. His ability to switch between Quincy and Hollow had shattered the barriers of established lore and history. Furthermore, he was on the brink of attaining a Zampakuto and becoming a full-fledged Shinigami. He is nowhere close to his ceiling. If he survived, he'd undoubtedly reach a level beyond Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, perhaps reaching near the level of Soul King, the god reigning over the Soul Society. Then again, he never looked like the type to reign over people. A whimsical, carefree nature that was similar to her own. She could somehow trust him and his group to never walk the path of evil. Lying under a tree, she glanced at the silver-haired man leaning against the tree. I'm excited to see his future. It wasn't every day she'd stumble into a man of his potential. To increase the odds of his journey to his completion, she had a couple of plans. One of them was imparting him with the knowledge of Shunko, the highest form of Hakudo techniques. Kazuya noticed her glance and raised a brow. What's up? Yoruchi shook her head. No place can match the Soul Society's air. That's because you grew up here, he said with a smile. Nostalgia is one hell of a drug. Silently nodding in agreement, Yoruchi studied him. You don't look so cheerful now. Regretting your decision to come here? Kazuya widened his eyes before he burst into laughter, a contagious laughter that could make even the sternest person crack a smile. Had Yoruchi been a little weak-willed, she would have started laughing alongside him. Yoruchi, you're a dumbass. Wanna know why? The black cat narrowed her eyes at his cynical remark. Why? You keep thinking I'm here to finish your stupid mission. He leaned back against the tree, hand resting on his forehead, a smirk of disdain on his face. I didn't volunteer to sacrifice my peaceful life for your cause. I have no love for the Soul Society or anyone here. In fact, I wouldn't mind watching it disappear into flames. Yoruchi's Ryatsu flared. Despite being exiled and treated like a criminal, she very much loved the Soul Society. He continued, I'm here on my volition because I've got something to gain. What is it? Figure it out yourself. Apart from meeting Unohana and awakening his own Zampakuto as a Shinigami, he had his own ulterior motive behind helping them. Making Yoruchi and Kasuke, two of the best teachers in the Bleach world, owe him a huge favor. His strength would reach another level with their help. They were a necessary piece in bringing his fusion plans to reality. Yoruchi rolled her eyes. Knowing you, it's probably some chick. Distracting her mind from worrying. Partner, you're too soft. Nami saw through his cynical display with ease. They weren't soulmates for nothing. I hate to see her acting all concerned. She looks the best when cracking shitty jokes and being a tease. Making a woman fret needlessly was not his style. He scooped up the black cat, settling her on his lap. What if I say it's you, Lady Yoruchi? I'll say, you're 100 years too young to chase me. I'm not gonna wait 100 years. What do you want in your lover? Not a single thing. Yoruchi wriggled out of his grip and sprang away. Looking over her shoulder, golden eyes glinting, she tilted her head. There is no man in this world who can tie down Flash Goddess Yoruchi. Instead of disappointment, she was met with his bubbly laughter. Then I have a chance, he said with a mysterious smile. Don't go yet. I need your help with something. Yoruchi walked back to him and hit him with her soft paws. What is it? Mind teaching me some Kido? Huh, why? You'll eventually learn them in the academy anyways. Kido was extensively covered in the academy since the students hardly awakened the Shirkai form of their Zampakuto. Kido spells continued to serve as the main source of offense/defense of the students even after they became Shinigami. Kazuya patted her head. I prefer to learn from you. Teach me everything, from the basics to the most advanced. Make these 17 days count. The Shinigami's admission was still 17 days away. Kaien had proposed to get him admission right now with his influence. He, of course, declined. He didn't want to stick out like a sore thumb by being associated with the Shiba clan. Yoruchi rolled on her back, cutely swinging her paw in the air. You mistake me for someone else. 'Cause I'm just a lazy cat, riding the waves to the sunset. Stop that. Teach me. 'Cause I'm just a lazy cat. You know what, I'm going back to the living world. With that, Kazuya rose and headed towards Kakaku's house. Yoruchi yawned, her golden eyes following his retreating figure. Like most cats, Yoruchi was prone to afternoon drowsiness, particularly in a cozy and comfortable environment. She hopped onto a branch, allowing her body to relax. However, a surge of energy abruptly disrupted her drowsiness, snapping her back into alertness. She recognized this energy, a byproduct of the spatial distortions caused by Senkaman, the dimensional gate. The gate had barely opened before it snapped shut, and every hint of Kazuya's Ryatsu went absent. He had left the Soul Society. He wasn't joking. A sudden restlessness gripped her as she dashed to his last known location with her Shuinpa. She couldn't help but feel that her laziness and negligence had jeopardized the success of her crucial mission. Damn it. When did he become such a snowflake? Arriving at the location where the Senkaman had opened, she found Kaion's wife, Miyako, standing there with a somewhat solemn expression. Where did Kazuya go? Yoruchi asked with urgency. Karakura Town, Miyako answered. He missed his wives. I can empathize with that sentiment, so I requested Kaion to accompany him. It was against Shinigami's rules to open a Senkaman for personal reasons, but the Shiba couple had no qualms against breaking a few rules for him. Yoruchi's breath left her in a weighty sigh. What? Kasuke and her had extended Kazuya the freedom to visit his family at any time. However, an undercurrent of unease stirred within Yoruchi, a nagging dread that he might not return after she ignored his request to teach him. Miyako, take me to Karakura Town. Why? Don't ask. Okay. Elsewhere, nestled in the far reaches of the First District, a duo of youngsters sat languidly outside their modest home, indulging in the sweet delight of a ripe watermelon. Suddenly, they felt a shockwave that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of their beings, drawing their attention towards the northern reaches of the district. The young girl with short twin tails knitted her brow in confusion. What was that? The young boy with short silver hair mirrored her frown. It was the second one, wasn't it? I'm going to check it. Shiro-chan, let's go. Don't call me that. Thus, the naive pair of Momo Hinamori and Toshiro Hitsugaya set off on an adventure to uncover the mysterious fluctuations of spiritual energies within their district. At their current age, they were mostly oblivious to the concepts of Ryoryoku and Ryatsu. However, their world was about to expand in ways they could never have anticipated. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter. Chapter 90, Chapter 95, The Visit. Kaion gazed over the bustling labyrinth of Karakura Town's marketplace, a nostalgic gleam in his eyes as he rekindled sweet memories of savoring local delicacies. His stomach hauled in yearning, but without a jigai, he couldn't indulge in his cravings. His attention strayed from a stall dishing out his favorite ohagi, settling onto Kazuya, whose mind seemed to be drifting in the realms of thought. Meanwhile, Kazuya was zeroing in on Halibel's Ryatsu. Her presence was detectable around the vicinity, whereas Apache, Mila Rose, Sung Sun, and Surachi had all but disappeared. They had likely departed, and it wasn't difficult to discern Apache's motivations: more souls, more strength, a step closer to becoming a Vasto Lord. Sung Sun, ever the teasing yet faithful friend, had followed Apache. Mila Rose may have embarked on a similar journey to gain strength since she was so competitive, taking Surachi with her. I knew they would do this. He had previously enlisted Kasuke's aid to craft a device that could generate camouflaging force fields at will. He could only hope they had used the device before opening a Garganta, or the Godii 13 would come sniffing around for an investigation. It wouldn't be just one vice captain this time around. They left my Halibel alone. Sad mommy noises, Nami whispered. You're a failure of a son. Ouch. Kazuya's hand instinctively gravitated towards his chest as if he could physically feel the pain from her words. I'll make up for it. Don't forget Yoruchi. You left her after saying you don't want to trouble women. You're contradicting your own rules, partner. Nami reminded Kazuya of the black cat who was lazier than him on his worst days. He had left the Soul Society to check up on his lovers, seeing how they coped with his absence. His departure would make Yoruchi think twice before rejecting his earnest request to teach him. You're more worried about Yoruchi than me. Is there something I should be aware of? I am worried about you, partner. I don't want you to blow your chance with her and act all sad and depressed. I want to see my beloved partner happy. Aw, you're so sweet today. What did I do to deserve this treatment? Absolutely nothing. I'm utterly indifferent to your women, partner. They are but fleeting distractions on our endless journey towards transcendence. It is I, Nami, who will stand by your side forever and ever and ever. He let out a sigh. The more he didn't want to think about his long life, the more Nami brought it up to his attention. Sorry. It's fine. Kaion patted his shoulder, rousing him from his thoughts. Where do you want to go? Kaion, feel free to eat anything here. I'll be back in a few hours. He would rather not bring Kaion to his mansion where his Hollow's companions lived. Kaion punched his arm. You did see me on your group date, why did you ignore me? And those ladies, were they Quincy? He simply nodded, deciding to let the misapprehension about Halibel and the others' race linger. It was a safer facade than their hollow truth. Don't tell the Soul Society about them or I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. I'm not a snitch, Kaien said with a shrug. Just don't betray my trust by planning the next war or I'll punch in the face myself. He was so trusting due to Kazuya's deep friendship with Yoruichi, who had been a long-time friend of his sister. Also Kazuya's courage to visit the Soul Society to root out the villainous captain had earned Kaien's respect. Kazuya put on a show of astonishment. You're onto me already. Who exposed me? Kaien gave a disapproving click of his tongue. I'll return to the Soul Society to fetch some bounties and a jigai. Find me here at 6. Got you. By the way, thanks for helping me. No worries. Kaien responded, scratching the back of his head, a hint of bashfulness in his face at the earnest gratitude. Not everyone in the Soul Society is out for Quincy. There are people like me there who don't give two hoots about it. Kaien, you're a smooth talker. If I was a girl, I'd fall for you right now. Kaien's face morphed from bashful to irked in a second, rewarding Kazuya's teasing with a solid punch in the back. Get lost already. Stop punching me, jeez. Am I bad? Parting ways with Kaien, Kazuya made sure his spiritual pressure was completely concealed as he moved towards Halibel's location. He found her idly lounging on a grassy riverbank, her gaze absorbed in watching a group of children making merry in a distant park. It would be an understatement to say any parent would be alarmed seeing the imposing, queenly figure of Halibel seemingly stalking their child. The parents aside, Halibel had gathered quite the following around her. He noticed a handful of bystanders stopping in their tracks to observe her. It wouldn't be surprising if the local news crew swooped in to interview the mysterious woman in the town. Halibel only became aware of his presence when the sound of his shoes crunching on grass reached her ears. You're back. She murmured, her features dancing between surprise and relief. Did you fail the entrance? Her voice held a glimmer of hope, as if she wished he had indeed failed and would consequently stay longer by her side. It's half a month away, Tyr, he said, settling down next to her. What's happening here? Thinking of ways to kidnap children to replace me. You're irreplaceable, she stated flatly, shaking her head. I was merely watching them play around in the park. It's calm yet lively here. Her words were a subtle confession of her solitude, having been left behind while her family pursued their individual paths. Resting her head on his shoulder, she wrapped her arms around his, nestling it against her chest. Do you feel lonely? A little, she confessed, her voice no more than a hushed whisper. I'm not worried about them, it's just I didn't expect them to leave like this when I took them under my wings. The time came for the chicks to embrace the sky, he said. And that's a good thing, isn't it? Halibel let out a sigh. You made it, everything possible. Without his presence in her life, they might have been trapped in Hueco Mundo for eternity. Her small decision to extend a kind invitation had drastically altered her life's trajectory. She could enjoy a more humane life than other hollows. For this, she was immensely grateful. Following a few more peaceful moments, they made their way back to the mansion. Some curious onlookers attempted to trail them, but he easily ditched them by taking overly complicated streets throughout the market. Back in the mansion, he opened a garganta within the force field. I'm going to check up on others. I'll do fine here. Roaming around the town by myself is fun. Despite her efforts at optimism, the undertone of sadness in her voice was as transparent as daylight. Then come with me. I need your help with something. A pair of aqua-green eyes lit up at his invitation. I'll do anything. Her eagerness was almost powerful enough to coax a horny request from him. He took deep breaths to stabilize his fluttering heart and calming his desires. Halibel picked up on the fluctuation in his Ryatsu and reached for his hand, examining him for signs of fatigue or illness. Is something wrong? We can rest if you're tired. He shook his head and guided her into the garganta. They strolled through the pitch-black void, engaging in light conversation about his experiences in the Soul Society. Halibel was a woman of few words, which made her an excellent listener. Her sharp perception also meant she could respond with the perfect balance of empathy and kindness. He felt refreshed after having a long conversation with her. Partner, you're falling deeper. That's fine. Tyr deserves all the love. His train of thought abruptly derailed as he detected a massive Ryatsu presence nearby. Coincidentally, it was located at the very spot where he had achieved his Arankar status. He could also sense the presence of Apache and Sung Sun nearby, though thankfully, they didn't appear to be engaged in combat with the new Vasto Lord. A grim expression shadowed Halibel's face. I know this Ryatsu, it's the men who forced me to become Vasto Lord. Kazuya, I want to put a stop to his rampage. The thought of meeting Neutra Gilga almost provoked a smirk from him. He had plans to recruit future Espada like Stark, Grimjow, Neliel, and even Ulquiorra to add more power to his and Haribel's kingdom. However, the moment he saw Haribel's distressed look, Neutra's name was instantly scratched from his list. I'll kill him for troubling Tyr. Ah. Partner, you're truly captivating when you reveal your Yandere side. He tuned out the obsessive voice in his head, which had become a routine act by now. Taking Haribel's hands, he revealed a small smile. You don't need to dirty your hands with his blood. You should go to Apache and Sung Sun. Haribel nodded her head in understanding. Everyone in the family knew how much she detested meaningless bloodshed by now. She might become bloodthirsty like her battle with Ivania, a sight she'd rather not display to Kazuya. There are other hollows around, try not to kill them with your Ryatsu, Haribel said and sprinted towards Apache's direction. As Kazuya emerged from the Garganta, the Vasto Lord turned to face him. A male hollow cloaked in white armor from head to toe. His long, black hair flowed freely, and a disturbingly wide and massive grin was spread across his hollow mask. 2 large, crescent-shaped horns adorned his head. Each of his forearms terminated in a sharp, curved blade, and the ends of his legs were fashioned into claws with elongated fingers. Neutra was certainly an intimidating hollow even without considering his Vasto Lord-level Ryatsu. You can read 20 more chapters on my Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/gmilfhunter